SOS signals after you've eaten. Unpleasant symptoms of indigestion due to gastric hyperacidity mean you need real help. Get it with Bisodol mints. They give prompt relief from the discomfort of excess gastric acidity. Easy to take Bisodol mints are only 25 cents at all druggists. Get some tonight.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his file and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. When you buy Colonos toothpaste, you get 4 big advantages. 1, flavor. It's peppy, minty, refreshing. 2, foam. It's bubbly, busy, alive. 3, feel. It's soft, safe, non-abrasive. 4, results. It helps brush your teeth immaculately clean. Who could ask for anything more? Don't wait. Ask for Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight brings us the case of the Leaping Dog, a strange and baffling story that began on a street corner in New York near the Tracer's office. There was a modest little apartment house on the corner, and outside, a large Belgian shepherd dog stood looking up at a ground floor window and baying unhappily. From time to time, the dog would leap with all his strength toward that closed window, only to fall back hour after hour. Of course, it attracted attention from many who passed by, and eventually from Mr. Keene and his assistant, Mike Clancy, as they were walking back to their office from lunch.
Mike.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Look on the corner there. That dog is still there.
Oh, sure enough. The leaping dog.
There he goes again. Still jumping and still falling back. Poor fellow. So handsome and pathetic.
Nice set of teeth, too.
Let's have a chat with him.
Yesterday I saw him almost put his teeth into one fellow who tried to have a chat. Boy, it was a close shave. Well, he's looking over this way. Sure, here he comes.
Gentle as a lamb.
Say, boss, what'd you just tell him now?
That I like him, that's all. Here you are, young fellow. Oh, what's the trouble? Locked out? Somebody forget you? No collar on him, no identification. Oh, there's something you're trying to tell me, eh? Well, let's go inside and see what we can find out.
Inside? Boss, you've got a year's work waiting for you at the office as it is.
It'll only take a moment, Mike. Let's ask those 2 men standing there in front of the doorway. Maybe they can give us some information.
Now we're working for a dog.
Come along, young fellow. I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Yeah, what do you want?
I wonder if you've noticed this dog leaping up at that window.
What dog?
This Belgian shepherd, right here.
Never saw him in my life. Neither did I.
Been out here all morning and yesterday, too.
We never saw him in our life.
Okay.
Here, Mike. Let's go through this door.
Well, the dog's trotting along like he knew you all his life, boss.
It's a walk-up apartment.
There goes the dog, heading for that first door.
And that's where he probably lives. Ring the doorbell, Mike.
No luck.
See what's down there on the doormat.
Oh, newspapers, a pile of them.
Well, let's have a look at the dates.
Here you are, sir.
Been lying here as far back as 5 days.
Hey, boss, you think somebody's dead inside the apartment? Died sudden like maybe, or committed suicide?
Could be.
Let's call the cops.
No, before we go that far, let's try the easy way. We'll ring the bell of the neighbor next door.
Okay, sir.
Yes? Something you want?
I beg your pardon, Mrs.
Briggs is my name.
Mrs. Briggs. I happened to notice this dog out on the street.
Oh, sure, that's Tony.
Tony, eh? I gather he belongs in that apartment next door.
Yes, to the old couple, Mr. and Mrs. Godwin.
Well, I rang their bell and there was no answer.
They just went away.
Are you sure?
Yes, on a vacation, I guess. I saw them get into a taxi last Saturday it was. Both of them, with the dog and a couple of suitcases.
They did take the dog with them.
Oh, yes. Then all of a sudden, Tony showed up here yesterday. I tried to coax him inside to give him some food, but he just kept growling.
Very strange.
Yes, I was wondering.
Mrs. Briggs, you wouldn't by any chance remember what kind of a taxi they went away in?
No. I happened to be standing by my window when I saw Mr. Godwin at the curb shouting for the taxi. They got in, all of them, and went away.
If I may trouble you with one more question, can you tell me anything about what Mr. Godwin does for a living?
He's retired, I guess. They moved in here about 6 months ago, and they never went outside their apartment much, except to walk the dog. Oh, excuse me. I've something on the stove cooking now.
Go right ahead and take care of it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Briggs, and goodbye.
Goodbye.
Well, boss?
Mike, scribble a little note and shove it under the door. Say we've taken Tony to the office.
To the office?
Do as I say, please, Mike.
Okay. Dear Mr. Godwin, if you are looking for your dog...
Poor fellow. You're very upset. And so am I, Tony. There's something about this situation I just don't like. Well, you come back to the office and we'll fix you a bite to eat. Do a little thinking about this funny business.
Okay, Mr. Keene, I put the note under the door.
Let's get along, Mike. I beg your pardon, gentlemen.
Come on, Skinner, out of the way.
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen. Here, Tony. Come along. This way.
Hey, Skinner,
Yeah, Harvey?
did you hear what name that Irishman was calling the old guy before?
Sure, Mr. Keene.
Well, there's an investigator by that name. Famous. I've seen his pictures in the paper.
Me too. That's the guy.
What makes him come snooping around here?
Just one of those accidents. His office is around here.
I don't like it, Skinner. I better keep an eye on the old guy.
Well, boss, 2 days gone by and you're still hanging on to this dog. You take him home every night, you bring him back in the morning and keep him by your desk. He's becoming a regular member of the staff.
Not a bad idea, Mike.
Why don't you turn him over to a cop? What are you up to anyhow?
Mike, I'm convinced this isn't any ordinary case of a stray dog. I don't believe the Godwins went off on a vacation.
Why not, sir?
They're obviously people in modest circumstances. If they'd gone off on a vacation, the first thing they'd have done would have been to stop the daily newspaper.
Maybe so, but...
Something tells me the Godwins left in a hurry, in a panic. They were running away from something.
Why should 2 old people run away?
I don't know, but I'd certainly like to find out.
There's still no answer to our note. We haven't got a thing to go on.
Just one clue. They left in a taxi.
Mr. Keene, New York's full of taxis.
True, Mike. And every driver is required by law to keep a trip record.
Oh.
Yes, a police regulation. Every time a driver makes a trip, he must keep a record of when and where it started, the number of his passengers, when and where it ended.
Sure, that's right. You always see them cabbies writing things down on a card.
Well, it may be a long, slow process, but if we were to check every major cab company in New York, we might pick up the trail of the old couple.
Sure, but nobody's asked you to check, boss.
That's just what intrigues my imagination. Mike, get your hat and coat. Good sign, Mike. Tony approves.
Skinner, I don't like the looks of it.
Just because the old guy makes friends with the dog?
He's hanging on to the dog because he's got a hunch of some kind. You know Keene's reputation.
Maybe so, Harvey.
Shut up. Do like I say. We keep tailing Keene night and day as long as he hangs on to that dog.
Okay.
That's right, Mr. Boyle. I'm looking for a cab that picked up an elderly couple at that address just a week ago today.
Sorry, Mr. Keene. Wasn't any of our cabs.
You say it was 8 days ago today, Mr. Keene?
That's right, Mr. Horton.
No, sir, it doesn't show on our records.
Well, Mr. Keene, sir, it looks like the well-known needle in the well-known haystack.
Mike, we mustn't weaken. Sooner or later, we'll find the right cab.
But how do you know it'll be worth finding? How do we know there's any kind of a case?
We've got to take the chance because... 1 second, Mike.
What's up, boss?
Look, they're across the street.
2 men walking along. So what?
Unless I'm very much mistaken, it's the same 2 men we ran into in the hallway the day we first started this search.
Mr. Keene, you're right.
Mike, they're shadowing us.
Yes, sir. That's the way it looks.
And that convinces me. There's a case, all right, and we must get to the bottom of it.
Sure, Mr. Keene. I drove that old couple in this taxi right here.
You're certain of that, driver?
Oh, it checks all the way. The time of day, address where I picked them up, and a couple of other things happened to make me remember.
Oh? Tell us about them.
Well, I was cruising along that morning, and suddenly I hear the old gent shouting.
Taxi! Taxi!
I look over to the curb, and there's the old gent and the lady, a dog too, and a couple of suitcases. I pull over the curb, and they get in. Yes, sir, where to?
Grand Central Station.
Okay, Chief.
Just a second, please.
Change your mind?
Better make it 125th Street, the 125th Street station.
Okay.
Yes, Sam. I think that would be safer.
Poor Alice, I'm sorry this had to happen.
Oh, I'll be all right, Sam, dear.
You don't look at all well. If only we'd had time to see the doctor again.
Now, please don't worry.
That reminds me. We forgot to pick up your prescription at the drugstore. Driver, stop. We've got to go back.
So, driver, you turned around and went to a drugstore?
Yes, Mr. Keene. That's when the trouble happened with the dog. The old gent let him try to trot along to the drugstore, but suddenly a cat came along, and off went the dog down the block and around the corner.
Look, Sam, Tony's gone.
Don't worry, Alice. He'll be back.
Oh.
Meanwhile, I'll pick up the prescription. He'll be back.
But he never did come back. We waited and waited, and finally Mr. Godwin said...
Alice, I hate to do this, but we'll have to go without Tony.
Oh, no, Sam. We can't. Tony's been almost like a child to us.
But if we waste any more time here, it may cost us even more than Tony. Driver, get going.
You got them to 125th Street all right?
Yeah, but the wife was so upset, Mr. Keene, that when she started out of the cab, she went into a faint.
Well, I'll be darned.
I helped get her into the waiting room at the station to a woman on duty for the Traveler's Aid.
What happened next?
I don't know. A cop asked me to get my cab going.
And that's the last you saw of them?
Right.
Obviously, they were very frightened people.
Sure thing.
Driver, if you're free to take a fare now...
I am.
All right, the 125th Street station, then. Come along, Mike.
While Mr. Keene and Mike Clancy continue the search, we pause for a moment. Every day, thousands and thousands of people are discovering they can get almost incredibly fast relief from the pains of simple headache and minor neuralgia with the remarkable product called Anacin. You see, Anacin is like a doctor's prescription, for it contains not just one, but a combination of medically tested and proven ingredients. That's one reason it brings such amazingly fast relief. Many have discovered this right in their own physician's or dentist's office, where they've been given an envelope containing 2 Anacin tablets. Get Anacin at your druggist next time you have a headache pain or the pains of neuralgia. Take only as directed. Anacin, Anacin, in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now back to Mr. Keene and to Mike, his assistant, at the 125th Street station.
Yes, Miss Thompson, that's the old couple, all right. Tell me the rest, please.
Well, as representative of the Traveler's Aid, I put myself at their disposal, Mr. Keene. I offered to get a doctor.
And?
She refused. She said all she needed was a spoonful of her medicine. A few minutes later, they got on their train and left.
Did they tell you where they were going?
The old gentleman was very vague. Indiana, he said.
Indiana?
And that's all.
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike?
Look, over there in the corner.
Those two men again.
Still trailing us.
Miss Thompson, I have a very important request. If anybody else comes along to ask you about that old couple, unless it's the police, don't give any information.
Why, I don't understand.
It's still a puzzle to me, too. But obviously those two people are in some terrible danger. Please do as I ask.
No, Harvey, that dame from the Travel's Aid wouldn't tell me a thing.
Not even where Godwin and his wife went?
Not a word. We're stymied.
No, we're not. Not with a guy like Keene working for us.
Who says he's working for us?
He will, if we fix it right. And we won't have to pay him a cent. Listen to this.
Easy there, Tony, easy. I'm doing my best to find them. Just be patient.
Patient. Boss, you're up against a wall and you know it.
I do know they've gone to Indiana, Mike.
You found that out yesterday. Nothing since.
Indiana.
It's a very big place. Give it up, Mr. Keene, sir. Turn the dog over to the Animal Society.
Mike, maybe I'm just a vain old man, but I hate to admit defeat. Yes, Susie?
A letter just came for you, Mr. Keene. Special delivery.
Thank you, Susie.
Very well, Mr. Keene.
Maybe the Godwins have children out in Indiana. Maybe they... Well, I'll read this letter. Mike, this is very interesting.
What's up?
I'll read it to you. Dear Mr. Keene, I'm an old friend of the Godwins. I'm told by their neighbor that you were asking about them. Don't worry. They are safe and sound. Sam Godwin is a retired trainer of racehorses.
Oh, a trainer.
And he and his wife have gone off to visit some friends on a training farm. If you don't mind keeping the dog, they'll pay you all the expense when they come back. It's signed Arthur Ross.
Boss, that letter is a phony.
Why?
Well, if the friend knew that they were on vacation, how would he happen to drop in at the house and find out you were investigating?
That's a good point, Mike. The next question, why was this letter sent to me?
Why, sure, plain as day. The man who wrote it wants to steer you off from looking for the Godwins. He wants to make you give up the search.
Oh, Mike, I've got another theory, just the opposite.
Well, what do you mean?
This letter was written to spur us on.
What?
The writer knew it would sound fishy. Knew it would make me worry even more. Also, he went out of his way to give us a clue that may help find the Godwins.
Well, you mean that...
This mention that Godwin is a trainer of racehorses. Since we know the Godwins went to Indiana, as the writer probably does not, that narrows down the search. You see, there are any number of obscure little half-mile tracks out in Indiana. Sam Godwin may have gone out there to work at his trade, in a place his enemies mightn't think of looking.
Ah, but still, why would these enemies want to put you on the trail?
Why? So that I'll do their work for them. So that I'll act as their bloodhound.
Oh, well, that means that if we find the Godwins, so will their enemies.
Probably.
Those two guerrillas who have been shadowing us day and night, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike. To go on with the search now is a dangerous risk. But we are going to take that risk.
Steady, steady there, Lightning. This gentleman wants to talk to us.
Mr. Williams, if you'd rather I came back after the race...
No, it's
My
all
name
right.
is Keene. I'm an investigator from New York.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to locate a trainer by the name of Sam Godwin. I wonder if you know him.
Sam Godwin? Oh, sure. Yeah, he's old, but he's one of the best men in the business.
Oh. Have you run into him by any chance?
Well, you see, Godwin's a big shot, Mr. Keene. You wouldn't find him around a dinky half-mile track like this. Not here.
Well, are there any other race meetings going on in the state?
Yes, there's a small one over here at Haverford.
Then there's the spring carnival over at Beresford. But I don't think that you'll find it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. I'll have to check that for myself. Here, Mike. This must be the office.
Okay, boss. I knock.
Come in. Yes, gentlemen.
I'm told you're in charge of the racing program at the carnival.
Yes, sir. You want to make some entries?
No, I just want to have a little talk with you, Sam Godwin.
You've made a mistake. My name isn't Godwin.
I'm told otherwise. But just to prove it, Mike, go back to the taxi outside.
Yes, sir, I will.
And just open the door of the cab.
Yes, sir. I get it.
Who are you? What do you want?
I think I can explain most quickly by showing you my card. Have a look.
Your name is... Oh, you're the famous investigator. Tony, old boy! Tony, we thought you were gone for good. Poor fellow.
I think this proves my point. You are Sam Godwin.
How did you ever find Tony, Mr. Keene? And what brought you here?
I won't go into that right now. I'll tell you only this. You're in danger.
I know.
Even more than you suspect. I may be able to help you, but only if you'll trust me. Come ahead. Tell me what the trouble is.
Mr. Keene, All right. I'm sick of running away. I might as well tell you. Up to last year, I worked at the biggest tracks. I minded my own business, which was to produce winners. Then last year, just before one of the biggest races, 2 men came to see me at my hotel. They introduced themselves.
My name's Harvey. This is Mr. Skinner.
Well, pleased to meet you. What can I do for you, gentlemen?
Godwin, we think you're the best racing trainer in this country.
Well, thanks for the compliment, but...
In fact, with the way you've been handling Lady Checkers, we don't see how she can lose tomorrow.
She'll win by 10 lengths.
That's just what we don't want her to do.
What?
Cards on the table. We represent a gambling syndicate. It's worth more to us if Lady Checkers loses. We'll pay you $5,000 if you fix it.
Get out of here.
We can go up to $10,000.
I never threw a race in my life. Get out!
$15,000. Just a little shot of dope before the race to slow her up. What do you say?
I'm sending for the police.
Take your hands off that phone and listen. You got a sick wife, Godwin. She can't stand excitement. Suppose you start getting beat up every now and then.
You can't do that.
Sure we can. Or else we make you a present of $15,000. How about it? Which is it? Make up your mind, Godwin.
Well, Mr. Godwin, what did you decide?
I said yes, Mr. Keene, to stall them off. I wanted to tell the police, but I didn't see how I could prove it. And my wife is a very sick woman, a heart condition.
Yes, I know.
But I never harmed an animal in my life. Well, 1 hour before the race, my wife and I packed up and ran away. Lady Checkers won. It cost the gamblers a fortune.
They've been after you ever since?
They trailed me from town to town. I had to give up my work. We lived in New York on our savings. Then somebody tipped me off they were looking for me in New York, so again it meant packing up and running. We were hoping that this time...
One moment, Mr. Godwin.
What's up?
Come over here. Look through this window.
Heavens above.
Those 2 men lounging by the gate.
Skinner and Harvey, they found me again.
You can blame me for that.
You?
While I was following you, they were following me.
Now I am a goner, with my wife sick at the hotel, alone all day.
1 minute. Don't lose your nerve, Sam Godwin.
But what can I do, Mr. Keene?
You can take the bull by the horns.
How?
Listen carefully. Tonight, Mike Clancy and I are going to the station to take the night train out of here. The moment we're gone, I know you'll have a visit from those 2 men. And here is the only thing to do.
Poor Alice. Having quite a bit of pain, aren't you? No, don't try to talk, dear. That sleeping powder should be working any minute now, and you'll be dozing off. That's it. Just relax. Sleep. That's it. Sleep. 1 second, please. It's you. You?
Hello, Godwin.
Surprised to see us?
We're coming inside.
No, you can't. My wife's sick. She just dozed off.
Too bad.
Let's go downstairs to the lobby.
Have 10 witnesses around? No, we're coming inside.
Please, my wife has a bad heart.
You should have thought of that before. Before you gave us the double cross.
What do you want of me?
We want our dough back, the money we lost on the race you didn't throw.
You know I haven't got that kind of money.
We got a proposition. What did you tell your owners when you walked out on your last job?
That I had to take my wife to a rest home.
So you still stand all right with your old stable and all the big stables, huh?
Yes, I've had a couple of good offers lately.
That's what we're getting to. You're going to take one of those offers. You're going back to the big time. To work for us.
For you?
When we want your horse to win, he wins. When we want him to lose, he loses. You work for us. And you keep on working for us till we get back our dough. And something more.
No, I can't. I can't do it.
Let's ask your wife what she thinks.
No, don't wake her. She had another heart attack today.
And she'll have a whole lot more if you don't get wise. Skinner, wake her up.
Please, I beg you.
Yoo-hoo! Wake up, Mrs. Godwin. Wake up.
Shake her, Skinner.
Okay, wake up, Mrs. Godwin.
Don't touch me. Hands up, both of you.
What?
What?
Reach for the ceiling. I've got you covered.
Hey, it's that guy Keene.
Yes, my friends, and looking a little strange in this nightcap and nightgown. I didn't leave town after all. I hopped off the first car of the train just as soon as it cleared the station.
Well, I'll be...
Mrs. Godwin, fortunately, is in another room of the hotel with Tony, her dog, to take care of her. I decided to take her place here in bed, just long enough to listen and get the evidence that will send you both to prison for 10 years.
10 years?
Yes, for attempted extortion. All right, Mr. Godwin, phone the police. And then you can help me out of this nightgown.
Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us The Case of the Little Black Book. The main job of a toothpaste is to help your brush clean your teeth. Isn't that correct? We honestly believe that Colonos toothpaste will help clean and polish teeth more effectively, safely, beautifully. And here's the reason. Colonos is a high-polishing toothpaste, especially designed to help clean and polish teeth with the greatest possible effectiveness, consistent with safety. That's why you can compare the action of Colonos to a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from precious silver. Quickly, gently, it helps take away clouding surface film, leaves your teeth really clean, looking their best. Just run your tongue over your teeth and you'll feel the difference. Look in the mirror and you'll see the difference. So start each day the Colonos way, and let Colonos toothpaste help you keep smiling. That winning, successful smile that pays big dividends in business and social life. Ask your druggist for Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste tonight. That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to The Case of the Little Black Book. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over this network tomorrow night.
Famous no-rubbing Aero Wax gives you beautifully waxed, shining floors in 6 to 9 minutes flat and at the cost of only a few pennies per room. Think of it. It's quick, easy, economical. Just apply Aero Wax. It dries to a marvelous luster, cuts out 2/3 of your scrubbing. A full pint costs only 25 cents. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder with 1,000 Witnesses. If you suffer from the pains of headache, we urge you to try the remarkable product this program features, Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. That's why the relief it brings is often incredibly fast. Many of you I know first discovered Anacin tablets through your own dentist or physician. But if you've not yet used Anacin, we urge you to try it. You can get Anacin at any drug counter. Use only as directed. And if pain persists or is unusually severe, see your doctor. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and a case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Our scene is set at a county fair which is opened in a community just outside New York. It is a bright, sunny afternoon, and as the visitors to the fair wander from exhibit to exhibit, they create a gay holiday mood. A well-dressed, handsome gentleman of 45 has paused near an exhibit of cakes and pastries. After a moment, he is approached by his wife, a lovely woman in her early 30s, whose worried, tense expression sets her apart from the cheerful faces around her.
William?
Anne, darling, so you decided to come to the county fair after all.
My headache's gone, William.
Good. You're just in time, too. The baking contest's about to begin.
Oh.
You know, I love these county fairs and the people who run them. They're wholesome, these folks. And by asking me to be an honorary judge, well, they flatter me more than I can tell you.
I know that, William. In spite of your success, you've always been modest and simple, just like our neighbors. That's one reason I fell in love with you and married you.
That's another thing I can't get over. How a lovely young actress like you ever gave up the stage just to marry me.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Brooks, but they're waiting for you to judge the baking exhibit over there.
Oh, thanks, Miss Wilkins. I imagine you've got your usual delectable entries on the table again this year?
Well, I baked a large cake, but maybe it isn't exactly right that the judge's housekeeper should be a contestant. Or the judge's wife, for that matter.
My wife? Anne, did you...
I've made a few small cakes, William. Just little decorative things.
Well, this is a surprise. I didn't know you were a cook, Anne. Up to now, I imagined that actresses couldn't even boil an egg.
And you still may be right.
This way, Mr. Brooks. We're waiting.
Here I come.
And now, folks, Mr. Brooks, our favorite country squire, will taste these cakes and tell us who's the best pastry cook in Bellows County. Mr. Brooks.
Well, let's see now. Here's a delectable-looking morsel, if I ever saw one. Well, this cake is guaranteed to expand a man's waistline. I'll score that at 80 points. And now... Oh, these little cakes look out of this world. Just a mouthful of...
Mr. Brooks, what's the trouble? Get a doctor, somebody, quickly.
Mr. Brooks! Mr. Brooks, what happened?
Don't touch him, Miss Wilkins. He's dead.
Dead? He was poisoned. The poison must have been in the cakes. And those cakes were baked by Mrs. Brooks, his wife.
Then what happened, Miss Wilkins?
When I shouted that the poisoned cakes had been baked by Mrs. Brooks, everyone, all those people turned to look for her, Mr. Keene. But she was gone.
Saints preserve us. Murder with 1,000 people looking on.
You say Mrs. Brooks disappeared?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And she hasn't turned up since.
Holy mackerel. That makes her look even more suspicious.
My partner, Mike Clancy, is right, Miss Wilkins. Mrs. Brooks has certainly made things more difficult for herself by leaving the scene of her husband's murder.
There's no question about the fact that Mrs. Brooks murdered her husband, Mr. Keene. The police have an alarm out for her right now.
Then why did you come to me, Miss Wilkins?
Because I know your reputation, sir. You're not only one of the most famous criminal investigators in the country, but you have just as big a name for finding people particularly criminals in hiding. If anyone can ferret that woman out, you can, Mr. Keene.
You're very bitter about Ann Brooks, aren't you?
Why shouldn't I be? Her husband was one of the finest men I ever knew. She only married him for his money. She and her theatrical airs. Why, he was over 12 years older than she was. And besides, what did she know about running a country home and pleasing a man like Mr. Brooks?
Miss Wilkins, how long had you worked for Mr. Brooks as his housekeeper?
For 15 years. I've taken care of him as if he were my brother. And when he married that woman 6 months ago, I still remained in spite of everything.
How do you mean, in spite of everything?
Well, Ann Brooks and I never got along, Mr. Keene. But that's beside the point. I'm asking you, pleading with you to accept this case, sir. A man's been murdered, a good man, and I know that you'll want to see that justice is done.
I most certainly do, Miss Wilkins, and I intend to see that justice is done.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Now, I have the address of Brooks's home. You'll hear from me very shortly.
Well, just one thing more before I go, Mr. Keene. In regard to her brother...
Ann Brooks's brother?
Yes. He's been living with them ever since the marriage.
I see.
And frankly, I think that man is worthless. He's been sponging on Mr. Brooks' generosity. Of course, I don't believe he had anything to do with the murder. But there is a chance that he may know where his sister is hiding.
Well, in that case, I'll have a talk with him. You can expect my partner and me at the Brooks' home this afternoon.
Very well, Mr. Keene. And thank you again for your help. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
Goodbye, Miss Wilkins.
So long.
Well, what's on your mind, Mike?
Sir?
I noticed how you stared at Miss Wilkins as she talked. What were you thinking about?
You want me to come right out with it, boss?
Well, you usually do.
In my opinion, the killer just walked out of this office.
And how did you reach that conclusion?
Why, sure, and jealousy was written all over her face. She kept house for the man, Mr. Brooks, for years. And then he marries a younger, prettier woman, an actress. And when the bacon contest comes up at the county fair, the housekeeper slips some poison into the wife's cakes, so the wife would get the blame for his murder.
Well, Mike, that's not a bad theory.
Yeah, and look how anxious she is to nab the wife. Why, she can't even wait until the police grab her. And she's got to come to you and ask for help.
I'm glad she did. This is a strange case and an interesting one. We'll drive out to the Brooks' home this afternoon, Mike. Mr. Brooks' murder is certainly worth looking into.
Say, this is a nice-looking house, boss.
Yes, Mike, it is. Mr. Brooks must have been a man of taste as well as wealth.
That roadster parked in front of the door has a New York license plate.
There was evidently a visitor in the house. Let's go inside.
Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy, please come in.
Thank you. Is Ann Brooks's brother here, Miss Wilkins?
No, and I don't know where he's gone. He wasn't here when I came back. But Mr. Hilton's here, sir.
Mr. Hilton?
Lawrence Hilton. He's in the living room. And he's a man you might be interested in talking to, if I may say so.
Oh, you see? Why?
Well, he's young and he's good looking. And he knew Mrs. Brooks before she married. I'll bet he's an actor, sir. And frankly, I don't care much for actors.
What is he doing here?
Well, he said he just stopped off to say hello to Mrs. Brooks and her husband. I told him about Mr. Brooks' murder, and he couldn't get over it. But he may be putting on an act. He might even know where she is. And he came here to check up for her.
Miss Wilkins, Mr. Keene's the investigator.
What?
I'll speak to Mr. Hilton alone, if I may, Miss Wilkins.
Oh, well, step right in there, Mr. Keene. I told him you were coming here, and he said he wanted to wait for you.
Now, as soon as Mrs. Brooks' brother arrives, please tell him I'd like to speak to him.
Yes, sir. I will.
The more she talks, the surer I am that she had something to do with the murder, boss.
We'll see soon enough, Mike. Now, let's have a chat with Lawrence Hilton.
Mr. Keene?
Yes.
I'm Lawrence Hilton. Miss Wilkins, the housekeeper, told me you were expected.
Oh, yes. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Oh, how do you do?
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Hilton.
Needless to say, I'm still stunned by the news. I can't believe that Ann Brooks had anything to do with the murder of her husband, even though she did disappear right afterward.
She's under strong suspicion, however.
Yes, I can see that, Mr. Keene.
I understand you're a good friend of hers, Mr. Hilton?
Yes, I toured with her for months in a Broadway production. she was the leading lady. I must admit, for a while, I almost thought I was in love with Anne. But I was wrong. And I was very happy about our marriage.
You don't happen to know where she is right now, do you, Mr. Hilton?
Why, no. I thought she'd be here. Oh, great Scott, Mr. Keene, you don't believe I'm the one who's hiding her, I hope.
Why, not at all. I just thought you might be able to give me some kind of a clue.
No, I'm afraid I can't.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Miss Wilkins.
Here is her brother, John Ainsley.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Ainsley?
How do you do?
I don't believe I know you, sir. My name is
Mr.
Hilton.
Keene, you're wasting your time here. I don't know where my sister Anne is. And what's more, she's innocent. She didn't murder her husband.
That remains to be seen, Mr. Ainsley. However, I hope you're telling the truth about not knowing where your sister is. If you aren't, you're only placing her in further jeopardy.
What do you mean?
Every hour she's in hiding makes her look more guilty. Now, if she gives herself up willingly, she'll at least show faith in her own innocence. But if she's caught while hiding, I wouldn't give much for her chances of escaping a verdict of first-degree murder.
Mr. Keene, you're just trying to scare me into telling you what...
In other words, you know where your sister is. Miss Ainsley, I took this case to help your sister if she's innocent, not to convict her. But I see I'm getting no cooperation from you. Perhaps I'd better drop the whole thing and let Anne Brooks face the situation alone.
Mr. Keene, you really mean you want to help her?
If she's innocent, yes.
She won't be the first innocent person Mr. Keene's helped to freedom, mister. And don't forget it.
Yes, I know his reputation.
I'd put my trust in Mr. Keene if I were you, Ainsley. And I assure you, I'm just as anxious to see Anne in the clear as you are.
Mr. Keene, call the Hotel Newton. The number is Central 4, 1174. Ask for Miss Brown in room 103.
She's hiding there under an assumed name?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Anne may never forgive me for giving her away, but I'm putting my trust in you.
Hotel Newton.
Miss Brown, please. Room 103.
One moment, please. Yes?
Is this Anne Brooks?
Who are you?
My name is Keene. I'm investigating the murder of your husband.
I never heard of Anne Brooks. There's no one here by that name.
I'm only trying to help you, Mrs. Brooks. If you'll just trust me.
Keep away from me. I warn you, keep away. You're not going to take me. If you try to do it, I won't be responsible for what happens.
Hello? Hello?
My sister hung up on you, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mr. Ainsley, with a threat. She may try to get away again. Or she may remain there at the hotel and do something foolish when we arrive. But in any case, we're going after her. Come along, Mike. We're heading for the Hotel Newton and a long talk with Mrs. Anne Brooks.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breeds between teeth. Get Colinos toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breeds between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now Colinos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Colinos has high-polishing action. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colinos is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colinos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colinos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colinos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy size. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of William Brooks, a wealthy country squire who was poisoned to death while judging a baking contest at a county fair near his home. Mr. Keene has just discovered that beautiful Anne Brooks, the victim's wife, who is suspected of murder, is hiding in a nearby hotel under an assumed name. And as he and Mike reach the room she's occupying...
Well, this is it, Mr. Keene. Room 103.
We better handle this carefully, Mike. Ann Brooks knows she's under strong suspicion of murder. She may prove to be difficult to reason with. Knock on the door.
Well, there's no answer.
The hotel clerk said he didn't see her leave. Use the key he gave us.
Boss, look. She's sitting in a chair over there, just staring out of the window.
Yes. I think she's been weeping, Mike. Mrs. Brooks.
Yes.
I'm Mr. Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
You come to turn me over to the police?
We've come to talk to you. I'm glad you didn't try to get away after we phoned.
There's no point in running away. I'm tired and beaten. They believe I killed William, my husband. There doesn't seem to be any way to prove my innocence.
Perhaps everyone doesn't hold to that theory, Mrs. Brooks.
What do you mean?
It doesn't seem logical to me, for instance, that you murdered your husband.
You mean you really want to help me?
I wouldn't be here if I didn't. I would have notified the police at once.
I love my husband, Mr. Keene. I didn't kill him. I didn't.
Do you feel you can answer my questions calmly now and tell me everything I want to know?
Yes. Yes, of course, Mr. Keene.
Now, the poison that killed your husband was in the cakes you baked. Tell me, when did you prepare them?
The night before we went to the county fair.
Why did you enter the baking contest at the fair? I understand you were an actress before you were married, and your domestic experience is limited.
I decided to enter the baking contest because of Miss Wilkins.
Your husband's housekeeper?
Yes, Mr. Keene. She worked for the Brooks family for many years. She resented my marriage to William. Perhaps she hoped he'd have married her someday. At any rate, I had to prove something to Miss Wilkins and to William, my husband.
What was it you wanted to prove, Mrs. Brooks?
That I wasn't useless in the house. That I could cook and clean and do anything I had to do to make him comfortable.
So you learned how to bake and tried to win a contest at the county fair to impress your husband?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Who was in your home the night you prepared those cakes, Mrs. Brooks?
William, Miss Wilkins, and my brother John Ainsley. I remember I quarreled with Miss Wilkins that night. I was in the kitchen, and the cakes were in the stove. She came in while I was mixing the icing.
You say Miss Wilkins, the housekeeper, quarreled with you?
Yes, Mr. Keene. She accused me of messing up the kitchen. She said I'd left a box of rat poison on the pantry floor and that it was dangerous.
Rat poison?
Well, I remember looking for something in the pantry, and maybe I took the box of poison out by accident.
Well, never mind the quarrel at the moment, Mrs. Brooks. Just tell me, what happened to that box of rat poison?
Miss Wilkins said she replaced it where it belonged.
Now, while you were mixing the icing for the cakes, did you leave the kitchen for any length of time?
Why, yes, I did, for 5 minutes. I wanted to talk to my husband.
About what?
I thought Miss Wilkins was going too far. I decided to have it out with my husband about her. But I changed my mind when I found him in the study. He was upset.
Yes, Mrs. Brooks. Why was your husband upset?
He asked me a very odd question. He wanted to know if I'd ever been involved in a scandal before he married me.
Oh. What did you tell him?
I was amazed. I denied it, of course. He seemed to take my word for it, Mr. Keene, because he looked relieved.
And then you returned to the kitchen and the cake icing, eh?
Yes.
Now tell me, Mrs. Brooks, what ingredients did you use for the icing?
A prepared chocolate mixture and sugar mostly.
Sugar from a bowl?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
And did you leave the bowl in plain view when you were out of the kitchen?
Well, it was on a table next to the stove.
Mike.
Yes, boss.
I think I have an important clue to the murder of Mr. Brooks. I'm going to take you back to your home, Mrs. Brooks, and give you a chance to clear yourself. Your brother is there with Lawrence Hilton.
Lawrence?
Is he a good friend of yours?
Why, yes. He's an actor, and we toured in the same theatrical company. I haven't seen him in quite a while.
I asked them both to wait at your home. Just one thing more, Mrs. Brooks. Can we get inside the house and into the kitchen without being seen by anyone in the living room?
Why, yes, there's a service entrance, Mr. Keene.
Good. I think we'd better get started. Incidentally, can you brew a good pot of coffee, Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But what's coffee got to do with all this?
It may enable you to go free and point an accusing finger at your husband's murderer.
Here we are, Mr. Keene, Mr. Clancy. This is the kitchen.
Be very quiet, Mrs. Brooks. Where is that sugar bowl you used the night before your husband's murder?
Usually kept in this cabinet. Yes, here it is, Mr. Keene.
It's empty, boss.
Well, that doesn't matter, Mike. We'll fill it up again with sugar.
Very well, Mr. Keene.
Now, you start to brew that pot of coffee, Mrs. Brooks, and serve it when it's ready, exactly as I instructed you to.
All right.
Meanwhile, Mike and I will join John Ainsley, Miss Wilkins, and Mr. Hilton in the living room.
Well, I still don't see what you're getting at, boss.
You may find out, Mike, that a murderer can be caught with a bowl of sugar. Good evening.
Oh, it's Mr. Keene and his partner, Mr. Clancy. We didn't hear you come in the front door, Mr. Keene.
We came in through the service entrance, Miss Wilkins.
Did you see my sister?
Yes, I did, Mr. Ainsley.
How is she? Anne hasn't done anything foolish, I hope.
On the contrary, Mr. Hilton. Mrs. Brooks is in the kitchen right now preparing some coffee for us.
Coffee? At a time like this, Mr. Keene?
As good a time as any, Miss Wilkins.
And that means Anne's been cleared of suspicion? She's free?
Not quite. She must turn herself over to the police tonight.
But what?
Anne.
Good evening.
Here, let me help you with that tray, Mrs. Brooks.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Clancy.
I think everyone can use a cup of coffee. It's going to be a strenuous night, I'm afraid. Would you serve, Mrs. Brooks?
Of course, Mr. Keene.
This is crazy. We're sitting here drinking coffee as if nothing...
Sugar, Mr. Ainsley?
Oh, I don't care. Either way.
Give your brother 2 teaspoons of sugar, Mrs. Brooks.
How about you, Miss Wilkins?
Yes, I'll have some coffee.
Sugar?
Please.
And now, Mr. Hilton?
I don't care for coffee, thank you.
You don't, Lawrence? Why, I remember how fond of it you used to be when we were on the road together with the play.
Was I? All right, I'll have some, but no sugar.
I already put sugar in it just a moment ago. I also remember how you liked your coffee. Very sweet.
I'll have a cup, Mike. And take one for yourself.
It certainly smells good.
Oh, you're not drinking your coffee, Mr. Hilton.
I don't feel very well, Mr. Keene. I believe I'll leave.
Not until you've had that coffee.
What?
You heard what the boss said. You either drink up, Mr. Hilton, or I'll take you over my knee and feed it to you.
That's not a bad idea, Mike.
No! Let go of me! No!
That's all I wanted to know. Put the handcuffs on him, Mike.
Get out of my way!
Never leave with your right, mister. Go! Can you have a little more of the same, or will you behave yourself?
I think you'll be quiet now, Mike.
Well, these bracelets will make sure of that, boss.
I don't understand. What's it all about, Mr. Keene?
Lawrence Hilton murdered your brother-in-law, Mr. Ainsley, and tried to place the blame on your sister Anne.
But how could he have done it?
I think I can reconstruct the story now, Miss Wilkins. Hilton was hiding outside the kitchen window when you and Anne Brooks quarreled about that rat poison. When you both left the kitchen, he placed some of the deadly poison in the sugar bowl. And when Mrs. Brooks returned, she innocently mixed it in with the cake icing. That's why Hilton refused to drink the coffee just now. He thought the poison was still in the sugar bowl. And that's how I hoped to trap him.
But why, Mr. Keene? Why should he want to murder Mr. Brooks?
Well, from what Mrs. Brooks has told me, perhaps I can guess that, too. William Brooks asked his wife if she had ever been in a scandal before she married him. Obviously, someone had told him she had and tried to blackmail him. Am I right, Hilton?
You may as well talk, mister. You don't have a chance to get away with it anymore.
All right. Brooks said he was going to turn me over to the police for blackmail. He threw me out of the house. I killed him to protect myself.
In other words, after you saw William Brooks, you hid outside on the grounds, trying to find a way to strike back at him. And then when you overheard his wife's conversation in the kitchen, you thought you had your perfect opportunity.
I wanted to marry her once, and she refused. Who did she think she was, a goddess?
You didn't love me, Lawrence. You only wanted to marry me because I was the star of the show and a good friend of the producers. And you thought I could further your career.
So you saw through Hilton even then, Mrs. Brooks?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But I never dreamed he'd resort to murder.
When he heard of your advantageous marriage, he thought he'd cash in on it. So he tried to blackmail your husband by creating a sordid lie about your past. And he hoped he'd be able to strike back at you for turning him down. Hilton, you thought your plan for murder was clever, but it really wasn't at all. And I think you'll agree with that when you're convicted of murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder with 1,000 witnesses. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hubbard. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the man who invented death.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bisodol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling. Anywhere, anytime. Bisodol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bisodol mints for fast relief. And always have Bisodol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcast.
If you suffer from heartburn, indigestion, stomach distress due to excess acidity, try Bisodol. By neutralizing excess acids, Bisodol soothes irritated membranes, does a thoroughgoing job of bringing amazingly fast relief. Take as directed. Get minty-flavored Bisodol, B-I-S-O-D-O-L, tonight. Only 25 cents at all druggists.
The following program will be interrupted to bring you any late news development. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Colinos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night at the same time, the famous old investigator will take from his file and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Has your dentist ever warned you not to use anything harsh or gritty when cleaning your teeth? If so, you'll be glad to know that Colinos toothpaste contains no grit, no pumice, nothing that could possibly scratch precious tooth enamel. While Colinos helps clean and polish teeth with unsurpassed effectiveness, it does so with complete safety. And remember this, Colinos tastes as bright as it cleans. You'll love the fresh, clean, cool feeling that Colonos gives your whole mouth. It's a grand waker-upper of mornings, a grand picker-upper if you smoke too much. Tomorrow, join the thousands who start their day the Colonos way. You can get Colonos at any drugstore tonight. KolYnos. Colonos toothpaste. Now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, and the case of the woman in blue. Today in Mr. Keene's office, an obviously nervous and unhappy young Air Force lieutenant awaits the tracer's return, while Susie, Mr. Keene's attractive young office assistant, does her best to make him feel a little more comfortable and at ease.
Are you sure Mr. Keene will be in soon, miss?
I'm positive, Lieutenant.
You see, I haven't got much time, and this is important.
I understand. Mr. Keene phoned half an hour ago and said he was on his way to the office. Won't you sit down and make yourself comfortable?
I'm too nervous, thanks, anyway. 2 weeks. We'll be able to find her in 2 weeks.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, I was just talking to... Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I upset the ashtray.
Oh, that's quite all right. I'll get it.
Here, let me... I'm sorry. I hit your head like a clumsy idiot.
If you don't relax, Lieutenant, we'll both be nervous wrecks. Oh, here's Mr. Keene now.
Morning, Susie.
Good morning, Mr. Keene. Your mail's inside.
Thank you.
This is Lieutenant Lanson, Mr. Keene.
Oh, how do you do?
I'm very glad to know you, sir. Could I see you for just a few moments, Mr. Keene? I have a favor to ask of you, and
Come into my office, Lieutenant.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Keene.
Careful, Lieutenant. You don't want to knock the typewriter over.
Oh, I think I've done enough damage already, thanks.
This way, Lieutenant. Please sit down.
Well, thanks, but I'd just as soon stand.
All right. Suit yourself. Now, what's the trouble?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say that the reason I'm in such a hurry is because I'm going back overseas again in 2 weeks when my leave expires. I'm in the Air Force.
Yes, I noticed your wings. I also noticed you're wearing a Distinguished Flying Cross ribbon and 3 oak leaf clusters.
Yes, sir. Got them all in the South Pacific.
Well, good for you.
Well, I hope to be sent to England this trip. And if I could only see Francia again before I leave...
Francia?
Yes, sir. Mr. Keene, I don't think you're the answer to the lovelorn column, sir, and I know you're not dealing in service for the lonely hearts.
Not exactly.
But, well, time is short. You see, I fell in love with a girl at a masquerade party 3 nights ago, and, well, she fell in love with me. She gave me her address, and when I went there the next day, the maid let me in, well, in a most mysterious manner. And then also, with great mystery, she announced that Miss Francia Jones had gone away 2 days before and would be gone indefinitely.
I see.
She said there was no way to reach her, and, well, I could feel myself being pushed out of the house. I'm sure, sir, that something rotten is going on there. Something has happened to Fran.
You mean you believe there's been foul play, Lieutenant?
Well, if Francia had left town 2 days before, how did I come to meet her at a party just the night before?
It's obvious the maid wasn't telling the truth, but it may have been for different reasons than you suspect.
Would a girl leave a guy flat without a word of explanation after telling him... Well, after telling him...
What?
Well, the things she told me.
No. Let's relax, Lieutenant. This thing may not be as bad as you think it is.
Well, then you'll help me, Mr. Keene?
I'd like to know who wouldn't help a man in uniform. Just a moment.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Susie, would you come in here with your book, please?
Yes.
I want Susie to take down certain details concerning Miss Jones.
Oh, I'll be glad to give them to her, sir.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Susie, I'd like you to get the usual details from Lieutenant Lanson in regard to the missing person.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is Miss Jones' address, Lieutenant?
Are you going over there now, sir?
Well, the first thing I want to do is to find out why the maid told you that story.
Well, the address is number 18 Wickersham Road. It's in Westchester.
And where can I get in touch with you?
Oh, I'm staying at the Hotel Page, sir.
All right. I'll call you there just as soon as I have some word.
Oh, thanks very much, Mr. Keene. This means a great deal to me.
I'm glad to help if I can. When Mike Clancy calls Susie, would you please ask him to meet me at that Westchester address?
Yes, I will, Mr. Keene.
And tell him to wait outside the house for me. Well, I'll see you soon with good news, I hope, Lieutenant.
Well, thanks again, sir. Who is Mike Clancy?
Mr. Keene's assistant.
Oh, I thought you were his assistant, Miss...
Oh, I'm one of his office assistants. And I wish you'd just call me Susie. There's no need to be formal.
All right. My name is Don.
Don. Now, the lady's name, please.
Miss Francia Jones.
And her age?
Oh, I'd say she was about 24.
That's my age. Color of hair?
What?
What color of hair does Miss Jones have? I don't mean to sound like a police sergeant taking notes, but we need all those details.
Of course, I understand. She has, well, honey-colored hair, I'd say.
Honey-colored?
Yes. Her hair is about your color.
Oh, I see. Eyes?
Beautiful.
What color?
Oh, green.
Height?
Just high enough to make a wonderful dancing partner. Oh, about 5'4".
Weight?
Oh, about, well, let's see, I'd say, well, 140 or so.
140? Why, she must be,
Must be what?
nothing.
She's not fat. Oh, gosh, no. She's no heavier than you are.
I weigh 112.
Oh, well, then that's what Francia would.
I've never met a man who had any conception of what a woman should weigh. Why, good heavens, if I weighed 140, Well, let's not go into that. Any other details that would make her easily identifiable? Scars or birthmarks?
No scars. But what a smile. And when we met, she was wearing a dazzling light blue evening gown. She was, well, a vision in sort of starlight.
Well, the smile won't help, and neither would the evening gown.
Well, is that all?
Yes, thank you.
Well, I guess I'd better go now.
Well, we know where to get in touch with you, Lieutenant, if we need any further details.
Yes. Thanks a lot.
Oh, Lieutenant,
Yes?
don't worry. Mr. Keene will find her for you, I'm sure.
Oh, I hope so. Thanks for being so nice. So long.
Goodbye, and good luck. Honey-colored hair, green eyes, 5 feet 4 inches tall, 112 pounds. Why, he could just as well have been describing me.
Yes, sir?
Is Miss Jones at home?
Miss Jones?
Why, yes. Isn't it?
I'm sorry. She's out of town.
Wait a minute, Anna. Anna?
Yes, ma'am.
Who is it?
A gentleman to see you, ma'am.
Are you Miss Jones?
I'm Mrs. Jones. That'll be all, Anna.
Yes, ma'am.
There's no Miss Jones living here?
No. May I ask who you are?
My name is Keene. I'm a special investigator. At the moment, I'm working with Lieutenant Lanson.
Oh, Don.
Were you at home yesterday, Mrs. Jones, when Don...
Yes, I was, Mr. Keene.
Then, may I ask why?
Before you go any further, let me tell you my side of the story.
I wish you would, Mrs. Jones.
I feel so ashamed of what I did to Don. I know I owe you an explanation.
You owe him the explanation, Mrs. Jones. But please go on.
Well, I'm married, as you know now. Before my marriage, I was something of an actress. I might have had a career, perhaps, if I'd tried hard enough. At any rate, I married Everett 3 years ago.
Everett Jones is your husband?
Yes. You've heard of him, Mr. Keene?
Wasn't he indicted for fraud some months ago?
Well, he was indicted, but the charge was never proved. He was acquitted in both cases.
There were 2 indictments?
Yes, but, well, that's neither here nor there. I fell in love with Everett because I knew he could support me in the way in which I wanted to live.
I know he's a wealthy man, Mrs. Jones, but what has all this to do with Don Lanson?
Well, I'm coming to that. My husband pays a great deal of attention to his business, and I resent being neglected. Lately, I've gotten into the habit of going to the theater alone, often dining alone. It's not very entertaining, I assure you.
I imagine it isn't.
The other night, I decided to attend that masquerade ball. I had dinner at the Club Palermo, and then went to the dance. I met Don there, as you know. I knew he wanted fun and relaxation, and I didn't want to spoil the illusion by saying I was married. The whole affair was entirely innocent, Mr. Keene.
Innocent? When you permit a young soldier to fall in love with you, a married woman?
I didn't realize he'd go so far. Oh, I admit it was the worst sort of brainless reasoning. I had no idea he'd fall in love. It's surprising, too, for I'm 10 years older than he is, though I don't look it when I'm made up.
When he showed up the following day, you decided to end the matter by pretending you were gone. Is that it?
Yes. I'm afraid my maid spoiled things. But I didn't want to hurt the boy. I just wanted to end the affair as quickly and as painlessly as possible.
I agree with you there, Mrs. Jones. A quick ending was the only solution.
If you could only understand how lonely I was and how lonely Don seemed to be. I know I was wrong, Mr. Keene, but that night I just couldn't tell him I was married.
May I ask what you propose to do now, Mrs. Jones?
I don't know. Naturally, I wouldn't want my husband to know about this, and I certainly don't want to hurt Don.
Don's feelings are my chief concern right now.
I understand that, Mr. Keene. And if there was anything you could do to make it easier for Don and for me, I'd greatly appreciate it.
I don't mean to be unkind, but I hope you've learned your lesson, Mrs. Jones.
Oh, I have. I assure you I have. I'm ashamed and sorry. Please believe me.
Well, I'll do the best I can.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Thank you so much for understanding.
And I only hope, Mrs. Jones, there's nothing more to this case.
More?
Yes,
Oh, I assure you there isn't.
that remains to be seen. Goodbye, Mrs. Jones. And that's all she told me, Mike.
Well, now, did it sound like the truth, Mr. Keene?
It sounded that way, yes.
Ah, but she said she was an actress, sir.
That's right.
And, sure she had no trouble pulling the wool over the lieutenant's eyes.
Evidently not.
Then maybe this is all just a gag.
How do you mean, Mike?
Well, I mean, sir, that, maybe the husband is in on it.
Frankly, I had the same thought.
And sure, who knows what they may be trying to pull on this lad, Mr. Keene. Sure, the husband's had a brush or two with the law before.
But could it be possible that anyone would be low enough to use a soldier, a man who's risked his life for his country and his people, time and time again, as a cat's paw?
Well, she didn't seem to have any worries about stringing the lad along in the first place, sir.
You may be right, Mike. And if you are, I'll make them both regret it as long as they live. Yes, this case bears watching. There's no doubt about it.
I'll say so, sir.
Meanwhile, I'm not going to say anything to the lieutenant. Not before I find a way to break the news without upsetting him too much. Call him on the telephone, Mike, and ask him to meet us back in the office in an hour.
I'll do that, sir.
Perhaps we can work something out for Don. Yes. And get to the bottom of this other business at the same time.
In just a moment, Mr. Keene will continue with the case of the woman in blue. Meanwhile, if your own dentist or physician has at some time given you an envelope containing Anacin tablets, you're already familiar with this highly effective pain-relieving agent. For Anacin relieves the pains of simple headache and minor neuralgia incredibly fast. And here's the reason. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, not just one, but a combination of active and medically proven ingredients. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, or bottles of 50 and 100 at any drugstore. Take only as directed. Anacin, Anacin. Now back to Mr. Keene and the climax to the case of the woman in blue. Returning to his office with Mike Clancy, his assistant, Mr. Keene finds Lieutenant Lanson awaiting him.
Did you find Fran, Mr. Keene? Did you see her?
Yes, I saw her, Don.
And she's safe?
Perfectly safe.
Well, then why did she...
Don, I don't mean to keep you in suspense, but there's very little I can tell you at the moment.
But Mr. Keene, you said...
However...
Yes, sir?
There's a nightclub called the Club Palermo. Do you know where it is?
Yes, I've been there once or twice.
Perhaps if you had dinner there tonight, you might find your friend. I understand that she is seen there often.
But don't you think it might be better if I went back to her home?
No, Don, I definitely do not. Now, take my advice, son. Drop into this place this evening. You may be pleasantly surprised.
Will you and Mr. Clancy here come with me, sir?
Well, I think Susie would be a better bet to accompany you, Don. Mike and I would hardly make good dancing companions.
Oh, I don't think I'd feel much like dancing. I just want to see Fran and talk to her once more before I leave.
There are certain reasons why I prefer not to go. And you really shouldn't go alone.
Oh, very well, sir.
But you'll find Susie a very sympathetic and interesting companion, if you'd care to take her.
Oh, I'd be glad to, sir.
Good. When she returns to the office, I'll ask her if she's free. Perhaps if you call the office later on, then you could make all the arrangements.
All right, thank you, Mr. King.
And tomorrow morning, call me back and let me know how you made out with Francia.
I will, sir. If you say it's the way it should be done, well, that makes it okay with me.
Thank you for your confidence, Don.
I'll talk to you tomorrow then, sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Don.
Oh, goodbye, Mr. Clancy, and thanks a lot.
Oh, not at all, Lieutenant. Will he really meet her there, Mr. Keene?
I doubt it, Mike. Francia Jones does go there alone occasionally, but I'm sending him there for a different reason.
What, sir?
Perhaps he's not quite as much in love with Francia as he thinks he is. The soldier on leave sometimes puts a little too much emphasis on romance, and it's easily understandable.
I know what you mean, boss.
Francia seemed to be the first American woman he'd met since coming back from the South Pacific. Now, if he met others and talked to them, danced with them, he might find his attitude changing a bit.
Sure, and you may be right, sir.
Another thing that startled me was Susie's resemblance to Francia. Susie is much younger, of course, and not brittle and superficial like Mrs. Jones, but Susie should be a good substitute to begin with, and she might do him a lot of good. At any rate, we'll see soon enough.
Wonderful place, Don. It's so glamorous.
Yeah, I rather like it myself, sir.
Oh, it was very sweet of you to ask me to come. Do you see Francia in the crowd?
No, not yet.
Oh, perhaps she hasn't arrived. It's awfully good dance music, don't you think?
Yeah, it's a pretty good band. Oh, I'm sorry. Would you like to dance, Susan?
Oh, I'd love to.
There's no point to just sitting here watching the people come in, is there?
No.
Oh, Susie, I'm sorry. That wasn't a very tactful thing to say.
Well, that's quite all right. I understand, Don. Well?
Huh? Oh, the dance. Well, sure. Let's go, huh?
I love this song.
So do I. Hey, you're a swell dancer, Susie.
So are you.
And, well, I guess I should have said this a long time ago. You look very pretty in that glittery blue dress.
It's never too late to say that. Thanks.
You know, somehow I feel a little more relaxed right now than I have in days.
It's the atmosphere and the music.
No, I'd say it was more...
More what?
More you.
Well, what was that step you were doing before? Let's try it again, huh?
All right. Oh, do you know how long it's been since I had lobster thermidor?
I guess they don't serve a dinner like this out in the South Pacific.
K-rations are a banquet out there.
You know, we think we know what you soldiers go through, but we really don't here at home.
Oh, we're not kicking. We've got a job to do, and we do it, that's all. Where'd you get that ring, Susie?
Oh, it's a graduation ring.
Oh, I know that, but I mean, what school?
Oh, you wouldn't know it. It's a small college out west.
Oh. Do you have any folks here in New York?
No, I live alone.
Oh, that must be tough.
Not really. I read a lot and go to concerts.
Do you like concerts?
Oh, I'm crazy about them. But let's talk about Francia. I know you'd prefer that.
Well, I remember discussing music with her. She wasn't very interested, I guess. Susie, who's your favorite composer?
Bach.
It's mine, too.
Well, strangely enough, I also like Gershwin.
Well, so do I.
Well, tell me some more about Fran. She must be charming.
Wow, she's very beautiful. She speaks like, well, you know, like an actress.
With distinction?
Yeah, that's it. You know, Susie, you have that quality, too. In a different way. A way I like.
Is she a good dancer, too?
Very good. And that reminds me, so are you. How about another dance?
Love it.
Let's go.
Well, I'm having a wonderful time. Are you?
I'll say I am. Boy, this is one of the things we missed so much out on the islands. And boy, oh boy, am I going to make up for lost time.
No sign of Francia yet?
I don't see her. Look, here's a new step I picked up, Susie. I think you'll like it. I guess the orchestra's taking a rest.
Oh, I wish they wouldn't.
Just when I was, well, getting used to holding you in my arms, too. Susie, you're...
Well, what's the matter, Don?
What? Look, there's Fran sitting at that table over there with a man.
Oh, will you go on over and speak to her, and I'll...
No, Susie. No, you're my date for tonight. Besides, I'll just say hello to be polite. Come on. Good evening, Fran.
Don, how are you?
Fine, thanks. Oh, this is Miss Hargrave.
How do you do?
How do you do?
This is my husband, Don. Everett, I want you to meet Lieutenant Lanson and Miss Hargrave.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you, Mr. Jones. Well, Fran, it was nice seeing you again.
And you.
Glad to have met you, Lieutenant. I'm glad to have met you, sir.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Have fun.
Married, and she never even...
Do you want to leave, Don?
Leave? My gosh, no, I'm having the time of my life. I guess I just never saw her before this way.
Fran?
Mm-hmm. And Susie, I don't even care. I'm not kidding now. I'm glad it turned out this way.
And I'm glad for you, Don.
Susie, you and I are going to have an evening. We'll do the town and just talk and talk until the crack of dawn. How about it?
Anything you say, Don.
Maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like I'm on wings. Oh, boy, what a break I got, Susie, when I met you.
Oh, dear, if I keep making these mistakes.
Good morning, Susie.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Keene. Oh, excuse me, sir.
You look tired.
I'm afraid we were out very late last night, Mr. Keene.
Did you have a good time?
We had a wonderful time. We met Francia Jones and her husband.
At the nightclub?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Well, that was something I didn't really count on.
Oh, but it was quite all right. In fact, it didn't mean a thing to Don. He was really happy to put an end to it all.
Is that so?
I know he wasn't in love with Francia. In fact, I'm sure of it now.
You are? Why, Susie?
Well, I think he's in love with me, sir.
That's something else I didn't expect.
And I'm in love with him, Mr. Keene. Terribly in love. It frightens me a little.
Why should it frighten you?
Well, I just can't make up my mind about him. Could such love be real? A man who changes so quickly, would he change that way about me, too?
I doubt it, Susie. And I'll tell you why. Love isn't something to be reckoned with in regard to time or place. It just happens, that's all. And when it's genuine, you know it. Of such things, romance is made, Susie.
Mr. Keene's office.
Susie?
Don.
How are you, darling?
Oh, just fine, dear. Well, do you want to speak to Mr. Keene? He's here.
Mm-hmm. Before I do, darling, remember our dinner date tonight.
I will. Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello, Don.
Hello, Mr. Keene. I suppose Susie told you about last night.
Yes, she did. But you mustn't judge Francia too harshly, Don.
Oh, I'm not, sir.
At first I thought that they might be taking advantage of you in some way. That's why I didn't tell you everything at first. But I think it's pretty obvious now that that wasn't the case.
Well, sir, that isn't very important to me right now. You've been wonderful. And in return, I think I ought to give you fair warning, sir.
Warning of what?
Well, after the war, when I come back, you're going to lose a darn good office assistant.
Well, when that time comes, perhaps we can effect a compromise. Beneficial to both sides.
All right, sir, okay with me.
And as far as Francia is concerned, this we must say for her, Don. She made a mistake and corrected it.
Which was all the luck in the world for me.
Do wartime changes make your dentifrice taste different nowadays? Why not change to Colonos, the toothpaste that really tastes keen? You'll find its delicious minty flavor, its tangy, refreshing taste, chases morning mouth in a hurry. Yes, there's a zip and a tingle to Colonos that leaves your mouth fresh and cool as the sea breeze. And while Colonos makes your mouth feel bright, it helps make your smile look its best. Just wait until you see how spick and span Colonos helps get your teeth. They look their loveliest because Colonos was specifically designed to help give your teeth the highest possible polish safely. You can get Colonos in any drugstore. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at the same time over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the hidden motive. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at the same time over this network tomorrow night.
Housewives, here's a fast, sure way to keep your home free of stinging, germ-carrying flies and mosquitoes. Use Black Flag insect spray. One touch and pests are doomed. Every batch is bug-tested for sure death. For offensive pests like ants and roaches, get Black Flag powder. Both on sale at leading stores anywhere. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of the Rushville Murder. This program is brought to you by the makers of Anison, the remarkable tablets that bring incredibly fast and effective relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, and neuralgia. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anison tablets from their own dentist or physician. Perhaps you, too, have been introduced to Anison this way. Then you know how effective Anison is. If not, try it yourself. Whenever you want incredibly fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, you'll be delighted with the results. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Just ask for Anison at any drug counter. It's spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Anison. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the Rushville murder. Our scene opens in the home of Dr. Prentice, a well-known physician and psychiatrist who resides in the small New Jersey community of Rushville. The doctor's daughter, a tall, lovely young girl, is just reaching for the telephone, which has been ringing insistently, as if aware of the urgency of this particular call.
Hello?
Laura, this is Dad.
Oh, where are you, Father?
At the hospital, but I'm coming right home, Laura. After I hang up, be sure to shut and bolt all the doors and windows.
Why, what's happened, Dad?
One of my patients has just escaped from the hospital. She's a homicidal maniac, Laura, and extremely dangerous.
Father, there was something I wanted to tell you.
Later, my dear. Right now, you do as I ask. This insane patient of mine is under the delusion that I'm her enemy, and she may head for the house immediately. I've already informed the police.
All right, Father.
And don't let anyone inside the house. I'll be home in 20 minutes. Goodbye, Laura.
Goodbye. There. I've shut and locked all the windows. Who's there? Oh, no. No, you're not going to... No. No, don't touch me. Put down that knife. No!
My daughter was found by the police 5 minutes after I had phoned her, Mr. Keene. She'd been stabbed to death with a kitchen knife.
Tell me, were all the windows and doors in your home locked as you had asked, Dr. Prentice?
No, Mr. Keene. The windows were shut, but apparently Laura never had time to lock the back door that leads to the kitchen before Natalie Craven, the insane patient, reached the house.
Saints preserve us.
Well, Dr. Prentice, your insane patient seemed to head for your home immediately after escaping from the hospital.
Yes.
That's a little odd in itself.
But I told you how this patient felt about me, Mr. Keene. I'd treated her for a mental disorder for 2 years, but she developed a fixation about me and began to feel that I was her mortal enemy.
Well, you were devoting your time to bring her back to sanity.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
But what I meant, Dr. Prentice, was this. You were in the hospital at the time of the insane woman's escape. Now, if she wanted to murder you, why didn't she attack you after you left the building? Why did she come to your home instead and attack your daughter?
The mind of a psychotic reacts in odd ways, Mr. Keene. This woman, Nettie Craven, may have thought I'd left the hospital. Then, finding I wasn't at home, she must have attacked my daughter, Laura, to revenge herself on me.
Oh, I see what you mean, Doctor.
Since the death of my wife, Mr. Keene, there have been only 2 things in my life. My work and my daughter, Laura. Laura is gone now. But I still have my work. And I intend to carry on.
Naturally.
I don't want Nettie Craven punished for the crime. She's completely insane. But she must be caught and returned to the hospital before she claims another victim.
You, for instance, Dr. Prentice?
Oh, I wasn't thinking of myself. I'm thinking of others. That's why I've come to you, Mr. Keene. The police are on the case, of course. And if an investigator of your ability also enters it and works along with them, the woman will be captured all the sooner.
I intend to do everything I can, Dr. Prentice.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Keene. Needless to say, you'll be doing a great public service.
Yeah, but we're also thinking about you, Dr. Prentice.
Oh, please don't worry about me, Mr. Clancy.
Well, if you don't mind, I'd like to do a little prescribing in this particular case, Dr. Prentice. Where is your home?
In New Jersey, a town called Rushville.
Well, Rushville is just across the river.
That's right, Mr. Clancy.
Dr. Prentice, I'd like to exchange house keys with you. I'd like you to stay in my apartment until this case is over. And Mike and I will stay in your house.
But my work, Mr. Keene, my practice.
Well, it'll be better for you to miss a few days' work now, Doc, than to end up with no work at all.
You mean you think Nettie Craven will try to make me her next victim?
If this insane woman killed your daughter, yes. I insist that you take these precautions, Doctor.
Well, in that case, I'll do as you ask, Mr. Keene.
Fine.
And be careful yourself. I needn't remind you that a homicidal case like Nettie's is most dangerous.
Oh, I'm aware of that, Dr. Prentice.
There's just one thing I'd like to add, Mr. Keene. If a young man named John Digby calls, try to break the news of Laura's murder as gently as possible. John is Laura's husband.
Her husband, eh? Was he living in your home, too, Doctor?
No. As a matter of fact, my daughter Laura had just come back to my house the day before. She and John were married only a month ago. They had a childish quarrel.
I see.
Oh, it was nothing at all, Mr. Keene. John's a fine boy, and I was certain I could have patched things up between them.
You tried to notify him of Laura's death, didn't you, Dr. Prentice?
Yes, but I couldn't reach him anywhere.
Very well, Dr. Prentice. You can proceed to my home immediately. I'll notify the hospital you won't be available for a few days. Meanwhile, Mike and I will bend every effort to put our hands on this Rushville murderer before another victim is added to the list.
Well, the light switch must be on this wall here, Mr. Keene, sir. Oh, here it is.
Well, Dr. Prentice seems to have a very comfortable home, Mike.
Well, sure, and it's too bad he lost his daughter. It's pretty tough for a man to go through something like that, Mr. Keene.
Yes, but he still has his work, and he's one of the best in the profession. If we can...
Boss, just a minute. I thought I heard someone moving around the next room.
You're right, Mike. There's someone here. Open that door.
I'd better have my gun handy, just in case.
Who are you?
Stand where you are, mister. Don't move.
What are you, thieves?
No, young man. We happen to be working with the police.
The police?
What are you doing here in Dr. Prentice's home?
Come to talk to my wife.
His wife? This must be young John Digby, boss. Laura's husband.
How did you know my name?
Your father-in-law, Dr. Prentice, told us about you, John. My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy. May I ask how you got into this house?
Why, there was a kitchen window open. I didn't want to ring the front doorbell because I thought that Laura wouldn't let me in. We'd quarreled like a couple of silly kids, and she'd left me. I've come back to apologize to her.
Saints preserve us, but he hasn't even heard.
Heard what?
Sit down, John.
What is it? Why are you both looking at me like that?
Where have you been for the past 2 days?
I was so miserable after our quarrel. I went to a little town near Philadelphia.
That explains why you didn't learn of the tragedy.
What tragedy?
It's going to be a shock, John, so prepare yourself. Your wife, Laura, was murdered.
Laura murdered?
By a maniac.
No, I don't believe it.
It's true, and I'm sorry. One of your father-in-law's patients, an insane woman, escaped from the hospital, and they think she attacked your wife.
I should never have let Laura leave our apartment. It's all my fault, Mr. Keene.
Sometimes fate works out things in her own peculiar way, John.
And you think it was that maniac who killed Laura?
Well, that's the general opinion.
Well, it isn't my opinion.
What do you mean, John?
Mr. Keene, a few days ago, Laura was troubled by something important she wanted to tell her father. She started to tell me about it when I got home. But I interrupted her, and that's when we had our quarrel.
You don't know what it was that worried your wife?
I can guess. We fought because I was jealous, Mr. Keene. Jealous of a man named Arthur Halliday.
And who is he, John?
He used to be a medical student at the university in town. Dr. Prentice is a member of the examining board in that university. The board that passes on a student's character before he's permitted to graduate as a doctor.
Yes, go on.
Halliday drank a lot, gambled. The examining board found out and dismissed him from the medical school. They decided he was too weak to accept the responsibility a doctor must take.
You say you were jealous of this Arthur Halliday?
Yes, Mr. Keene. He used to see a lot of Laura before we were married. The other day, I saw them together on the street. She never told me she was seeing him. Now it's beginning to be clear to me. Halliday was probably trying to use Laura's influence with her father to have himself reinstated at the medical school. She refused, and he made a threat. That's what she wanted to tell her father, Dr. Prentice, about.
Well, you don't mind my saying so, John. You're taking a lot for granted.
But it is worthwhile looking into, isn't it, Mr. Keene? If I ever find out that Arthur Halliday was responsible for Laura's death, I'll...
Why, you look a little pale, young fella.
News is too much of a shock for him, Mike. Would you like to lie down inside for a while, John?
Yes, sir. I think I'd better. I'll be all right, Mr. Keene. I just want to be alone for a few minutes.
I'll answer that, Mike.
Is Dr. Prentice in, please?
No, not at the moment.
My name is Maud Craven.
Craven? Mr. Keene, she must be related to that insane patient who escaped.
She's my sister, sir.
Come in, Miss Craven. My name is Keene. I happen to be looking for your sister.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Oh, you won't put Nettie in prison, will you, sir? She doesn't realize what she's doing.
All I want is to return her to the hospital where she belongs.
I know they're looking for Nettie. They think she murdered the doctor's daughter, Laura. I came here to tell Dr. Prentice how unhappy it made me when I heard about what happened.
Do you know where your sister may have hidden, Miss Craven?
If I did, Mr. Keene, I'd call the hospital. I know how dangerous Nettie is. I don't want to give her the chance to do to someone else what she did to poor Miss Laura.
Excuse me for a moment, please. Hello?
Dr. Prentice?
He's not in at the moment. Who's calling, please?
Arthur Halliday. When will I be able to reach him?
Why, very shortly. Is it important?
I'll say it's important. To me, anyway. Who is this?
A friend of the doctor's.
Well, you can give him this message. He's kicked me around long enough. Because of him, I can't get into a medical school in the country. And if he doesn't stop hounding me, I'll square accounts.
Hello? Hello?
Who was that, Mr. Keene?
That was Arthur Halliday, Mike. The young medical student John Digby told us about. I wish I could have gotten his address.
Well, if he was a student in the town university, they can tell you where to reach him, Mr. Keene. If you want me to, I'll...
What is it, Miss Craven?
The window.
Saints preserve us. There's someone outside, boss.
Yes, she's staring in the window.
Look at that face. She looks like an animal.
It's Nettie. It's my sister.
Grab her, Mike.
Mr. Keene.
Isn't she there?
There's no one in sight, sir. She's disappeared like a ghost, boss. It's too dark out here to see where she went.
She couldn't have gotten far, Mike. Something tells me she's still close by. Come on. We're going to search every inch of these grounds.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the Rushville murder. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colinos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those crevices where food particles can decay must be reached for a clean mouth, welcome breath. Colinos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of cleansing bubbles to help dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and decay. Colinost is dentist recommended. Cleans teeth bright, keeps breath right. And listen. Now save 31 cents on Colinost toothpaste in the new giant economy size. Go to your dealers today. Take advantage of this great bargain. Save 31 cents on new giant economy size Colinos. Get Colinos toothpaste today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the Rushville murder. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of Laura Digby, the married daughter of a well-known physician, Dr. Prentice, who's attached to a hospital for the insane. One of the patients, an insane woman named Nettie Craven, escaped from the hospital, and she's the one who is under suspicion for the crime. Now, Mike and Mr. Keene have just seen Nettie's face peering in through a window of Dr. Prentice's home. And as they search the grounds for her...
She was standing right over here, Mr. Keene, near this window.
Yes, she was, Mike, but I don't see any footprints.
It's starting to snow, boss.
Well, we better go back inside the house. Maybe Nettie Craven managed to slip away after all. Mike.
Yes, boss.
Come over here for a moment. Look at this.
Why, it's a pair of doors leading right into the ground.
No, it doesn't lead into the ground, Mike. It probably leads into the cellar of the house. Some of these old-fashioned houses have cellars built this way. See if you can open it, Mike.
Well, I'll try. No, it won't budge, Mr. Keene.
Nettie must have bolted it on the inside.
You think she's hiding in there?
Yes. By now, she must be somewhere inside the house, Mike. Here, let me have your handcuffs.
Here you are, Mr. Keene.
We'll put these handcuffs through the rings on the cellar doors. Lock them from the outside. There we are, Mike. Now, she won't be able to get out the way she came in. Now, let's go back inside the house and find her.
find my sister Nettie?
Not yet, Miss Craven. We think she's got inside the house through the cellar.
She's in here?
Why, you're not afraid of your sister, are you?
I don't know, Mr. Keene. I used to be able to reason with Nettie, but lately she's been so violent.
Well, you better stay right here in the living room while we make a search, Miss Craven. First, Mike, we'll phone the police in the hospital and tell them to send help.
Well, here's the telephone, boss. It's funny.
What's the trouble, Mike?
Well, it sounds like the phone is dead.
Just a minute. Let's see where the phone wire runs to. Goes to this wall, then runs along the woodwork to the window. Open up the window, Mike.
Well, Mr. King, the phone wire has been pulled right out of the outside wall.
Mike, this window faces the side of the house where we saw Nettie Craven.
Well, then Nettie Craven must have pulled the phone wire out just before she went through the cellar doors, Mr. Keene.
There's a car coming down the driveway, Mike.
Yeah, but he's not coming all the way, boss. He's stopping on top of that small hill where the driveway goes up and turns out to the main road.
That's peculiar.
Now he's put his headlights out.
Well, Mike, search this house. See if you can find Nettie Craven. But be careful.
I will, Mr. Keene.
And get hold of John Digby to help you. I'm going outside again and see what our latest visitor is up to. Who's there?
Who are you? My name is Halliday.
Arthur Halliday, the medical student?
The ex-medical student. If it wasn't for Dr. Prentice, I might have been practicing now.
If your character had been what it should have, Dr. Prentice and the school board wouldn't have stood in your way.
You must be the man I talked to on the phone a few minutes ago.
That's right. My name is Keene.
Get out of my way. It's Prentice I want to see.
Now, just a moment. Do you happen to know that Dr. Prentice's daughter, Laura, has been murdered?
Laura? Murdered?
You didn't read about it in the papers?
I just got back from New Orleans. I tried to get into another medical school down there, but they wouldn't have me. That's Dr. Prentice's fault, too.
When a man has a bad reputation, it travels fast, Halliday.
I'm not asking you for your opinion, Keene. I asked Laura to help me, but she wouldn't. So I decided to take matters into my own hands. Now get out of my way before I shoot.
I had a feeling you were rather stealthy about your movements. Parking your car up there on the hill and sneaking down Dr. Prentice's driveway in the dark. That gun you have seems to bear me out.
I'm going to get square, see? Prentice is my enemy, and if it's the last thing I
Look out behind you, Halliday.
Don't try and trick me.
Your car, it's running wild.
What?
Jump, Halliday. Put him over here on this couch, Mike.
There. Easy now.
His car rolled down the hill and smashed into the house after hitting Halliday. I don't think he's seriously injured, just stunned. I managed to push him partly out of the way.
Well, Mr. Keene, how could a man be dumb enough to park a car on a hill with his handbrake off?
The brake was on when I left it.
Did you hear what he said, boss?
Yes, Mike. That means someone deliberately released that handbrake, hoping the car would roll down and kill the two of us. Where are John Digby and Maud Craven?
Here I am, Mr. Keene. Oh, what's happened?
This man's been hurt, Miss Craven. Where have you been?
I heard a noise upstairs, and I went up to investigate. I hoped that I might be able to reason with my sister Nettie and save you trouble, Mr. Keene.
You haven't left this house?
No, Mr. Keene.
Where's John Digby, Mike?
Well, he wasn't in that bedroom where he went to lie down, boss. So I started to search the house by myself, and just as I started down into the cellar, I heard the car crash, and I ran up. Saints preserve us. What was that?
Mr. Keene, it sounded like my sister Nettie.
Sounds like an insane person, all right.
Enough to chill you to the marrow. Just listen to her.
It's coming from the cellar, Mike. Come on, let's get down there immediately.
Mr. Keene, stay where you are. For heaven's sake, don't move.
It's John Digby, boss.
Nettie Craven standing behind him, Mike, with an axe in her hands.
Yes, I'm Nettie Craven. Don't move, either of you.
Do as she says, Mr. Keene, or she'll bury that axe in the back of my head.
Nettie, why do you want to harm John Digby?
Who are you?
I'm a friend of yours, Nettie.
Are you?
Won't you put that axe down so we can talk?
I can talk with the axe in my hand. Where's Dr. Prentice?
He's not here, Nettie.
That's all they ever do is lie to me. Where is he?
I told you, Dr. Prentice is not here.
Tell him his patient's here. Tell him the most beautiful patient he ever had is waiting for him.
She's as mad as a hatter, Mr. Keene.
Mad, am I? I'll show you who's mad!
Nettie, wait. I think you're very clever, Nettie.
Now, there's a man with sense.
How long have you been hiding here in Dr. Prentice's house?
None of your business.
Do you know that it's snowing very hard outside?
Snowing? Wasn't snowing when I came in?
Oh, you'll need rubbers when you go home, or you'll catch a cold.
Yes, I will.
Wouldn't you like us to take you home in a car?
A big car?
A very big one. Where do you want us to take you?
I want to see Dr. Prentice.
Why?
I don't know. I had a reason. I forget it now.
Nettie, do you want that ride?
In the car?
Yes.
Yes, I'd love it.
Then put the axe down.
She's dropped the axe. Grab her,
Let
grab
me
her.
handle this, John. Nettie, did you kill Dr. Prentice's daughter, Laura?
I never killed anyone.
But you once threatened Dr. Prentice, didn't you?
Nettie? Nettie, what are you doing down there?
Maud! It's my sister, Maud.
Oh, thank heaven you found her, Mr. Keene. Is everything all right?
Yes, Miss Craven. Mike, you have an extra pair of handcuffs, haven't you?
Oh, you're not going to handcuff my sister Nettie, are you?
No, I believe I can handle Nettie with a little psychology. We're going to handcuff you, Maud Craven.
Me?
Put them on her, Mike.
What for?
The murder of Laura Digby.
Oh, it's a lie!
A few moments ago, you told me you never left that living room, Maud Craven. Yet your shoes were wet, and I saw snowflakes in your hair. You were outside the house, and you released the handbrake on Arthur Halliday's car.
It was Nettie. She did it.
No, Maud. I know that your sister Nettie has been inside since it started snowing, because her shoes are dry. The one who released that car brake and tried to kill Halliday and me was the one who murdered Dr. Prentice's daughter, Laura.
You can't prove I did that.
No? Well, we'll see. There are fingerprints on that brake handle, no doubt. And I have a hunch they'll match with yours.
But I was wearing gloves.
Yes, of course you were. However, that admission is all I needed.
Oh, you tricked me. You tricked me, Mr. Keene, just now the way Dr. Prentice did.
How did he trick you?
I thought he was in love with me, but he was only leading me on.
I knew you fell for him, Maud. I knew it all the time. You used to be there when he came to see me at the hospital, to talk to me. I could see it in your eyes. But he didn't fall for you.
That's right, Nettie. Stand up for him. One of the reasons I wanted to get rid of him was because of you. Don't you see, Nettie? Dr. Prentice was the one who said you were insane. He put you in that hospital. You know you hated him.
Mr. Keene, look at Maud Craven's eyes. She looks as crazy as her sister Nettie.
Yes, I know, John. It appears that both sisters are hopelessly insane.
You fool, you idiots. If you try to turn me in, you'll get what Laura got.
So that's why you murdered Laura. She must have found out about your mental condition and was going to tell her father.
Yes. That must have been why Laura was worried, Mr. Keene.
Exactly, John. Your wife, Laura, found out that Maud Craven was as insane as her sister. But before she could inform the doctor, Maud entered the house and killed her.
Is Maud coming with us now?
Yes, Nettie, she's coming with you. And she's going to stay with you in the mental hospital. Mark, I think we can take both of them away and consider the case of the Rushville murder as closed.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of the Rushville murder. next time you're suffering from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Klee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of murder on the sightseeing bus. Ever suffer heartburn or upset stomach from acid indigestion? Safe new Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling. Give longer-lasting relief than baking soda. Yes, hours of relief. Bicidol mints not only neutralize, but actually carry away excess stomach acids. Soothe irritated stomach lining. Let you sleep all night long when acid indigestion strikes. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief, anywhere, anytime. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos and many other dependable, high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let's go inside.
Right, boss. Through here, you say?
Yes, Mr. Clancy.
Well, there she is, boss. Lying on the floor with a knife in her throat.
Yes. Nita Holland was probably sitting in that overturned chair, Mike, when she was attacked. Let's have a look at those teacups on the table. We better not touch them, however. There may be fingerprints on the china.
Well, it looks as though the lady was reading tea leaves when she was murdered, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike. I'd say there was a pretty good chance that the killer was having the future forecast by Mrs. Holland. Mike, look inside this cup.
Oh, the tea leaves are still inside, boss.
Now look inside the other cup. The one that may have been used by the killer.
Well, sure, and there are tea leaves in that one, too, sir.
Along with something else.
You mean them little black things?
Yes. Cloves, Mike. Judging the odor.
Cloves? Well, now, what would cloves be doing inside a teacup?
Well, a murderer evidently has an odd taste for the flavor of cloves in his tea. That might mean the difference between his escape and the electric chair.
Well, I don't see anything else in the room that might be used as a clue, Mr. Keene.
Let's find out where that door leads to.
Right, there's a staircase going up to the second floor.
Evidently leads to that apartment Jack Holland mentioned. Let's go up and see what it looks like.
This fella's story don't gel all the way through, if you ask me, boss. Sure, he's more worried about himself than he is about finding his wife's murderer.
And he knows he's in a bad spot, Mike.
Here's another door, boss.
This must be the apartment where Anita Holland used to live.
Looks as though it's only used as a storeroom now. Look at all them tables and chairs piled up over there. And the waitresses' uniforms.
Mike, I've just noticed something else. There's a woman's purse on that bureau. Open that closet door in the corner.
Yes, sir. Well, we got company.
Come out of that closet, young lady.
I haven't done anything. I've only taken what belongs to me.
Who are you?
My name is Nancy Webb. I work downstairs in the tea room as a waitress. I came back to get my uniform. That's all. They belong to me.
Nancy Webb. Mr. Keene, this must be the girl Mrs. Holland was jealous of.
Yes, Mike, she is.
Mr. Keene? You're Mr. Keene, the great investigator?
Why were you hiding in that closet just now?
I was afraid someone would think I was trying to rob the tea room. But I swear I've told you the truth. I'm not a thief. Mrs. Holland will vouch for that much.
Mrs. Holland is dead, Nancy.
Dead?
You didn't know that?
How could I know it, Mr. Keene?
How did you get into this apartment? Through the tea room?
What? No, sir. I came in the back way.
Mr. Keene, the police are downstairs. Nancy.
Jack, how could you?
How could I what?
No matter how you loved me, you shouldn't have killed her.
What's she talking about, Mr. Keene?
Nancy Webb is apparently accusing you, Jack, of murdering your wife.
Jack, you should have known they'd catch you.
Well, she's out of her mind, Mr. Keene. She doesn't know what she's saying.
We'll find out in very short order. Meanwhile, we go downstairs and see the police. I may as well tell you now, Jack, that you are under strong suspicion of having murdered your wife.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the tea leaf murder case. Meanwhile, it's a sensational medical achievement. It's Krypton, Kriptin, the antihistamine wonder drug that, taken at the start, can kill a cold. Kill it the way no previous cold tablet, no aspirin, quinine, or chest rub could ever do. In tests at the United States Naval Hospital, Great Lakes, Illinois, Krypton was preferred by patients over all other formulas tested. For spectacular results, take Krypton at the first sign of a cold. Today at your druggist, get Krypton. Handy pocket size, only 29 cents for 10 tablets. 50 tablets, 98 cents. Less than 2 cents a tablet. Now back to Mr. Keene and the tea leaf murder case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of Anita Holland, who was stabbed to death in her tea room. Mr. Keene believes that the victim was forecasting the future by means of tea leaves when the killer struck. One of the clues discovered consists of several clothes the murderer had evidently added to his teacup. While Mr. Keene and Mike were examining the scene of the crime, Jack Holland, the victim's young husband, was accused of the murder by Nancy Webb, a pretty waitress, and Holland is being held under suspicion by the police. And now, several hours later, in the office which Mr. Keene shares with Mike Clancy.
You remember me, Mr. Keene? Yes, of course. You're Paul Stevens, the manager of Anita Holland's tea room. That's right, sir. You've met my partner, Mike Clancy?
Oh, sure. We met in the tea room a while ago.
Yes. What can I do for you, Mr. Stevens?
Mr. Keene, perhaps I'm speaking out of turn now, but I don't believe Jack Holland killed his wife.
Well, he hasn't been indicted yet.
No, but I understand he's being held by the police on suspicion.
That's right, Mr. Stevens.
Well, I spoke to the court authorities before I came here and asked if I could get Jack Holland released on bail.
And what did they tell you?
They said that Jack had to have someone vouch for him, someone of importance who would guarantee that he wouldn't try to escape or leave the country. And that's why I've come to you, sir. I'm willing to put up the bail if you'll stand behind Jack as a guarantee.
Mr. Stevens, are you a very close friend of Jack Holland's?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Then why are you going to all this trouble in his behalf?
It isn't much trouble, Mr. Keene. Actually, I don't have to put up the cash for the bail. A bonding house will do it for me. And I'm as much a believer in justice, sir, as you are.
But I suspect there's still another reason for your interest.
Well, I suppose it'll come out sooner or later, so I may as well tell you all about it now. Mr. Keene, I'm being blackmailed.
By whom?
Nancy Webb, the waitress who used to work at Anita Holland's tea room.
Why is she blackmailing you, Mr. Stevens?
Mr. Keene, she's accusing me of having had something to do with Anita Holland's murder. She's trying to say I was in love with Anita and may have killed her for marrying Jack.
Is any part of that true?
No, of course not. But Nancy can make things embarrassing for me unless I have Jack Holland's help.
But how can Jack help you?
Jack knows that Anita Holland had asked me to marry her long before she married Jack, and I turned her down. That ought to prove to anyone that I'm innocent.
In other words, you want Jack to testify to that?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
I see. Well, Mr. Stevens, do you happen to know where Nancy Webb, the waitress, is now?
She ordered me to meet her at the tea room at 10 tonight. with $10,000 in cash.
$10,000? That's blackmail, all right.
Even if I wanted to give it to him, Mr. Clancy, I don't have that kind of money. But if Jack Holland is released and he knows I've been working on his behalf, he'll repay me by exposing Nancy Webb and her lies.
Well, I'll do what I can to help you, Mr. Stevens. But I can't promise you anything.
Well, the police will accept your word for it if you tell them that Jack won't try to run away, Mr. Keene.
I'll get in touch with the police and let you know.
Thank you, sir. Needless to say, I'm putting all my cards on the table by telling you about Nancy Webb's accusation.
I appreciate that, Mr. Stevens.
Well, thanks again, Mr. Keene. Goodbye, sir. Mr. Clancy.
Goodbye.
So long. Mr. Keene, this is one time you got me searching my brains for an answer, sir.
An answer to what, Mike?
Why didn't you tell this fella Stevens that you'd already had young Jack Holland released from jail? You talked to the police over the telephone 10 minutes before Stevens walked in here.
Well, Mike, I had Jack Holland released for my own reasons. But I just assumed Paul Stevens and this girl Nancy Webb didn't know about it. Do you remember that invisible microphone I perfected some months ago?
The one the size of a thimble that you can slip inside your vest pocket?
Yes, I want you to set up that microphone under a certain table in Mrs. Holland's tea room and arrange the lines so we can listen in on conversations from inside the cloakroom. You think you can manage it?
You just give me 1 hour alone in that tea room, boss, and I'll connect up the microphone so nobody will know it's there.
We'll get a key to the tea room from Jack Holland. He's waiting for us now in his apartment. I intend to go there and issue a few instructions to him, Mike. Instructions that may break this case and permit us to put our hands on Anita Holland's killer.
Here's the tea room key, Mr. Clancy.
Okay, Jack, young fella.
It's 7 o'clock, Mike. You have time to get inside the tea room and follow my instructions.
I'm on my way, sir.
Meet me in front of the tea room at 10:15, Mike.
Okay, boss. 10:15 sharp.
Mr. Keene, I can't tell you how grateful I am that you've had me released from jail.
You still have to prove yourself innocent, Jack.
I'll do anything you say, sir.
First of all, is it true that your wife was in love with her tea room manager, Paul Stevens, before your marriage?
Yes. She told me that herself, Mr. Keene. But, well, I suppose Paul Stevens preferred to stay single, although he and Anita remained the best of friends.
And he was telling the truth. And that disposes of one possible motive for murder. Now, what about you and the waitress, Nancy Webb?
Well, for some reason, Nancy became infatuated with me, Mr. Keene, but I never encouraged her. I tried to keep it quiet so Anita, my wife, wouldn't be upset, but she found out.
Your wife fired Nancy from her job, didn't she?
Yes, Mr. Keene, the day before Anita was murdered.
Well, you're going to rehire Nancy tonight.
Rehire her tonight?
At least temporarily. Now listen to what I have to say, because it's very important. Nancy Webb is going to meet Paul Stevens in the tea room at 10. I want you to be there, too.
Very well, Mr. Keene.
She'll undoubtedly start to blackmail Stevens.
Nancy will blackmail Paul Stevens?
Yes. And if he gets excited, you must be there to quiet things down. You ask Nancy to serve tea for all three of you. You'll all sit at the second table from the rear on the left side. Is that clear?
I think so, sir. But what about you?
I'll appear in due time, Jack, along with Mike Clancy. There's still several things about this case that puzzle me greatly. But perhaps I'll have the answers this evening. Have I kept you waiting long, Mike?
Oh, no, sir. I've been across the street. Well, Mr. Keene, I attached that invisible microphone. From the cloakroom, we can listen in on everything that goes on at that second table from the rear.
That's fine, Mike. All three of them should be inside the tea room by now. So we let ourselves in very quietly.
Cloakroom's over here, Mr. Keene. Here's the speaker on this chair, boss. It's attached by wire to the small microphone inside of the table.
Turn it on, Mike. Let's see if we can hear what they're saying.
You'll either get hold of that money for me, Paul Stevens, or I'll turn you into the police.
If you think I'm going to stand for this blackmail, you're crazy, Nancy. I've got Jack Holland here to prove I was never in love with his wife. Am I right, Jack?
You're making a big mistake, Nancy.
Oh, am I, Jack? Well, we'll see. Paul Stevens, you murdered Jack's wife because she turned you down and married him.
Shut it off, Mike. Right, boss. Come on. It's time we made our first move. We'll join them at that table.
I'm giving you one more chance, Paul, until tomorrow morning. If you don't come across with the money by then, I'm heading for the police.
We'll escort you there now, Miss Webb.
Mr. King.
I told you, Mr. Keene, she's a blackmailer.
She's more than that, Mr. Stevens. She may be a murderess, too.
What?
You know too much about Anita Holland and her affairs to suit me, Nancy Webb. And I'm turning you in on suspicions.
You've got no proof, Mr. King.
Of murder? No, not yet. But I do have proof of blackmail. Take her away, Mike.
Let's go, young lady.
It's a frame-up. You can't do this to me. It's a frame-up. That's what it is.
Well, you arrived at just the right time, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mr. Stevens. You seem to have had a few violent moments with Nancy Webb.
Well, Jack here calmed her down for a while. He even got her to serve us all some tea and talk things over calmly. But she started to get hysterical when she found out I wouldn't fall for her blackmail threats.
I feel so relieved that it's all in the open.
Well, I've got to hurry and accompany Mike to the police station with Nancy Webb. I'll call you both in the morning.
All right, Mr. Keene, and thank you for your help.
Good night, Mr. Keene.
Good night. Mike, you inside the cloakroom?
Right here, boss.
You released Nancy Webb?
Sure. I took her outside and told her to go on her way. For she's lucky we didn't haul her in for blackmail.
Right now, we've got bigger fish to fry. Mike, turn on that speaker again. Let's listen in through our invisible microphone to what Jack and Paul Stevens are saying.
Well, I'm going back to my apartment, Paul.
Just a minute, Jack. There's a little business you and I have to attend to.
Business? What kind of business?
Do you happen to know how close to the electric chair you are?
What?
One word from me, and I can slap you right back in jail for good. They haven't got enough to convict Nancy.
What is this, Paul? What do you...
Now, listen to me. I'm willing to give you a break if you cooperate. Your wife, Anita, owned negotiable bonds, $100,000 worth. Where are they?
Boss, did you hear that?
Quiet, Mike.
I don't know anything about any
Don't
dogs.
hand me that. I used to keep Anita's books, and I know how much money she made. Most of the dough she made from this tea room in the last 10 years was salted away in bonds.
And if I did know where they are, Paul Stevens, I'd hand them over to you. Paul Stevens, I'd hand them over to you. Paul Stevens, I'd hand them over to you. Paul...
Corrected. Time the action. Only Hills offers double your money back if you don't get half-hour relief. Hills Cold Tablet.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. And now for Mr. Keene and the strange case of Charlie Lorimer. Our scene opens on a quiet country road which runs parallel to a wood. Two youngsters are on their way home after a brisk hike, and the late afternoon sun is slowly setting in the west.
Boy, I'm getting tired of walking, Tom.
Me too, Buzzy. So let's take the shortcut through the woods.
Okay. My old man says this strip of woods is a nice piece of property. Says the guy who owns it ought to clear all this brush away and build a house on it.
Well, I wouldn't want to live here.
Why not?
You know what they say.
You mean all that baloney about guys disappearing in here? Oh, that's a lot of hooey.
Well, all I gotta say is I wouldn't come here at night for $1 million.
Well, I ain't scared. Anytime you give me a dare to come through here at midnight...
Buzzy!
What's the matter?
Look, there's a man over there asleep in the brush.
Yeah.
You better not go near him. He might be some crazy tramp.
He ain't no tramp. Look at the way he's dressed.
What are you gonna do?
Maybe he's sick, Tom. Maybe... Tommy.
What?
He's dead. was up there, officer. Lying under the tree.
Yeah, what tree?
That big birch.
Well, come on, let's have a look. Now, listen, you kids. I got more to do than fool around playing games.
Fuzzy, he's gone.
Sure he's gone. You ran into some tramp who was taking a snooze, and you figured you'd make a detective story out of it.
Well, officer, he was lying right there.
Yeah, and he looked like he was dead.
Never mind. You got 2 minutes to get out of here before I haul you into jail, the both of you.
Come on, Buzzy.
Beat it now. Crazy kids.
Please sit down, Miss Larimer.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene, this is Mrs. Bender.
How do you do?
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Keene. Emmy and my father were going to be married. Charlie disappeared the day before the wedding.
You're a widow, Mrs. Bender?
Yes, sir.
When did you last see Mr. Larimer?
He came out to dinner to my house the night before last. I got a house near Trout River. That's about 50 miles from New York.
I see.
The night Charlie came out, he was feeling awful good. I cooked a wonderful dinner for him, the kind Charlie likes. I know when he likes my cooking because he always says the same thing to me.
Emmy, you're the best cook in this state.
Oh, well, did you like the peas and yams, Charlie?
I never tasted peas the way you cook 'em. Say, are they delicious?
Well, I preserved these myself this summer. I made up the idea myself of adding pepper and onions, something tasty.
Emmy, I'm a lucky man to get you for a wife. You know the value of $1.
Well, a man works hard for his money, and I feel I ain't got no right to spend it easy.
If my first wife had felt that way, I might have been a rich man by now. But I'm doing all right.
I know. Well, more preserves, Charlie?
Oh, no, thanks. I ate so much I can hardly move. I think I'll take a little walk, Emmy.
Oh, walk now?
Why not? Just through the woods and back.
Oh, it's so dark out there, Charlie.
Oh, well, I'm not afraid of the dark.
Well, you go ahead, but don't stay too long.
All right. Well, tomorrow's the big day, Emmy. You'll be Mrs. Charles Lorimer this time tomorrow night.
Oh, I know.
I'll be back inside half an hour. I'll see you later, Emmy.
Well, just be careful, Charlie, please.
And you never saw him again, Mrs. Bender?
No, Mr. King.
Miss Larimer, were the police notified about your father's disappearance?
Not yet, Mr. King. We thought we'd wait to see you first.
Well, I'll contact the state troopers in that vicinity. And then I'll get to work on the case myself.
Mr. King, do you think that something's happened to Father?
I wouldn't become too alarmed without sufficient reason. If Mr. Larimer had no enemies...
Enemies?
Do you know of anyone who might have wanted to do him harm?
Why,
Mrs. Bender, it's absolutely essential for me to get the facts. Please don't keep anything from me.
I just thought of Seth.
Seth? Who is Seth?
A farmer. He lives 2 miles from me. He sold his farm a few weeks ago and moved away.
Well, did he know Charles Larimer?
No, Mr. Keene, but he knew of him.
What do you mean?
Oh, I was supposed to marry Seth before I met Charlie.
And what happened, Mrs. Bender?
I broke off with him on account of his drinking.
Oh. Was he jealous of Mr. Larimer?
Well, a few days after Seth sold his farm and moved away, he came back. It was late in the evening, and Seth was in a nasty mood. Who's there? Who is it?
It's me, Emmy.
Seth.
Thought I'd come by and wish the bride luck.
You get out of here, Seth, before I call the troopers.
Where's the groom, Emmy?
Nobody's here but me.
Where's the groom? I'd like to lay his skull open with my stick.
Seth, you're out of your mind.
How does he like your cooking, Emmy? Does he like it just as much as me?
Maybe you would have enjoyed a little more of my cooking if you hadn't
Never mind the lectures, Emmy. Save them for your husband. Well, maybe I'll meet up with the groom before the wedding.
He's got no time for the likes of you, Seth.
You don't tell me. Well, I got time for him. Lots of time.
Seth Kinnery, if you don't hustle out of here fast, I'm calling the state troopers.
I'm going, Emmy. I'm going. Remember me to the groom and give him my best wishes. Yep, my best wishes for an early burial. So long, Emmy. Happy wedding day.
Mrs. Bender, why didn't you tell me this before?
Because Seth ain't a bad man when he don't drink, Mr. Keene, and I figured his threats really didn't mean a thing.
Do you know where Seth has moved to?
No, sir.
Well, did you ever see him again after that night?
No, Mr. Keene, he never came back.
This case seems a little more complicated than it appeared at first.
Could Seth have had anything to do with Father's disappearance, Mr. Keene?
It sounds likely enough, Miss Lorimer, but let's not jump to conclusions. Give me a little time, a few days, to make a preliminary investigation. I'll try to get results. I only hope those results aren't tragic ones.
You want to see me, mister?
You're Officer Ryan?
That's right.
Well, I'm Mike Clancy. I work with Mr. Keene. And the two of us are making an investigation here in the neighborhood for a missing man by the name of Lorimer. Mr. Keene sent me out here to make a routine report for the state police.
I see. How long has the man been gone, Mr. Clancy?
3 days. He was last known to be walking through that strip of woods near the river.
That's funny.
What is, officer?
Oh, 2 kids told me something about seeing a body lying under a tree just about that time. I went out into the woods with them, but there wasn't a trace of anybody at all.
Well, do you think maybe they were playing a practical joke?
No, I figured they might have seen some tramp asleep in the woods.
Well, where can I get in touch with these kids, officer?
I'll give you their addresses. They both live in Trout River.
Oh, thanks a lot.
Meanwhile, you can give me this man Lorimer's description, and we can send out an alarm.
We certainly appreciate your cooperation, Officer Ryan.
We may be small-towners out here, Mr. Clancy, but we've heard of Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and we're glad to work with him anytime.
Well, I got in touch with the kids' folks, Mr. Keene. Both boys will meet us at the edge of the woods right after school.
Good, Mike.
I guess you're planning on returning to that spot in the woods where they saw this fella under a tree?
I'm planning on going over those woods, Mike, if necessary, inch by inch. You're Buzzy?
Yes, sir. And I'm Tom, Mr. Keene.
Are you boys familiar with these woods?
We know them like the backs of our hands, Mr. Keene.
Well, we've been playing and fishing around here ever since we could walk.
And there'd be no question about you taking us back to the exact spot where you saw that man.
You leave it to us, Mr. Keene. Gee, it's an honor working with a famous detective like you. We'll take you there.
That's the idea.
Yeah, it isn't far from here. Just over that ridge.
All right, boys. Let's go.
It's just over there, Mr. Keene.
You got a gun, Mr. Clancy?
Why?
Oh, I'd feel a lot better if you had.
Oh, Tommy's always talking about ghosts. Don't pay no attention to them.
Ghosts?
Well, they say funny things happen at night in these woods, Mr. Keene.
Well, son, ghosts, banshees, and zombies are right in my line of work.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Buzzy?
Here's the spot.
That's funny. It looks different.
How do you mean, Tommy?
Yeah, the ground wasn't all cut up this way.
Well, there seems to be a reason for that, too.
Looks to me, Mike, as if something's been buried under here, and recently.
Want me to run back for a shovel, Mr. Keene?
No, never mind, son. Sure, I can practically shovel this soil away with my hands. That's soft, boss.
And let's get to work on it, Mike.
Here's an old board, sir. You can use this.
Well, thanks, son.
Easy, Mike. Whatever is there is buried very near the surface.
I hit something already, Mr. Keene.
What is it, Mike?
Buzzy, look.
It's a man.
He's dead, Mr. Keene.
Buzzy, was this the body you saw under the tree?
It doesn't look like the same one.
The man we saw had on a different coat. He was...
Mr. Keene, I know who he is.
Who, Buzzy?
He was still a farm around here.
Sure. That's Seth Kinnery.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the astounding case of Charlie Lorimer. And now back to Mr. Keene and the strange case of Charlie Lorimer. A few hours ago, Mr. Keene and his partner, Mike Clancy, discovered Seth Kinnery's body buried in the woods. Now, in the small hotel room which Mr. Keene and Mike are occupying while they remain in Trout River.
Well, this is the way I see it, Mr. Keene, sir. The night Charlie Lorimer went out for his walk, Seth Kinnery was gunning for him. But Charlie beat Seth to the draw.
Then what do you think happened, Mike?
Well, Charlie got scared and felt he might not be able to prove self-defense. So he buried Seth as fast as he could and then took it on the lam.
Well, that's a very good theory, Mike, if it went for certain other facts.
What other facts, sir?
First of all, what about the original body under the tree? The one the boys first saw?
Well, that may not have been a dead body at all, Mr. Keene. That fellow may have been just a sleeping tramp, just as the state trooper said.
But, Mike, how do you account for the fact that Seth Kinnery had been dead for 3 days when we found him?
Because that's when Charlie Lorimer killed him. Don't you remember, boss? It was exactly 3 days when... No, wait a minute.
Well?
If he had been killed in the woods by Lorimer, the state trooper would have discovered it when he first hit the spot.
That's right, Mike.
Which means that the only way Lorimer could have killed him would have been to
do it somewhere else. Hide the body for a day or two, then bring Seth back to where we found him.
That sounds like an awful lot of trouble, Mr. Keene.
Well, frankly, I don't believe a man who kills in self-defense could be as cagey as all that, Mike. No, the man who killed Seth was an experienced murderer who knew his business.
Which brings us to where we were before, Mr. Keene.
It seems to me, though, that Charles Lorimer holds the key to the mystery.
If we could only find him.
I'll take it, Mike. Hello?
Mr. Keene?
Yes.
This is Emmy Bender. Can you come over to my house right away?
Of course, Mrs. Bender. What's happened?
I'll explain when you get here. Please, come quickly.
I'll be over there in 15 minutes, Mrs. Bender. Wait here for me, Mike. The state troopers are going to phone in regard to the autopsy on Seth Kinnery. I want to make sure we get that call.
Right, sir.
Came as quickly as I could, Mrs. Bender.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I received this in the mail today. Just read it.
Dear Emmy, I just want to tell you that you're free to do as you like. Don't wait for me to return. I can't, and I never will. All my love, Charlie.
He's alive, Mr. Keene, but I'm so worried. I heard about poor Seth Kinnery, and, well, now I feel that my Charlie may be in terrible trouble.
Mrs. Bender, we can't be certain this is from Mr. Lorimer.
Why not?
The entire letter is typewritten. It isn't even signed by hand.
But Charlie's always used a typing machine.
You have?
Yes, sir.
Let me see the envelope this came in, Mrs. Bender.
The envelope?
Yes.
Well, I don't know what I did with it, Mr. Keene, but that was typewritten, too.
I want to see the postmark to find out where he was when he sent this. That is, if Mr. Lorimer did send it.
Well, maybe I left it in the kitchen. I was so excited when I got the letter, I didn't know half what I was doing.
Have you found the envelope, Mrs. Bender?
No, Mr. Keene, I was almost certain, though, that I left it in here.
Search the place thoroughly, please. Go through the cupboards.
Oh, it wouldn't be in the cupboard. That cupboard's broken anyway. I never use it.
When did you get this letter, Mrs. Bender?
Just a few minutes before I called you, Mr. Keene. I found it in my mailbox, and... Well, here it is, Mr. Keene. Here's the envelope on the sideboard.
There's no postmark on it at all.
Oh, there isn't?
Which means it was probably placed in your mailbox by the man who wrote it.
Then Charlie's here and he's alive.
I wonder.
Oh, Mr. Keene, at least give me something to hope for.
Oh, Mrs. Bender, it wouldn't be fair of me to tell you something I didn't believe.
Then what do you really think, Mr. Keene?
I think Charles Lorimer is dead.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Bender. I wish everything didn't point in that direction, but it does.
Charlie never hurt anybody in his life. He was such a good man.
I may still be wrong. I hope so. In any case, in order to prove the facts, we've got to find the evidence. I'm going to take this letter with me, if you don't mind.
Or would you return it later, Mr. Keene?
Of course.
It's all I have left to remember Charlie by.
I'll take good care of it for you, Mrs. Bender. Are you all right?
Yes. Yes, I'm all right, Mr. Keene.
Then goodbye, Mrs. Bender. You'll hear from me again very soon. Mike.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Have the police called?
Not yet, boss. What was up at Mrs. Bender's, sir?
Mike, I've got an idea. Hello?
Mr. Keene?
Yes?
This is Officer Ryan of the State Police.
Oh, yes, officer.
I'm calling from headquarters. They've just finished
finished a post-mortem on Seth Kinnery's body.
Yeah?
That bullet in his head wasn't the cause of death. Kinnery was already dead when he was shot. He'd been poisoned.
What?
Yes, sir, poisoned, but it was accidental.
What do you mean by accidental?
The man died of food poisoning. The doc said he ate something that was spoiled and it killed him.
Food poisoning.
That's right. We can't account for the bullet wound, though. Can you, Mr. Keene?
Offhand, no. But I'll get in touch with you later if I have anything new of interest to you.
Right, Mr. Keene. So long.
Thanks for calling, officer.
Well, Mr. Keene, you mean to say that fella died because of something he ate?
Well, that's the coroner's opinion, Mike.
But what about the bullet in his head?
Mike, I'm going back to New York to talk to Charlie's daughter, Nancy Lorimer, once again. You stay on the job here, and I'll return sometime tonight.
Right, sir.
This case has taken a decidedly different turn. Yes, I may have a job for you to do when I get back, Mike. A dangerous job.
Do you have news of Father, Mr. Keene?
Not yet, Nancy. I came back to New York to ask you a few questions and to go through all your father's effects.
You're welcome to search his room, Mr. Keene.
Oh, thank you. First, I want to ask you one or two things, and please try to remember every single detail. It may mean the difference between solving this case or having it remain a mystery forever.
Yes, sir.
Now, this is what I want to know, Nancy.
Any new developments, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. I think I found the answer to Seth Kinnery's death and Charles Lorimer's disappearance.
You have, sir?
I want to put an ad in the papers, Mike, the local papers. Have you got your pencil?
Yes, sir.
I want the ad to run this way. Lonesome bachelor looking for companion. Between ages of 35 and 45.
35, 40.
Have you got that?
Yes, sir.
Well, here's the rest. Correspondent wishes to marry. Can offer $2,000 in cash.
$2,000.
In exchange for comfortable home. Is there a woman in the world who is lonely too?
Anything else, Mr. Keene?
Well, that's all, Mike.
You're not going into the marriage broker business by any chance, boss?
Only temporarily, Mike.
Well, who is the lonesome bachelor you're referring to, Mr. Keene?
You?
Me?
That's right.
Oh, no, I ain't so lonesome I want to hitch myself up to a woman I don't even know. I ain't even lonesome at all, Mr. Keene.
You will be, for the time being. You'll be a suitor, Mike, with $2,000 in cash in one pocket and a gun in the other.
Here's the letter, Mr. Keene. You're through in the bait and it worked.
The rest is up to you, Mike. Let's get started.
Yes?
Mrs. Bender?
That's right.
Well, I'm the fellow who advertised in the papers.
Oh, please, won't you come in?
Well, my name is Clancy, ma'am. Mike Clancy.
Well, and I'm Emmy Bender.
Aye, sure is a nice place you got here.
Well, it's a lonesome place without a man around.
Well, Emmy, I'm a man of few words. I got marriage on my mind. That's why I'm here.
Well, you remind me so much of my first husband. He was straightforward like you.
Well, we'll need some time to get acquainted, but just to prove to you, I ain't a fellow who brags about what he can't prove. Look at this.
My goodness.
There's $2,000 cash in this roll, and I brought it to show you that I was on the level, that I wouldn't take advantage of a nice widow like you by lying to her.
Now, that's what I call straight talk, Mike. And now I've got to show you that I'll make a good wife. And the way to a man's heart, I found, is through his stomach.
Well, now, if that's an invitation to stay to dinner, it's fine with me.
Oh, I'll give you a real home-cooked meal. Everything's my own cupboard. I can my own vegetables, you know, and they're delicious.
I'll bet.
Oh, you'll be surprised, Mike. And please.
Well, Emmy, I just can't wait.
Well, now, everything's ready, Mike.
Certainly looks like a wonderful dinner.
Oh, Well, why don't you get started? You must eat the peas before they get cold. And the roast. Well, I put lots of good fresh pepper and onions with the peas. My own special recipe. Everybody raves about them. Go on, and taste them. Yeah. Say, what are you doing?
Collecting
Collecting what?
the evidence. Emmy, this food is poisoned.
What?
Just stay where you are, Mrs. Bender.
Mr. Keene.
Sorry I started you. I came up by way of the cellar.
What is this, a frame-up?
You bet your boots, Emmy.
You killed Charles Lorimer by poisoning him, Mrs. Bender.
What?
With your special recipe of highly seasoned peas. He died as he walked through the lonely woods that night. The next morning, you brought his body here to your cellar, where Seth Kinnery was already buried.
That's a lie.
Later, you decided you could account for Charlie's disappearance by putting a bullet through Seth's head and leaving his body where it could be easily found.
And if it hadn't been for
No,
you...
no, easy, Emmy. We don't want to get rough.
You had met your prospective suitors by advertising in the newspapers for a companion, the way Mike advertised yesterday afternoon. You led them on, robbed them, then got rid of them in your own quiet way with your delicious cooking.
Sure you ought to have seen her eyes light up when she saw that roll of bills, Mr. Keene. Thought I was an easy touch, eh, Emmy?
That letter you wrote to yourself wasn't a very clever idea, even though you thought so at the time, Emmy. And the newspaper ads I found in the late Charlie Lorimer's coat, together with his daughter's story of how you met him, was enough evidence for me.
And them extra special peas sure worked fine in that dinner you fixed up for me, Emmy. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the kind of a dinner you dished out to your poor departed husband.
Well, what if I did? He was no better than any of the others.
Mrs. Bender.
Why shouldn't I get something out of him? Why shouldn't I get one with $1 million like them games on Park Avenue do? Why not? Why not? I used any way I could think of to poison him. My husband, yes, but Charlie. I'm clever, I am. I'm smart. They were crazy about my special recipe for peas.
Mike, I suggest we escort Mrs. Bender into town. She has a date with another man.
Have I, Mr. Keene?
Yes. The chief of police.
And so Mr. Keene solves the strange case of Charlie Lorimer, or as he sometimes called it, the case of Emmy and her delicious dish of peas. Would you like to smile this very minute and have your teeth reveal their natural brightness? And at the same time, would you like to know how to help get away from the suspicion that unwelcome breath, when caused by improper cleansing, may be holding you back socially and in business? Well, brush your teeth with Colonos toothpaste morning and night, as you would with any other toothpaste, with this one exception. When you finish brushing with Colonos, swish its rich active foam thoroughly through your mouth. For Colonos is one toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. Thus, it fosters a double result. First, Colonos helps your brush remove ugly surface stains from your teeth, and does it with utmost speed. At the same time, it freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Try it, and see for yourself why Colonos toothpaste has been approved by dentists everywhere. If you'd rather have powder, then ask for Colonos tooth powder. It offers the same high-polishing, high-foaming qualities and has a wonderful wintergreen flavor. Get KolYNOS, toothpaste or tooth powder. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday, when the kindly old tracer turns to the ballet murder case.
Here's the fast, easy way to have beautifully shining floors. Just use no rubbing Aero Wax. While you watch, it polishes itself to a marvelous luster that eliminates frequent scrubbing. Aero Wax dries in minutes, but lasts for weeks. Get a full pint, costs only 25 cents. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time.
This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Colonos toothpaste and tooth powder, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at this same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Engaged Girl Murder Case. When you are suffering from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, you want fast relief. Well, just try Anison. Anison gives incredibly fast, effective relief. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Many people first discovered Anison tablets through their own physician or dentist. Next time you want effective relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, get Anison. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Anison, A-N-A-C-I-N, comes in boxes of 12 and 30 tablets or in economical bottles of 50 and 100. Now for Mr. Keene and the Engaged Girl Murder Case. Our scene opens on a wealthy, fashionable estate in Connecticut. A number of people are riding across the estate on horseback, but two of them have fallen behind, not realizing that they are both about to become participants in a tragedy.
Better hurry, Audrey. The others are getting ahead of us.
Herbert, wait. Let's walk the horses a bit. I want to talk to you, and this is the first chance I've had to see you alone all day.
Oh, what's the matter, darling? You look concerned about something.
I am concerned. About your sister, Martha.
Martha?
Herbert, I don't think she wants you to marry me.
But that's sheer nonsense. Martha's very fond of you.
She pretends to be in front of you, but I believe she hates me.
Now, Audrey, don't you think you're being oversensitive?
Herbert, I know how much you love your sister, and I didn't imagine you'd believe me, but it's true, and I just can't...
What's that? It sounds like one of our dogs. Yes, it is. It's Sultan, my sister's dog. There he is, Audrey, near that clearing. Come on, let's ride over there. Sultan, what's the matter, boy?
Herbert, look!
It's my sister, Martha, lying in the thicket. Hold my horse while I dismount, Audrey.
What's happened, Herbert? Has she been hurt?
Audrey, she's been struck on the head. Martha's dead. The police said, Mr. Keene, that someone must have struck my sister Martha on top of the head with a heavy club and killed her instantly.
And this occurred while you and your guests were out riding, Mr. Langley?
Yes.
Was your sister Martha part of the group who were on horseback?
Yes, I thought she'd gone on ahead with the others.
Well, hitting a horseback rider on the head with a club when you're standing on the ground, well, that ain't an easy trick. Somebody on a horse must have followed the girl and struck her from the saddle.
My partner, Mike Clancy, has a good point there, Mr. Langley. Tell me, were all your guests questioned by the local police?
Yes, Mr. Keene, but none of them was held. They were all Martha's close friends and mine. It's unthinkable that any of them would have wanted to harm her in any way.
In other words, you can't put the finger of suspicion on any of them.
No, Mr. Keene. My sister Martha was a beautiful, intelligent woman. Very popular with men, though she never married. I loved her as much as I've ever loved anyone in this world. With the exception of Audrey, perhaps.
Mr. Langley, tell me a little more about your fiancée, Audrey Stafford.
She's a wonderful girl. We met last summer on a cruise to Bermuda. She was on vacation at the time. She worked for a banking firm. But she resigned her position at my request shortly after we announced our engagement.
I see.
I'm wealthy. My late father left his entire estate to my sister Martha and to me. I didn't think it was necessary for my future wife to retain her job.
Well, what about that incident you mentioned when you told us the story before, Mr. Langley?
What incident, Mr. Clancy?
I imagine Mike is referring to your talk with your fiancée, Audrey, just before you found your sister's body, the talk concerning her unfriendly attitude toward Audrey.
That was nothing. I shouldn't even have brought it up.
Mr. Langley, I presume you came here to ask me to solve the mystery of your sister's murder.
Yes, Mr. Keene. I came to plead with you to enter the case, for Martha's sake.
And also for Audrey's?
What do you mean?
From what you told me, Mr. Langley, I imagine there is one suspect in this murder case.
You mean my fiancée?
Yes. You said that Audrey told you that Martha was against your marriage.
But Audrey would never have murdered my sister for that, or for any reason.
That still remains a question to be answered. However, I can't accept the case, Mr. Langley, unless you tell me everything, openly and truthfully.
I should have known better than to try to hide my real feelings from you, sir. Yes, I want Audrey protected. So far, no one knows that she quarreled with Martha before the murder.
Over you?
Yes, Mr. Keene. I overheard the argument. I said nothing to Audrey, thinking it would pass over after the wedding.
Why did your sister want to stop the marriage, Mr. Langley?
For a very silly reason. Martha thought Audrey wanted to marry me for my money. I never believed that, Mr. Keene, and I never will.
At the same time, if I accept the case, you must be prepared to have me include your fiancée as a possible suspect.
I understand that, Mr. Keene, and I'm willing to meet those terms.
All right. Now, how far is your estate from here?
It's just over the line in Connecticut.
Oh, excuse me. Mr. Keene's office. Mike Clancy speaking.
Is Mr. Herbert Langley there, please? This is Mrs. Wrightson, his housekeeper.
Just a minute. Your housekeeper, Mr. Langley.
Oh, well, yes, I told her where I'd be in case there were any messages. It must be important.
Well, here you are.
Thank you, Mr. Clancy. Hello?
Mr. Langley, this is Mrs. Wrightson.
Yes?
Mr. Ernest Porter's here to see you. He says it's very urgent, and he wants to know when you'll be home.
Is he near the phone, Mrs. Wrightson?
No, he stepped out in the garden.
Well, tell him I expect to be home within an hour. Mr. Porter didn't say what his business was, did he?
No, sir, but he acted like it was a matter of life and death.
All right, Mrs. Wrightson, I'm on my way. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Mr. Langley.
It's a neighbor of mine named Porter, Mr. Keene. He seems to have something terribly important to tell me.
Who is he, Mr. Langley?
He has an estate near mine. He and his nephew, Alan, come over quite often. I can't imagine what he's got in his mind, unless it refers to my sister Martha's murder.
It probably does. And the sooner we find out just what it is, the better. Mike Clancy and I will go with you to your home right now.
Well, just a moment, Mr. Keene. I have a key to the front door.
Well, Mike, while I'm inside the house, suppose you take a look around. You know, the usual checkup.
Right, sir.
Come in, Mr. Keene.
Oh, Mr. Langley, I didn't hear you come in.
This is Mr. Keene, Mrs. Wrightson. Mrs. Wrightson, my housekeeper.
I've heard of Mr. Keene, the great investigator. I'm very glad to know you, sir.
How do you do, Mrs. Wrightson?
Where's Mr. Porter?
In the study.
Oh, Mr. Keene and his partner, Mr. Clancy, will be staying overnight. Would you have one of the maids prepare a room?
Of course, Mr. Langley. Oh, Miss Audrey called. She said she's coming out to see you at 5 o'clock.
Well, it's almost that now. Show her in when she arrives, please.
Yes, sir.
This way, Mr. Keene.
Well, this is quite a handsome house you have here, Mr. Langley.
It's been in the family for generations. Oh, here's Mr. Porter.
Herbert, I want to speak to you alone.
This is Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, Ernest.
Mr. Keene? You mean he's taken over the investigation of your sister's murder?
Yes.
Well, then I suppose I ought to say what I have to say in front of him.
I think you should, Mr. Porter, if it concerns the murder of Martha Langley.
It does, Mr. Keene.
Then what is it you want to tell us?
Well, I have a nephew, Alan, of whom I'm very fond. He's been living with me since his parents died. And I'd stand behind him under any circumstances.
What are you trying to say, Mr. Porter?
Mr. Keene, you can accuse me for that matter or anyone else who was along on that morning ride. My nephew's innocent and completely honest.
What are you driving at, Ernest?
I think I know what Mr. Porter's trying to say, Mr. Langley. Apparently his nephew, Alan, is connected with your sister's murder in some way. And Mr. Porter is attempting to clear him, even before he's been accused.
Mr. Keene, knowing you for what you are, a fair man, I don't mind putting my cards on the table. My nephew, Alan, came to me today and confessed that he was the first one to find Martha's body.
You mean he found her there near the woods before I did?
Apparently, Herbert.
How did he happen to find Martha's body, Mr. Porter?
Well, he dropped behind the rest of us as we were riding through the woods. The reason he said nothing about it up to now was that he didn't want to become involved, Mr. Keene.
That's not a very good excuse.
The boy was excited, frightened perhaps. At any rate, he admitted the truth, didn't he?
Yes, and it's in his favor. Mr. Porter, is there anything else you wanted to say to Mr. Langley?
No. Except that he has my deepest sympathy.
I appreciate that, Ernest, and thanks. In recent months, you and my sister Martha had become fast friends, and I know you miss her, as we all do.
In recent months, did you say?
Well, Mr. Keene, Martha Langley and I were better than friends. I dared to hope that she would marry me.
I didn't know that, Ernest.
I said nothing, Herbert, because she turned me down. It was too bad. Both our families are rich, and it would have been a most advantageous marriage, as well as a happy one for me.
I'm glad you brought that out by yourself, Mr. Porter.
You mean if I'd hidden it, I, too, would have become a suspect? Well, Mr. Keene, as far as I could...
That sounded like a gun.
It was. It came from the back of your house. Both you gentlemen remain where you are. I'm going out to investigate.
All right, young fella. Just stay where you are.
What's happened, Mike?
Well, Mr. Keene, I heard this fella prowling around in the shrubbery, and when I yelled, he started to run. I fired 2 shots in the air to scare him. He stopped in a hurry.
Well, who are you?
Alan Porter's my name. I thought I was being attacked by a maniac. That's why I tried to run.
You are Ernest Porter's nephew?
Yes.
Mr. Keene, there's a car coming up the road.
Take young Porter back to the house, Mike. I'll join you in just a minute.
Okay, me bucko. Let's go.
Good evening.
Who are you?
My name is Keene.
Oh, the famous investigator. I'm Audrey Stafford.
I'm glad you come, Audrey. I wanted to ask you a few questions in regard to the murder of Martha Langley.
Leave her alone.
I beg your pardon. Oh, it's you, Mrs. Wrightson.
Please, Mrs. Wrightson, I can handle this alone.
Audrey hasn't done anything, Mr. Keene. You have no right to question her.
Aren't you taking a few liberties, considering that Mr. Langley asked me to investigate this case, and you're one of his employees?
Oh, it's not meant as disrespect, Mr. Keene, but... Oh, I've come to look on Miss Audrey as my future mistress, and I want to protect her.
What makes you feel that she needs protection?
You suspect her of being one of Miss Martha's enemies, don't you?
I haven't mentioned that to anyone. Neither has Mr. Langley, I'm sure.
Oh, then I made a mistake. I beg your pardon, Mr. Keene.
However, you're not far from wrong.
What?
I do suspect Miss Audrey.
Mr. Keene, you don't
You can't
mean that.
suspect Miss Audrey.
She admitted to Herbert Langley that his sister Martha was against their marriage, and that alone could be construed as motive enough for murder.
Don't say it, Mr. Keene. Don't say that word.
Mother, please, Mother, don't.
Audrey, did you say mother?
She lied. I'm not her mother.
That won't help, Mrs. Wrightson. It ties in with your strange desire to protect someone who should be almost a stranger to you. So, Audrey is your daughter.
No one knew. Up to now.
There are many more things that are still concealed in this murder case, Mrs. Wrightson, but I intend to bring them all to the surface, and at the same time bring Martha Langley's killer to justice.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the engaged girl murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Kalinos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Kalinos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Kalinos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Kalinos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the engaged girl murder case. The murder of wealthy Martha Langley brings Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, to the fabulous Langley estate in Connecticut, where Mr. Keene begins a difficult investigation. He has just discovered that Mrs. Wrightson, the Langley housekeeper, is actually the mother of Audrey Stafford, who is about to marry the victim's brother, Herbert. After learning of this startling revelation on the driveway in front of Herbert Langley's palatial home, Mr. Keene continues to question Mrs. Wrightson and Audrey in the hope of obtaining further information.
Mrs. Wrightson, I advise you to be truthful with me if you really want to protect your daughter, Audrey.
As long as you know my secret, Mr. Keene, I'll tell you everything. But not in front of Audrey.
You shouldn't have made me keep that secret, Mother. I wanted Herbert to know about it.
Please, dear. Let me speak to Mr. Keene alone for a few minutes.
Very well, Mother.
Audrey, you'll find your fiancé, Herbert Langley, in the house, along with his neighbors, Mr. Porter and his nephew, Alan.
I'll talk to you later, Mother.
Yes, darling. Mr. Keene, there's one thing you must understand. My daughter Audrey is no snob. She pleaded desperately with me to allow her to tell Mr. Langley I was her mother.
And why didn't you?
I thought it would hurt her marriage, at least socially, since I'm Mr. Langley's housekeeper. I was so happy knowing she'd get those things in life I always dreamed she'd have. Wealth, social position, and happiness.
Go on, Mrs. Wrightson.
It was easy to keep the secret as far as our names were concerned. I married twice. Audrey's name is Stafford, but I kept the name of my second husband, John Wrightson. I did it thinking that one day I might not want Audrey to admit that her mother was poor and ordinary.
I wouldn't call your love for your daughter ordinary, Mrs. Wrightson.
Her meeting with Herbert Langley was just a coincidence. I came here to work as his housekeeper after Audrey left on her cruise to Bermuda, and she didn't know about my new job until she got back. Then I cautioned her to say nothing about it to Mr. Langley.
I see. Is there anything else you'd like to tell me, Mrs. Wrightson?
Only that Herbert Langley wasn't the only millionaire who wanted to marry Audrey.
Who else was there?
Alan Porter. He was mad about her. And he's very rich, Mr. Keene, a well-known polo player. He wanted to marry Audrey, too. But she loves Herbert. And Martha Langley, Alan Porter, and his uncle all together couldn't change that love.
How do you mean, Mrs. Wrightson? Did they try to stop the marriage?
Mr. Keene, 2 hours before Martha Langley's body was found, I happened to pass by the Chinese tea house.
The Chinese tea house?
It's a small cottage on the estate over there in the woods. Inside the tea house, Martha Langley, Mr. Porter, and Alan were having a conversation.
What were they saying, Mrs. Wrightson?
Mr. Porter was saying that Audrey and his nephew Alan would make a good match. Martha Langley seemed to be irritated. She asked young Alan why he hadn't been able to win Audrey away from her brother.
And what was Alan's answer?
He didn't have time to answer, Mr. Keene. At that moment, my daughter Audrey walked into the tea house, so they changed the conversation.
It's very interesting, Mrs. Wrightson. It puts a new aspect on the case.
What do you mean, Mr. Keene?
I'll explain later. Meanwhile, would you please ask my partner, Mike Clancy, to meet me inside the Chinese tea house immediately and tell him it's very important. Mike.
Is that you, Mr. King?
I'm over here on the tea house porch.
Sure, this is certainly a fancy shack, isn't it, boss? Why, it looks like something from a Chinese palace.
Mike, come inside for a moment. I want to show you something. Oh, look at this.
Saints preserve us. Why, someone must have tried to tear the house down, Mr. Keene. There's a hole right through the wall.
The walls are flimsy, Mike, but they've been reinforced with short, narrow beams. That's the one part of this tea house that isn't authentically Chinese. One of those wooden beams, small but solid, has been pulled out right here.
Mr. Keene, that missing piece of wood could have been the murder weapon.
Exactly. And here's something else, Mike.
Why, it's a bit of cloth.
I found it hanging on this nail head, here where the beam was torn out. Now, if you wanted to tear a beam out of this wall with the aid of a chisel, say, how would you brace yourself?
Well, I'd stick me knee up against the wall on this side for leverage.
That's just what the killer did, Mike. But he unknowingly left this bit of cloth on the head of that nail. This bit of cloth comes from heavy riding breeches. So the killer probably never even scratched himself or herself.
Herself?
Well, nowadays, women wear heavy riding breeches too, Mike.
Yeah, but Mr. Keene, that still leaves us with the job of picking out the killer. Several people were riding that day when Martha Langley was murdered.
I know that. However, I think I have an idea. Tomorrow morning, Mike, we'll all go riding here on the Langley estate and turn my murder theory into a fact.
Mr. Keene, would you like to ride with Audrey and me? We're going through the woods.
No, you better ride on ahead of us, Mr. Langley. My partner, Mike Clancy, and I will join you in a few minutes.
All right, Mr. Keene. Come on, Audrey.
Well, horses ain't exactly in my line, boss, but I'd try to keep up with you.
You ride very well, Mike.
Well, not half as good as you do. Hold up there, you old burner. Take it easy. Well, sure, they were all pretty curious about why you wanted to take that ride this morning.
My reason paid dividends, Mike.
It did, boss?
I know who murdered Martha Langley. All I need now is proof of how it was done. That's what... Here comes Alan Porter.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Alan?
I don't know why you suggested this ride, but I feel I owe you an explanation.
Of what?
Last night, when Mr. Clancy fired at me, I wasn't prowling. I only...
Well, it was a natural mistake in all our parts, Alan. But you seem to take it more seriously than it warrants.
Well, I just wanted you to know that I'm being honest, and I have nothing to hide. I'll see you later, Mr. Keene.
Sure, and he sounded like a young man with a guilty conscience, boss.
You might have a very good reason for that, Mike. I found out last night, after seeing a picture of the murdered girl, Martha Langley, that she and Audrey were the same height and often wore identical riding habits.
Well, what does that mean, sir?
Alan realizes that I may know that Audrey refused his proposal of marriage, and so may have wanted to take revenge.
You mean that he may have killed the wrong girl because they looked alike in their riding clothes?
Yes, it's possible. Mike, do you see that thicket over there under the apple tree?
That's where Martha Langley's body was found.
Seeing it gave me an idea. Here, let's get near the tree.
Oh.
All right, Mike. Right here. Would you mind dismounting?
It'll be a pleasure to get off this nag, boss. Oh, there. Oh! Why, the critter ran away.
We'll round him up later. Mike, the lowest branch of this tree is just a little above the head of a rider on horseback. Climb up there, and I'll explain what I'm getting at.
Well, I'd do my best, boss. From riding horses to tree climbing, it's preservers, the investigating business is sure getting to be strenuous.
That's good work, Mike. Now, unless I look up and peer very carefully through the branches, I wouldn't see you.
Well, then, Mr. Keene, the killer could swing from here in the tree and, as his victim came by on horseback, hit her on the head.
Yes, Mike. I'm convinced that's the way it was done.
But who was the murderer, boss?
He seems to be joining us right now. Be quiet, Mike. Stay up there in the tree, out of sight. Tired of riding with the others, Mr. Porter?
What are you doing here, Mr. Keene?
Solving a murder. That's why you decided to see what I was up to.
What do you mean?
The man I intend to arrest for Martha Langley's murder is you, Porter.
You think you can prove that I killed Martha?
Very easily. I have a tiny piece of cloth torn from your riding breeches. When you pulled your murder weapon, a wooden beam out of the tea house wall. And there's the hole in your breeches. I saw it just before we left the house.
Don't spur your horse, Keene, or I'll shoot you out of the saddle.
That gun won't help, Porter.
The others are riding half a mile away by now, and you seem to have lost your partner, too. I think this gun may help a great deal.
Why did you kill Martha Langley?
I don't mind telling you. You'll never get a chance to pass it on to anyone else. I killed Martha to protect myself, Keene.
Protect yourself? How?
5 years ago, my brother left $2 million to his son, Alan, and made me his guardian until he came of age. Alan comes of age tomorrow. He's 21.
Did you steal his inheritance?
No, I spent it. I knew how to enjoy it. And not only spent most of that money, but I left it in some of the most fashionable gambling houses in the world.
And how did you think you'd get away with it when your nephew Alan became of age?
It would have been simple if it wasn't for Martha Langley. I was going to tell Alan his parents lost the money in those gambling houses, and that I kept it from him all these years just to save their reputations.
But Martha Langley found out the truth?
Yes. She made a deal, though. Said if I could get my nephew Alan to marry Audrey, she'd keep my secret and add $50,000 in the bargain.
But you didn't succeed.
No, that fool nephew of mine was crazy about Audrey, but she fell for Herbert Langley.
I think I know the rest, Porter.
Do you?
Martha Langley became angry when you couldn't fulfill your part of the bargain. It was her only hope of separating her brother from Audrey. You thought she'd give you away, and you killed her to prevent that.
The way I'm killing you, Keene, right now.
Look out, boss! Good work, Mike. Wait a minute, I'll dismount.
He's out cold, Mr. Keene. When I hopped on his head from that branch, I fell right on top of him, and he hit the ground first.
Yes, Mike, Porter met justice on the same spot he committed his crime. He lured Martha Langley over here when she became separated from the others. Probably by calling her as he crouched in the tree. And then he struck from above. Now he'll pay for his treachery in a court of law.
So Mr. Keene finds the solution to the engaged girl murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin. Anacin. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Cleave. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the concrete cellar murder case. Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling. Anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda. Help prevent immediate return of the trouble. Soothe irritated stomach lining. Let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Calinos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Many people never really enjoy a meal because they fear acid indigestion will follow. And yet today, it is so easy to overcome acid indigestion in a short time. What you do is take a little Bicidol after eating. For Bicidol acts with amazing promptness to neutralize the excess acid condition, so that indigestion from that cause is quickly relieved. Get a can tonight from your druggist. Only 25 cents for a large can of Bicidol, spelled Bisodol. And now, Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, and the case of the woman who wasn't needed. Last time, Mr. Keene concluded the case of murder and the nightclub singer. Through his persistence, Mr. Keene obtained the necessary evidence to free Jim Ford of a murder charge and ensure the future happiness of Laurie Mackin and Jim. It is now the next evening in Mr. Keene's office, and Miss Ellis, the tracer's secretary, is preparing to leave the office for the day.
Oh, thank heavens, thank heavens. I'm not too late, am I? Mr. Keene is still here, isn't he?
Well, we're just closing the office. I'm not sure whether Mr. Keene has left for the day or not.
I must see him immediately. My name is Frank, Henry Frank. It's very, very important.
Oh, Miss Ellis, you still here? I thought you'd gone home.
Mr. Keene, this gentleman...
You're Mr. Keene?
Yes?
You must listen to me. Give me just a few minutes of your time.
Well, of course, gladly, if there's anything I can do. Miss Ellis, would you mind waiting just a little while?
Oh, no, Mr. Keene. That's perfectly all right.
Please come inside.
My name is Frank. Henry Frank.
Yes?
Mr. Keene, I've never in my life before been faced with anything like this.
What is it that's troubling you? Was there anything I can do to help you, Mr. Frank?
There is, and you must. Mr. Keene, I'll pay you. I'll pay you well.
Oh, please, Mr. Frank, we can discuss that later. Tell me now, what's troubling you?
It's the most unbelievable thing. Mr. Keene, my wife has disappeared.
Your wife?
My wife, Ethel, after all these years. Why? Why? I can't tell you, Mr. Keene. I don't know. There's no reason. That's why I can't bring myself to believe it.
But if your wife has disappeared, as you say, Mr. Frank, there must be a reason. People just don't disappear.
Mr. Keene, there is no reason in this case. I give you my word. Please believe me.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Frank, when did you first learn that your wife was missing?
Well, to be exact, Mr. Keene, it was 5 days ago.
5 days ago? Did you report her missing to the police?
No, nothing of that kind. And the reason I didn't report her...
What was the reason?
Well, it's like I told you. I couldn't bring myself to believe that it was a fact. That my wife had disappeared. It seemed to be out of the question, so preposterous. There was no reason, absolutely no reason.
Tell me, Mr. Frank, you're not a young man.
No, I'm 55.
And Mrs. Frank, how old is she?
Ethel's past 50. Yes, if she were a younger woman, well, perhaps I could understand it. A young, flighty woman might have some crazy ideas about romance or adventure, but not my wife. Her character is solid, substantial. She's a mother and a grandmother. And I tell you, Mr. Keene, that even after 28 years of married life, we're still very much in love with one another.
And yet, Mr. Frank, although your wife disappeared 5 days ago, you didn't do anything about it.
No, I didn't say that, Mr. Keene. I only said I didn't report her missing to the police. I don't want you to think I have anything to conceal. But when I tell my story, you'll understand why I waited until today before I came to you. You see, it just occurred to me that perhaps my wife, on the spur of the moment, had decided to visit my sister.
Your sister?
Yes. My wife and my sister Mary were close friends for many, many years. And until Mary moved with her family to Florida. That was, 2 or 3 years ago.
I see.
I myself haven't been very close to my sister, although Mary's a fine girl. There are personal reasons.
And what are those personal reasons, Mr. Frank?
Well, the truth is that I was never very fond of the man my sister married.
Oh.
I always felt that she could have done better for herself. But that's not here nor there. When my wife disappeared, the first thing I thought of was that she'd gone to Florida to visit Mary.
Yes, I can understand that. That's quite natural.
But not a natural thing for my wife to pick up and leave me. Never in our married life has she ever done a thing like that.
Well, have you been in touch with your sister?
Yes, I tried immediately to get her on the long-distance telephone. The fact is, I didn't know exactly where she was living in Florida. Called one place and another, and I finally located them near Miami, but only the maid was there. My sister and her husband were not expected back until today. And today...
Yes? What happened today?
Today I spoke to my sister on the telephone. Mr. Keene, my wife hasn't gone to Florida.
Oh?
My sister was as much shocked as I to learn that Ethel was missing, and that's why I'm here.
Where do you live, Mr. Frank?
In Elmdale.
And who lives with you?
We live alone, just my wife and I, and maid.
No children, Mr. Frank?
Yes, a boy and a girl, Fred and Ruth. They're both married, Mr. Keene. They have their own families. Well, we don't see them often.
We have 4 grandchildren, fine youngsters.
And Mrs. Frank, of course, was very fond of her grandchildren?
Oh, very. Fact is, she could never do enough for them. She was always thinking how she could do something for them. But Fred and Ruth were afraid that my wife was spoiling the children. Oh, you know how parents are, Mr. Keene. They're quite sure that a grandmother doesn't know how to bring up youngsters.
Yes.
This modern age, I mean. But I tell you, there never was a more loving grandmother than my wife.
That's so.
But Fred and Ruth, they have queer ideas about bringing up children. No, sir. When we were kids, there was no such thing as being brought up scientifically.
Being brought up scientifically? What do you mean by that, Mr. Frank?
Oh, it's nothing. I merely mentioned it. I'm afraid I'm getting off the subject.
Well, please go on. I'm extremely interested, and it may be important.
Well, I only meant, Mr. Keene, that our little grandchildren, God bless them, are being brought up according to books, the scientific method, you know.
Oh. How did your wife feel on that subject? Did she approve?
Well, Mr. Keene, I don't know what you're getting at. No, she didn't approve. But she didn't interfere. She just kept her hands right out of it. She's perfectly content to let Fred and Ruth bring up their own children in their own way.
I see. Did Mrs. Frank have very much leisure time?
Oh, yes. Plenty of time for herself.
And I suppose, Mr. Frank, she had her hobbies, her weekly bridge game?
No, nothing like that, Mr. Keene. She tried once to learn it, but I guess she just wasn't brought up for that sort of thing. She was content being a good wife and a good mother and a good grandmother. She was very happy. She had absolutely no reason for wanting to disappear.
Well, if she didn't play bridge, surely she had a hobby of some kind, something to occupy her mind, to take up her leisure time.
Ethel had plenty of leisure, but no worries.
And your wife, you say, was perfectly content to just keep house and do the cooking?
No, Mr. Keene. She didn't even have to do that. If I do say so, I've been a good provider, especially these last 5 or 10 years. No, we have a maid who does all the cooking and the housework.
Well, Mr. Frank, your wife was apparently a very lucky woman.
I'd say so, Mr. Keene. Yes, I would.
Just a lady with a great deal of leisure time. I suppose with so much time on her hands, she was interested in club work.
No, you see, Mr. Keene, when we were married, Ethel and I, we started with nothing. Both of us worked. That is, I earned the money and Ethel kept house. She did everything, even the washing. Yes, she worked hard for many years, even after the children came. I only mention this to show you what kind of a woman my wife is.
Yes, I think I understand.
Only in comparatively recent years have I been fortunate enough in business to give her the material comforts that we all work so hard to get.
You have an automobile, of course.
Yes, I was going to tell you about that. The car is gone.
Oh?
I thought perhaps that Ethel, as I said, may have driven to Florida. My wife drives, you know. I thought maybe she'd met with an accident.
That's always a possibility.
Ethel was a careful driver, I'll have to say that. Besides, if there had been an accident, I'm sure I'd have been notified.
That's true, of course. Mrs. Frank would have had her address on her driver's license. By the way, Mr. Frank, what is the license number of your car?
Oh, here it is. I'll write it out for you.
Thank you. I'm inclined to agree with you, Mr. Frank, that a woman who had everything, as your wife apparently had, wouldn't want to disappear. Yet, if there was something that,
I don't understand you, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Frank, what is your business?
I'm in the wholesale produce business, my own firm. Here's my card. Business and home address.
Thank you. Tell me, Mr. Frank, do you enjoy the theater?
Oh, well, I guess I like the theater as much as anybody when I have time for it. Well, why do you ask that, Mr. Keene?
Well, let me put it this way. Did you and your wife spend much time together socially?
Now, Mr. Keene, I'm sorry to say that we didn't. That's my fault. And yet it really isn't.
I suppose your business keeps you pretty much occupied.
That's just it.
Yes, I can understand that.
But I don't want you to get the wrong impression, Mr. Keene. To tell you the truth, I've been so busy in the last month or two that I've hardly been able to get home for dinner.
And, of course, that left your wife alone.
Oh, Mr. Keene, you've got to find her. I'll make it worth your while. I'll cooperate with you in every possible way.
Mr. Frank, this case particularly interests me. When a woman reaches the age of your wife, in the neighborhood of 50, many things go on in her heart and her soul that sometimes are not apparent, even to those who are closest to her and love her most dearly. Yes, I'll take this case. Now, I want you to go home. Of course, I'll want to have a further talk with you.
Mr. Keene, I can't tell you how grateful I am to you.
Well, I don't know just what I can do, but I'm going to make a very determined effort to find your wife. Now, Mr. Frank, if you'll just leave me, I'll get in touch with you. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Keene.
Miss Ellis.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Miss Ellis, I want you to get hold of Mike Clancy right away. Give him this automobile license number. Tell him to check with the police all along the route to Florida, Miami, to see whether there's been an accident reported.
And now it is several hours later in Mr. Keene's office.
Miss Ellis, there's no need for you to stay here like this.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Keene. I'm not leaving here while there's a job to be done.
Mike has been after the police all up and down the coast, all right. And so far, no trace of Mrs. Frank's car. I'm afraid it's like looking for the proverbial needle in a haystack.
Oh, there he is again. I'll answer it.
No, I'll take it, Miss Ellis. Hello. Oh, hello, Mike. What? Mike, are you sure? A car with that license number? Yes. Yes, found, North Carolina. Well, Mike, get the exact location. Oh, you have it. Good, good. And the police down there have the car. Good work, Mike.
They've located the car, Mr. Keene?
The car, yes, Miss Ellis. But not Mrs. Frank. No sign of her. Miss Ellis, tonight I leave for North Carolina.
What awaits Mr. Keene in North Carolina? Has Mrs. Frank been the victim of highway robbers? Is she still alive? Listen next Tuesday as Mr. Keene continues with the case of the woman who wasn't needed. When you feel acid indigestion or acid stomach upset coming on, be sure to take a reliable antacid right from the very start. Do not experiment with unknown ways. For today, it is so easy to gain fast relief from excess stomach acidity with a preparation that many doctors have recommended for this very purpose, and that is Bicidol. Now, the reason for this professional recommendation is that Bicidol acts to neutralize excess stomach acidity almost instantly you take it. And once the stomach is sweetened again, excess acids neutralized, all signs of acid distress are gone. Thousands say the amazingly swift relief Bicidol brings is wonderful to experience. So remember this the next time you feel acid indigestion coming on. Simply take some Bicidol in a glass of water. It has a refreshing, cool, minty flavor you'll like. And often, relief comes in almost less time than it takes to tell. Now, when you can get Bicidol for only 25 cents at any drugstore, when it has the recommendation of doctors, it is just common sense to try this way, especially if fast relief from acid stomach upset is what you want. So, get Bicidol tonight. Ask for it by name. Bicidol. Bisodol.
To make your teeth look their best, use Collino's toothpaste on a dry brush and brush up or down from the gum line to the biting edge. It's easy and wonderful. Try Collino.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Kalinos present Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Forgotten Cave Murder Case. It's so unnecessary to suffer from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia when Anison gives you such incredibly fast relief. There's a scientific reason for this fast action. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. If you're one of those who've never been given Anison by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it. Get a handy box of Anison tablets at your druggist tonight. For most effective relief, use only as directed. It's spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Anison. Now for Mr. Keene and the Forgotten Cave Murder Case. Our scene opens in the dark, damp recesses of a cave, located deep in an oceanside cliff on Long Island. Two men, both with small electric flashlights, are clambering over the slippery rocks, going deeper inside the tomb-like cave.
Take it easy, Jim. These rocks are covered with slime.
Yeah, let's have another look at that map, Ed. Well, we can't be far from what we're after.
Look, Jim. The cave breaks into two passages right ahead of us. And the map doesn't say which one to take.
Well, maybe they come together again, farther up. I tell you what, Ed. I'll take the left passage and you take the right.
No, listen, Jim. Let's get out of here. I'm afraid.
Oh, forget it. We may be 100 yards away from $1 million. And I'm seeing it through. I'm going into this part of the cave on the left.
Jim. Jim, I'm going back. I'm not staying in this cave another minute. Jim, what happened? Did you fall? There's a knife in his back. He's dead. I must see Mr. Keene right away. Right away.
Oh, take it easy, young fella. What's got you so excited? I'm Mike Clancy, Mr. Keene's partner.
Please let me see Mr. Keene immediately. Either I'm mad or there's been a murder.
Saints preserve us. A murder.
I overheard what this young man said, Mike. Come in, will you? Let's hear about it.
My name is Ed Johnson, Mr. Keene. And I'll never rest until I find who murdered my friend Jim Ramsey. And got away with his body besides.
Got away with his body, Mr. Johnson?
Uh-huh.
Well, that sounds strange. Are you sure your friend was murdered?
Mr. Keene, the local police thought I was a crank. They wouldn't believe my story. That's why I came here.
Well, Mr. Johnson, I suggest you sit down quietly and tell me just what happened.
We were in a cave when Jim was murdered.
In a cave? What were you doing there?
Looking for hidden gold, Mr. Keene. Maybe pirates.
That sounds like one of the fairy stories I heard at my mother's knee. Pirates' gold.
Well, let him proceed, Mike. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
I realize it all sounds crazy, Mr. Keene, but it's true. I've known Jim Ramsey for over a year now. We were in the clam and oyster business on the Long Island coast. We bought a tract of land for our business.
I see.
On a deserted part of our land, near the coast, there was an old abandoned house. The place was falling apart, but I've always been pretty handy with tools, and Jim was too.
So you decided to repair the house and live in it together near your work,
That's right, Mr. Keene.
And how did you get this idea of pirates' gold in a cave, Mr. Johnson?
We were repairing the chimney, Mr. Clancy, and we found a map under some bricks.
A pirate's map in a chimney in an old house on Long Island. Well, it still sounds like a fairy story to me.
Mr. Johnson, I'm afraid Mike doesn't believe in buried treasure.
But the map led us to an old forgotten cave. The cave was near the house, about 30 feet underground. That's where Jim Ramsey was murdered and disappeared. I guess you don't believe me either. But Jim's death was real. He was murdered. A knife in his back. I saw his body.
Well, after the local police left, Mr. Johnson, did you return to the cave to look for your friend's body?
I didn't have the map anymore. It was in Jim's pocket when his body disappeared. Besides, I was afraid I'd be murdered like Jim was. Mr. Keene, you're known as one of the cleverest investigators in the country. Someone's been murdered, and something must be done about it.
Well, I'm honest to say this whole thing sounds fantastic, Mr. Johnson. But I'll look into it.
You mean you'll help me?
I'll do what I can.
When can you come to Long Island?
Sometime this afternoon.
All right, there's a train at 1. You'll get to Shellview at 3:30. I'll meet you at the station.
Very well.
Goodbye, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy. And thanks again.
Goodbye, Mr. Johnson.
So long. Sure, and you're not going to waste your time on a yarn like that, Mr. Keene.
I'm almost as suspicious of it as you are, Mike, and yet I'm curious, too.
But even the local police think this fellow Johnson's a little off balance.
Still, why would he come here to ask my help? There certainly is a cave. The police were there.
Well, boss, do you think that he and his partner may have fallen in with some dope smugglers or something like that?
You mean a gang who'd be using that cave to hide their loot?
Sure.
Well, it's possible. Mike, I see you're becoming just as curious as I am. Well, there's only one thing to do about it. We're going out to that old house in Long Island and that secret cave and see for ourselves. Mr. Johnson said he'd meet us at the station, but I don't see him, Mike.
I know it, Mr. Keene. He's got us way down here in Long Island on a wild goose chase.
You gents looking for a taxi? I got one right over here. Hiram Webb, gents, at your service.
Oh, do you happen to know where the Johnson house is?
You mean that old busted-down hen coop those two fellas lived in? Sure, I can take you there.
Come along, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator. Well, I guess you're here to look into that disappearing body business.
You know anything about it, Hiram? I mean, how Jim Ramsey disappeared so mysteriously?
Maybe I do, maybe I don't. One thing I do know, though, this section of the country, I know it backwards and forwards. And maybe I can help you out.
Oh, thanks, Hiram.
Step into the taxi, gents. She ain't very fancy, but she'll get us there.
Excuse me, is this a public taxi?
Sure is, ma'am, but she's taken now.
Oh, please, I'm sure these gentlemen won't mind. This is very urgent. I've got to get up to the Ramsey house immediately.
The Ramsey house?
Maybe it's known as the Johnson house. It's an old place my husband bought with Ed Johnson.
Oh, you're Jim Ramsey's wife?
Yes, Margaret Ramsey. Do you know my husband?
No, my name is Keene. My partner and I are on our way to that house ourselves.
Mr. Keene, according to Johnson, wasn't this lady's husband the one who was murdered in that case?
Murdered? Jim? No. No, I don't believe it.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Ramsey, but it hasn't definitely been established. All we know so far is that your husband's body has disappeared.
I guess you won't object now if I go in the taxi with you, Mr. Keene?
Why, of course not. All right, Hiram, let's head directly for that old house.
My husband, Jim, left me almost a year ago, Mr. Keene, and I only found out where he was during the past 2 weeks. We'd had a bitter quarrel.
About what, Mrs. Ramsey?
Another woman. She was very beautiful, an artist, and she'd fallen in love with Jim. But we'd been through so much, I felt it was the final straw.
How do you mean you've been through so much?
Jim was a dreamer and something of a mystery even to me. I never heard him mention a word about his family.
Oh, I see.
He always believed he'd be able to find the gold at the end of the rainbow. Every time he came home with a new and sillier scheme to make money, my patience wore thin. Then his relationship with Ann Wharton finished me.
And Ann Wharton was the artist who was in love with him?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Now you tell me that Jim may be dead, that he was murdered.
We're not absolutely sure, Mrs. Ramsey.
Oh, saints preserve us. Don't jam your brakes on like that, mister. This taxi will fall right apart.
That feller's half blocking the road. Looks as if his car's bust down.
Sorry if I'm in your way. I broke an axle on my car a few minutes ago. You know, if there's a phone nearby, I'd like to call for a tow car.
No telephones in these parts, mister. We're 11 miles from town.
Yeah, I know that.
I'm going to drop these folks off up the road a bit. If you want to come along, I'll take you to town on my way back.
Well, if these gentlemen and this lady don't mind.
Not at all. Get right in the taxi.
Thanks a lot. My name's Bly, Sanford Bly.
Mine is Keene. And this is Mrs. Ramsey.
How do you do?
And my partner, Mr. Clancy.
Hello.
Glad to know you. Did you say Keene, sir?
Yes.
The well-known investigator? Well, I'm a salesman myself, Mr. Keene. Wristwatches. Long Island's my territory.
There's the Johnson house now, Mr. Keene, up ahead of us.
Sure, and the place looks as if it's ready to fall apart.
I wonder where the cave is.
The cave? What cave, Mr. Keene?
Well, there's supposed to be a secret cave nearby, Mr. Bly.
I was inside that cave a long time ago. It's underneath the house. We can stop right here, I reckon.
What do I owe you, Hiram?
$3.50.
Mr. Keene.
What is it, Mrs. Ramsey?
Look, there's a woman on the ledge near the edge of the cliff.
Yes, I see her. She seems to be painting something on an easel.
It's Ann Wharton. My husband Jim's been seeing her, and I was right.
Oh, no, don't jump to conclusions, Mrs. Ramsey. I suggest we have a talk with Miss Wharton first. Hiram.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Would you mind waiting here with your taxi for a few minutes?
Sure, I'll stay.
Mr. Bly, would you mind if we delayed you?
Not at all. I'll wait in the taxi.
Well, come along, Mike. We'll go over there with Mrs. Ramsey and have a talk with Ann Wharton.
Okay, boss.
You can hear the surf now, Mike. Now, that cliff must overlook the sea.
This place looks like a desert, boss. Nothing here but sand dunes, rocks, and that broken-down old house.
Why my husband came here to such a deserted place, I'll never understand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Are you looking for... Oh, Mrs. Ramsey.
Yes, I'm Mrs. Ramsey. May I ask what you're doing here, Miss Wharton?
I'm painting a picture. The view is beautiful from this cliff.
How far down is the sea? I'd like to take a look.
May I ask where Mr. Johnson is, Miss Wharton?
Mr. Johnson? Well, who's he? I don't know him.
He's my husband's partner, and I'd like to know where my husband Jim is, too.
I had no idea he was anywhere in the vicinity, Mrs. Ramsey.
I don't believe you.
Mr. King, boss, come here, quick.
What is it, Mike?
Look down below, Mr. King. Saints preserve us, it's a man's body floating there in the water.
A man's body, did you say?
Boss, look at his face. You see who that feller is? He's the one who came to our office.
Yes, Mike. It's Ed Johnson, Jim Ramsey's friend. And even from this distance, it's easy to tell that the man is dead.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the Forgotten Cave murder case. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the Forgotten Cave murder case. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating a situation that seems to grow more dangerous and mysterious with every passing hour. First, a man named Edward Johnson came to Mr. Keene and said his business associate and friend, Jim Ramsey, had been murdered in an old-forgotten cave on Long Island, and the body had disappeared. Now, when Mr. Keene and Mike appear at the scene of the crime, they find that Johnson himself has suffered his partner's fate, and his body pushed off a cliff into the sea. A few minutes later, Mike has succeeded in recovering the body, and as he and Mr. Keene examine it on the beach at the foot of the cliff,
He was stabbed, Mr. Keene. There's a knife between his shoulder blades.
Yes, Mike. Ed Johnson was stabbed and pushed into the sea. We'd better send word to the police in town.
Well, we'll tell that hillbilly, Hiram Webb, to drive back in his taxi.
Oh, here's Sanford Bly, the salesman we picked up on the road.
What's the trouble, Mr. Keene? Holy smoke. Is he dead?
Yes, Mr. Bly. He was murdered.
Wait a minute. I've seen that man before.
You have? Where?
On the road, Mr. Keene, about a half an hour ago. Just before my car broke down, I passed a man and a woman walking along the side of the highway.
And Johnson here was the man?
Yes, sir.
Look up there on the cliff, Mr. Bly. Mrs. Ramsey is standing near the edge with another woman, a Miss Wharton.
Why, that's the woman who was walking with Johnson on the road.
Are you sure?
Positive. She was wearing a beret like an artist. I guess you and your partner, Mr. Clancy, here want to report this murder immediately.
Yes. But right now, I intend to have a talk with Ann Wharton.
Well, here's Miss Wharton, boss, and Mrs. Ramsey.
What happened to that man who was floating in the sea, Mr. Keene?
It was Mr. Johnson. He was dead, Miss Wharton. He was evidently murdered by the same person who killed Jim Ramsey.
You mean Jim is dead, too?
Yes. But up to now, his body hasn't been discovered.
I never knew. I never dreamed.
Didn't you? Then what were you doing here? You didn't come to paint a picture.
Miss Wharton, just why did you come here to this old house, if not to see Jim Ramsey?
All right. I'll admit it now, Mr. Keene. I did come to see Mrs. Ramsey's husband. I hoped I could make up with him.
What do you mean, make up with him?
I'm afraid I made a mistake about Jim. I thought he'd left his wife for good when I fell in love with him. Later, when he broke off our relationship, I realized I was wrong. It was his wife he loved, not me.
Then why did you follow him here?
I wanted to help him make up with you, Mrs. Ramsey.
I don't believe her, Mr. Keene.
It's true.
Miss Wharton, you said before that you didn't know Jim's partner, Mr. Johnson. But Mr. Bly told me that he saw you walking along the road with him.
That's right. He was the man whose body you just found. But I didn't lie to you, Mr. Keene. I only asked him the way to the ocean. I didn't know that man's name was Johnson.
Oh, Miss Wharton, I suggest that you and Mrs. Ramsey wait inside the house.
Mr. Keene, you mean you're holding me on suspicion of murder?
I'm holding you as well as everyone else until this murder case is solved.
I'm sorry if I implicated Miss Wharton, Mr. Keene. I didn't mean to make a suspicious character out of her. For that matter, I suppose I fall into that category myself.
Why, Mr. Bly?
Well, after all, my car broke down just a short distance from here, and I was near the scene of the crime.
But only a homicidal maniac would murder for no reason, and you don't appear to be a maniac. Oh, by the way, do you have the correct time? The police will want to know exactly when we found Johnson's body.
Why, it's 5 minutes to 5, Mr. Keene.
Boss, there's the taxi, but where's the hillbilly taxi driver?
Oh, here he comes now.
Well, Mr. Keene, guess I may as well start back to town.
Where have you been, Hiram?
Just looking around a bit.
We just discovered the body of a murdered man.
What?
I want you to report it to the town police immediately.
I'll get back to town in my taxi as fast as I... Mr. Keene!
What is it?
Come over here and look at this.
What's the trouble?
My tires. All 4 of them are flat. The car's useless.
4 flat tires isn't exactly a coincidence.
I'll say it ain't. Someone must have punched holes in them. Who's going into town to tell the police, Mr. Keene?
May I make a suggestion?
What is it, Mr. Bly?
Well, my car's broken down, too, but I have 4 good tires. My car's the same make as Hiram's, only much newer, of course. Now, if you wanted to take the trouble to switch tires, it might solve the problem.
That's not a bad idea, Mr. Keene.
Well, we can try it anyway, Mike.
Well, between Hiram, Mr. Bly, and myself, why, we can do the job in an hour.
All right. Meanwhile, I'm going to take a look at that forgotten cave.
The entrance is just below the cliff over there on the right, Mr. Keene, near the old house.
Oh, Mike, perhaps you can switch those car tires yourself with only Mr. Bly's help.
Oh, I think we can manage it, boss.
What about me?
You seem to know your way around here quite well, Hiram. I'd like you to guide me to the forgotten cave, to the place where Jim Ramsey's body was last seen.
Here's the spot, Mr. Keene. At least this is as far as the police went.
And how far into this cave did you go, Hiram?
Well, no further than this.
I don't mean on the day Ramsey's body disappeared. I mean half an hour ago.
What?
When you left your taxi a little while ago, you came to this cave again.
How do you know that, Mr. Keene?
I noticed there was slime on one of your hands, and it came from these damp walls.
I wasn't trying to put something over on you, Mr. Keene. I swear I wasn't.
And what were you doing in this cave?
I was just snooping around.
You found something, though. I can tell by your manner that you're hiding very important facts from me.
Mr. Keene, I found the body. Jim Ramsey's body.
Where?
Come over here, Mr. Keene. See for yourself. Bend down and reach behind this flat rock.
All right.
You feel anything?
Yes. The body of a man. It's undoubtedly Jim Ramsey.
There's a small tunnel in there, but nobody would have found it except me.
I don't see how you found it either, Hiram.
I used to play in this cave years ago when I was a little shaver, Mr. Keene. I know every nook and cranny in the place.
Just a minute. I can feel something in Jim Ramsey's pocket. There it is.
Well, I'll be darned.
Well, this is the so-called treasure map, Hiram. Do you know anything about it?
No, Mr. Keene. I've been telling you the truth. I had nothing to do with them murders.
Well, Hiram, I'm going to give you a chance to put yourself completely in the clear. Now, if you follow my directions carefully, you'll prove your innocence.
I'll do anything you want me to do, Mr. Keene.
Then go back to my partner, Mike Clancy, and give him this message, and make certain no one else is present when you do. And if things develop as I think they will, our killer may discover it's not so easy to get away with murder. Mike, is that you?
Right, boss. Where are you, Mr. Keene?
Over here, behind the ledge.
No. Saints preserve us. This cave gives me the creep, boss.
Did you follow my instructions, Mike?
Yes, sir. I went back to the house with Mr. Bly, and I told the two women you had found Jim Ramsey's body here in the cave, and that you and I were going to town to report to the police. Then I started the taxi and drove it out of sight, and circled back here to the cave on foot.
Did you search that car?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
What did you find?
Nothing at all.
Well, you may not know it, Mike, but you found a great deal. Let me see. Must be at least 20 minutes since you left them in the house. We ought to have a visitor inside this cave within...
Boss, someone's coming.
Yes. Our murderer, Mike. Hold your gun and your flashlight ready.
Right, sir.
Flash your light, Mike. What? Don't move, Mr. Bly. If you do, Mike Clancy will shoot to kill.
Keene.
Put this man under arrest, Mike, for the murder of Jim Ramsey and Edward Johnson.
You're crazy, Keene. I never even knew Edward Johnson.
You murdered Edward Johnson because he evidently ran into a clue that would have sent you to the electric chair for Jim Ramsey's death.
That's a lie.
You proved your guilt, Bly, by coming to this cave just now. Jim's body was hidden behind that rock, where we caught you stooping. Only one other man knew that body was there, Hiram Webb.
Then why don't you accuse him?
Because the man who killed Ramsey wanted his body hidden forever. That was an important part of the plan. You came back to hide Ramsey's body in some other place, knowing we'd found it.
And what was my motive, Keene? You can't just pick up a watch salesman and accuse him of murder.
You're no watch salesman, Bly. You claim your line is wristwatches. And yet, when I asked you for the time, I saw that you carried a pocket watch. Not a very good advertisement for a man in your trade.
Besides, I searched your car, mister. Since when does a salesman travel without samples?
You were also clever about puncturing the tires of Hiram's taxi. At first, you thought it might prevent us from getting word to the police. Then you decided it would be smarter to lend us the tires from your car, just to make you appear more innocent.
You still don't have a murder motive, Keene.
Go through his clothes for identification, Mike. I have a feeling his name isn't Bly.
Don't you touch me.
Take it easy, mister. Or maybe we get tough with you. Here. Here's his wallet, boss. Oh, Bly, is it? Mr. Keene, his name is Ramsey. Sanford Ramsey. It's on this car registration.
So you're related to Jim Ramsey.
Look, I'll make a deal with you, Keene. In 6 months, I'll come into $3 million. Let me go free and we'll split 50-50.
$3 million, eh? Whose money are you inheriting?
My uncle's. It was left to Jim, but it goes to me if Jim dies. Jim left California 6 years ago and disappeared. But I finally caught up with him and decided to play this my own way.
Now I understand why you wanted Jim's body to be missing. Jim Ramsey was gone for 6 long years, and one more would have made it 7. A man is declared legally dead after 7 years, and you'd have inherited the money.
The way I planned it, Keene, no one will be the wiser. I knew about this old house and the cave. Then I put the map in the fireplace, knowing Jim would fall for it, thinking he could find hidden gold, search the place. I made that map myself, Keene.
And you've also made a case for the state that's foolproof.
You mean you won't play along with me?
Of course I will. As far as a prison cell and a judge and jury...
Why, you...
Put the handcuffs on him, Mike. Mr. Sanford Ramsey, or Bly if he prefers, is going on trial for murder in the 1st degree.
And so Mr. Keene finds a solution to the forgotten cave murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummer. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the engaged girl murder case. When knife-like pains are stabbing you in the back, from unusual exercise, lifting, or other muscular strain, it's a good time to try Heat Liniment. Heat is strong, yet does not burn the skin. You just brush it on the sore place with the applicator, and right away heat starts to penetrate to ease the pain and bring soothing relief. And it keeps on working for hours to bring grand comfort. Get Heat Liniment at your drugstore. It's H-E-E-T, Heat. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable, high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Even the dullest, dingiest floors can sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes with the economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply Aero Wax and let it dry. Its gleaming waxed finish protects against wear, eliminates frequent scrubbings and polishings. Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, saves time, work, and money. For it costs only 25 cents at hardware, drug, grocery, or 10-cent stores.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colinos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. To have a charming, attractive smile, teeth that feel fresh and clean, resolve right now to use Colinos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colinos helps clean and polish teeth beautifully, yet with utmost safety. Colinos has a refreshing, minty flavor you're bound to go for, because it leaves your mouth feeling fresh as a daisy. Get Colinos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colinos toothpaste tonight. And now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder in the air. It is almost midnight, and in Mr. Keene's office, as the tracer and his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, finish up a very hard day's work.
You've worked long enough, Miss Ellis. Don't you think you better go home now?
There's still some more work to be done, Mr. Keene.
We can finish it in the morning. Do
You realize what time it is?
Around 9, I should think.
It's almost midnight.
No.
Yes. And I just as soon you wouldn't come in at all in the morning. Now get a good night's sleep.
I'll be here at the usual time.
I had a feeling that's what you'd say.
Oh, may I have the key to that closet, Mr. Keene?
The key?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't have the key.
You didn't take it out of the door this evening?
No.
Well, that's odd.
Maybe Mike has it.
Oh, yes, I didn't think of Mike.
You want to get something out of the closet, Miss Ellis?
It's just a book I left there. I tried to open the closet before, but it was locked. Mike must have accidentally locked it before he left. Oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway. I'm not going to do much reading tonight.
I should hope not. You go home and get some rest, Miss Ellis. I'll finish up here and lock the office.
All right, Mr. Keene.
Just midnight, I guess.
Late, even for you.
I'll be leaving very soon.
Good night, Mr. Keene.
Good night, Miss Ellis, and thanks for staying in. I think I'll check this correspondence in the morning. I'm getting rather tired. Come out of that closet and keep your hands above your head. I said come out of that closet. Well, good evening.
Good evening.
May I ask how long you've been in there?
Since 8 o'clock. There was no one in the office when I came in, and...
And you waited in the closet because it was so convenient, eh?
Please, Mr. Keene, I know what you're thinking, but I'm not a thief, I swear it.
What is your name, young lady?
Barbara Halliday.
And your business here?
I had to see you, sir.
I have a telephone and a secretary. I usually make my appointments with her.
I was going to wait here in the office, but when I heard someone trying the outside door, I became frightened. That's why I hid in the closet.
What frightened you?
Mr. Keene, do you know what it's like to be marked for murder?
Please sit down, Miss Halliday.
Thank you. You'll help me, won't you, Mr. Keene? I have no one else to turn to.
My real job in life is helping those who've had a loved one suddenly or mysteriously disappear. There are thousands of real missing persons cases every year in this country.
I know there must be a great many, Mr. Keene, but I saw your name in connection with the Bennett murder case, the singing star at the Palladium.
Well, that's true. In that case, I'd been asked by a man who loved that girl to try to find her when she disappeared. But I found her murdered.
Mr. Keene, do I have to wait until I'm murdered to get you to take my case?
Very well put. Of course you don't, my dear.
I have money, inherited when my sister died. I can pay you whatever your charge is.
The money is not important. I happen to have all I need, and I'm an old bachelor. But go on now with your story.
Mr. Keene, I live in Cleveland. Up until the time of my sister's death a month ago, I'd been living with her and with my brother-in-law. His name is Tagus, Chester Tagus.
I see.
After Grace's death, I decided I needed a rest. It was all too much for me. We were very close, and her sudden death was a blow.
Her sudden death?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Go on, please.
I arrived in New York about 2 weeks ago, and that's when things began to happen.
What things, Miss Halliday?
3 attempts were made on my life. Any one of them could have been my finish. Frankly, I don't know yet why they all failed.
Well, tell me about them.
The first occurred on the street, in full view of several people.
And where was this?
Uptown, near Columbia University. I'd gone up to the university on a sightseeing tour by myself. I took a Fifth Avenue bus and got off at 110th Street.
But the university is at 116th.
I know, Mr. Keene, but I wanted to walk for a few blocks. I had an uncomfortable feeling on that bus, as if someone were watching me. I walked up the drive to 113th Street and then turned east toward Broadway. Do you know the street, sir?
I think so. A few apartment houses, mostly 4-story walk-ups.
Halfway up the block, some workmen were about to lower a piano to the street. They were moving it, apparently. There was a large pulley on the roof, and they had the piano halfway through a window. I only half noticed those things as I walked up the street. My mind was on something else.
Oh? What?
A man was following me. Man in a dark coat, the collar turned up, dark glasses. There were other people on the street, and I got the feeling for a moment that it was all very silly.
What harm could a man possibly do in a street full of people? That's how I argued to myself. For a moment, I thought of running. I walked faster. So did he. But suddenly I decided to face him, and I turned. What do you want?
Pardon me, ma'am?
You've been following me. What do you want?
I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to frighten you. I'm a stranger in New York, and I wanted to ask directions.
You could have asked someone else.
Of course. I'm sorry. Do you have the right time?
It's 4:30.
4:30. You're very kind.
Now, will you please go? It was the piano, Mr. Keene. It hit a projecting ledge as it fell and missed me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be telling you this right now.
You think that was deliberate?
I know it was now. I know it sounds crazy, but I'm convinced that man kept me there under the piano until his accomplice opened the pulley on the roof.
Well, I don't want to sound skeptical, Miss Halliday, but don't you think it was quite a coincidence that you happened to walk up a certain street at a certain time just when some workmen were removing a piano?
This is my explanation, Mr. Keene. May not be logical to you, but I believe it. There were 2 men following me. They actually had a different plan in mind, but they saw the piano, and they made their attempt with that on the spur of the moment.
And the workmen saw nothing?
No. There was no one on the roof at the time.
You say there were 3 attempts to kill you?
Yes. The second attempt occurred on the subway. The following morning, I decided to visit the Cloisters. I took a subway at 42nd Street, an express.
At what time was this?
Around 11 o'clock. It wasn't the rush hour, and I was alone in the rear car. At least I thought I was alone, until I noticed a man sitting at the other end. The same dark glasses, dark coat with the collar turned up. He'd disappeared in the confusion right after the piano fell, and there he was again. I watched him out of the corner of my eye. When the train reached 59th Street, he'd moved his seat, and he was now directly opposite me.
Didn't you try to get out?
I was afraid to move. I prayed that someone else would board the car, but it was still empty except for us when the doors closed. And the train began to move.
What happened then?
The run between 59th and 125th Street is the longest on the line. I suppose it really only takes a few minutes, but to me it seemed as if I was living my whole lifetime over again, because the man with the dark glasses had deliberately changed his seat again, and he was now sitting next to me. There was no conductor on that subway car, as sometimes there aren't. I started to get panicky. I couldn't scream. We were in the last car, and the noise was too strong. I got up and moved towards the end of the train, and he followed. Then I knew what he wanted to do. He wanted to push me off the train. I started to choke with fear. I wanted to beg him to leave me alone, but the words wouldn't come. And he was pushing me against the gate and fumbling for the catch. Suddenly I found my voice, and I screamed at the top of my lungs. Later, I opened my eyes and found a conductor looking down at me. I'd fainted. My enemy was gone.
Was there an investigation?
No, I didn't tell anyone what had happened. I just took a cab home as quickly as I could and went to bed. The next day, I was ill from fear and anxiety. Every time I heard a footstep in my hall, I thought it was the man with the dark glasses.
You kept to your room then for several days?
Yes, I had my meals sent up. The only one I would admit was the waitress who brought my food from the restaurant downstairs.
Where were you living?
In a brownstone house on 37th, Mr. Keene. I've since changed to a woman's hotel with Charlotte.
Yes. Go on.
Well, at the end of 3 days, I began to get hold of myself again. I felt stronger, and I decided to leave town as soon as I could. And then one evening, Marion, the waitress, brought my dinner as usual. Who is it?
Marion, ma'am.
Just a moment, I'll let you in.
How are you today, Miss Halliday?
I'm fine. Thank you much better.
I got you some tasty stew. Irish stew. I'm sure you'll like it.
Thank you, Marion.
Oh, my goodness. You've been leading a hermit's life up here. No friends, no fresh air, no movies.
I didn't miss the movies so much, but the fresh air, I could certainly use some of that.
Why don't you go out for a walk after dinner?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, but it's so nice out, and you'll feel fine after you have that lovely dinner. Wait till you taste that stew. I had some myself, and it's super.
I'll bet it is.
Do you want me to uncover it for you?
No, thanks. I'll do it. Stew does look good.
There's hot potatoes under the other cover.
Oh, they look nice, too.
And under that third dish, I guess they must be the peas.
Oh, thank you very much.
Oh! What is it, Miss Halliday?
In the dish, Marion.
Oh! It's a spider. A dead spider.
Do you know what kind of a spider that is? They call it the Black Widow. The deadliest in the country.
What a strange story Barbara tells Mr. Keene. It continues in just a minute. Mr. Keene is broadcast to you by Colonos Toothpaste. After all is said and done, all any dentifrice is supposed to do is clean your teeth. Thousands of folks like you and me have found that Colonos, the high-polishing toothpaste, does that job thoroughly and safely. And Colonos does a real job in helping remove surface film from teeth. Safely, quickly, it helps brush away that clouding surface film, which often hides the true beauty of your smile. It leaves your teeth shining clean, looking their loveliest. Run your tongue over your teeth, and you feel the difference. Look in the mirror, and you see the difference. What's more, you'll be delighted with the pleasant, minty taste of Colonos. You'll find it leaves your mouth feeling cool and fresh as a May morning. If you do not already use Colonos toothpaste, won't you try it soon? That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. Now back to Barbara and Mr. Keene.
You say the spider was dead, Miss Halliday?
Yes.
It may have been dead when it was placed there. I don't suppose the waitress knew anything about it.
She was just as frightened as I was.
See, I have a theory, Miss Halliday. I don't believe anyone was really trying to kill you. If they wanted you dead, they could have accomplished it in the subway or in some other less complicated way.
But you do believe all this has happened to me? You don't think I'm making it up?
No, my dear. I believe you. But I think they've all been merely attempts at murder, attempts to frighten you.
But why?
That's what I'm going to find out. Now, you say you're living at the Charlotte?
Yes, sir.
You believe you're safe there?
Safe as I could be anywhere.
Well, suppose I see you home now. I must say this is one of the most peculiar cases I've ever had. And if it's in my power, my dear, I'll solve it for both of us.
And you say Mr. Keene won't be in until noon?
I doubt it, Mr. Tagus. My name is Clancy, Mike Clancy. I'm his assistant. Can I help you, sir?
Well, perhaps. You see, my sister-in-law disappeared from our home in Cleveland.
When was this, Mr. Tagus?
2 weeks ago, following my wife's death. I know she came to New York, and I've heard of Mr. Keene's marvelous work as a tracer of lost persons. I was hoping he might be able to help me.
What is your sister-in-law's name, sir?
Halliday, Barbara Halliday. I have a picture of her here.
Oh, I see. Well, if it's just a simple case...
Well, I'm afraid it isn't, Mr. Clancy. Simple, I mean.
Oh.
You see, Miss Halliday is not well. She has what you might call hallucinations.
Oh, I see.
As a matter of fact, sir, there's no question about it.
About what, Mr. Tagus?
My sister-in-law, Barbara, has lost her mind.
So she said she'd lost her mind, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Keene, sir. And according to Mr. Tagus, she tried to run away from home on several occasions. He was going to put her under the care of a doctor when this happened.
And she has hallucinations?
Yes, sir. She thinks someone's trying to kill her.
What sort of a man was this Mr. Tagus, Mike?
Oh, very pleasant, nice to talk to. He was mighty worried. I told him you might be able to find the girl if he gave you a little time, sir.
I have found her, Mike.
You what, sir? Mr. Keene's office. Eh? Well, just a minute, please. Cleveland calling, sir.
Thanks, Mike. Hello? Oh, yes, Inspector. You received my wire? Well, it's just a hunch. I suggest you call the coroner and consult with him. Yes. Yes, you can reach me here in my office. Very well, Inspector Bragg, and thank you.
What's this all about, Mr. Keene?
I can't explain now, Mike, because all the pieces don't fit. But I'll try to give you a slight idea of what's been going on while we're on our way.
On our way where, sir?
The Charlotte Hotel. I'm going to make an offer to Miss Halliday, and it's probably the strangest offer that's ever been made to anyone. Let's go, Mike.
We can talk here in the lobby, Mr. Keene.
This is my assistant, Mike Clancy. Miss Halliday.
How do you do?
I'm glad to know you, miss. Sure, and I just met your brother-in-law.
My brother-in-law? Here in New York?
Well,
we haven't got much time, Mike. Do you mind?
Oh, well, no, of course not, sir.
Miss Halliday, I've been thinking over everything you told me about your home life. And I've been trying to make some logic out of those details you've given me concerning your sister and her husband. Now, you say you were always on good terms with him?
Oh, always, Mr. Keene. Well, the only thing is, I believe he sometimes resented my presence in his home, but that was only natural. When he married Grace, he didn't bargain for a third party.
Well, that's neither here nor there at the moment. I've thought of one way in which we might be able to catch the would-be murderer. But it involves a good deal of danger.
I'm not afraid, Mr. Keene.
Well, first let me explain my plan and then give me your answer. Now, it's obvious that this man will make another attempt to kill you. I say it's obvious because he has something definite in mind. He wants you to believe you're in great danger for some reason.
Go on, Mr. Keene.
When a hunter in the African jungles wanted to bag a tiger, he'd set a lamb in the trap.
Well?
Would you be the lamb?
You want me deliberately to expose myself to him?
Yes.
All right.
Now, wait. Don't give me your answer so quickly. Let me explain the greatest danger of all. Up to now, as I've told you, he's only been bluffing, in my opinion. Just trying to frighten you half out of your mind. Well, if he discovers that you have help and that you've set a trap for him, he may want to really finish the job this time.
I understand.
And you're still willing to do it?
I'd rather take that chance than live like a hunted rabbit for the rest of my life. That's how I'm living now, Mr. Keene. And I can't stand it any longer. I can't stand it.
Oh, there now.
It's all right, Miss Halliday. We're going to help you, I promise. Now, here is the plan.
This is it, Miss Halliday. The Brooklyn Bridge.
Mr. Keene wants me to walk across it alone, Mr. Clancy?
Yes, I'll follow you, but from a distance. We want to give this killer plenty of rope.
It's very foggy tonight.
So much the better.
The bridge seems to be empty now from here.
People don't usually walk across it on a night like this. There's plenty of traffic going across in cars, but, well, they won't do you any good in case you get into trouble.
I realize that.
Now, somewhere on that bridge, Mr. Keene is waiting. I only hope he's waiting in the right place at the right time.
I have enough confidence in him, Mr. Clancy. I'm not afraid.
Well, good for you. Be steady now, and keep your wits about you. You can rest assured that Mr. Keene will be there when you need him.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
No, not goodbye. Just till we meet again. And good luck, miss.
What are you doing here?
That's just what I was going to ask you.
Oh, I was just walking.
My dear, do you realize how I've been searching for you? I've combed New York.
I'm sorry I left so suddenly, Chester. I didn't mean to worry you.
Haven't you been well, Barbara?
Yes, I've been... This is just about the most peculiar meeting I've ever had.
Is it?
Whoa, don't you think it's a coincidence? To meet on Brooklyn Bridge in a city like this?
Well, no matter. Come, we'll go home, Barbara.
No, I can't go home.
What do you mean?
Chester, I can't explain now, but someone's been trying to kill me.
What?
I know it sounds crazy, but I have absolute proof.
Have you?
And someone is going to help me find this man.
Who, Barbara?
I can't tell you that.
But you say you have proof.
Yes, I'm going to the police tomorrow as my benefactor and...
Wait. Just stop here for a moment.
Why?
I have very bad news for you, Barbara.
What is it?
I'm the one who's been trying to kill you.
You're joking.
Was the piano a joke? Or the subway?
Chester...
Don't scream. It won't do you any good. There's no one about.
Please, Chester, don't look at me like that. Your eyes. Chester, you're mad.
We're in the middle of the bridge. It's a long drop from here, my dear. They say Steve Brody did it. But I don't see how he could have managed it and lived. Do you?
No.
You have $50,000 in trust, Barbara, which will go to me.
Keep away from me, do you hear?
Goodbye,
Let me
Barbara.
Hands
off! You get out of my way.
Mike, he's headed your way.
You won't get far, sir.
We've got you between us now, Mr. Tagus, and there's no escaping.
No funny business now, mister. This gun really works. Stand back, you hear? Stand back!
He's climbing the rail.
He's going to jump.
Stop him, Mike.
I'll get him, boss. I've got you, Tagus. Don't try to pull a Brody on me. Get away from me. Get away from me. Oh, no, you don't. I got you, and I'm saving you for the police, me fine feathered friend.
Feeling better now, Miss Halliday?
Much better. Thank you, Mr. Keene.
I brought you back to my office before taking you home because I wanted to show you this wire from Inspector Bragg in Cleveland. Shall I read it to you?
Please. Mr. Keene, I'm so mixed up.
As well you might be. This wire will be quite a shock. Have definite proof that Grace Tagus was murdered. Handkerchief found in Chester Tagus' trunk contained traces of poison. Have wired New York police to hold Tagus. Thanks, Bragg.
Dear God. Poor Grace.
You thought your sister was attempting to exterminate ants in your home when she accidentally breathed some deadly poison fumes, Miss Halliday.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Keene. But I'm amazed how you should know all this.
I've investigated it, my dear. Actually, those fumes came from a handkerchief, which her husband used to kill her with.
He must be mad.
He seemed to be on that bridge. At any rate, we've got him now, and there's still another explanation for his actions in the case.
Yes?
Did you ever hear of a codicil in your mother's will which stated that her money was to go to her eldest daughter and then to you should your sister die, providing the beneficiary was sane and completely capable of handling the financial affairs of the family?
Well, no. I wasn't present at the reading of the original will.
Well, your brother-in-law was. I've contacted the family lawyer, the man you told me about the other day, and he gave me enough information to come to certain very definite conclusions. It was then that I began to realize that someone was trying to drive you mad, Miss Halliday, and I suspected that someone was Chester Tagus. Well, apparently I was right. He would have been next in line for the money with you in the asylum. But now he'll have to face the charge of the murder of your sister.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you for what you've done for me?
It's not necessary to thank me, my dear. The thanks I receive from seeing that justice is done is quite enough. You can go home now, Miss Halliday, with no fear or foreboding. I can assure you now there'll be no more murder in the air.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us the fascinating case of the lady who didn't want to be found. noticed any change in the taste of your dentifrice lately? If so, we invite you to treat yourself to Colonos, a toothpaste that really tastes good. You'll love its tangy, minty flavor that sets your tongue a-tingle, leaves your mouth feeling cool and fresh as a sea breeze. And children really go for that zippy Colonos flavor. You never have to coax youngsters to clean their teeth with keen-tasting Colonos. What a job Colonos does in cleaning teeth. Gets them clean, looking their best. That's because Colonos is a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action on teeth is like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from precious silver, because it helps brush away masking surface film. Colonos leaves your teeth shining clean. Ask your druggist for Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste tonight. You'll be glad you did. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the lady who didn't want to be found. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings, makes dingy floors shine like new, yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, for bright, sparkling teeth, a $1 million smile, try the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Safely, speedily, it whisks away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile and reveals the full, natural brilliance of your teeth. Get the new high-polishing Colonos at any drugstore tonight. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. And now for Mr. Keene and the case of the boy who used big words. Our story opens in the reception room of Mr. Keene's office as Miss Ellis talks with an unusual visitor, Jimmy Harmon, who is only 12 but wears horn-rimmed glasses and a very serious manner.
Young man, you say you want to see Mr. Keene at once.
Yes, ma'am, I've got to.
Well, he's a very busy man.
I know, but the nature of my business is very imperative.
Important, you mean?
Imperative.
Such big words. What's your name?
James V. Harmon, Jr. And what's yours, if I may ask?
You may, and it's Miss Ellis.
I like you, Miss Ellis. You have a trustworthy face.
Now, Jimmy, you wouldn't be trying to get around me.
Oh, please, Miss Ellis. I've heard so much about Mr. Keene, and I know he's the only man who can help me.
Help you with what?
Well, that's very confidential.
Well, he's talking at the moment with his assistant, Mike Clancy, but I'll see what we can do.
Oh.
Come along, Jimmy.
Thank you, Miss Ellis.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
This young man, Jimmy Harmon, insists upon seeing you.
Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid I'm rather busy.
I know, but he says the nature of his business is very imperative.
Imperative? What in tarnation is that?
Hush, Mike. Come over, Jimmy. Sit down.
Mr. Keene, you're a gentleman.
Thank you.
Yeah, guess you won't be needing me.
Suppose I introduce you to my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm pleased to meet you.
I've heard about you, too, Mr. Clancy. Very reliable, they say.
Well, thank you, my boy.
Now, Jimmy, you haven't come here because any member of your family has disappeared, have you?
No, Mr. Keene. It's just the opposite. We can't get rid of him.
Of who?
Well, of my uncle, Bill Harmon.
Your father's brother?
That's right. You see, Mr. Keene, he came to visit us, approximately 6 months ago.
You mean about 6 months ago?
Approximately. Well, Uncle Bill was only supposed to stay for a week or two, but he's been staying on and on. What I don't like, well, the very first night he sat down in the parlor in the nice, big, soft chair that's always been Father's. I went up to him, and I said, Uncle Bill, that's where Father always sits.
Yeah?
Well, he works very hard, and he needs that chair to relax in.
Yeah?
Don't you think you ought to get up?
Jimmy, why don't you just go and chase yourself?
Well, have your parents objected, Jimmy?
You can't object with a man like Uncle Bill. And something more, Mr. Keene.
Yes?
His eyes are too close together, and he doesn't have much back to his head.
Oh, really?
Yes, I made a study of that. It's a sign of bad character. Now take Mr. Clancy's skull.
Miss, now, I thank you to leave my skull alone.
Well, I only wanted to say that your skull shows signs of excellent character.
Oh, well, now, that's different.
Jimmy, this is all very interesting, but...
Wait, Mr. Keene. There's something more.
Well?
I mean the man in black.
What man in black?
Well, I was walking on Fifth Avenue one day with Uncle Bill when this individual suddenly came out of a side street. Black suit, black derby, and black overcoat. He walked up to Uncle Bill and said,
Well, hello, Harmon. Huh? Fancy meeting you.
Oh, hello.
Didn't ever expect to run into me again, did you?
Look, I can explain everything.
No, I don't think you can.
I swear, the way it happened...
It happened the wrong way for you, Harmon.
Wait a minute. I can square myself. I can... Taxi! Hey, taxi! Come on, Jimmy. Hop into that cab.
And so your uncle suddenly ran away from this man in black, eh?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And now, I have a feeling that something terrible is going to happen. You've got to help me get Uncle Bill out of our house.
Jimmy, did your parents know you were coming here to see me?
Well, no, sir, I didn't tell them.
I'm afraid I don't really have any right to interfere.
But this is a dangerous situation, Mr. Keene.
Well, the kid's been to too many movies, boss.
Mr. Clancy, I resent that remark. I may be only 12 years old, but I'm not a child.
Oh, sure.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Jimmy, much as I understand your dislike for your Uncle Bill, I'm afraid this is a matter for your parents to handle.
But, Mr. Keene...
I hope you'll drop in again someday when I have a little more time. Will you do that?
All right, Mr. Keene. But I know something is going to happen. Something terrible.
Here you are, Mr. Keene. Now, if you'll just sign those letters.
Letters? Oh, yes.
You're so absent-minded today. Something bothering you?
I've been thinking about the visit we had yesterday from that strange little boy.
Jimmy Harmon? Oh, he was just scaring himself.
Jimmy has a wisdom and perception far beyond his years.
An imagination, too. Now, here are the letters, pen and ink.
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Hello, Mike. Why so excited?
Well, I bought myself an evening paper on the way to the office here. And the first item that hits me eye, saints preserve us.
Come, Mike, let's see it.
There, in the bottom of page 1. Read it, sir.
Man killed in auto accident. Boy vanishes.
Good heavens, that doesn't mean...
Police were left baffled today by an obvious hit-and-run accident early last night on Madison Avenue, which claimed the life of William Harmon, 44, of 3000 East 89th Street, where he was staying at the home of a brother. The dead man found lying in the roadway had gone walking with his young nephew, James Harmon, Jr., age 12. But there has been no sign of the boy since the accident. Police are investigating.
Heavens above.
Hand me my hat and coat, Mike. I must talk to Jimmy's parents at once.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. We knew Jimmy admired you, but we didn't know he'd been to see you.
He didn't tell you, Mrs. Harmon?
No, Mr. Keene.
He always used to say that if anybody ever disappeared, you'd be sure to find him.
Well, Mr. Harmon, more than ever, I hope I can justify Jimmy's faith in me. He's a splendid boy.
So serious and so good. A sweet little owl.
The way I blame myself for this, as I've told you, Jimmy had certain premonitions.
Well, I don't know that that had anything to do with it. We talked to Lieutenant Walker.
Of the Missing Persons Bureau?
Yes.
He's an old friend of mine. What was his theory?
Just a hit-and-run case. And he thinks that maybe Jimmy became unnerved at the sight of blood and ran away. Or else
We hate to think of it.
Or else that Jimmy was also hurt and the driver maybe took him to some hospital and left him there. What do you think, Mr. Keene?
I need more facts. Now, what can you tell me about your brother, Mr. Harmon?
Well, Bill is my brother, and I don't like talking bad of the dead.
He moved in 6 months ago and just wouldn't move out again.
What was his occupation?
Occupation? I wouldn't much know. I hadn't seen him in 10 years. Business, he said.
He talked about big deals sometimes. He said he'd made a lot of money out west.
Mm-hmm. What was he supposed to be doing in New York?
Looking for some opportunity to invest.
And that's all you know?
Oh, I wish we could do something more to help you, Mr. Keene. You're so kind to drop everything like this and go hunting for Jimmy.
To me, it's the most important case of my life. Well, I'll have to go now. The Missing Persons Bureau is my next stop.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. God bless you.
See, Lieutenant Walker, it just happened the boy came to my office yesterday to tell me that strange story.
Well, I certainly appreciate the tip, Mr. Keene. It makes it more than just a hit-and-run accident.
I'm very much afraid so. You don't mind my stepping into the case, Lieutenant?
No, glad to have you.
About the boy, I presume you're in touch with all the hospitals?
Yes, it's still possible he was also hurt. The driver was soft-hearted enough to want to get him to a doctor.
Yes. There weren't any witnesses to the accident or whatever it was?
No one. No, excuse me. Lieutenant Walker speaking. Oh, yeah, Martin. You got a pretty good set of prints? What's that? I'll be darned. Yeah. Well, thanks anyhow.
Bad news, Lieutenant?
Funny news, Mr. Keene. I was a man at the morgue. Jeepers, there are 2 billion people in the world, and they all got fingerprints. Now, just when it would help to know...
This man has no fingerprints?
Not a trace.
You mean his fingertips have been mutilated?
Yep, the old gag. All 10 fingers badly burned and healed over with scars.
Yes, that is news.
Yeah, clear as day. He was an old mobster, did it deliberately to cover up his record.
Well, maybe he did once have an accident.
No. No, he belonged to a mob.
One way or another, we're up against a stone wall. Even his own brother knows nothing about him.
Well, Mr. Keene, only one thing left to do. Stand out a nationwide alarm for the kid, Jimmy. So, if you'll excuse me now...
I'm running along anyhow. No fingerprints. Who was he, anyhow? What was he hiding?
And so the case takes a baffling turn for Mr. Keene, tracer of lost persons. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people. But if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth. Brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene as he returns once more to the home of Jimmy's parents.
See, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Harmon, the one important thing right now is to get back in the dead man's past.
Well, I've shown you every blessed thing that was in his room, Mr. Keene.
Not one single paper there to give us a lead. One moment. Do you recall anybody who may have phoned him regularly?
Well, now, come to think of it,
Yes, Mrs. Harmon.
the one person I ever knew, Bill, to have anything to do with, it was last week. Mr. Benson phoned him here 2 or 3 times.
Benson. Any idea who he was?
No.
Or where he might be reached?
See, I remember once that Bill wasn't in, and Mr. Benson left a message where to call him back.
Where? Try to remember. It may be very important.
A hotel it was. It's a funny name, like that man in England.
What man?
Lord somebody. He has to do with rationing. It was the only way I remembered.
Oh, Wilton?
That's it. The Hotel Woolton.
You say you're looking for a Mr. Benson?
That's right, clerk.
You wouldn't have his first name?
I'm afraid not. All I know is that he was registered here last week.
I looked through these files. Yes, we had a Harley Benson.
Good. Is he still in the hotel?
No, checked out yesterday.
Yesterday. All the bad luck. Did he leave any home address with you?
Just Chicago.
That's a very big city. Of course, there's just a chance he might be in the Chicago telephone book.
But you'll find the out-of-town phone books on the end of the counter there.
Thank you.
Find it, sir?
Yes, here it is, thank you. Waldron. Barton. Benson.
Any luck, sir?
No Harley Benson. I rather imagine he wouldn't be in the phone book anyhow.
Well, sir, if there's anything more I can do,
Yes, there is. You keep records, of course, of all long-distance phone calls for your guests?
Oh, yes.
Would you mind showing me Benson's? To explain my right to ask, my name is Keene. I'm a tracer of lost persons. I'm now looking for a 12-year-old boy, Jimmy Harmon, who has disappeared.
Oh, yes, I read all about it in the papers. Let me see, the bill file's right here, Mr. Keene. Yes. Here's Benson. He made several calls.
Did he call Chicago?
Yes, sir. 3 times. His only long-distance call.
And the number he phoned?
Here you are, sir. The same all 3 times.
Thank you, clerk. That's all I need to know.
Well, here we are, boss. This is the house that Benson phoned to from New York.
Didn't expect this. It's as pretty a cottage as I've ever seen.
Well, I've known gangsters to hide out in stranger places.
All right. Strike a match now, Mike. Let's see the name on the doorbell. It says Malcolm Dugan.
It's an alias. I'm sure it's Benson. And that Benson is that man in black that Jimmy talked about.
Possibly.
Well, let's bust right in and face it.
Hey, you out there. Anything you want?
Well, you see,
I seen you through the window, prowling around in the dark.
Indeed you did, Benson.
Say, how'd you know my name?
That's a long story. I've come all the way from New York to talk with you. Though I didn't expect to find you under the name of Dugan.
Dugan's a cousin of mine. I board here.
May we come in?
Sure. Why not?
Now then, my name is Keene.
Say, not the detective.
That's right. This is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Okay. What's next?
What do you know about Bill Harmon?
Bill Harmon?
A gunman, huh? Trigger man for one of the Chicago mobs. Alky racket. Or was it dope? Or maybe black market? And you did him in.
Oh, wait a minute, Clancy. Back up.
All right. Tell us in your own way.
Harmon ain't no mobster. He was the same as what I still am.
And what's that?
A prison guard in the Lakeshore Penitentiary.
A prison guard?
Sure, until 5 years ago when he quit. I didn't hear a word from him until I was in New York on vacation last week and ran into him on the street.
On the street? You get that, boss?
1 second, Mike. Benson, are you in the habit of wearing black suits and overcoats?
Me? You think I'm an undertaker?
Well, now, when you ran into Harmon, did he tell you what he was doing?
Salesman, he said. We had a couple of beers together 2 or 3 times. He didn't talk much.
Tell me, was there any special reason why he left his job at the penitentiary?
No, just quit.
What were his duties?
Same as me, guarding the death house. And come to think of it...
Yes?
There was something a little funny in his quitting. He did it just a couple of hours before that big racketeer, Legs Mosley, was burned.
Mosley? Oh, yes.
And Harmon just walked out. Said he had enough executions. Well, it happens that way sometimes with a guard.
Yes, I've heard.
But now I remember something else. The minute Legs came out for his last walk to the chair, he asked for Harmon. Where's Harmon, he says. He's got to be here. He's always here. I said Harmon had a previous appointment.
So Legs kept asking for him?
Yeah, Mr. Keene. Think it meant anything?
Tell me something else, Benson. Are there any members of the old Mosley mob still in the penitentiary that I could talk to?
No, not a one. Tell you what, though. There is a guy in the pen, a lifer, who was supposed to burn the same night with Mosley. He got reprieved to life. His name is Rayburn. Like to talk to him?
You bet I would. The first thing tomorrow morning. Rayburn, I gather you're no gangster.
No, Mr. King. I committed my murder over a woman.
Well, as I've told you, I'm trying my best to trace a fine 12-year-old boy who's disappeared. Somehow the trail leads right here to the penitentiary.
How do you mean?
It's too long a story to tell right now. There's only one question I want to ask.
Yes, sir.
Why did Bill Harmon suddenly quit his job as a guard in the death house a few hours before Mosley's execution?
Well, you see...
And why didn't Harmon have the nerve to go into the death chamber that night to see him executed?
Mr. Keene, I don't want to get anybody in trouble.
Don't worry about that. Harmon is dead. The question now is to try to save the life of an innocent boy. Well, why did Harmon quit?
Well, because he welched on a bargain.
Welched? How?
Well, while Legs Mosley was waiting to burn, some of his gang reached Bill Harmon and made a proposition. They would pay him $20,000 if he would help spring Legs from the death house. The brains of the plan was a fellow called Blackie.
Blackie?
Well, they called him that because he always dressed in black. Blackie Westlake.
Yes, go right on.
Well, the way I got the story, Harmon agreed. But he wanted some of the money in advance. So they gave him $10,000, and he would get the rest after Legs was over the wall and free. I knew all about it because they were going to let me walk out the same time.
But Harmon never carried out his crooked bargain.
No, Mr. King. Talk of crooks out crooking each other. He took the $10,000 and beat it. Legs died in the chair. I got a reprieve. But that's ancient history, isn't it?
Yes, ancient history that suddenly came back to life. Thank you, Rayburn.
Why, sure, boss, it's as plain as day now. Blackie Westlake and the other members of the old mob killed Harmon for revenge.
Yes, and abducted Jimmy because he had once seen Blackie before and was in a position to identify him to the police.
Right.
Now the next step. We phoned Lieutenant Walker in New York and asked him to send out an alarm.
For every member of the old Mosley mob?
No, Mike. Just for Blackie Westlake.
And why just for Blackie?
To start a civil war.
Boss, I don't get it.
You know the old saying, when thieves fall out, honest men get their due? Mike, that's the only way of getting Jimmy safely out of the hands of those gangsters.
Oh, psychology stuff.
Right. Let's phone Walker now and then get back to New York.
Professor. How do you do, Professor?
Oh, it's you. The hoodlum they call Blackie.
Next on that hoodlum stuff.
Well, that's what you are. When are you going to let me out of this cellar?
When I feel like it. Get back there or I'll slap you. That's better. Looks all right. I brought you a sandwich out of the kindness of my heart.
I don't want your sandwich. Why are you keeping me here?
Because you're too darn smart, Professor. You saw us bump off your dear, dear uncle. If I let you go, the cops would take you to headquarters. You'd identify my picture.
Just what I thought. You're one of those habitual criminals.
Shut up.
I can tell that from the shape of your ears and the index of your cranium.
Stop that highbrow stuff. My cranium's all right.
Where is this place you're keeping me?
A warehouse. And a lot nearer your home plate than you think.
I'm sick of it. It's cold. Let me out of here.
You stay right here till the noise dies down. Now go on. Get back. Get back or I'll smack you.
Take your hand off me. Let me go.
Oh, yeah?
You slapped me right in the face. You knocked my glasses off.
And that's only a sample.
Let me out of here. Let me go.
Little wise guy.
Hey, Blackie! Blackie!
Yeah, Montana?
Look at here. I was just outside and got a newspaper.
So what?
Me and the others are scrambling out of here.
Why?
Look at this paper, the front page.
Let me see. Oh,
Blackie Westlake, hunted in murder and abduction. That means you.
I thought it was covered up the whole way.
You ain't, but we are.
Now, wait a minute,
You're
Montana.
hot, Blackie, hot as fire. The whole town's looking for you, so the rest of us is taking the car and scrambling. Because we're still in the clear.
You're not walking out on me. You're staying right here. If we burn together.
Not in your life, Blackie.
Okay, maybe this'll teach you.
You rat! Larry, French, come quick!
Oh, so you want to shoot it out, huh?
Oh, Mr. Keene, it just makes me sick to think of Jimmy in the hands of those gangsters.
He's a bright boy, Mrs. Harmon. We can count on him handling himself intelligently.
Besides, Mother, the police are hunting everywhere.
Yes, but they might take weeks and still not find him.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Harmon. I've done my best. Now it's only a question of letting nature take its course.
Nature? But, Mr. Keene, those men are killers.
That's exactly what I'm counting on. You see...
Oh, the door.
I'll go and see. Just remain calm, Mother.
Hello, everybody.
Jimmy.
Oh, Jimmy. Oh, Jimmy. Thank God you're back again. Jimmy, my
Hello,
darling.
Mother. Hello, Dad.
Oh, darling, did those men hurt you? Are you all right?
I'm just a little hungry. Relax, everybody.
Oh, Jimmy, we were just about crazy with worry. Where were you?
In a warehouse in Brooklyn.
Well, how did you ever get away from there?
In a police car. Thanks to Mr. Keene. I guess you'd like to know what happened, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Jimmy, I certainly would.
Well, just about an hour ago, I was locked in the cellar. But I heard an argument start. The rest of the gang wanted to run away without Blackie. Suddenly, they were shooting all over the place. When the police came a little later, they were all dead or dying. Like the Kilkenny cat.
Good heavens.
You see, Mr. Keene, they didn't have much loyalty to each other.
Yes, Jimmy, that's exactly what I was counting on.
Mr. Keene, Lieutenant Walker told me how you did it while he was driving me back. Psychology, that's what you call it.
Whatever it was, Mr. Keene, you saved Jimmy's life.
How can we ever thank you?
My own happiness is reward enough.
Mr. Keene, there was something I wish to request of you.
Yes. What's that?
Well, when I go up, may I have a position in your organization?
Well, Jimmy, I never had a higher compliment from anybody. Of course you may.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us the fascinating case of Mr. Trevor's Secret. Today, the girl or woman who wants to be popular knows that one of her most important assets is a charming smile and teeth that sparkle and gleam. Knows that no matter how smartly she may dress or make up, teeth that are dingy and discolored looking instantly create an unfavorable impression. And the same is true of the man in business, whose very livelihood depends on selling himself. He knows how quickly discolored-looking teeth can bring failure. That's why today thousands of smart and successful men and women are changing to the new Colonos high-polishing toothpaste. So, for your own sake, try the new Colonos toothpaste yourself. It works like a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. It helps remove dull, dingy surface stains, revealing the natural brilliance and sparkle of your teeth. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, at your drugstore tonight. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of Mr. Trevor's secret. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
Sparkling, new-looking floors in just 6 to 9 minutes. Ladies, that's good news. Use economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply, and it dries to a marvelous high wax luster that makes rooms lovelier, saves frequent scrubbings or polishings. Yet a full pint of Aero Wax costs only 25 cents at hardware, drug, grocery, and 10-cent stores. Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, will make you proud of your floors.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, for bright, sparkling teeth, a $1 million smile, try the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Safely, speedily, it whisks away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile and reveals the full, natural brilliance of your teeth. Get the new high-polishing Colonos at any drugstore tonight. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight, our story opens in one of the great movie palaces of Broadway, the Palladium, where for 3 weeks the stage presentation has been a sensational success. Skip Gordon's Review, starring Lola Bennett.
My heart tells me I will cry again.
As the spotlight cuts across the vast theater to the stage, it falls on a beautiful golden-haired girl, Lola Bennett, singing in the wistful style that has made her a hit overnight.
Will I be sorry if I do? Should I believe my heart for you?
Come back, Lola. Come back and take another bow.
Thank you, Skip.
And make a little speech for our audience, won't you?
You've been wonderful to me. I don't know how to thank you.
Hold it, everybody. Hold it. Lola will be back with another song later. Meanwhile, a little novelty number from our orchestra. A special arrangement of that outstanding hit, Pistol Packin' Mama. Take it away, maestro, while yours truly cools off in the wings.
Oh, Skip.
Yeah, Joe?
I've been stage manager here 10 years. I've never seen a gal win over a crowd like Lola.
Swell kid.
Whoa, what are they doing out there?
Just a pistol sound effect in the number. Don't you like it?
I'll take a blockbuster.
Hey, where is Lola? I thought she'd be here in the wings.
She ducked back to her dressing room, Skip, to fix her makeup.
Hey, it's time for Lola to go on again.
Well, I'll run down and knock on her door, huh?
Okay, I'll signal the band to do another chorus meanwhile.
On stage, Lola. On stage.
Well, Joe, what gives?
No answer.
Well, look inside.
She's not there.
But it can't be.
I'll ask the doorman if she went out.
Well, hurry, Joe. Will you hurry?
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah, Joe?
Have you seen Lola?
Nope, not this way.
Lola! Lola!
Lola! Lola! Hey, Lola, baby, where are you? Lola! Where are you?
And you say, Mr. Gordon, that she hasn't been seen since she disappeared last night?
No, Mr. Keene. In all my years in show business, I've never known anything like it to happen.
You tried her home, Mr. Gordon?
Call me Skip, won't you? Well, sure, we tried her home, and no soap. I don't get it, Mr. Keene, especially since she knew we were going to give her a farewell party, too, after the show.
A farewell party?
That was her last performance with my review. She goes into the Skytop Club this weekend, a star attraction. I made her take the offer.
How do you mean?
Well, I had her under contract ever since I found her singing in Cleveland 6 months ago. And the minute she got the right song, she went over like wildfire. Now the Skytop wants her. Well, when they sent her the contract, she showed it to me and said...
No, Skip. I'm not signing that contract.
Oh, don't be crazy, kid. It doubles your pay. It gives you top billing.
Skip, you've been just wonderful to me. You taught me how to dress, to carry myself, to really sing. I'm not walking out on you.
Look, Lola. Here's another contract. Yours and mine.
Well? You've torn it up.
I'm no jail warden, baby. You're heading straight for the top, and I'm not holding you back. Not on your life, baby.
Skip, that was very generous of you.
Generous, Mr. Keene? I love Lola. Even though I've never told her.
Never told her?
She wouldn't even have looked at me. Oh, but find Lola, Mr. Keene. That's all I'm asking. Find Lola.
Well, the place to start is obviously the Palladium, where she was last seen. That's a famous old house, as I remember.
Sure. In the old vaudeville days, we used to talk about making the Palladium. When you played there, it meant you were good. Still does.
And Lola made it with this engagement?
3 smash weeks.
All right, Skip. Let's go.
Hello, Charlie.
Why, hello, Mr. Gordon.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Keene, this is the stage doorman, Charlie Barnes.
How do you do?
Glad to know you, sir. Do you think you'll find her?
I'll do my best.
A swell little lady.
Incidentally, Charlie, you were on duty last night?
Yes, sir, Mr. Keene.
You're sure she didn't leave the theater?
Well, she couldn't have. Not without creating a riot.
Why?
The place was surrounded with autograph hounds.
Oh. Well, now, Skip, if we could have a look in her dressing room.
Oh, sure, right this way. I told the house manager to leave it exactly the same as it was last night.
A good idea. Thank you, Charlie.
I'm glad to oblige you, Mr. Keene.
Well, Skip, I gather your review is staying on at this theater.
Yeah, another week, with a replacement for Lola. Here we are now. After you.
Thank you. The usual dressing room. Chair, dressing table, wardrobe trunk.
Yeah, that's right.
And telegrams of congratulation pasted up on the mirror.
Yeah.
Sing, canary, sing. I love you, I love you, I love you. Repeated 24 times.
Yeah, the telegrams are mostly from Larry Reeves.
Reeves?
Yeah.
Oh, he's a well-known Broadway playboy, isn't he?
Yeah, with more money than's good for him, too, and more wives. Married 4 times, divorced 4 times.
I gather he wanted Lola for the 5th?
Yeah, I've been making quite a pitch. Even a smart kid like Lola got to believing him. They were almost engaged.
Almost?
Yeah, he sent Lola a ring last week. Diamond like a headlight. It'd burn him when Lola sent it back.
I suppose this is her costume trunk.
Yeah, that's right. Say, you don't think...
Is there a key around?
Key? Well, there's one on the dressing table.
Oh, we'll try it.
Gosh. I thought for a minute we were going to have a trunk murder.
These are her costumes, Skip.
Yeah, some of them. I remember others.
Oh? Where are they?
Well, I wouldn't know.
Oh, Skip. Hey, Skip.
Yeah, that's Tommy Tolan, my band leader.
Hey, Skip. We start the first show in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I know. This is Mr. King.
How do you do?
Oh, how do you do? Oh, yeah. You said you were going to ask him to. Hey, that reminds me.
Of what, Tommy?
Well, I wanted to mention it before, but I didn't want to talk out of turn.
Well, come on, give, Tommy, will you?
Well, you know my goofy saxophonist, Harry Forbes.
Yeah. Harry's had a crush on Lola for months, hanging around and pestering her day and night.
Well, right after you left the stage last night, Skip, and we started pistol-packing Mama, remember?
Yeah?
Harry signals me. He whispers he's got to leave the stage. Well, he looks so crazy. I says, all right. So he slips out behind the drapes.
Very interesting.
And then I don't see him for 15 minutes. And the funny part about it...
What was so funny about it?
Oh, hello, Harry.
What was so funny?
All right. I'll say it right to your face, Harry. You walked off the stage carrying a gun.
We all had guns, phony guns for the pistol packing number.
Just a minute. Am I to understand you used guns, pistols as stage props for the performance of the number Pistol Packing Mama?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But the rest of us had our guns on stage. He could have had his loaded.
Are you trying to say
If anybody wanted to shoot Lola, that was the time to do it. During all that noise.
You skunk.
No, your band leader is right, Forbes. It was his duty to tell us. Why did you go off the stage?
Oh, because I felt sick. I wanted to take a pill. I told him that.
Okay.
Okay, nothing. One of these days you'll have to get yourself a new saxophone.
Hey, Harry, wait a minute now. Wait.
Never mind, Skip. And thank you, Mr. Tolan, for this information.
Oh, I figured I had to tell you, Mr. Keene. That guy's wacky. Well, the curtain's in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be there. Well, Mr. Keene, how does it add up to you?
It doesn't, yet. Better get along for your performance, Skip.
Performance, yeah. You'll be sticking around.
Right here in the dressing room.
Okay.
Those telegrams. I love you. I love you. I love you.
Mr. Keene,
Yes?
I was waiting till the others went away.
Well, who are you?
I'm just a dresser around here. Take care of the performers' clothes.
Well?
Look, this note. She gave it to me last night. She said that if he came again, I was to give it to him. In the excitement last night, I forgot. You better have it.
Well, thank you.
Marie! Marie!
Oh, quick, put it in your pocket. That's Larry Reeves, Mr. Keene. You know, the playboy.
Hey, Marie, why didn't you answer when I called?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Reeves. I didn't hear you.
Any word yet about Lola?
No, Mr. Reeves, nothing.
Who's this? Anybody? Can't be. I don't know.
Thank you.
Gold digger. She's done a run out on me.
She's not a gold digger.
Shut up.
I won't have you talk that way about her.
I know a kind playing hard to get. Come and find me. And when I do, I'll wring her little neck. I'll break every bone in her body.
Oh, he's just awful, that Mr. Reeves. Thinks that for money he can have anything. But Miss Bennett's not his kind.
What about this note?
She said to give it to him if he came around again to bother her.
She was expecting him last night?
Every night. The doorman was told to keep him out, but there's a way of coming through the front of the house, Mr. Keene.
I see.
Don't open that note here, please, sir.
Very well. And if Mr. Skip Gordon asks for me, tell him I went back to my office. I'll have you know, Miss Ellis, I don't make a practice of reading other people's mail.
But good heavens, this is a matter of life or death, perhaps. Oh, come on, what does it say?
Well, I'll read it. Dear Larry, I've sent back your ring, and that must end it. In my 26 years, I've found there is one quality in people that I cannot stand, selfishness. It once cost me a terrible lot, the worst years of my life. If I married you, it would be the same all over again.
Well,
So it must be goodbye. And please stop threatening me because it won't work. Lola.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Selfishness. The worst years of my life. What does it mean?
Yes, what?
As a matter of fact, Miss Ellis, we know almost nothing about Lola Bennett. Skip has known her only 6 months, and she's never talked of the past.
Well, what's the difference? This note points straight to Reeves.
And other evidence points to Forbes, the musician. No, I've got to know a whole lot more about that girl. And there's only one way to find out.
How?
You know the weekly newspaper Footlight?
Oh, sure. The Bible of show business.
Well, I'd like Mike Clancy to go back through their files and dig up every single mention that was ever made of Lola Bennett.
Right, Mr. Keene. Now get hold of Mike at once.
Two people under suspicion in the disappearance of Lola Bennett. And Mr. Keene goes on with his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that adds so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste, at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene's office and the continuation of the case of the lovely singing star, Lola Bennett.
But here you are, boss. I got 3 back numbers of Footlight that mention her.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
The first goes back about 8 years, when she was just a kid.
It's a review of a vaudeville act that opened in St. Paul. Billy, the song and dance man. The reviewer says a strictly mediocre act that may do for the sticks, but will never make the palladium.
Now, this paragraph here.
Accompanying Billy was a pretty little stooge called Lola Bennett, who had nothing to do but be sung at.
Now look at the second paper, Mr. Keene.
Dated 4 years later from Akron, Ohio. Now the act is called Billy and Lola. About this minor league vaudeville act that premiered here last night, nothing much can be said for or against the male half, Billy. But the little blonde who shared the bill, Lola Bennett, showed unusual promise. 2 of her numbers, sung with refreshing sincerity, brought down the house. Very interesting.
Read that third item, boss. It goes back just 2 years.
Now the act is called Lola Bennett and Billy.
Right.
One of the most novel femme singers heard in these parts lately opened last night at the Star. A voice full of honey and captivating personality. Should go far with the right training. The act was completed by a novelty instrument number from Billy. Different, but was it good?
Well, boss, what do you make of it?
The old story of show business. The pupil outgrowing the master. Lola made the palladium, but Billy never did.
Billy? Whoever he was. That's your private phone, boss.
Hello?
Hello.
Keene Company.
Keene, this is Harry Forbes. You know the saxophone player?
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Forbes.
I'm going to talk straight out. I want you to lay off me.
But, my dear fellow...
Don't try to put Lola's disappearance on me. I had nothing to do with it.
How did you ever get my private phone number?
From Skip Gordon, and I've warned him too. Lay off me or else.
Or else what?
Lay off me, that's all.
Did you hear any of that, Mike?
I did. A maniac. Well, don't you think that he... Well, with the suspicions we got...
Never mind. I want to follow another lead now.
Well, sir?
Each of these reviews mentions other acts that appeared on the same bill, Mike. I'd like to find some of those other people.
It'll take a lot of digging.
But it may give us very valuable information. Try the booking agencies, Mike, and the actors' hotels at once.
Okay, I'm on my way, sir.
Well, it's nice, Mr. Keene, that somebody remembers me after all these years out of show business.
I gather, Mrs. Hall, that you once had a comedy act?
Wasn't much, but it made folks laugh.
On at least one occasion, you played the same theater with a song and dance man called Billy.
Billy? Oh, sure. Kind of a sourpuss.
Why do you say that?
Well, had his heart set on getting to Broadway. Wasn't good enough.
What was his surname, Mrs. Hall?
Surname? Billy. That's all he was ever called.
You remember his partner?
Oh, sure. Lola Bennett. He hired her in St. Paul after his regular partner walked out on him. She's doing fine these days.
But what's become of Billy?
Billy? Oh, well, I couldn't tell you.
Yes, Major Tiny. I'm looking for an old performer called Billy.
I remember him, Mr. Keene. My midget act trooped all over Canada with him one winter in a unit show.
Really?
My, but what his wife had to put up with.
Wife, did you say?
Yes, Lola Bennett.
Oh, they were married.
2 years by then, but they weren't happy. Billy was so jealous.
Of the fact that she was becoming more successful than he?
That's right, Mr. Keene. He took to drink. Actually beat her up one night. I tried to stop him.
Oh?
He threatened to walk on me. Oh, a bad character.
What was his surname?
I never knew.
Would you have a photograph of him?
No, sir.
Oh, thank you. There's still one more chance.
Sure, I know him, Mr. Keene. When I was hoofing on the Jackson circuit. You see, I used to do a soft shoe number like this.
Charming, Mr. Foley, charming.
Yeah, but strictly passe. I'm working up a new routine now like this.
If I may be so rude, Mr. Foley.
Yeah?
How were they getting on when you knew them?
Oh, terrible. You see, the booking agents was thumbs down on him.
Why?
Well, they said he crabbed the act. The ball and chain. The guy tried everything. He even worked up a novelty, a solo, and a song on 5 different instruments. You know, one after the other. Still no soap. But Lola stuck by him. Much good it did her. Guy was a maniac. Talking crazy all the time about making a Palladium. Hitting Broadway. Well, it got so bad, she finally had to divorce him.
I see. By the way, what instruments did he play in that novelty number?
Clarinet, fiddle.
The saxophone, too?
Yeah, saxophone, all right. Yeah, that was his best.
Would you by any chance have a photograph of him?
A photo? Let's see, well, once in Buffalo...
Yes?
We all gave a hospital benefit, and the newspapers took photos.
Could you find that photograph?
Well, now if I dig around in my press book, I might. Hey, let's have a look.
Keene and Company.
This is Skip Gordon, Mr. Keene.
Oh, good morning, Skip.
I haven't heard from you in days. Any news, Mr. Keene?
There may be tonight. I can reach you at the Palladium still?
Yeah, we're on for the rest of this week. You know, I got some news for you.
Really?
Harry Forbes, the saxophone player, walked out of the band last night, and we can't locate him. That puts the finger on him, I guess.
It would certainly look like that.
If he's the guy, if he's harmed Lola in any way.
Well, Skip, to be perfectly frank, I'm afraid somebody has harmed her.
Mr. Keene. Who? How?
I'll probably have the answer for you tonight. Meanwhile, I must use the phone for a very important call.
Okay, see you tonight.
Hello?
Sky Top Club.
Good. I'd like very much to talk to your manager. Good evening, Charlie.
Good evening, Mr. Keene. Any luck yet locating Lola Bennett, Mr. Keene?
Yes and no.
I don't get it.
In a few minutes, a package may arrive here at the Palladium for me. Ask the delivery man to wait before bringing it in. I want to talk to him.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, where's Mr. Skip Gordon?
On stage, introducing a number.
By the way, Charlie, the night that Miss Bennett disappeared, Was anything moved out of here?
No, sir. But something came in. Some props for our next stage show.
I see.
Well, Mr. Gordon should be coming off the wings any minute now.
A new singer?
Yeah, replacing Miss Bennett, but not half as good.
Oh, I see Mr. Gordon there now.
Hello, Mr. Keene.
Hello, Skip.
Well, what's the word?
Skip, you may have to brace yourself for really bad news.
Dead, huh? Dead.
Yes, I'm afraid so. As the final sacrifice to a very selfish man.
Who? Forbes? Reeves? I'll kill whoever it was.
Steady, Skip. We'll see that justice is done.
Lola was such a swell kid.
Time for you to go on stage again, eh?
Yeah, the show goes on. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here's your master of ceremonies again. About to introduce a rip-snorting arrangement of the hit of the season, Pistol Packin' Mama. Oh, Mr. Keene. Mr. Keene.
Yes, Charlie, I'm coming.
The delivery man came. He's waiting for you.
Good, Charlie. I'll walk back with you.
If you want any help bringing it in,
all that noise. Come, let's find a quiet place. Go into this dressing room.
No. This was Miss Bennett's.
You don't believe in ghosts, Charlie.
Why, what do you mean?
Charlie, look at this wardrobe trunk with Miss Bennett's costumes.
Oh, what about it?
She really had 2 trunks.
2?
And when the express company came that night to deliver certain props, somebody ordered one of the trunks taken away.
Where to?
The address was already labeled on, just as on this one. It was sent to the next place where Miss Bennett was engaged to sing, the Skytop Club.
Who was responsible for that?
It's no mystery to me any longer. A very jealous man, her former husband.
What?
I'm going to produce him in a minute. You stay here.
I'm staying nowhere.
Oh, yes, you are. I'm going out now to have the delivery man bring in that package for me.
Listen, Keene, I'm not staying.
You're going to watch me open Miss Bennett's second trunk. The one that went to the Skytop Club. I'm having it brought in.
I'm watching nothing.
We'll open the trunk right here in our dressing room. And just between ourselves, there are police stationed at every exit. The killer will never get out of this theater.
You found her in the trunk? Let me out of here.
No, you're staying right here. I'm locking you in this dressing room.
Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Skip.
I came off for a breather while the band is playing. What's up?
Oh, Skip, my boy. It's too bad that Lola didn't meet somebody like you years ago. Unfortunately, the man she did once marry was insanely jealous and possessive. He couldn't bear to see her succeed where he had failed. She tried her best to help him, but... Well, I'd like you to know this much, Skip. She loved you for your generosity. She valued you above anybody in the world.
But who killed her? Who was the man?
A man she ran into again the moment she reached this theater 3 weeks ago.
Darn it all. Those pistol shots.
Didn't you notice something peculiar then, Skip?
What do you mean?
One shot was nearer than any of the others.
Jeepers creepers, you mean?
It came from this dressing room.
Quick, get that door open. Right. Charlie, the doorman.
He shot himself.
Dead as a doornail. Mr. Keene, was he the guy?
Yes. Her former husband. And that's the way he killed Lola that night. He fired the pistol during the band number.
Charlie, a doorman.
An old and disappointed performer. He made the Palladium with the most tragic performance of his life.
And so ends the case of the girl who sang too well. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us another of his baffling cases, The Man Who Didn't Come Home. Today, the girl or woman who wants to be popular knows that one of her most important assets is a charming smile and teeth that sparkle and gleam. knows that no matter how smartly she may dress or make up, teeth that are dingy and discolored looking instantly create an unfavorable impression. And the same is true of the man in business, whose very livelihood depends on selling himself. He knows how quickly discolored looking teeth can bring failure. That's why today thousands of smart and successful men and women are changing to the new Colonos high polishing toothpaste. So for your own sake, try the new Colonos toothpaste yourself. It works like a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. It helps remove dull, dingy surface stains, revealing the natural brilliance and sparkle of your teeth. Ask for Colonos toothpaste, KolYnos, at your drugstore tonight. You've just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the man who didn't come home. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Famous no-rubbing Aero Wax gives you beautifully waxed, shining floors in 6 to 9 minutes flat, and at the cost of only a few pennies per room. Think of it. It's quick, easy, economical. Just apply Aero Wax. It dries to a marvelous luster. Cuts out 2/3 of your scrubbing. A full pint costs only 25 cents. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
For incredibly fast relief from the pains of simple headache or minor neuralgia, try Anacin. ANACIN. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it's composed of not just one, but a combination of medically active ingredients. Take only as directed. Get convenient Anacin tablets at your druggist tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Next time you buy a dentifrice, get high-polishing, high-foaming Colonos toothpaste or tooth powder. Colonos is a double result dentifrice with a mouthwash effect built right in. Freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. Tomorrow, buy Colonos. Now, Mr. Keene and the almost unbelievable case of the frightened child. Our story opens on a foggy morning in New York City. And at the children's shelter on Lower Manhattan, we find Mr. Keene and Police Lieutenant Evans walking together down one of the corridors. And Lieutenant Evans is saying with unusual emotion,
Mr. Keene, I can't tell you how this kid affects me. I'm a pretty tough guy. I should be after all the years I've been on the police force, but the expression in this kid's eyes, I just can't take it.
How old is the child, Lieutenant Evans?
I'd say about 5.
You found him wandering around the streets?
Down by the Brooklyn Bridge at 6 o'clock in the morning. Officer Casey picked him up. He said he thought he was seeing things when this little fellow stepped out of the fog. But the thing that gets me is that he don't seem to know how to talk.
That seems incredible at 5 years old, unless he's suffering from shock. How was he dressed?
Well, that's another funny thing, Mr. Keene. The suit he had on looked like it might have cost a lot of money.
And he won't tell you his name?
He won't, or he can't. He just sits and stares at you, those big eyes of his. We've run his picture in all the papers, so wouldn't you think that somebody would know who he was?
Somebody must know who he is. They're keeping quiet about it.
That's what bothers me, and that's why I decided to call you in. Oh, here we are, sir.
All right, Lieutenant.
Hello, kid. How goes it? I brought someone to see you. Oh, now, wait. Don't run away.
We won't hurt you, son. I like little boys. Here, give me your hand.
You see, Mr. Keene, he won't say a word.
He's got to learn that I won't hurt him. Give me your hand, son. There. That's not so bad, is it? I'm here to help you.
Let's have a little more light in here. Somebody must have pulled down these shades.
No! No!
He must have pulled them down himself. He's afraid of the light, Lieutenant. And apparently he isn't used to it.
No!
All right, kid. Take it easy. I'll pull them down again.
That's right. The sunlight's good for little boys. You mean you've never played in the sunlight with other children?
He won't answer you, Mr. Keene.
I think he will when he gets to know me better. I think he'll even manage to tell me his name.
Name?
Yes, your name. What do people call you? I'm your friend. You have nothing to be afraid of with me. So try to tell me your name and where you came from.
What did I tell you, Mr. Keene? You can't get a thing out of him.
Seemed he was a little less frightened when you left him, Lieutenant.
Well, that's true. But we still don't have any idea who he is.
His fear of the light. Well, that should tell us something.
Mr. Keene, you mean you think he was kept in darkness?
There's something horrible here. What was done to that child and why was it done? I'm going to find out if it's the last thing I do.
I thought you'd feel like that about it, sir. Of course, Mr. Keene, everything that...
sir. Are you Lieutenant Evans?
Huh? Oh, why, yes.
My name is Clark. They sent me over here from the station house.
You wanted to see me?
Yes, I guess so. They told me you was in charge of the case. They thought it was important, so I come right over here.
What case are you talking about?
That kid you found by the bridge.
What? What about him?
Do you know who he is?
No, but I seen his picture in the papers. I had a funny experience a couple of nights ago, and I thought that maybe I ought to report it.
What do you do?
Well, I'm a night watchman down near the waterfront. One of the blocks I patrol is mostly empty buildings. An old brewery they don't use anymore and a couple of loft buildings.
Go on.
Well, last week one night, when I was passing one of the loft buildings, I could have sworn I heard a child crying. Then I decided it must have been a cat or a boat whistle. Them boat whistles drive you crazy on a foggy night.
You should have done something about it.
Well, I tell you, I thought I was hearing things. And then the next night I heard it again.
Yes, go on.
I says to myself, there can't be a kid in that empty building. But finally I went back. I found a window open on the ground floor, and then I decided I must have been crazy.
Why?
You never seen such a place. Dust over everything. Dust and cobwebs. It hadn't been used for years. I was just about to go, and all at once I happened to turn my flashlight on the floor. There was footprints in the dust. A child's footprints. And they was pointing toward the window.
I hope we're doing the right thing, Mr. Keene.
I'm afraid it's the only thing to do, Lieutenant. We've got to find out if the child knows that building and if that's where he came from. Besides, he isn't afraid, are you, son?
No.
Of course you aren't. As long as you're with us, nothing can happen to you. Just remember that.
Well, this is George Street. And that looks like number 17.
That's right. That's the place.
Okay, driver, here we are. Now, wait right here. We won't be long. You coming, kid?
No.
Sure you are, little fellow. Just keep your hand in mine. You'll be perfectly all right.
What a godforsaken spot. That building looks as if it had been shut up for years.
There's no name on it, Lieutenant Evans. Nothing. I was hoping there would be.
What a place to leave a child, if they did leave him here.
Well, we'll soon find out. Come on, son. Just a little bit farther.
No. No.
It'll soon be over with. And I'm here. You can trust me.
There's the window, Mr. Keene. It's still wide open. If the kid was in there, that's how he must have gotten out.
But how did they take him in? They must have realized that window was open.
Let's go in and see if we can find out.
No. No.
I thought so. He's afraid of the place.
They had him here, all right.
They certainly did. Okay, son. It's all over with. We're going away now.
Mommy! Mommy! I want my mommy!
Hush now, hush. We'll find your mother for you. And I'll find out who did this to you. You can count on that, too. Why, yes, Lieutenant, I'd just as soon keep the youngster with me. Meanwhile, I sent Mike Clancy, my assistant, to look up the records on that building.
Oh, boss, Mr. Keene, sir.
Oh, yes, Mike, I'm in here. Hello, Lieutenant. Mike just came in this minute, and I'll call you as soon as I hear what he has to say. Goodbye. Well, Mike?
Well, I found out who owns the building, sir, but that's all I did find out.
Who owns it?
3 brothers named Brandon.
3 brothers?
Yes, sir. Philip, George, and Richard Brandon. They're in the textile business. Live up at Rawlins, New York. 10 years ago, they moved their business up there. But their old loft building here has been empty ever since.
Brandon.
Does it mean anything, sir?
No. But I think I'll pay a call on the Brandon brothers up at Rawlings tomorrow. I won't mention the child. I don't dare mention the child. But I'll think up some excuse for going to see them.
Yes, sir.
And, Mike, I'd also like to read the back editions of the Rawlings newspaper. As far back as a month, possibly 3 months.
Please sit down, Mr. Keene. My brother will be right with us.
Thank you, Mr. Brandon. I appreciate your seeing me. Since I happen to be in Rawlings, I thought it would save time if I came directly to you.
You wanted to see me, Philip?
Yes, George, come in. Mr. Keene, this is my brother George.
How do you do?
How do you do?
George, Mr. Keene wants to lease that loft building in New York.
What?
Yes, that is, he's acting for a client. He seems rather vague about the whole thing.
Not at all. I'm simply making inquiries for a client.
But, why that particular building?
I don't know, George. Ask Mr. Keene. Perhaps he can tell you.
I'm just acting on instructions. I want to find out the terms.
So you said, but unfortunately we can't quote you any terms until...
Until we, talk to our sister-in-law, Edith Brandon, and right now I'm afraid that's out of the question.
But I don't understand. Does she own that building?
Well, no, that is not entirely. You see, our younger brother, Richard, owned 2/3 of the business.
Mr. Keene isn't interested in that, George.
I'm just explaining the circumstances. Anyhow, Mr. Keene, after Richard's death, well, his wife Edith inherited that building. So we'd have to consult her before quoting terms.
And Edith is in a rest home. She had a nervous breakdown about a month ago.
In a rest home? Mr. Brandon, you don't mean that your brother Richard... Good heavens, of course. Now I remember. He was killed, wasn't he? He and his little boy.
Yes.
They were out boating, and Richard must have lost an oar. The current is very strong on the river here, and they must have been carried into the rapids.
That's right. The boat was found smashed to pieces, but the bodies of your brother and his son were never found.
How do you happen to know all that?
I read it in the Rawlings newspaper. I remember thinking how ghastly it must have been for that poor woman to lose her husband and her boy both at once.
How is it that you were interested in reading the Rawlings paper? Do you have friends here, Mr. Keene? Do you...
Philip.
Yes?
Philip, I think there's someone at the door.
The door? Oh, why, Agnes, what are you doing here?
Hello, darling. I wasn't eavesdropping. I was just passing by, and I heard voices, but I wasn't eavesdropping.
I didn't say you were.
I thought perhaps it was someone I knew.
No, Mr. Keene, this is my wife.
How do you do?
How do you do? Did you say Keene? That name, it sounds familiar.
I don't know why it should be. You've never met before.
Mr. Keene has a client who wants to lease that loft building in New York.
What did you say?
Agnes, I'm sorry, but we're trying to talk business.
But that building...
Agnes, I'll see you later.
Yes, dear, I'm going. I'm going right away. Goodbye, Mr. Keene.
Goodbye, Mrs. Brandon.
I'll wait for you outside, Philip, and I really wasn't eavesdropping.
You must excuse the interruption. But as a matter of fact, I can't see much point in continuing the conversation.
But, Mr. Brandon...
I'm sure that my sister-in-law wouldn't be interested in leasing that building, especially since we may use it ourselves later on. Don't you agree with me, George?
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
You mean you won't even ask her?
Well, I can't see any point to it, Mr. Keene. It isn't as though Edith needed the money. She's extremely well off. She has everything she wants.
You mean she has everything except her husband and her little boy?
Hello?
Mike?
I've been wondering when you were going to call.
I'm still in Rawlings. I'm calling from the hotel here. I'm going to stay over another day.
Why, sir?
I want to try to see Mrs. Richard Brandon if I can. And Mike, listen carefully. This is frightfully important.
Yes, sir.
Tell Lieutenant Evans that child must be watched. He mustn't be left alone for any reason whatsoever. When I return, I may take him up to my house. Meanwhile, he must be guarded, night and day.
In just a moment, we'll witness a dramatic and moving scene as Mr. Keene continues the case of the frightened child. Meanwhile, whenever you feel cold miseries coming on, do this right away. Get Hill's cold tablets at your druggist's. Hill's cold tablets are especially prepared to go right to work on all these distressing cold symptoms you feel. That flushed feverishness if present, the headache and the pains and aches of a cold. All those important ways of treating cold symptoms. And for that clogged up feeling in your nose, get Hill's nose drops. They help clear up nasal congestion fast. Take only as directed. Ask for Hill's, Hills. Hill's cold tablets and nose drops at your druggist tonight. Now back to Mr. Keene and the strange, almost unbelievable case of the frightened child. It's early evening of the following day, and we find Mr. Keene moving restlessly about his study. With him is a frail, attractive young woman who watches him with sad and haunted eyes.
Shouldn't they be here by now, Mr. Keene?
Don't worry, Mrs. Brandon. Mike can be depended to get him here safely.
And you really think it's my son? Oh, it doesn't seem possible.
My dear Mrs. Brandon, I'm not promising you a thing. But there's a chance that it is your son.
And if it is?
If it is, it means a hideous crime has been committed. It will take a lot of courage for you to see this thing through.
My boy will give me courage. If it is my boy.
It won't be easy. It'll take a lot of patience to nurse him back to a state of normalcy. And during that period, I'll want you to stay right here in my house, where Mike and I can act as a bodyguard.
You think there's danger?
I know there's danger. By the way, Mrs. Brandon, did your husband ever quarrel with his brothers over the business? Was there resentment because he inherited 2/3 of the stock?
On the surface, no, Mr. Keene. Underneath, it was always there. But even so, I can't believe in this monstrous thing. Maybe you've made a dreadful mistake. Perhaps perhaps it isn't Joel.
Perhaps not. Well, we'll soon find out. Mike just came in. He has a key. Just wait here a second, Mrs. Brandon.
Well, here we are, boss. And what a time we had getting here.
Hello there.
Hello.
Well, will you look at that now? He actually smiled at you, Mr. Keene, sir. Oh, I didn't know there was anyone else here, sir.
This is Mrs. Brandon, Mike. She just arrived. Come over here, son.
Joel.
Do you know this lady?
Joel, don't you remember?
Mommy! Mommy!
Joel, oh, my baby. Now, sweetheart, let's play our game again, shall we? Let's pretend that you and Daddy are in the boat fishing.
I caught a fish, too. I caught a fish, Mr. Keene.
I know you did, Joel. You told us you did. But then what happened after you caught the fish?
Nothing.
Something must have happened. Daddy never came back. Why didn't he come back? Why, darling?
I don't know.
Are you sure you don't know? Perhaps somebody came down to the shore and called to you?
Yes.
They did? Who was it, Joel? Who was it, darling? You've got to tell me.
Easy, Mrs. Brandon.
But he's got to tell me. He simply has to.
No. I can't. I don't know who it was.
High time, too, Joel. It's almost dark out.
Oh, I know, sir, but I couldn't get him to come in. Sure, I never thought the day would come when I'd play nursemaid.
You weren't followed by anyone, Mike?
Not that I know of, sir.
What's follow?
It means someone walking behind you, watching you. Perhaps the same person who called to you and your father that day from the shore.
Oh.
Joel, you say you can't tell us who that was. But someday, if I take you to visit some people, Do you suppose you could point that person out?
Would Mommy go too?
Yes, your mummy would go too, so no one could harm you. Will you do that someday, Joel?
Yes.
Bosh. Okay, Joel. It's a deal. We'll talk about it tomorrow morning. And here comes your mother.
Joel, it's almost bedtime, and you haven't had your supper. Go in your room right this minute and take your things off.
Yes, Mommy. Mommy, I made a deal.
Oh, you did you?
Uh-huh.
Well, see that you're ready for supper in 5 minutes, or I'll make a deal and you won't like it much. Only first kiss me.
And now off with you, me boy, or we'll take no more walks. Saints preserve us, that's the first time I heard him laugh.
I thought he'd forgotten how. Oh, Mr. Keene,
No. You've been a brave, patient woman, Mrs. Brandon. Just keep it up a little longer. The end is in sight. That deal he spoke of, he promised to point out your husband's murderer.
Mr. Keene.
That is, if he was murdered. At any rate, I think Joel is ready for it now. And tomorrow morning...
What's that?
Joel!
Someone's in his room. Mike, come on.
I'm coming, and I got the gun hand.
Darling, what is it?
Joel, what's the matter?
The window!
And someone must have climbed in the window. The kid must have scared them away.
Never should have left him in a room on the ground floor. Quick, Mike, do you see anyone?
No. Yes, there's someone run down the street. It's too dark to see. I'd fire into the air.
Okay, Mike.
Stop or I'll shoot. It's no use. They kept on going. They turned the corner.
You couldn't tell what they looked
No,
like?
I couldn't tell a thing. It was like a shadow. Look, what's the matter with the kid? What's he staring like that for?
Joel.
The noise must have frightened him. Joel.
The gun! Daddy! The gun!
So that's what happened, Mr. Keene. They shot my husband and put his body in the boat. And then they turned the boat adrift, knowing it was sure to break up in the rapids. And that Richard's body would be carried out to sea.
I'm afraid that's exactly what happened, Mrs. Brandon.
But Joel, why didn't they kill him too? He was a witness. He saw them kill his father.
I know. That's what interests me, too. Mrs. Brandon, are you sure no one knew you were coming here?
No one. They gave me their word at the rest home that they wouldn't tell anyone where I was going. You yourself persuaded the doctor to let me come here to your home, Mr. Keene.
Someone must have known. Someone must have realized the boy was here with me. Mrs. Brandon.
Yes.
We daren't wait any longer. We daren't even wait until tomorrow morning.
But, Mr. Keene...
We're going up to Rawlings tonight. And Joel is going to tell us who murdered his father. We must, Mrs. Brandon, without further delay. His safety, his life depends upon it now.
The house is lit up like a Christmas tree.
They must be entertaining.
Good. The more people, the safer we'll be.
Not too safe at that, boss.
Anyone who could do such a frightful thing. Not only to my husband, but to Joel, too.
I know. But we've got to go through with this, Mrs. Brandon, for Joel's sake. You understand that, don't you?
Yes.
Which room is the library?
That one right there, with the French windows opening onto the terrace.
All right. You wait with Joel and Mike on the terrace, and I'll call you when I'm ready. You all set, Mike?
All set, sir.
As for you, Joel, you'll be a brave boy, won't you?
You and Mommy won't leave me.
Of course not, darling.
Your mother will never leave you again. You're doing this for her, Joel.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
I knew I could depend on you. Just remember, there's only one thing we want you to do. When I call you, when you step into that room...
Yes?
I want you to show me who it was who shot your daddy.
Mr. Keene, this is most presumptuous. I don't understand it.
We have guests, Mr. Keene.
I know you have guests, but this is important, or I wouldn't have troubled you.
We told you the other day that building wasn't for rent.
I didn't come here about that.
Did you want me, dear?
I didn't want you, Agnes. This gentleman, Mr. Keene, sent for you. And if he's wise, he'd explain just what this is all about.
I intend to. Please sit down, madam.
But I have guests.
This won't take long. First of all, I must tell you, that business about the building was a necessary lie. I came for quite a different reason. I'm a tracer of lost persons.
A tracer of lost persons?
That's where I heard his name. Now I remember.
And just why should you be interested in talking to us, Mr. Keene?
The police were interested. They sent for me, Mr. Brandon, because a child was left to die in that building of yours. A child who had been held a prisoner for more than a month.
A child held prisoner? Why, who was it?
Your nephew.
My nephew?
Joel?
But that's impossible. Joel is dead.
No, Mrs. Brandon. He's very much alive.
I don't believe it.
It's fantastic. He was drowned with his father.
His father wasn't drowned. He was shot, Mr. Brandon. And Joel happened to witness that shooting.
Richard? Murdered?
Philip, it's not true. He must be mad.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
No, I'm quite sane. You see, Joel is waiting outside with his mother.
What?
I'm going to call them in. Mike Clancy, my assistant, is with them, Mr. Brandon. And I must warn all of you that Mike is armed. All right, Mrs. Brandon, bring him in.
Joe.
Oh, no.
Stay where you are. Don't move, any of you.
All right, Joel. Come here. Now, Joel, you promised me you'd be a brave boy. Don't forget, we're depending on you.
Yes.
Who was it, Joel? Who shot your daddy and then took you away? Who was it? Tell us.
It was her. She did it.
Mrs. Brandon.
She took me away. She kept me tied up. And then she left me in that place. That dark place.
Agnes, is that true?
Yes, Philip. It's true.
Well, it's all over with, Mr. Keene. She signed the confession.
Mr. Brandon, I can't tell you. This is what makes my job so difficult at times.
I've been afraid of something like that for so long, Mr. Keene. Agnes was insanely jealous of my brother Richard. She felt it wasn't right that he should have 2/3 of the business. She thought of it constantly. She talked about it constantly. It became an obsession.
Yes, I know. In cases like that, there's bound to be an explosion. She probably set out to have a showdown with your brother, but her emotions got the best of her, and she shot and killed him.
But why did she spare Joel? He saw what she did. She knew that someday he'd tell.
Mr. Brandon, it's not easy for a woman to kill a child. That's what first made me suspect it might be your wife. At first, she kept Joel a prisoner in that old abandoned boathouse. But of course, that couldn't go on forever. She grew desperate, so she drove him down to New York to that empty loft building on the waterfront. She was so frantic by then, so completely demoralized, that she didn't stay long enough to find out about that open window.
But she left him there to die. It was the same thing as murdering him.
Not quite. Not to her poor, twisted mind. She couldn't bring herself to kill him, but by leaving him in that building, she didn't have to watch him die.
My keys to that building disappeared 2 weeks ago. That's why, when you came to see me, I was startled. I was frightened. Poor child, poor Agnes, and my poor brother.
Mr. Brandon, your wife will be sent to a mental hospital. She'll be better off there.
Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene!
Excuse me, Mr. Keene. I can't bear to face that child. Not yet. Not yet.
I understand, Mr. Brandon.
Mr. Keene, I'm going home. Mommy's taking me home to the house where I used to live when I was little.
Why, that's fine, Joe. May I come to see you sometime?
Sure you can. Mr. Keene, was I a good boy?
You were a very good boy, Joel. I was very, very proud of you.
Two handicaps to business and social success are surface-stained teeth and unwelcome breath. To help correct these conditions when due to improper cleansing, try Colonos, a double-result toothpaste that freshens your breath while you're brushing your teeth. A high-polishing, high-foaming toothpaste with a mouthwash effect built right in. When you try Colonos, use it just like any other toothpaste, but swish its active foam thoroughly through your mouth to get the extra benefit of its added mouthwash effect. That's K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste. Or if you prefer powder, try refreshing Colonos tooth powder.
Friends, this week and next, thousands of servicemen and women on furlough, including many wounded heroes on leave from hospitals, will be going home to spend Thanksgiving Day with their families. We are asked to keep trains and buses free for them, and for essential travelers engaged in all important war activities by canceling any trip that is not absolutely necessary. Remember, don't travel unless your trip helps win the war.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. You have been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer brings us another thrilling missing persons case.
Save time and money in waxing floors. Use economical no-rubbing Aerowax. You'll be delighted to see how floors shine like new with a lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Remember, Aerowax dries in minutes, but lasts for weeks. Try Aerowax, Aerowax, tomorrow. Full pint, only 25 cents.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying good night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical no-rubbing Aerowax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes, it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Makes dingy floors shine like new, yet Aerowax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aerowax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, would you like to have an attractive, dazzling smile, teeth that sparkle with all their natural brilliance? Then try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver, erasing the common surface stains and dingy film that so often robs you of an attractive smile. See the difference it makes in the appearance of your teeth. Try Colonos toothpaste. KolYnos tonight. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Our story this time opens far from Mr. Keene's comfortable office in New York, on a stormy night in the Deep South, a night lashed by wind and rain. A ramshackle old cab makes its way up a back road. Over his shoulder, the old Negro driver talks to his two passengers, Mr. Keene and the latter's assistant, Mike Clancy.
So y'all wants me to drop you off at the Mead place?
Yes, driver. That's what I said. Will we soon be there?
In hardly a minute, boss. Wouldn't get me to go visiting in there at night.
And why not?
Most unnatural folks in there. Crazy folks.
The saints preserve us.
All touched in the head and the heart.
Why do you say that?
You'll meet 'em, boss. Here you are, gentlemen. This gate right over here.
Quite a big place. And all walled in.
I'll get out and ring the bell for you.
Thank you.
And I'll wait here till someone comes for to fetch you. But I ain't going inside.
Driver, you wouldn't be superstitious, eh?
Oh, no, sir. Just intelligent. I was very intelligent about places where not to go.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I just remembered something terribly important.
What's that, Mike?
Well, I got an appointment tonight to go bowling. in New York.
Steady, Mike. There comes somebody now.
Why, it's a Great Dane, big as a horse.
And a woman with him. She's unlocking the gate. Come on, Mike. Let's get out.
On your responsibility, sir.
Driver, I believe this covers the fare.
Thank you, sir. And good luck to you.
Good evening.
I suppose you're Mr. Keene.
Yes, and this is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
I'm Dorothea Meade.
How do you do?
How do you do?
How do you do? Please come in. Sorry you had to make the trip in such weather, Mr. Keene.
Not at all. I'm much more troubled by what you had to say in your letter, Miss Meade.
Oh, yes, it's so disturbing about Uncle Adam. Let's walk along the driveway, shall we? We'll get some shelter from the trees.
Well, these are water oaks, I believe.
12 altogether in a double row.
They're magnificent.
Yes, but they've been going to pieces lately. There's the house on up ahead.
Oh, yes. That's one of the most beautiful and majestic southern mansions I've ever seen.
But decaying, like everything else around here. Oh, be careful of that first step, Mr. Keene. It's loose.
I have it.
Just fasten Nero's leash to the post here. Please come inside. And just hang your coats and hats on those hooks there.
Thank you.
It's good to be out of the rain.
Well, if you'll come across the hall now, we'll make ourselves comfortable in the library.
Stop where you are!
Saints preserve us.
Turn around. Get out of this house.
It's that man, the top of the stairs.
You're not wanted here. Get out.
Oh, now stop it, Cousin Roscoe. You're being very rude.
I don't like strangers. I hate them.
Go on back to your room, dear, and work on your plans. Otherwise, you'll never capture Washington.
Ah, yes. Washington. I'll move up reinforcements to the Army of the Potomac. Dorothea, see that I am not disturbed.
Glory be.
Poor Roscoe is still fighting the War of the States, Mr. Keene.
So it would seem.
Here, let's go into the library.
Of course.
Now, if you'll just make yourselves comfortable.
Well, now, Miss Dorothea, to get a few facts straight. This place belongs to your Uncle Adam?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
How old is he?
About 80.
And he disappeared just 10 days ago?
That's right. That's why I want you to investigate.
Well, now, who are all the members of the household?
Well, I myself, I'm just visiting here. Then there are 2 nephews and another niece. You've just met one of the nephews, my cousin Roscoe.
I'll say.
Then there's also Roscoe's sister, Harriet. Both about 50.
Yes?
Finally, there's my cousin Herbert Meade. About 40, very charming. He lived for years in India.
Oh, did he?
Came back last year with wonderful gifts for all of us. I believe he's enormously wealthy.
At any rate, that was the entire household except for the servants. Your uncle and 2 nieces and 2 nephews.
Yes.
Well, now, tell me about the exact circumstance of his disappearance, Miss Dorothea.
Well, after dinner that night, Uncle Adam decided to go for a walk. It was very dark, moonless, but quite mild.
He went by himself?
No, Nero trotted off with him, Mr. Keene.
Mm-hmm. Who was the last person to see him?
Oh, I was. I went out after him to offer him a flashlight. He said...
Nonsense, my dear. I don't need it.
Oh, but it's so awfully dark, Uncle Adam.
I know every pebble around here by its first name. Come along, Nero. Let's go get some air.
And that was the last time you saw him, eh? What about Nero?
We found Nero here the next morning, tied to a post. Well, we presumed that Uncle Adam had decided not to take him after all. Or disappeared after returning.
Did you start a search for him?
The very next morning, Mr. Keene. Well, the police went all over the grounds and no trace of him. Then I decided to write to you. Oh, I'm so terribly worried. What could have happened to him, Mr. Keene?
It's much too early to start guessing, my dear. Miss Dorothea, quite frankly, how did your uncle get along with the other members of the household?
Well, he was something of a tease. You see, Oh, hello, Cousin Herbert.
Hello, Dorothea. I understand Mr. Keene has arrived.
Yes, and this is his assistant, Mr. Clancy.
How do you do? This is a dreadful business. If there's any way I can help, Mr. Keene...
I may want to talk to you later, Mr. Meade.
Well, I'll be in my room. Delighted to have met you, Mr. Keene.
Seems like a very pleasant sort.
Oh, he's a dear. And about the only one that Uncle Adam never picked on. Of course, Uncle Adam's been supporting Roscoe and Harriet for years as permanent guests. But he could never let off reminding Harriet about her age. He'd say,
Harriet, my dear niece, sometimes I begin to think you'll never find a husband.
Be still, Uncle Adam.
I must admit, though, that I met a fella the other day who's quite smitten with you, Harriet.
Oh, really? Did you?
Miss Harriet, he said, isn't the flashy kind, but for solid good looks, she can't be beat.
Oh, tell me. Who said that?
Oh, a fellow in the old man's home.
I hate you, Uncle Adam. I hate you.
That wasn't very kind.
but in money matters, he was the very soul of generosity. Here, look, inside the drawer of this table, Mr. Keene.
Simply stuffed with bills.
It was there for Roscoe and Harriet to use as they wished.
Interesting.
Boss, there's something very odd about the size of those bills.
Yes, this is the old-fashioned currency, Mike. About 50% larger than what's issued nowadays.
It's one of my uncle's eccentricities. He's kept a bale of cash in a bank vault for years, and he's still drawing on it.
I see. Well, now, Miss Dorothea, beside the servants, was there anybody else around the grounds about the time he disappeared?
Well, yes. Uncle Adam had hired 3 or 4 men to work on the oaks.
That double row we saw as we came in, eh?
Yes. And I can get you the names of all the men who worked here.
That can wait until morning.
Oh, yes, of course. Let me show you to your rooms now. Here you are, Mr. Keene. Your room, Mr. Clancy, is the one down the hall there.
Well, thank you, Miss Dorothea. I'll be one to talk a minute with the boss. I'll find it later.
Everything's all laid out for you. Good night.
Good night.
Boss, what do you make of it?
Nothing yet.
Oh, this place gives me the creeps.
Oh, relax, Mike.
Oh, I get the feeling that eyes are on me all the time. And then that darn rainstorm. Oh, I wish he hadn't put us off in this lonely old wing by ourselves.
Steady, Mike. Go to sleep.
Well, I'll try to anyhow. Good night, boss.
Good night. Almost 11 o'clock. It is a strange house. And a strange family. I wonder if that storm will clear by morning. Must have a look around the grounds as soon as possible and see... Oh! Great Scott! Oh! It's Mike Clancy. Somebody's turned off the hall light. Oh. One moment, Mike, while I find the hall light. There you are, lying in the floor. Oh, wait, Mike, wait. I'll fasten it from your neck. There we are.
Oh, saints preserves. What was it?
A silk stocking, drawn around your neck like a noose.
Glory be.
Tell me, what happened?
I don't know, boss. I stepped out into the hall. I started for my own room. Suddenly the light went out and I was being choked.
With a silk stocking?
Oh, there's no better use for silk stockings in times like these.
1 second. You notice anything about the color of this?
Well, it's dark, sort of.
Gunmetal. The same color that Dorothea Meade was wearing.
Oh, boss, I told you I should have went bowling tonight in little old New York.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning.
You enjoying the view from the porch?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Thank heavens the storm has cleared.
Yes, it gave me the chance to look around the grounds.
Oh, did you find anything interesting?
Mm-hmm. But on Mr. Clancy's neck, look at this.
A stocking? Why, it looks like one of my own.
It was used last night in an attempt to choke Mr. Clancy.
Oh, dear God.
I wonder if you can explain.
Well, I'm afraid that I can. I have several pairs like that. When I went back to my room last night, Roscoe was coming out.
Oh, was he?
He said he'd been looking for some book, and I know he has fits of temper, but I hate to believe he actually would try.
Here he comes now, up the gravel path.
Ah, that you, Keene? Just the man I want to see.
Good. I want to talk with you.
Tell me, Keene, if you were in a situation where your major forces were disposed along the Potomac and Grant was moving along your flank...
Now, Mr. Meade.
Oh, you think I'm a bit of a fool, don't you? Well, look at these.
Dollar bills?
A dozen of them. The old-fashioned size. I've been investigating for a week, all on my own. You know where they all turned up? In the bar back in town. The bartender told me. I bought them all up. Know why?
Well, why?
Because they'd all been spent there by Ben Matley.
Oh, who's he?
He's one of the men working on the grounds when my uncle disappeared.
Simple as could be. Matley murdered Uncle Adam.
Well, that's very much worth looking into. But what about this stocking, Mr. Meade? Ever see it before? Have you?
Of course. On Dorothea's leg.
One moment, Mr. Meade. I'm afraid I'll have to go after it. Mr. Meade!
Stop where you are.
Mr. Keene, this is Cousin Harriet.
I don't want this man here. Tell him Roscoe alone.
Cousin Harriet, if we're ever to find Uncle Adam...
Why, Jim, I don't much care if we do.
This seems to be a house of hate, with motives on every side. But Mr. Keene continues his search. Meanwhile, thousands of girls who suffer the heartache of being unpopular, clever, pretty, smartly dressed girls, have just one thing to blame: teeth that rob them of charm when they smile. Thousands of men whose livelihood depends on selling themselves to others have the same weakness of appearance to blame. They don't know it or notice it, but the people they contact do. You may or may not be one of those people, but if you have the slightest suspicion that you are, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. You'll find Colonos helps remove those dingy, unattractive surface stains from your teeth, brings out all the natural luster and brilliance that add so much to your smile. Start using the new Colonos tonight. Remember, it's a high-polishing toothpaste. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. Now back to Mr. Keene, who is knocking on the door of a cottage near the Meade estate.
Good morning. Are you Ben Matley?
Sure enough.
Keene is my name.
Yeah. I heard they was calling you from New York to find old Mr. Adam Meade.
Well, Matley, I'm going to ask you a very blunt question.
Yeah?
How do you come to have so many of those large-sized bills that Mr. Adam Meade always used?
Heck, I worked for him for weeks on them trees.
You would seem to be spending more than your normal share.
Sure. I'm good at poker, and the other boys ain't.
Well, tell me, Matley, about the work you did in those water oaks. Now, I gather that it consisted of hollowing out the rotted parts and filling them with cement.
Yeah, sure enough.
And then, were they finished?
Yep. Couple of weeks ago today.
Before Mr. Meade disappeared?
Day before.
Oh.
Sure had big holes in them. Funny the way that rot gets in water oaks. Holes big as a house, Mr. Keene.
But it never affects black walnut trees that way, does it?
Hardly ever. What do you ask me for?
Why? For an excellent reason.
We're ready for lunch, Mr. Keene.
Good, Miss Dorothea. I've worked up quite an appetite with all my walking this morning.
Right this way. The others are all waiting.
How do you do?
Mr. Clancy sitting here by my side. Will you sit next to Cousin Herbert, Mr. Keene?
I'd be delighted.
Any progress, Mr. Keene?
Progress? Why, I believe... excuse me.
Oh, did you drop something on the floor?
I got a pebble in my shoe. I'll have it out in a moment. There we are.
You were saying, Mr. Keene?
Negative progress. I mean that we can safely eliminate one theory.
And what is that?
If your uncle has been murdered, Miss Harriet, I don't believe it was for a legacy.
Why do you say that, Mr. Keene?
Because, Miss Dorothea, he has been made to disappear so completely.
I don't follow, not at all, Mr. Keene.
Assuming that he is dead, his will cannot be probated, nor can his estate be distributed for at least 5 years. You see, there must be proof of death through the finding of the body, or else, under the laws of this state, 5 years must pass until he can be presumed to be legally dead.
Why, I didn't know that.
Everybody knows that.
Be that as it may, Cousin Herbert, Uncle Adam will turn up all right.
What makes you so sure, Miss Harriet?
A bad penny always turns up.
Somebody knocking?
It's I, Mr. Keene, Herbert Meade.
Oh, come in.
Mr. Keene.
One moment, I'll switch on the bed lamp.
I'm sorry to waken you. It was my first chance to break away from the others.
What's the trouble?
I don't know whether Dorothea has been completely frank, Mr. Keene.
In what regard?
When Uncle Adam walked off that night, he wasn't alone.
Oh, really?
I was looking out of the library window. Down the path, Uncle Adam was joined by... Well, family loyalty is a good thing, but...
Come, Mr. Meade.
The best way is to have it all come out now. Surely we could enter a plea of insanity for him.
For Roscoe, you mean?
You've seen one of his rages, I believe.
Yes.
Uncle Adam always was ridiculing poor Roscoe's military campaigns.
But the body...
Mr. Keene, I know the grounds have already been searched once. But I noticed this morning that the way Nero was mooning around in back of the house. It's only a stab in the dark, but I...
Yes, go on.
Tomorrow, by daylight, we'll go there together.
All right. First thing in the morning.
Good morning, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Mike.
Something on your mind, boss?
Well, Mike, yesterday at lunch I set a trap.
And? Well, tell me about it.
There was no pebble in my shoe yesterday. I was examining a trouser cuff.
I don't follow you.
Come along, Mike. We have an appointment this morning with Herbert Meade.
Maybe he's gone downstairs by now, Mr. Keene.
Maybe. But let's try the door.
Okay. Boss.
Great Scott.
Oh, look at him there in the bed. Blood all over his face.
Quick, let's get to him. Mr. Meade. Herbert.
Oh, my, a nasty gash on his forehead, sir.
Herbert, can you hear me?
Boss, he must be dead.
No. He seems to be just barely breathing. Mike, run downstairs. Have somebody phone for a doctor.
Okay, boss. Well, what are you doing there, sir?
Having a look in the closet, Mike.
What for? The killer?
No, just his trousers.
Well, we certainly had a fright, Mr. Keene.
What did the doctor say, Miss Dorothea?
Nasty cut for Cousin Herbert, but no fracture, fortunately.
Well, does Herbert have any idea who attacked him?
Just going back to discuss that with him now. You coming with me, Mr. Keene?
As a matter of fact, I'll join you later if you don't mind. I want to have a look in your uncle's tool shed, if I may.
Of course, anything, only we must find out once and for all who's responsible for all these horrors in this house. Oh, poor Herbert. Don't you think you should stay in bed?
Oh, don't worry, Dorothy. I'll be all right.
And you have no idea who it was?
I was deep asleep. Next thing, something came down on my head. I remember the pain and nothing.
Why, you could have been killed.
I wasn't hit with much force, the doctor said. Dorothea, that makes me start wondering, perhaps...
Oh, no.
But Harriet is such a strange one, always sulking, always taking Roscoe's part.
Oh, Herbert.
May I come in?
Why, of course, Mr. Keene.
I see you're sitting up, Mr. Meade.
Any news, Mr. Keene?
I'm afraid so, my dears.
Afraid?
What I mean is, you know that old black walnut tree out there in back? You can just about see the top of it from that window?
Yes.
Well, what about it?
Well, just before your uncle's disappearance, some work was being done on the 12 oaks out in front, wasn't it? They had rotted.
Yes, but so.
And that's understandable. But I find also that another tree was treated the same way. Bored out and refilled with cement. That is very strange.
Why, Mr. Keene?
Black walnut doesn't usually decay like that. It doesn't ordinarily require that sort of surgery. A few minutes ago, I had that cement filling broken open.
Oh, dear God, you mean...
Your Uncle Adam Meade has been lying inside that tree for 2 weeks. Dead.
Oh.
Entombed in the black walnut by the person who killed him.
Who was that person?
The possibilities are numerous. Somebody who was mentally unbalanced, possibly. A thief, possibly.
You mean...
Or else a rather greedy and ruthless man who knew nothing about the laws of inheritance.
Who?
You, Herbert Meade.
What did you say, Mr. Keene?
Now we've got a third lunatic in the house. But, Keen, don't you realize that I was nearly killed here myself?
Nearly killed, yes. You staged that attack yourself and hit yourself just hard enough to bring blood. No worse.
Wow, that's ridiculous. Well, when you found me, I was completely unconscious.
Correct. The answer is in this night table. You see? A box of sleeping powders, half gone. First you gashed yourself, then took a big dose of the sleeping powders, and then waited for results.
Well, you're out of your mind.
You see, while you lay there unconscious, I didn't waste too much time in pity. I looked in your closet, examined the cuffs of every pair of trousers you wear.
I don't understand.
In 2 of them, I found granules of wood, of black walnut scraping. In a third, bits of cement.
Oh, now, just a moment.
Night after night, while the men working on the oaks left their equipment around, you went out and worked on the black walnut, making a tomb. And then, when it was ready, you went out in the dark after your uncle and strangled him.
Nonsense.
In the same way, you attacked my assistant later. You see, you did not understand the laws of legacy, Herbert Meade. But when I mentioned it at the table yesterday, you realized you'd made a mistake. You realized the body had to be found. And you gave me hints to guide me. You said Nero had been mooning around in back. Then, my dear fellow, you really gave yourself away.
Stand back, Keen, both of you.
Got a pistol.
Careful, Meade.
Into the closet, you two.
You won't get far, Meade. I've already been in touch with the police.
Drop that pistol, Meade. I've got you covered.
Thank you, Sheriff. That was well done.
I heard every word of it. I arrest you, Herbert Meade, for the murder of your uncle, Adam Meade.
Well, the train's on time, Mike. We'll soon be getting into Pennsylvania Station.
And sure, wait till I tell me old lady just how close she came to losing her precious Michael Clancy. Boy, oh boy. But, boss, I wonder what on earth you'd ever do if you didn't happen to know about things like black walnut trees and the laws of inheritance.
What would I do, Mike? I wouldn't be a detective.
And so ends the case of the Moonless Night. Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the bizarre and baffling case of the missing witness. To help bring out the gleaming, natural brightness of your teeth, remove common surface stains by brushing them with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Colonos acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. It quickly removes surface stains and helps make your teeth and smile look their dazzling, romantic best. Try the new Colonos toothpaste tonight. You have just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time. Every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the missing witness. And now, one closing thought. Many of you listening in have signed the Home Front Pledge, a pledge made by 15 million Americans in the past year to pay no more than top legal prices and accept no ration goods without ration points. If all of us will do these 2 simple things, we will soon wipe out the black market, cut down the cost of living, and ensure a fair share of food for the wives and families of our fighting men and millions of others living on fixed income. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there is now a wonderfully inexpensive, easy way to wax wood floors and linoleum to a high, sparkling finish in only 6 to 9 minutes. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing to a marvelous high luster, adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings, yet costs only 25 cents a pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Time now for Mr. Keene,
Tracer of Lost Persons.
Now for Mr. Keene and the bride and groom murder case. Our scene opens in a roof garden restaurant which is located atop a 14-story building in mid-Manhattan. The dance floor is crowded with gay people, while at a small table in the corner, a young man and his lovely young bride gaze out of the large window at the breathtaking skyline which is New York after dark. A skyline that is soon destined to become a backdrop for horror.
Oh, what a fascinating restaurant this is, Roy.
It's one of the most popular in New York, Olivia.
Just look at that view through the window.
Yeah, there's a terrace that goes around the roof. It isn't very cold this evening. Would you like to go out and see what New York looks like at night?
Oh, I'd love to, darling.
Okay, let's go. Out this door.
Oh, Roy, what a heavenly view.
Yeah, this roof garden restaurant is on the 14th floor. You can see most of Manhattan from here. There's Central Park, and Broadway's over there. See the lights?
Mm-hmm.
You happy, darling?
Very happy, Roy.
This is one honeymoon that's going to last forever. Oh, great Scott, I forgot to phone my mother.
Well, must you do it now?
Oh, you know how Mother is, Olivia. I'd better give her a ring at her hotel. Will you wait here on the terrace for me? I won't be long.
All right, Roy.
I'll make the conversation a short one.
Oh, I never dreamed the city could look so romantic at night. Roy? Is that you? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? No! Let go of me! Let me go! Don't leave me!
When I returned to the terrace, Mr. Keene, there was a crowd there. That's when I learned that Olivia, my bride, had been pushed off the roof to her death on the street below.
Were there any witnesses, Roy?
Well, if someone had seen the killer, I wouldn't have come to you, Mr. Keene. The case would be an easy one for the police to solve.
But if there were no witnesses, young fella, how do you know it was murder?
Olivia would never have killed herself.
My partner, Mike Clancy, didn't mean it that way, Roy.
Maybe she slipped or lost her balance.
Well, that couldn't have happened. The railing around the terrace was several feet high. Besides, the police are almost certain it was murder.
Why, Roy?
Well, there was a slight drizzle in the air last night, Mr. Keene, and there were footprints near the spot where Olivia was standing. The police deduced from the footprints that Olivia must have struggled before she was pushed over the rail.
I see.
We'd only been married a week, Mr. Keene. We'd come to New York on our honeymoon. Olivia was the most wonderful girl I've ever known.
You mustn't let this tragedy ruin your own life, Roy. You're young. You've got to learn to live with your sorrow.
It would make it a great deal easier, Mr. Keene, if I could get my hands on whoever killed my wife.
That job will be mine and Mike Clancy's. Now tell me, do you or your wife have any friends or relatives in New York?
Olivia's half-brother lives here with his wife. Those are the only people we know in New York. My home is in Cleveland, Mr. Keene.
Have you seen your wife's half-brother recently?
Yes, he invited Olivia and me to dinner the night before last. We only arrived in New York on Monday.
Oh. While you were telling me the story just now, you said you left your bride on the terrace and went to telephone your mother. Does she live in New York?
No, but she arrived here yesterday. Mother's a buyer for a department store, and my father is dead. Mother's semi-annual buying trip to New York happened to coincide with our honeymoon.
I suppose the news of your wife's death shocked her.
Oh, Mother was terribly shocked, Mr. Keene. I've been worrying about her, too. You see, she just got out of a hospital.
Oh? What was wrong with her, Roy?
She was run down and needed a rest. But she recovered quickly and went back to her job.
I see. Now, is there anything else you might be able to tell us? For instance, did your wife have any enemies that you know of?
No, Mr. Keene. I can't imagine who would want to harm her. All I ask is that you put this killer, whoever he is, behind bars.
We'll do our utmost, Roy. Where are you staying?
At the Hotel Barrage. Mother's staying there, too.
And your brother-in-law, where does he live?
Elliot Warwick and his wife live at 975 East 60th.
Take that down, will you, Mike?
Right, boss.
We'll get in touch with you very soon, Roy.
Very well, Mr. Keene. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
So long, young fella.
Goodbye, Roy.
Oh, sure, it must be a terrible blow to lose a wife, Mr. Keene. And on a honeymoon, too.
Yes, Roy Farnham's a very unhappy young man right now, Mike. I'll take it. Hello?
Is this Mr. Keene?
Yes.
My name is Elliot Warwick. My half-sister was murdered last night. She was pushed off a roof. It hasn't been reported in the papers yet.
I'm familiar with the tragedy, Mr. Warwick.
You are?
Your brother-in-law just left my office.
Roy Farnham, what did he want?
He asked me to investigate the case on his behalf.
He would.
How do you mean, Mr. Warwick?
Did he tell you his wife, my half-sister, was an heiress? And did he say that he only holds down a $60 a week job?
What would that have to do with his wife's murder?
Roy Farnham inherits $1 million from Olivia. I called you myself, Mr. Keene, to ask you to investigate the case. If you could come over to my house now, I'll give you a few facts that might surprise you.
In that case, Mr. Warwick, I'll lose no time in getting over there. I have your address. Roy Farnham gave it to me.
I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye, Mr. Keene.
Goodbye.
What's up, boss?
Mike, that was Olivia Farnham's half-brother, Elliot Warwick. He implied that Roy Farnham himself might have killed his wife for her money.
Saints preserve us. Roy didn't look like that kind of a lad.
Well, we're certainly going to investigate. At the same time, it'll give us an opportunity to see how Elliot Warwick and his wife fit into this case.
Come in, Mr. Keene. Mr. Clancy.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Warwick.
Jane,
What is it, Elliot?
Mr. Keene and his partner are here.
I hope we're not disturbing your wife, Mr. Warwick.
Well, she's been feeling irritable and out of sorts lately, but it's nothing serious. Jane, this is Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy, the famous investigators.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
You know why they're here, Jane.
Yes, Elliot. To investigate your sister Olivia's death. Well, I'm going to put my cards on the table, Mr. Keene, and you can take it any way you wish. I didn't like my husband's sister, and her death doesn't break my heart.
How can you talk that way, Jane?
Elliot, I'm no hypocrite. Olivia and I meant nothing to each other, and I'm willing to admit it.
You're very frank, Mrs. Warwick.
Mr. Keene, you'd have found that out yourself in any case. And I refuse to put myself in an embarrassing position.
To say nothing of a suspicious one?
If you're suggesting that I'm a murderer, Mr. Clancy, why don't you put me under arrest?
Oh, just a moment, Mrs. Warwick. You're not under suspicion. My partner and I only want your cooperation, nothing more.
Sure, and maybe I talked a bit out of turn, Mrs. Warwick. I'm sorry.
That's quite all right, Mr. Clancy. I don't believe I can help you, Mr. Keene. Perhaps Elliot can. If you don't mind now, I'd prefer to rest for a while. I have a splitting headache.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Warwick.
I'll lie down inside, Elliot.
All right, dear.
Your wife's face looks familiar, Mr. Warwick.
You may have seen her on the screen, Mr. Keene. She was a featured player in Hollywood before we married.
Oh, she's given up her screen career?
For my sake.
Well, Mr. Warwick, if you don't mind, I'd like a more thorough explanation of what you suggested over the telephone. You said that Roy Farnham inherits a large fortune from his murdered wife, Olivia?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Olivia married Roy only a few days before she was thrown off that roof and killed. Automatically, he becomes the heir to her estate, which is valued at over $1 million.
$1 million estate?
Yes, Mr. Clancy. To make myself clear, I'm accusing Roy of having murdered my half-sister for her money.
Do you have any proof, Mr. Warwick?
Proof? What more do you need than that, Mr. Keene? He was with Olivia on that terrace at the Roof Garden restaurant, wasn't he?
That doesn't mean he pushed her to her death.
Well, I'm just telling you what I know. The girl has an estate worth $1 million.
Mr. Warwick, did you share in that estate as Olivia's half-brother?
Why, no. It was left to Olivia by her father, who was my stepfather. We didn't get along. I moved from Cleveland to New York several years ago and lost touch with the family.
Your accusation is a grave one, Mr. Warwick. And in order to be fair to Roy Farnham, I think I must tell him about it.
I'm not afraid of him.
All right. Do you intend to leave this house today?
No.
Then I'll phone you later. I may want to speak to you again in Roy's presence. Come along, Mike. Please say goodbye to your wife for us, Mr. Warwick.
For just a moment, Mr. Keene.
Yes?
Nothing. I forgot what I was going to say.
Goodbye, Mr. Warwick.
Goodbye.
So long, mister.
Mike, we've got something to work on at any rate.
Well, boss, do you think that this fellow Warwick knew what he was talking about?
accusing Roy Farnham of murdering his own wife?
We'll soon find out when we speak to Roy Farnham once more. Let's go over to his hotel right now.
Mr. Keene, Mr. Clancy.
I'm getting in touch with you sooner than I expected, Roy.
Come in. My mother is here with me.
Who is it, Roy?
Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy, Mother.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator.
I told you I'd gone to consult him about Olivia's death.
I'm very glad to know you, Mr. Keene, and you, Mr. Clancy.
Pleased to meet you.
How do you do, Mrs. Farnham? My reason for coming here isn't a very happy one. And I was hoping I'd be able to speak to your son Roy alone.
What is it, Mr. Keene? Do you have any news concerning Olivia's murder?
Perhaps.
You can say what you like in front of me, Mr. Keene. My son Roy and I have never had any secrets from each other.
In that case, I'll be frank. Roy, you've been accused of your wife's murder.
What? That's insane.
Who accused me, Mr. Keene?
Your brother-in-law, Elliot Warwick.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Keene, he hates my son.
Does he, Mrs. Farnham? Why?
Because of Olivia's money. He knows my boy will inherit it now that she's gone.
Mother, let's not talk about that now, please.
Why not, Roy? We want to be honest with Mr. Keene, don't we?
I'm hoping you will be, Mrs. Farnham.
Mr. Keene, Elliot Warwick was in the process of suing his sister Olivia when she married Roy.
For part of her estate?
Yes. He wanted to have his stepfather's will declared invalid, but he didn't get very far. However, now that his half-sister Olivia is dead, I'm sure he thinks he's got a better chance to share in her money.
I'd say he has a very good chance, Mrs. Farnham, but at the same time, he's going to try to make trouble for your son, Roy.
Oh, no. No, he can't do that. My son's innocent, and he loved that girl. He even loved her more than he... Oh,
Mother.
I feel faint.
She's passing out.
I've got her. Mother, what's the matter? Mother. I'll carry her inside, Mr. Keene. Would you please call the house physician?
I will, Roy.
Mr. Keene, wait a minute. Look at this.
What is it, Mike?
This drawer near the telephone's half open. Look what's inside.
It's a revolver.
And a big one. Now, what would a young fellow like Roy Farnham be doing with a gun like this?
That's just one of the questions we're going to find an answer for, Mike, after the doctor treats his mother.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the death of pretty Olivia Farnham, a bride of less than a week, who was pushed from the terrace of a restaurant located 14 stories above the ground. At the moment, Mr. Keene and Mike are in the hotel suite occupied by the victim's husband, Roy, whose mother has just had a sudden fainting spell on hearing that her son may be implicated in the crime. A doctor has arrived, and after treating Mrs. Farnham, has left. And now, in the living room of Roy Farnham's hotel suite.
Has the doctor gone, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Roy.
I was afraid Mother had a heart attack, but I guess it was nothing serious. She seems to be much better.
She should be, young fella. There's nothing like a phony faint to get a chance to take things easy.
I beg your pardon?
What my partner, Mike Clancy, refers to, Roy, is what the doctor just told us. Your mother didn't faint. She only pretended to.
But that's fantastic. Mother was upset, Mr. Keene, because you were putting me under suspicion of having killed my wife.
Suppose we question her about that now.
There's no need for that, Mr. Keene.
Mother.
The doctor was right.
But why? Why did you do it, Mother?
I think I can answer that, Roy, with your mother's permission. By the way she behaves, I'd say she was very attached to you.
My son means more to me than anything else in the world, Mr. Keene. I only made believe I was ill to gain time for him to answer those terrible accusations.
Mrs. Farnham, was your last sojourn in the hospital another method of gaining time?
What do you mean?
Your son, Roy, told me you were ill and had to go to the hospital just before he was married. What hospital were you in, may I ask?
The Central in Cleveland.
Mike, would you get them on the long-distance phone?
Right away, boss.
Just a moment, Mr. Keene. Why do you want to call the hospital?
To inquire about the nature of your illness.
No.
But, Mother, there's nothing to be worried about.
Or is there, Mrs. Farnham?
Mr. Keene, I only pretended to be ill. I was trying to stop my son Roy's marriage to Olivia.
Mother, you don't mean it.
I left the hospital, Roy, and followed you and Olivia to New York.
Mrs. Farnham, you mean you were so angry with your son for having married that you came here to try and separate him and his bride?
Yes, Roy is my son. He belongs to me. Oh, go on, arrest me, Mr. Keene. I was at that roof garden when Olivia was murdered. Arrest me for the crime.
Mother!
You phoned me at the hotel, didn't you, Roy? And you got no answer. Well, I followed you. I'd heard you mention at that dinner party that you intended to go to the roof garden last night, and I went there, too.
What dinner party are you referring to, Mrs. Farnham? The one the Warwicks gave?
Yes, Mr. Keene. Olivia's half-brother invited me, too. Well, what are you waiting for? I'm confessing to Olivia's murder. Why don't you turn me over to the police?
Because I don't believe you.
You don't?
Perhaps you were at the restaurant when your daughter-in-law was killed. But you'd have never murdered her yourself.
Why do you say that, Mr. Keene?
Because suspicion for the crime would have fallen on your son. And I'm sure you do nothing to get him into trouble. No, Mrs. Farnham. You're only trying to protect him now. And I want to know why.
Mother, why are you trying to protect me this way?
Be quiet, son.
Mrs. Farnham, unless you tell me the truth, I'll have to put your son under arrest for the crime.
Because that idiot Elliot Warwick accused him of killing Olivia for her inheritance?
And also because of a gun we found just now in that drawer. Show it to them, Mike.
It's as big as a cannon, mister.
Is that gun yours, Roy?
Yes, Mother, it is. But I have a license for it, Mr. Keene. I've carried it for months, for my own protection.
Has anyone threatened you?
I've had a hunch that trouble was in store for me.
Hunches don't count in a court of law, Roy. A jury might think you carried this gun to use on your wife in the event another means of killing her had failed.
Oh, no. No, don't say that.
Mrs. Farnham, I'm willing to help your son, Roy, if he is innocent. But you're hiding something from me, and I've got to know the facts.
Tell Mr. Keene everything, Mother. I have nothing to be afraid of.
Very well. Mr. Keene, the part about my being in the restaurant was the truth. Some insanely jealous reaction made me follow my son around wherever he went with his wife.
Go on, Mrs. Farnham.
I saw him go out on the terrace with Olivia. Then I heard a scream. I rushed around to the back of the terrace. Olivia had fallen to the street.
Did you see anyone else there in the terrace?
No, Mr. Keene, but I found something.
What was it you found?
It's in my handbag. I'll get it.
Mr. Keene, my mother didn't see me there on the terrace because I was inside making my phone call. To her.
Yes, I remember you told me that, Roy.
She had complained of not feeling well, and I had promised to phone.
Mr. Keene, I'm trusting you with my son's life, and I show you this. Here.
It's a ring, boss.
Yes, Mike, a man's gold ring.
It has my daughter-in-law Olivia's family crest on it. I knew she'd given it to Roy. I found it on the spot where Olivia must have been standing before she was thrown from the roof.
Is this ring yours, Roy?
Oh, it looks like mine, Mr. Keene.
And your wife gave it to you?
Well, there were two rings like that in her family. One was Olivia's, and the other was her half-brother Elliot's. Olivia had hers made larger and gave it to me to wear. But I can't imagine how that ring got into the restaurant. I lost mine 2 weeks ago.
But then, Roy, maybe that ring is Elliot Warwick's.
Sure, that excuse is a thin one if you ask me, boss. Roy could have lost that ring all right when he pushed his wife over the roof and she put up a struggle.
That's not true, Mr. Clancy.
Let me see your hand, Roy. There's one thing I will say. This ring will lead me to Olivia Farnham's murderer.
Roy, he doesn't believe us. Mr. Keene doesn't believe us.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Keene, Mr. Clancy.
Good evening, Mr. Warwick.
Well, did you accuse Roy Farnham of murdering my half-sister?
Yes, I told him you had accused him, and he in turn accused you.
What? He accused me? What's he trying to do, cover for himself?
Mr. Warwick, I understand you were suing your sister to break your stepfather's will.
Why, yes, but that's ancient history. I made up with Olivia long ago.
Because you realized your lawsuit wasn't strong enough?
I don't see...
However, now that she's dead, I imagine you'll bring suit again. This time against her husband, Roy Farnham, claiming a share of Olivia's estate.
I have more of a right to that money than he has.
Tell me something, Mr. Warwick. Did Olivia leave any life insurance?
Not very much. Just how much? $50,000.
Not much, did you say? $50,000.
And who is the beneficiary?
He is, Mr. Keene.
Jane.
Oh, it's you, Mrs. Warwick.
Elliot, you may as well admit the truth to Mr. Keene. You're finished in this murder case.
How can you talk like that, Jane, about me? Your husband, the man you love.
The man I love. Ha! Don't make me laugh. I married you, Elliot, because you filled me full of lies. Lies about your inheriting $500,000. But it was your half-sister Olivia who inherited the money, and you knew she would all the time.
Is that true, Elliot?
True, Mr. Keene. I was madly in love with Jane, and I had to make her my wife.
Yes, at the cost of my Hollywood career. I quit pictures because of your promises, Elliot. And all I got were lies. Go on, Mr. Keene. Put him under arrest. He killed his sister because she made him her insurance beneficiary. She felt sorry for him because he was too stupid to hold a good job.
Jane, don't say that.
She left him $50,000 in insurance money.
I'd say that insurance was definitely one of the motives for murder, Mrs. Warwick.
Then why don't you arrest Elliot, Mr. Keene? He wasn't even home the night his half-sister was murdered.
And where were you, Mrs. Warwick?
I was at home.
Can anyone else prove that besides yourself?
Why do I have to prove it?
Because I had some very interesting evidence in regard to Olivia Farnham's murderer. Mr. Warwick, do you recognize this ring? I believe it has your family crest on it.
Why, it looks like the ring I gave to Jane.
It's a lie.
Well, don't you remember, Jane? Olivia had a ring like that, and so did I. There was a family tradition about those rings. We were each supposed to give them to our future marriage partners when we were engaged.
Then Roy Farnham had one too, Mr. Keene.
Yes, given to him by his wife. However, this is not the ring he received.
How do you know?
It's much too small for a man's finger. Mr. Warwick, let me see your finger.
That ring doesn't fit any of my fingers, Mr. Keene.
But I'll wager it fits your wife.
Don't touch me.
Now, take it easy, lady.
Mr. Keene, are you saying that that my wife...
I'm saying that your wife murdered your sister for the same reason she tried to blame the murder on you, money. She evidently married you thinking you were heir to a fortune, then tried to make you one by killing your sister. Not only would you and she have gained Olivia's insurance, but the possibility of sharing her estate as well.
Don't come near me, any of you.
This ring came off your wife's hand when Olivia struggled for her life to keep from being pushed off the roof garden.
No.
You were very clever, Mrs. Warwick. When I first met you, you used a sly psychology. You thought if you candidly admitted disliking your sister-in-law and casting a slight suspicion on yourself, you disarmed the authorities and me. Most murderers do everything they can to hide their guilt.
Jane, I can't believe it of you.
Your wife was worried when I returned here tonight, Mr. Warwick. And to save herself, she tried to pin the murder on you. All right, Mike. You can put the handcuffs on Jane Warwick.
Right, boss.
You'll never be able to take me to prison. Do you understand?
Boss, look out. She's picked up a fire poker.
Afraid of me, aren't you? Well, why don't you come and get me?
Mr. Keene, she fell through the window.
It's 9 stories to the ground.
Well, sure, that's justice for you.
Yes, Mike. Jane Warwick, that's the same fate she dealt her victim. We'd better go down there to the street. Meanwhile, I'll call police headquarters and tell them we found Olivia Farnham's murderer and the case is closed.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the bride and groom murder case.
Of Lost Persons has been a presentation of the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
To save both time and money in waxing floors, use economical no-rubbing Aero Wax. Just apply it, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries itself to a hard, lustrous finish that saves countless scrubbings. Makes dingy floors shine like new. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint. Try Aero Wax, Aerowax, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? Bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Colonos toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but also gently, Colonos erases stubborn surface stains from teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight takes from his files one of his most unusual and most bewildering cases, the case of the girl who flirted. The girl is an art student, gay and beautiful, but just a little too adventurous. It all starts one day in a museum, where Betty March is at work copying a painting, and a charming stranger walks up to say,
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Well, I beg your pardon.
I'd almost say you had signs of talent, young woman.
Well, I did not happen to ask your opinion.
If anyone in this town knows painting, it's I.
I ought to be furious with you.
Are you?
No. Just terribly amused. I like people to be unconventional. Tell me some more, Mr. Whoever you are.
Yes, that's how it started. Now, several days later, we find Mr. Keene in his office talking to a very distressed man, Robert Colby, assistant curator of the Manhattan Museum.
I tell you, Mr. Keene, nothing's ever happened like this. In all the years since the museum was founded. The girl walked off in the midst of copying a painting. There's been no sign of her since.
Well, let's start at the beginning, Mr. Colby, shall we? First, what is the girl's full name?
Elizabeth March. According to her application for a museum permit, she's now 22.
Go on, Mr. Colby, please.
Well, lately she's been copying that big painting by Whistler in the American Room.
Oh, you mean the portrait of Mrs. Farmington and her daughters?
Yes, that's right. Now, the last time I saw Betty was 4 days ago, Monday.
Betty, eh? You're on familiar terms.
Oh, she's lovely, Mr. Keene. Charming, spirited.
Well, now, under what circumstances did you last see her?
I dropped into the American Room where she was copying the Whistler painting to ask her to lunch. She looked up from her easel and said,
No, Mr. Robert Colby. No can do.
Why not?
Too busy, Bob. Oh, that man Whistler.
Has he insulted you, Betty?
Why did he always have to sign his paintings with those complicated little butterflies in one corner? I'm having an awful time trying to copy it.
Oh, forget the butterflies, Betty, and come to lunch. I have a question to ask you.
Oh, yes. I know. Dum-dum-da-dum.
Well, will you marry me?
No, Mr. Robert Colby, assistant curator of the Manhattan Museum. I will not marry you.
Oh, what's wrong with me?
Nothing at all. That's the trouble.
Don't understand.
You're just too darn correct to be alive.
What?
The man I'm going to marry will have to be somebody exciting, somebody dashing, somebody dangerous.
Oh, now stop talking like a Greenwich Village bohemian.
See, you are a stuffed shirt. Still want to take me to lunch, Mr. Colby?
No, I do not, Miss March. Goodbye and good luck.
Well, yes, she certainly is a very spirited young woman, isn't she? What happened next?
Well, I came back in the afternoon, Mr. Keene, to make up. Her easel was still there in its usual place, but no sign of Betty.
Mm-hmm.
So that night I went to her apartment. Still no luck. Again the next day and the day after. This morning, finally, I talked to the attendant in the American room.
Did the attendant have anything to report?
A great deal. After our little spat, Betty sat down at her easel to work again on the butterfly signature. A few minutes later, a tall, dark-haired man came by. He stopped by Betty's easel. The next thing the attendant heard Betty say something like this.
I like people to be unconventional. Tell me some more, Mr. Whoever you are.
I've seen you here many times before.
And I've noticed you.
Oh, have you?
First time was in the Egyptian room. We bumped into each other in the tomb of the pharaoh.
I said, I beg your pardon, miss.
And I said, I beg your pardon, sir. Yes, and something more. From where my easel stands, I have a very good view of the Italian room next door.
And?
You have been observed on 3 different occasions standing there in front of the Annunciation of Parolini.
Your spies have been busy.
You admire the Annunciation very much, don't you?
There's another work I admire even more. A 20th century masterpiece. You.
Wonderful. Who are you, anyhow?
Just a man who wandered into a museum and saw a very beautiful girl.
Seriously.
I could tell you better over lunch.
Oh, lunch?
Please.
Well, I don't think I ought to give in so easily. Argue with me 5 minutes more.
And did they finally go off together, Mr. Colby?
Yes. After Betty finished up a few more details on the painting. Well, what do you think of it, Mr. Keene?
Well, frankly, I don't like the sound of it. It wouldn't be the first time a girl was lured into something very unpleasant by a charming stranger.
Then please, Mr. Keene, try to find her.
I most certainly will, Colby. And as the first step, tell me, is Betty's easel still standing there in the American room?
Exactly as it was the last time she used it.
Then take me there, at once.
There you are, Mr. Keene.
Judging from this painting, Betty's a very talented girl.
Oh, yes. Yes, indeed.
Did she usually place her stool in just this spot?
Yes, it gave the best light.
One moment.
What is it, Mr. Keene? Why are you staring so hard at Betty's copy?
I wonder if there's a magnifying glass handy.
I'll have the attendant get one. Oh, Billings.
Yes, Mr. Colby.
Look into Mr. Vanderhoff's office, please, and ask him if I could have a magnifying glass for a moment.
I'll be right back, sir.
Mr. Keene, you've got me up a tree. First, you were talking about the position of the stool. And
oh, yes. In fact, I am going to sit down on it right now and make a little investigation.
Well?
Observe one thing. From this position, Betty at all times had a view through that open door into the next room.
The Italian room.
Oh, there comes the attendant now with that magnifying glass.
Here you are, sir.
Thanks.
Let me have it at once.
Right. Oh, what are you looking for, Mr. Keene?
I'm looking for a... By Jove, I found it.
But what is it?
Colby, I was impressed by one thing when you told me how Betty went off with the stranger. That she stopped first to finish a few details. Asked for 5 more minutes to paint.
Yes, yes.
Now take this glass.
Yes, I have it.
Turn it on the butterfly signature in the corner. Concentrate on those very fine strokes in the wings.
The wings? Yes, I see it now. Dear Bob, Studio Tea Room.
She had a feeling she might be in danger. That message was just in case she didn't come back.
Well, of course, but why? What danger?
You know that restaurant?
Yes, it's a hangout for artists in Greenwich Village.
Let's go. Let's go as fast as we can. And I take it, Miss Grudy, that you are the owner of this restaurant?
Yeah, that's right.
Do you happen to know Miss Betty March?
Of course, she ate here often.
I wonder if you remember her coming here last Monday for lunch.
Well,
Don't mind me, please. This isn't a case of a jealous lover.
well, in that case,
Yes, she came in with a tall, handsome man and took a table near the cash register here. The reason I remember so well...
Yes, Miss Goody?
Well, after an hour or so, the place was clearing out, and I heard Betty say...
Well, thanks for a very good lunch and some grand conversation.
You're not going already.
I've got to. Back to the museum. Back to work.
It's a silly idea. Why don't you come along to my place instead? I'll show you some of my own work.
Well, it's very kind of you, but I couldn't, really.
Would that be too unconventional?
Well,
Just a while ago, you were talking about how you loved adventure. Well, I'm going to hold you to that.
please, let go of my arm.
Oh, no, you're coming along with me. Even if I have to kidnap you, darling.
Let go of me, or I'll scream.
If you do, I'll put my hand over your mouth and gag you, dear.
Help!
You see, darling, it doesn't help. Better come along quietly now. That's a good girl. That's a good girl.
And then what happened, Miss Grudy?
Well, there was a car at the curb, and he took her inside and drove off.
Great Scott, why didn't you stop him?
Oh, well, you know these artists. I thought it was all in fun.
Miss Grudy, did you get the license number by any chance?
No, there didn't seem to be any reason.
Well, thank you anyhow.
Well, not at all. I hope the poor girl hasn't come to any harm.
Gone. Vanished completely.
I'm afraid so, Colby.
What do we do now, Mr. Keene?
Now we play another hunch.
What do you mean?
Tell me something, Colby. What is the most valuable painting your museum owns?
Oh, one that I mentioned before, the Annunciation by Rinaldo Perellini.
Well, if you want my advice, remove it from the wall at once.
What?
Have it examined by the best technical expert on your staff. Do that, and I think I can still find Betty March.
Mr. Vanderhoff, how's it coming?
Do not disturb me. I will be finished in a moment.
He's experts, Mr. Keene. He's been at it all morning.
Oh, calm yourself.
How can I, when Betty may be in danger of her life? This seems a very roundabout way of finding her, Mr. Keene, if you'll pardon my saying so.
But it's the only way I know.
Oh, here's Vanderhoff now. He's finished.
Oh, come in, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Huh? There's the painting. Look at it, gentlemen.
A magnificent work of art, as far as the eye can tell.
Tell us, Mr. Vanderhoff, what did you find?
First, Mr. Colby, in accordance with my usual routine, I subjected the painting to an X-ray examination.
Yes.
I followed this with a spectroscopic analysis.
Yes.
Finally, I tested minute portions of the pigmentation for chemical content.
Well?
Gentlemen, I am compelled to report that this masterpiece is a fake.
What?
Very skillful, but a fake.
Impossible.
It is a fake, entirely so. The original has been stolen, this copy substituted in its place.
Exactly what I thought and feared.
The man who did this is one of the most skillful copyists alive.
What type of paint did he use?
Or tempera, of course. The same as the original. Oil paint did not come into use until several centuries after Perolini. I must report this to the director at once, of course.
One moment, please, Mr. Vanderhoff.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
You may also tell the director that I'll do everything in my power to recover the stolen original.
Good.
And that I strongly advise against any publicity at the moment.
I will tell you.
Mr. Keene, two things aren't really connected.
Of course they are. Betty's disappearance and the theft of the painting are one and the same case.
But how? How?
Well, here's my theory, Colby. The men who stole the Perolini are cautious, methodical people. They must have worked for months to prepare their fake painting. After that, it was only a question of finding the right moment to snatch the original from its frame and substitute the copy.
Yes?
They decided, of course, to do it on a Monday, when there are few visitors in museums.
Yes, that's the day we charge admission. Usually only students are present.
But that still left one obstacle, Betty. You remember I told you that from where she sat, she had a good view of the Italian room at all times? A perfect view of the painting to be stolen?
Yes.
Well, that's where the charming stranger came in. He was assigned to lure Betty away and keep her away.
But why are they still holding her?
It's my guess that she'd seen the man admiring the Annunciation just a little too often. She knew something was up. And at lunch with the charming gentleman, she probably gave herself away.
Poor kid.
So then she had to be held prisoner until the painting was safely disposed of. Sent out of the country, perhaps.
But what do we do now?
Yes. What do we do now?
Mr. Keene, you're supposed to be an investigator, not an echo.
My dear fellow, I assure you I'll do everything possible.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Give me a moment. Let me... Colby, your expert just said that this fake painting was very skillful. That, like the original, it was painted in tempera.
It fooled me.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But there must be very few painters alive today who could do work like that in tempera.
A few dozen, that's all, Mr. Keene.
All right. I have an assignment for you. Because it takes an art expert.
Yes?
And if you don't come through, and if this doesn't find Betty, I don't know what will.
Well, fire away, Mr. Keene. What's my assignment?
Dig up all the catalogs of recent art exhibitions you can find. Go back 10 years if necessary.
Yes, yes.
But get me the name of every outstanding artist in this country who paints in tempera.
I will.
Somewhere in that list will be the man who did that fake Parolini. We'll check over the entire list. And by process of elimination, we'll find the forger and the gang that abducted Betty March.
Right. Get to work at once.
Now a brief intermission in Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, brought to you by Colonos Toothpaste. Next time you meet the most successful man you know or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Now, as the clock strikes midnight, we find Mr. Keene with his assistant, Mike Clancy.
Well, Mr. Keene, I do hate to be breaking into your house at such a late hour, but here are some nice names Mr. Colby's dug up.
That's quite all right, Mike, and thank you.
And you should have seen the pile of catalogs he's going through. Sure, he was still at his desk when I left the museum working like a beaver.
Oh, Colby is still at the museum?
That's right, sir.
Mike, I suddenly feel another of my hunches coming over me.
Well, out with it, boss.
Something tells me that stolen painting is still within the walls of the Manhattan Museum.
No.
It's easy enough to get a bundle into a museum, but taking one out...
Oh, you mean that once they copped the painting, they couldn't get it past the door?
Yes, and for days now, they may have been keeping it in a place that they prepared for just such an emergency.
But where?
In the other part of the museum that this charming stranger used to hang around in. The Egyptian room, the tomb of the pharaoh.
In a tomb?
That's where we're going, right now.
Oh, no, boss. Among the mummies at midnight? Oh, no, sir.
Well, here it is, Mr. Keene. The tomb of King Mentop IV.
Well, thank you, Colby. This switch turns on all the lights inside.
That's right.
All right, you stand by at the door. Mike and I will have a look inside.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Come on, Mike.
Good luck.
Oh, boss, there's 100 other places I'd rather be than in an old cemetery like this.
Don't worry. There's plenty of light in here.
But all these narrow, winding alleys. Plenty of spaces for spooks to be hiding.
Here, Mike, to the left. This should lead to the central chamber and the sarcophagus of the king.
The what, sir?
A stone casket where the mummy lies. I'd like to move the lid and have a look inside.
Well, I wouldn't.
Relax, Mike. Here's the central chamber now, and the sarcophagus.
Saints preserve us.
Come now. Let's try the lid.
Stand back. Don't move.
Glory be. The mummies are talking.
No, Mike. Mummies don't talk English.
Stand back. Hands over your heads.
It's coming from that doorway on the other side.
Quick, let's get after him.
Boss, the lights are gone out.
Quick, turn on your flashlight, Mike. Oh. Help. He's trying to strangle.
I'll fix him. Come away, you. Here, I got him, boss. No, he's broken away.
Your flashlight. Turn it
Oh,
on.
I dropped it somewhere. Here it is.
That's better.
Boss, he pretty near slashed the coat off your back.
Look what he left behind on the floor, Mike.
A 10-inch knife.
Now we know we're up against killers. But don't let's waste time. Help me move the lid of that sarcophagus.
Okay, sir. You ready now? Hee-haw. Hee-haw.
All right, Mike. Now flash the light inside.
Why, boss.
It's there, Mike. The painting. But we've still got to find the girl. And she's in the hands of killers.
Here you are, Mr. Keene. I've narrowed the list of tempera painters down to a half-dozen possibilities.
These are all experienced artists, all over 40?
That's right. I wish I could have stopped that fellow when he came tearing out of the tomb last night. Would have been a quicker way of finding Betty. If ever we're going to find her.
Oh, never mind such talk. As the next step, let's find out everything we can about the 6 men on this list. Anything that indicates shady activities in the past.
Right.
And let's hurry, because now that gang is desperate.
Good morning, Betty.
Oh, there you are.
Tyler is the name.
Well, whatever you call yourself, why are you keeping me in this house? When are you going to let me go? You have the painting. What more do you want?
Correction, my dear. A certain busybody got it away from me last night at the museum. A Mr. Keene.
Well, good for him.
No. Bad for you, my dear.
Why? Why?
You see, I have 2 careers at once. Sometimes I borrow, shall we say, valuable paintings from museums with the help of my colleague, Mr. Bruno Carson, who paints excellent substitutes. Most of the time, I run a very respectable gallery on 57th Street.
You're afraid that now I'll give you away.
Mr. Carson is also worried. He's not always a forger, you know.
Let me go, and I'll never mention this to anybody. The museum has its painting back, and that's all it cares about.
Correction again. The police and that man Keene will move heaven and earth to track us down. He's a very smart old billy-goat.
I don't care. This has gone far enough. You can't keep me a prisoner here forever.
That's right, my dear. See you later.
Let me out! Let me out! Please, I beg you, let me out!
It's no use. No one will hear you.
Oh, Tyler! Tyler!
Okay, Carson, I'm coming.
Look, Tyler, we can't keep her here much longer. Some people are coming tomorrow to look at my paintings.
All right, Carson. She goes tonight.
And don't leave any traces.
There won't be, Carson. Not for the East River right outside the door.
The river? Too bad. She's so nice looking.
Yes. Too bad.
Well, Mr. Keene, that reduces the possibilities to 2. There's this fellow Haverford Jones.
What trouble was he in, Colby?
He once tried to swindle an estate out of a very valuable Van Gogh.
Mm-hmm.
Also, there was once talk of some forgery.
Very promising lead. Now the other fellow.
He got into a different sort of trouble. Bad checks.
And his name is?
Bruno Carson.
I see he lives over by the East River.
Yes, but Haverford Jones seems more likely. The forgery angle.
All right. We'll try him first.
Let's go. There's no time to lose.
No. Something tells me to try Carson first.
I don't think Carson
Why would a successful painter like he is live in a dismal place like the East River waterfront?
Well, perhaps he likes to do river scenes.
That's just the point. These catalogs show he's never done anything but portraits.
But, Mr. Keene,
Pick up that phone, Colby. Get me the harbor police right away.
All clear, Carson?
All clear, Tyler. The cop on the beach just walked up the block.
Here. Help me carry her out on the pier.
She's not going to start screaming.
No chance. That gag is on good and tight. She's bound hand and foot. Okay, let's go. Straight ahead now, onto the pier.
Maybe this isn't such a good idea. We could just beat it somewhere.
Run away from the cops the rest of our lives? No, sir.
Okay.
All right, here we are. Get ready to swing.
Stop where you are. Hands up.
It's that fellow Keene.
Drop her, Tyler. Let's run for it.
Stop where you are. I'm warning you.
Mr. Keene!
What is it, Colby?
Look, Betty's rolling off the pier.
She's fallen into the water.
I'm going in after her.
I hope he makes it in time. The harbor police. They've got those men. But not for murder, I hope.
Oh, Mr. Keene, wasn't Bob wonderful, the way he went in after me?
You certainly owe your life to him, Betty.
Yes, to a stuffed shirt.
Why, Bob, whoever called you that?
You did when I asked you to marry me.
Darling, will you ever ask me again?
Well, Betty, will you marry me?
You bet I will.
Betty. Mr. Keene, I don't think we've properly thanked you.
Colby, my dear fellow, this is no time to stop to thank anybody.
Listen next week at the same time when Mr. Keene brings us his next missing persons case. The case of the boy who used big words. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you'll want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains, helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste yourself right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene.
And this is Mr. Keene with one last word. I've been asked to bring to your attention the important fact that our country is still faced by a critical shortage of tires for civilian use. The tires you have now must last you indefinitely. Do not be misled by announcements that huge quantities of synthetic rubber are being made. They are, but they are required for military use. So do everything you can to make your tires last as long as possible. Drive only when necessary, at under 35 miles an hour. Keep your tires properly inflated and inspected. Recap your tires as soon as they need it, and share your car with others. Good night, and thank you all.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday night at 7:30 Eastern Wartime. Tomorrow night, listen to the big new musical Friday on Broadway. All the song leaders of the day direct to you from the Gay White Way. At 7:30 tomorrow night over most of these stations.
There is now a wonderfully inexpensive, easy way to wax wood floors and linoleum to a high, sparkling finish in only 6 to 9 minutes. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing to a marvelous high luster, adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings, yet costs only 25 cents a pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of the Man Who Invented Death. If you want incredibly fast relief from the pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anison. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients that give effective relief. If you've not been introduced to Anison by your own physician or dentist, let me urge you to try it yourself. You can get Anison tablets at any drug counter. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name for you. Anison, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Our scene opens in a rather shabby rooming house in metropolitan New York. A well-dressed, middle-aged man is just descending the stairs to the second floor as a heavy-set woman in an apron calls up to him irritably.
Who's there? Who's climbing up them steps?
It's I, Mrs. Marley, George Rockwell.
But if you come to see that crazy Amos Piper, he's not in.
But he must be.
Well, I tell you, he's not in. What's more, I got half a mind to lock him out. He hasn't paid his rent in over 3 weeks. And I'm not running a charity home. I'm just a poor landlady who's trying to get along.
All right, Mrs. Marley. I understand. I'll pay Amos rent for him.
Well, that's more like it.
But I'm sure he must be in. I had a very important appointment with him at this hour. I know he wouldn't break it without letting me know. Did you see him go out, Mrs. Marley?
No. It's just that I haven't heard him tinkering around with his fool inventions all morning. Anyway, what with the electricity going bad, I've had more trouble this morning.
The electricity has gone off?
Oh, I called for the service man, but he hasn't come.
Mrs. Marley, do you smell smoke?
Well, sure I do. It is smoke.
It's coming from under Amos Piper's door. Quick, open it up with your key.
All right, I will. Oh, but the place is on fire. There's smoke.
It's just a burned electric wire. Mrs. Marley, look.
Oh, it's Amos Piper. He's lying on the floor.
Don't touch him. Call the police. Amos has been electrocuted. He's dead.
Are you sure that Amos Piper's death wasn't an accident, Mr. Rockwell?
Positive, Mr. Keene.
But if Mr. Piper was fooling around with high-voltage electricity, as you say he was, seems to me he was just letting himself in for trouble.
And I agree with my partner, Mike Clancy. Tell me, Mr. Rockwell, why are you so sure it was murder?
Because someone had tampered with Amos' electric equipment, Mr. Keene. The police agreed with me when I pointed it out. Certain wires had been deliberately changed, and an electric booster had been added, raising the amperage and the voltage. That's why the lights in the rooming house blew out. Amos had used that equipment many times before. It would have happened much sooner if the invention had been dangerous as it was when we found the body.
Just what was he trying to invent, Mr. Rockwell?
A machine for turning base metals like lead and brass into gold.
Saints preserve us. What do you think he was, a magician?
Well, many years ago, Mike, certain men who were called alchemists believed it was possible to turn cheap metal into precious gold.
Yes, that's true, Mr. Keene. But in modern times, we recognize how impossible that is.
Amos Piper must have been an eccentric.
I suppose he was, but he was also a dreamer. One of the kindest men I've ever known. And I'm going to miss him.
How long had you known each other, Mr. Rockwell?
At least 20 years. When we were younger, we both dreamed of being important scientists and startling the world with our inventions. But I was more realistic than Amos. I knew after a while that dreams alone won't make one successful. So I entered business and forgot about inventions.
I see.
I now own a manufacturing plant, but Amos kept right on trying to invent things.
Well, did he ever hit the jackpot, Mr. Rockwell?
No, Mr. Clancy. His big ambition was the gold machine. Once or twice he turned out a few trifling inventions which he sold. He managed to eke out a small livelihood on his royalties from those. But more often than not, I had to come to his rescue financially. although most of the time he never knew.
I can see that you felt very close to Amos Piper, Mr. Rockwell. Tell me, did he have any enemies that you knew of?
No, Mr. Keene. He was a man who never harmed a living soul. Some fiend devised a way to get rid of him for some reason. And I want to do everything in my power to see that the murderer doesn't go unpunished.
I understand.
That's why I came to you, Mr. Keene. You have a reputation for being one of the greatest investigators in the country. Not only that, but you have a genuine sympathy for the underdog, for people who are wronged. Well, Amos was wronged. No matter how eccentric his ideas were, he was a good man.
And no one has the right to take anyone's life, Mr. Rockwell.
Then you'll enter this case and investigate it along with the police?
I'll do everything I can.
Thank you, Mr. Keene. I knew I could count on you, sir.
Now tell me one thing more before Mike and I have a look at the scene of the crime. You say the day you found Amos Piper's body, you had an important appointment to see him?
Yes. He phoned me the night before and begged me to come over on the following morning.
Did he tell you why?
No, Mr. Keene. He just appeared very excited and said he was on the verge of some great discovery. Up to now, neither the police nor I have been able to find out just what that discovery was.
Well, perhaps this mysterious discovery might provide us with an important clue to Amos Piper's murder. At any rate, we'll keep it in mind, Mark, as we try to put our hands on one of the cleverest killers we've ever come up against.
There's no doubt of his cleverness, Mr. Keene. When you think of the way he set up that contraption to electrocute poor Amos.
If we can bring him to justice, Mr. Rockwell, we'll show him a more reliable electric machine invented by the state. The electric chair for murderers.
Yes?
Are you Mrs. Marley, the landlady?
I am.
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator? Well, please come in, sir.
Oh, thank you.
What can I do for you, Mr. Keene?
I'd like to look at the room where Amos Piper lived before he was murdered.
Oh, why, of course. Come this way, please. It's on the second floor front. Seems everybody wants to look at that room. First the police, and Mr. Decker, and now you.
And who is Mr. Decker?
Oh, he's quite a gentleman. He comes here lots of times to see Amos Piper. He's in some kind of business, office equipment, I think. He's in the room right now. There's the room, Mr. Keene, right in front of you.
Well, thank you.
I just want you to know that I was a friend of Mr. Piper's, a good friend. And the murder was a terrible shock to me. If I can help you in any way,
I'll be certain to let you know, Mrs. Marley.
Oh, very well, Mr. Keene.
She was certainly anxious to prove what a pal of Amos Piper she was, if you ask me, boss.
Yes, I noticed that too, Mike. Well, let's go in. Oh, excuse me.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Are you Mr. Decker?
Norris Decker, yes. And you are?
Mr. Keene. This is Mr. Clancy, my partner.
Oh, yes, of course, the great investigator. I presume you're here to look into the death of Amos Piper?
Yes. Is there anything you can tell us about it, Mr. Decker?
You can find out all I know, or the police for that matter, by examining that apparatus in the corner. That's what killed Amos.
I'll have a look at it, boss.
Do that, Mike.
It was an unfortunate affair, to say the least. When I first heard about it, I was sure it was an accident. But after talking to the police, I realized now it was premeditated murder.
What made you think it was an accident at first, Mr. Decker?
Because of Amos Piper's idiotic scheme to turn lead into gold. For a while, he almost had me believing it, too.
You're a close friend of his?
No, I was interested in his work in a business way. I'm an investor, Mr. Keene. I use my money to back inventions that are worthwhile, particularly ideas in new business equipment.
And is that what you were seeing Amos Piper about, Mr. Decker?
Yes. He told me of an invention he had for a new type of carbon paper, thin enough and strong enough to make over 50 copies at once.
I see.
Well, it seemed like a saleable idea, and I thought we could both make a bit of money out of it. But then he was killed, and the invention has disappeared. And that's why I came here today. I wanted to see if I could find the sample.
That's some contraption, boss. It's set up like some kind of an electric oven.
That was another of Piper's ideas for turning base metals into gold. He was an extraordinary man, but a bit on the eccentric side. And his private life seemed to be even more peculiar.
How do you mean, Mr. Decker?
Well, once I walked in here, Mr. Keene, and found him in an argument with a lovely young girl at least 30 years younger than he. She wore a mink coat and was fashionably dressed. As I came in, I noticed her motor car and chauffeur in front of the door.
Who was the girl?
I don't know. She left when I walked in, and the landlady told me later that the girl had come once before and had had a terrible row with Piper.
I see. Did she know why?
No, and neither of us knew how a man as simple, and as poor as Piper, could have any relationship with a woman who was obviously very wealthy and, young enough to be his daughter.
She couldn't have been his daughter. I'm told that Piper never married.
Well, whoever she was,
Someone inside in the room now, miss.
The police?
Well, there's Mr. Keene, the famous investigator.
I'll come back some other time, Mrs. Martin.
Mr. Keene, that sounds like the voice of the girl I was just telling you about.
Don't say anything about my being here, please.
Boss, look at the car parked in front of the door. It looks like one of them fancy foreign makes.
Mike, come along. I don't want that car to get out of our sight. We'll follow it and find out a bit more about this mysterious girl and her connection with Amos Piper.
She just went into that house, boss. It's certainly an elegant one.
Let's drop in for a chat, Mike.
Well?
I'm looking for a young woman who just entered here. My name is Keene.
What young woman?
Sure, and the pretty one with the fur coat. The chauffeur just left her at the door and then drove away.
You must have the wrong house.
I'm sure we haven't.
And I say you have.
Oh, this young fella must think we're a couple of kids, boss. Maybe he'd like us to...
We may have been mistaken, Mike.
What, Mr. Keene?
We were halfway up the block when she disappeared. She could have gone around the corner.
But Mr. Keene, with me own two eyes...
I'm sorry to have troubled you, Mr.
Webb. The name is on the door.
Oh, yes, yes, of course.
Good day.
Mr. Keene, you don't really think we made a mistake, do you?
Of course not, Mike. If Mr. Webb was lying so obviously, I preferred to find out in our own way what he was up to. What time is it now?
It's a little after 6.
It'll be dark soon, and we can enter the house through the rear. Perhaps we can get a little more information from Mr. Webb and the young woman we followed when they least expect it. Information that might lead us to Amos Piper's killer.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Colonos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Colonos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Colonos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Colonos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the man who invented death. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating the strange murder of Amos Piper, an eccentric inventor who was electrocuted when one of his inventions was cleverly tampered with by the murderer. Now Mr. Keene has followed a strange young woman to a well-to-do house in the suburbs. A woman who Mr. Keene believes may have a strong bearing on the case. At the door, however, Mr. Keene and Mike were blocked by a rather belligerent young man. Now, a short time later, the two investigators decide to enter the house through a rear entrance.
There's a light in the room right in front of us, Mike. Let's see who's inside.
Right, boss.
I'm leaving the house, Elliot.
Wait, Mike.
And I say you're staying here. Do you want to be picked up by Mr. Keene?
I have nothing to hide. And maybe I can help him solve Uncle Amos' murder.
Now, you listen to me, Lorna. I've got a reputation to think about. You want to ruin me in business?
Doesn't my Uncle Amos mean anything at all to you?
No. Besides, he's dead now, and there's nothing anyone can do about it.
That's where we disagree, Mr. Webb.
Elliot, who are these men?
How did you get in here, Keene?
My partner and I decided to enter without an invitation, Mr. Webb. Inasmuch as you were so anxious to keep us out.
Why, I'll throw the two of you.
Elliot, it won't do any good, and you know it.
Not only won't it do any good, but I'm not so sure he can manage it.
I overheard you say that Amos Piper was your uncle.
Yes, Mr. Keene. I'm Lorna Webb, and Elliot here is my husband.
May I ask why you made those secret visits to your uncle before he was murdered?
I'll answer that for you, Keene. She was trying to keep me from finding out.
Is that right, Mrs. Webb?
Yes.
But after your uncle was murdered, didn't you realize how serious the situation was? Didn't you think of contacting the police and identifying yourself even then?
No, Mr. Keene.
Why not?
I don't know.
Go on, Lorna. Tell him. Tell him you think I'm a murderer. Turn your own husband into the police for a crime he never committed.
Elliot, why do you talk that way to me? We used to be so happy.
That was before I found out you were seeing Amos again, in spite of what you promised.
What was your objection to Amos Piper, Mr. Webb?
He was nothing but a lazy sponger, Mr. Keene. He knew Lorna married a man with money, and he was just biding his time to take advantage of it.
That's not true, Elliot. I begged Uncle Amos to come and live with us, but he refused. I know I handled this the wrong way. And I know you were jealous of Uncle Amos.
Jealous?
I don't quite understand the situation, Mrs. Webb. Perhaps you can explain.
Mr. Keene, I'd been fond of Uncle Amos ever since I was a child. I worshipped him then. But Elliot, my husband, didn't want me to worship anyone, even a poor old man. He wanted all my affection for himself. I'm afraid now I've made a mess of things, and I'm going to regret it.
Mr. Webb, does that explain your attitude?
Mr. Keene, I admit I didn't like Amos Piper, but I wasn't jealous enough to kill him. That's ridiculous, and there's no basis for believing it.
Is that what you believe, Mrs. Webb?
No, Mr. Keene. Of course I didn't believe my own husband killed my uncle. If I did, I wouldn't be here now.
We followed you here from the rooming house where your uncle lived, Mrs. Webb. Why did you return there today?
To get Uncle Amos things, to look for his invention. He has a sister, my Aunt Martha, who is old and very poor. Whatever Amos had should go to her as his closest survivor.
Exactly what invention were you looking for? The carbon paper or the machine he hoped would turn metal into gold?
No, I was looking for the dye.
The dye? Does that have anything to do with the new type of carbon paper he invented?
I don't think so. I remember Uncle Amos telling me something about that carbon paper. He said the idea had been stolen from him.
Did he know who stole it, Mrs. Webb?
No, but he really didn't care. He didn't think it amounted to much. But the dye seemed to be worth something. Even Elliot thought so.
I don't know anything about it, Lorna.
When I described it to you, you said it might make a fortune.
Well, maybe it was another one of your uncle's crackpot ideas, like the gold machine.
Just what do you know about the dye, Mr. Webb?
Well, Mr. Keene, according to Amos, it was a brighter, faster, and cheaper dye than any other now on the market. And he could make it in all colors. But he might have been dreaming again.
I wonder if Mrs. Marley, the rooming housekeeper, would know anything about that dye. Or the carbon paper, for that matter. Mrs. Webb, would you get your coat?
What for?
I want your wife to accompany me back to Mrs. Marley's rooming house, Mr. Webb.
You've got nothing on Lorna. I won't let you involve her in that murder.
Then you do care what happens to me after all, Elliot.
Do you think I ever really stopped caring?
Oh, then we have nothing to be afraid of. You come too. Let's do everything we can to help Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Is it okay if I go along, Mr. Keene?
Of course, Mr. Webb. As a matter of fact, I want everyone involved in this case to be present when we discover the solution to Amos Piper's murder.
Mrs. Marley, the rooming housekeeper, doesn't seem to be in, Mr. Keene.
The door may be open, Mike. Try it.
It is, Mr. Keene.
Good. Come inside, Mr. and Mrs. Webb.
All right, Mr. Keene. Come along, Lorna.
The house is
pitch dark, sir. There's no one here. Saints preserve us, what's that?
What is it, Mike?
I stumbled into something here on the floor. Wait till I get my flashlight out.
Mr. Keene.
It's the body of a man. Boss, it's Mr. Rockwell.
Yes. And his neck's been broken.
Oh, no.
Steady, Lorna.
Keep your flashlight on his body, Mike. I just noticed something on his wrists.
It looks like some kind of paint.
It's a dye. A green dye.
Oh, you let me alone!
What was that?
Sounded like Mrs. Marley.
She's upstairs, boss.
Yes, she's probably in the room where Amos Piper was murdered. Mr. Webb, you and your wife stay down here and don't touch the body. Come on upstairs, Mike.
Take your hands off me! Billy, don't you hear?
Certainly. After I turn you over to the police.
It's Mrs. Marley and Mr. Decker, boss.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, you've come at precisely the right time.
Well, what's going on here?
If you're looking for Amos Piper's murderer, there she is.
That's a lie. I didn't kill him.
Are you also going to deny you stole one of his inventions and sold it in your own name before it was patented?
How do you know about this, Mr. Decker?
Because I caught her one day coming out of the patent office, Mr. Keene, and I investigated. She stole Amos Piper's invention, then killed him so he wouldn't turn her in.
Do you deny that, Mrs. Marley?
Mr. Keene, I'll admit I stole it and sold it to someone, but I only made a couple of $1,000 on it, and I certainly didn't kill the old man for that.
What about George Rockwell?
What?
The dead man downstairs.
Dead man?
You mean another man's been murdered, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mr. Decker. Didn't either you or Mrs. Marley see the body down there in the front hall?
Oh, I didn't, Mr. Keene.
Who entered this room first?
She did. I found her here when I came up. I was still searching for that new invention of Amos Piper's. I found her here fooling around with that devilish contraption in the corner that killed Amos.
Well, what have you to say for yourself, Mrs. Marley?
I didn't mean any harm, Mr. Keene. I just wondered if there was anything in what Amos Piper believed, that he could turn metal into gold. I thought maybe I'd find something, and this was the first chance I got to look for myself. Up to now, this room's been filled with policemen and investigators. But I never touched that machine. Why, I'd be afraid to.
We've caught you red-handed, and you know it. Take her away, Mr. Keene. I'll be happy to testify against her.
I imagine you would be, to save your own skin, Decker.
What?
Decker, did you say you caught Mrs. Marley red-handed? Well, I've caught you green-handed.
You mean here on my hand? Why, this is just paint.
Really? And when did you get it on your fingers?
Well, 2 or 3 days ago.
Odd that it took so long to dry. You left some of it on George Rockwell's wrists.
What?
Only a man with strength could have killed Rockwell. He was a pretty big man himself. But someone with a knowledge of, well, let's say, judo or jiu-jitsu could have accomplished it.
You must know a little something about judo yourself, Keene.
Enough to tell when it was used to break someone's neck. Search him, Mike.
Don't make a move, I warn you.
Oh, he's even got himself a gun, boss.
Now, you're pretty clever, Keene. I've got to hand it to you. I imagine you even know where this green dye came from.
Amos Piper's invention.
Right. And tonight I found a sample of it at last, along with a formula. The old fool never even realized he had something that would bring a fortune on the world market.
But you did, Decker.
I most certainly did. I also knew I had to take care of Rockwell. You see, he was a little too close to Amos Piper. And sooner or later he might have surmised why Piper was killed. And then he'd have thought of me.
I'm afraid you won't get away with it, Decker. You posed as an old man's friend and benefactor to defraud him of his valuable invention, then killed him to cover your fraud. You're not going to get away with either the theft or the murder.
And who's going to stop me?
Maybe I will, mister.
Come on and try it if you want a bullet through your head.
Don't move, Mike. He means what he says.
I'll say I do. And what's more, I'm...
Ah! He tripped on the machine!
Help me! Help!
Mr. Keene!
Cut your electricity off outside. Quickly, Mrs. Marley.
I will, Mr. Keene.
Boss, he's getting a terrific electrical shock.
Don't touch him until the current's been cut, Mike. He'll pass the shocks on to you.
Saints preserve us. He's dead, Mr. Keene.
Yes. He shorted some wires in that machine when he fell over it.
You mean he died the same way his victim died, boss?
In Amos Piper's case, the electrocution was deliberately planned. Decker's was caused by a short circuit as he tripped over the machine. In any event, Mike, the result was a form of poetic justice. Amos Piper may have thought he was inventing a machine that turned things into gold.
but it appears as though he actually invented death.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of the man who invented death. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. The community chest asks you only once a year to contribute or to pledge your share in their wonderful red feather services, which benefit your community the year round. The list of services supported by the community chest is almost endless. Whether day nurseries, guidance clinics, scouts visiting nurses' help, YMCA, or neighborhood centers, the value of all their services to you and to your community is very great. Everybody benefits, so everybody give. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Cleve. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Silver Dagger murder case.
When muscles are stiff and sore from unusual exercise or strain, many people now use heat liniment, the liniment that's strong yet does not burn the skin. Wonderful relief from muscular soreness comes as comforting heat quickly starts to penetrate. Just brush it on the sore place with the applicator. For a liniment that starts at once to ease muscular pain and keeps on working for hours, ask your druggist for heat liniment. H-E-E-T. Heat.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Calinos and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Calinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of the Ruthless Murderers. People appreciate Anacin most when they want quick relief from sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. At times like that, you don't want to wait. You want fast relief. So get Anacin and keep it handy. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Many people have been first given Anacin tablets by their own physician or dentist. So, for your own sake, let me urge you to try Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. You can get Anacin, ANACIN, at any drug counter. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of the ruthless murderers. Our scene opens in the office which Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, shares with his friend and partner, Mike Clancy. At the moment, Mr. Keene is in his private office, while Mike is at the outer office file case, unaware that trouble is about to make a sudden and unexpected appearance.
Let's see now. Well, this would go in file C. Yes, mister. Can I? Stay where you are. Don't make a move or I'll shoot.
You're still pretty fast on the draw, Clancy.
Fast enough to be one step ahead of you, Rod Marble. Turn around.
I'm not carrying a gun. You think I want to spend another 5 years stretching the pen?
What's the trouble, Mike?
Take a look at who'd just come into the office, boss.
Rod Marble, isn't it?
That's right, Mr. Keene. I'm the man you helped send to jail for bank robbery 5 years ago. I got out this morning.
Boss, do you remember the last thing this fella said at the trial when the judge asked him if he had anything to say?
Yes, Mike. I remember very well.
I said I'd kill you in cold blood, Mr. Keene, when I got out. But you can tell your partner here to put his gun away. I didn't come here to your office to start anything.
Well, he's not carrying a gun, Mr. Keene, but I wouldn't trust him anyway.
All right, Mike. Let's hear what Rod Marble has to say.
Mr. Keene, I'm sorry I made that threat against your life.
Huh. Apologizing, is he? Now I'm sure he's got something up his sleeve.
5 years in prison gives a man plenty of time to think and change his mind. I forgot my ideas about getting revenge and hitting back at you long ago.
All right, Marble. If you didn't come here to get revenge, why did you come?
I wanted to ask you one question, Mr. Keene.
What question?
Someone gave you the evidence that helped send me up. Someone squealed, one of my old gang. Who was it?
I'm sorry. That's something I can't tell you.
Look, Mr. Keene, give me his name and you'll never hear from me again. What's more, I'll give you every dollar I own if you'll tell me.
Do you want to go back to prison, Marble? This time it might be the electric chair.
I don't care. If I could just get my hands on the rat who squealed on me and sent me to the
You
pen,
won't get that information from me, Marble.
Okay. But I'm going to find out who he is if it's the last thing I do.
Well, there's a man who's looking for trouble, Mr. Keene. If I ever saw a fellow who was out for blood, he's it.
If it's trouble he wants, Mike, I'm afraid he'll get it. And it may be more than Rod Marble bargained for.
The car's parked on the corner, Mr. Keene. This way, sir.
It's a special edition of the afternoon papers, Mike.
Yeah, I wonder what the extra is. I'll get a copy from that newsboy, boss.
Extra businessman murder! Extra paper, mister!
Yeah, here you are, boy.
Read all about it! Extra businessman murder!
Look at the headline, Mr. Keene. Prominent businessman found murdered. His name is Neil Justin.
Neil Justin? Let me see that paper, Mike.
Sure, and he's some kind of a big manufacturer, isn't he, Mr. Keene?
Yes. Was found with 3 bullets in his body in a phone booth downtown. There were no witnesses to the crime, the paper says. And it took place at about 4 this afternoon.
Well, that was just an hour ago.
Rod Marble was in our office at 3. He could have had time to leave, track down Justin, and murder him.
Yeah, but, Mr. Keene, what would Marble have to do with a man like Neil Justin?
Mike, Mr. Justin was the man who gave me the information 5 years ago that helped send Marble to jail.
Saints preserve us. Then Marble must have murdered him. He must have come to our office to establish an alibi by saying that he was with us at the time of the murder.
It's entirely possible. Mike, perhaps you'd better drop me off at police headquarters. I think I'll have a talk with Lieutenant Hale.
Okay, Mr. Keene. Well, looks as if someone made a mistake.
A mistake, Mike?
Yeah, there's a woman sitting in our car, boss.
So I notice.
Excuse me, ma'am. Don't you have the wrong car?
Are you Mr. Keene, sir?
No, I'm Mike Clancy, his partner. Mr. Keene's right here.
Oh, one of the elevator boys in your office building pointed your car out to me, Mr. Keene. My name is Rena Soffer. I just had to see you.
Why didn't you come up to my office?
I didn't have an appointment, and I thought someone in your office might not let me see you.
Mr. Keene, you've got to help me. They've arrested my husband, Tom, and he's innocent.
Arrested him for what, Mrs. Soffer?
The murder of Neil Justin. I know how you've helped people, sir. Everybody's heard how kind you are and how fair. And Tom's innocent. He didn't kill Neil Justin.
If your husband is innocent, I'm sure the police will give him every chance to prove it, Mrs. Soffer.
But you don't understand. Tom has a record. A criminal record.
Now I remember his name, Mr. Keene. Tom Soffer's been under suspicion at police headquarters. They think he's a gang killer.
No, that's not true, Mr. Clancy. My husband's weak, I know. I've tried to keep him away from his bad companions, but he's not a murderer.
He'll get a chance to prove that, Mrs. Soffer.
Mr. Keene, please just go down to the jail and talk to Tom. That's all I ask. And if he doesn't convince you that he's innocent, I won't bother you again.
Very well, Mrs. Soffer. There's a phone booth at that cigar store, Mike. We'll call Lieutenant Hale and ask if we can see Tom Soffer.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Keene. I'll never forget your kindness as long as I live. I'll go back now and tell Tom you're coming.
All right. But I warn you, if your husband is guilty, I may have to help convict him.
I'll take that chance, sir. Goodbye, Mr. Keene.
Goodbye. Let's make that phone call to police headquarters, Mike.
Right, boss. Well, here's an empty phone booth, Mr. Keene. I'll make the call, sir.
You know, Mike, this case isn't as obvious as it appears. It may prove a lot more difficult to solve than we imagine.
Hello? Police headquarters? Lieutenant Hale, homicide squad, please. Lieutenant, Mike Clancy. I'm calling for Mr. Keene. We hear you've just picked up a man named Tom Soffer for the Justin murder. Huh? What's that, Lieutenant? Just a second. Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mike?
Tom Soffer broke away from his arresting officer. He's loose.
Well, let me talk to Lieutenant, Mike. Lieutenant Hale, it's Mr. Keene. I suppose you sent out a general alarm for Tom Soffer. Well, I suggest you send out another alarm for Rod Marble. That's right. Marble was just released from the state penitentiary. Yes, I'll explain when I reach your office in 15 minutes. Goodbye, Lieutenant.
Sure, now it's beginning to look as if this fellow Soffer may be just as guilty as Marble, Mr. Keene.
Well, they both didn't kill Neil Justin, Mike. And there's always a chance that someone new may enter this case. In any event, I'm going to the lieutenant's office and then home. Get in touch with me there if you learn anything new of importance.
I beg your pardon, but are you Mr. Keene, sir?
Yes.
I've been waiting for you here in front of your apartment for the past 2 hours. I'm Arthur Justin, Neil Justin's son.
Come in, Arthur. Please sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Keene, you've read about my father's murder. I've come here to ask you to help solve the case.
I'll be glad to help you, Arthur. I happen to be working on the case already.
You are?
Yes, a criminal named Rod Marble is involved in it. Have you ever heard his name mentioned?
No, sir. But if you think he murdered Dad, you're wrong.
What makes you so sure, Arthur?
Because I think I know who the killer is, although I need some evidence. That's why I want your help, sir.
Who is the suspect you have in mind?
A man named Luke Homer. My father was very worried for weeks before his death. He said someone was shadowing him. Dad was in fear of his life.
Oh? What did this man Homer have against your father?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Keene. And I never knew why Dad didn't go to the police either. But I did something about it.
What did you do?
I trailed Homer. I spotted him outside the house a few days before Dad's murder, and I followed him from then on. I found out his name and occupation. He's a mechanic. I can point him out to you, Mr. Keene, and you can do the rest.
Where is he?
He gets home from work about 9 every night, and this is his address. If you meet me on this corner at 5 of 9 this evening, sir, you'll be able to put a pair of handcuffs on my father's murderer.
Well, we can certainly question this man, Luke Homer. Very well, Arthur, I'll meet you. Perhaps I ought to come alone, however, without my partner or the police. If Homer sees his house is being watched, he may not show up.
All right, Mr. Keene.
Then I'll see you on that street corner tonight at 9. And we'll proceed from there. Arthur, is that you? It's Mr. Keene, over here. Is that you, up?
Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene, where are you?
Over here, Arthur.
I heard 2 shots. Are you hurt, sir? Let me help you.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of the ruthless murderers. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between the teeth. Use Calanos toothpaste with dental floss action. Those cracks and crevices where food particles can decay must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a welcome breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Use Calanos toothpaste with dental floss action. Calanos gives amazing dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. Use Calanos toothpaste with dental floss action. Calanos has high polishing action, too. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Calanos is gentle, safe even for children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Calanos is dentist recommended. Cleans your teeth bright, keeps your breath right. Use Calanos toothpaste with dental floss action. Get Calanos with dental floss action today. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of the ruthless murderers. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, have been investigating the murder of Neil Justin, a well-known businessman. Although Mr. Keene already has 2 suspects, Rod Marble and Tom Soffer, both men with criminal records, Neil Justin's son, Arthur, has come to Mr. Keene accusing still a third, a man named Luke Homer. Arthur Justin has told Mr. Keene where Homer lives and made an appointment with the famous investigator to meet nearby at 9 in the evening. Now, as Mr. Keene keeps his appointment and waits for Arthur Justin, he's suddenly ambushed.
Mr. Keene! Mr. Keene, where are you?
Over here, Arthur.
I heard 2 shots. Are you hurt, sir? Oh, let me help you.
It was only a miracle that saved me. Some instinct made me drop to the pavement just before he fired.
Oh, did you see who he was?
No, I'm afraid I could never identify him.
Please forgive me. It was my fault. If I hadn't been a few minutes late for our appointment, I would...
It doesn't matter, Arthur. It's quite possible if you had been here, you'd have been killed yourself.
Mr. Keene, the man who tried to kill you was the murderer of my father. It was Luke Homer. It must have been.
Well, there's no point waiting around here any longer. He'll never come back. I'm going to return to my office, Arthur.
At this hour of night, Mr. Keene?
I have a complete file of every known criminal in the country. And perhaps I'll find Luke Homer's name in it. We've sent out a general alarm for 2 other suspects involved in your father's murder, Rod Marble and Tom Soffer. Now we'll add this man, Luke Homer, to the list.
Well, there's nothing in the file here about a man named Luke Homer, Mr. Keene.
Just about gone through the list. What time is it, Mike?
It's almost midnight, sir.
You know, I just had an idea. Seems to me...
It's Rod Marble, boss.
Don't move, Mike. He's armed.
I've got 6 bullets in this gun, Keene, for you and your partner.
I know he was lying, boss. That story about having a change of heart was phony.
I wasn't lying. I meant every word I said. Keene's the one who changed my mind.
And how did I do that, Marble?
By telling the police to send out an alarm for me for Justin's murder. You're trying to frame me, Keene, and I'm going to put you away just as I promised I would 5 years ago.
Watch out, boss.
Are you...
And he's out cold, sir. And I'll relieve him of that gun.
That's nice work, Mike. If you hadn't timed that blow so well, we'd both have a few bullets in our heads.
Well, I'll bring him around and lug him down to police headquarters. The boys will be glad to see this bucko, Mr. Keene.
Undoubtedly. But I'm not so sure he's the man they want for Neil Justin's murder.
After all this,
And after what you told me about being ambushed?
That's just it. Mike, I think I have an important clue to follow up. A clue that may prove to be an amazing revelation. Take Rod Marble to headquarters, then get a good night's sleep. We'll both need all our energy when we return to this affair tomorrow morning. Yes, you can reach me here in my office, Lieutenant Hale. I'm still working with Neil Justin's son, Arthur, on the Luke Homer angle. But so far, Homer seems to have completely disappeared. However, I have an idea of my own that I've been working on for the past 2 days. Yes, of course, Lieutenant. I'll keep in touch with you. Goodbye.
Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Arthur.
Has there been anything new, sir? Any clues to my father's murder?
No, nothing yet.
Oh, I want you to meet my wife, Alicia, sir.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Justin?
I'm very glad to know you. I've heard so much about Mr. Keene, the famous investigator. And I'd like to help you in any way I can, sir. Arthur's father meant almost as much to me as he did to my husband.
I think I understand, Mrs. Justin.
Alicia's worried, Mr. Keene. She thinks they'll try to get at me in some way.
Oh, no, that's not why
What were you about to say, Mrs. Justin?
Oh, Mr. Keene, I want to speak to you alone.
Alicia? What's the trouble? Are you hiding something from me?
Oh, Arthur, I beg you to trust me and do as I say. I can't keep this to myself any longer. I want to see Mr. Keene in private.
You know, I've always trusted you, Alicia. I'll do as you ask. I'll be waiting in the car downstairs.
Well, Mrs. Justin, what is it you want to tell me?
Mr. Keene, I just couldn't bring myself to say this in front of Arthur. It'd tear down all his ideals. But I believe I know who murdered his father.
Do you?
Neil Justin was involved with a woman named Sarah Blowes. He'd known her ever since his wife died, and before as well.
I see.
I believe he tried to break off with Sarah, and she took revenge. She's a violent type, Mr. Keene, I know, because I've met her.
Do you know where the Sarah Blowes can be located?
Yes. But what do you intend to do, Mr. Keene?
See her, of course, immediately. If what you say is true, I'll break this case wide open, Mrs. Justin, inside of an hour.
Yes?
Are you Sarah Blowes?
That's right.
My name is Keene.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator?
I'd like to talk to you about a man named Neil Justin, who was murdered a few days ago.
Neil, please come in, Mr. Keene. Step into the living room and we can talk. A couple of friends of mine are anxious to join the conversation.
What?
Don't move, Keene, or we'll blow your head off.
What is this? A trap?
So this is a guy who's supposed to be the biggest investigator of them all. Take a look at him, Pete.
I'm looking, Tracy.
He don't look smart enough to trail a giraffe.
Stop being a comedian, Tracy. Get rid of him and get it over with.
Okay, take it easy, sir. Pete.
Yeah?
We better tie him up in the garage. It's way in the back. If we stay here, somebody on the street might hear us.
Get moving, Keene.
Somebody might hear you do what?
Put a bullet behind your ear, Keene.
Well, the great Mr. Keene is tied up good and tight, Tracy. Want me to plug him now?
Take it easy, Pete. I'm enjoying this. It ain't often we get a fish as big as Keene to fry.
I suppose you two know what the penalty for murder is. The electric chair.
Listen to him talk, Tracy.
You're the one who's getting the death sentence, Keene. Only we're doing the job with a gun.
I warn you. You won't get away with this.
He's talking too much to suit me, Tracy. Let's get started.
Let him talk. His mouth ain't gonna be much good for talking in a couple of minutes. Pull that box out. Put Keene in it.
Mm-hmm. No. Wait.
You know what this box is for, Keene? You and a load of quicklime. We're gonna freeze you in solid, then drop you in the river.
No, please, have mercy. I'm an old man, but I don't want to die.
Listen to him crawl.
Just like they all crawl when their number's up.
I'm not asking you to spare my life. But at least give me my choice.
What's he talking about? What choice, Keene?
I always feared this day. The day when I'd be cornered and helpless. Because of that fear, I carried a tiny bottle around with me, filled with deadly poison.
So what?
I've carried it to make it easy. When I knew there was no other way out to spare myself torture. At least let me take the poison.
Holy smoke, he wants to make it easier for us.
It'll make it easier for both of us. I'll have no pain. You can get away with this crime.
I don't get it.
All you have to do is leave my body here with the empty bottle of poison in my hand. The police will obviously think I was a suicide. It's a lot safer, Tracy, than having my body discovered full of bullet holes. Because the police would never rest until they'd caught you.
What do you think, Tracy?
I'm not sure, Pete.
Yeah, what do we got to lose? If the old guy's nuts enough to want to do the job on himself, let him.
Okay, we'll give Keene a break.
Thank you. The poison is in a small bottle in my vest pocket.
Look, I'm not taking them ropes off you, Keene. You can just open your mouth and we'll pour the stuff in.
Anything you say. Just open the bottle and let me drink the poison.
Here's a bottle, Tracy.
Open it.
Gas! The bottle's filled with it.
I can't see. I'm blind, Tracy.
The door! Where's the door? The door!
Come out with your hands up and no funny business.
Mike!
Mr. Keene, boss. Are you all right, sir? Here, I'll help carry you out. Just hang on. I got your message just in time, sir.
Oh, that's good work, Mike.
And there's a squad of plainclothesmen outside, sir. We got the others, too. Here's the door, boss. Easy now.
I'm all right.
Let me cut them ropes, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Mike. That invention of mine, the condensed bottle of tear gas, saved my life. I had to put on quite an act to get them to open it. But when they did, the results were perfect.
Sure, and that was one of the slickest inventions I've ever seen, boss. Tear gas condensed in a tiny bottle.
Everything okay in there, Clancy?
Everything's under control, Casey. Send in the other two. They're putting Sarah Blows and them two murderers into the patrol wagon, boss. But here are two more I know you're looking forward to seeing. I put the handcuffs on them 15 minutes ago and brought them here.
Well, Arthur and Alicia, what have you got to say for yourselves?
All I've got to say, Keene, is that if I didn't have these handcuffs on,
Oh, take your medicine like a man, Arthur. Keene was too smart for you.
I've had my eye on you a lot longer than you think, Arthur.
Did you?
There was no such man as Luke Homer. You made up the name just to lure me into an ambush.
And the boss saw right through that Sarah Blows story, mister, and tipped off the police. Then he told me to nab you and keep you under arrest until he located the rest of your outfit.
You and your wife were responsible for the murder of your father, Arthur. And it was a horrible crime.
And maybe I can tell you why they killed him, Mr. Keene.
It's Rod Marble.
Yes. The man who was a member of your ring of criminals 5 years ago, before he was sent to prison.
I didn't know it before, Mr. Keene, but you saved my life when you had me picked up on suspicion. Arthur Justin here was planning to put me out of the way along with you.
You squealer! Keep your trap shut, Marble.
Why shouldn't I squeal? Didn't your father squeal on me to save his own skin, so I had to take a 5-year rap?
That's right, Marble. And at the time Neil Justin's ruse worked. We believed he was a respectable businessman instead of a gang leader.
I'm willing to talk too, Mr. Keene, if I get a break.
You'll get justice, Alicia. No more, no less.
Keep quiet, Alicia, do you hear?
I won't keep quiet. Mr. Keene, do you know why he killed his father? He wanted to take over the racket. His father wanted him out of it, but Arthur got big ideas.
And who gave me those big ideas? You did, Alicia.
What else have you two got to say?
Mr. Keene, Arthur's father had warned him that Marble might talk and convict the gang. So Arthur decided the only way was to get rid of you and Marble after he shot his father.
Well, that just about cleans things up, boss. I think I'll be taking these two lovebirds outside to the police.
Mr. Keene, you certainly put one over on Tracy and Pete with that tear gas invention of yours. Tracy said he thought you were going to take poison and kill yourself.
No man ever has the right to take his own life, Marble. That's for God or the law.
And as long as you're feeling so grateful to the boss, Marble, maybe there's one request I think you'd like to make. Mr. Keene would appreciate it if you said nothing about that trick bottle of tear gas.
Yes, Mike, it might help me in the future. When I get into a spot like that again, if the invention would remain a secret.
Mr. Keene, you can depend on me to keep it under my hat.
All right. Mike will accompany Arthur and Alicia Justin and the others to police headquarters, where we can write the finish to the murder of Neil Justin. A finish that will end in the death house for all concerned.
And so Mr. Keene finds a solution to the case of the ruthless murderers. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Forgotten Cave murder case. It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Colinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Jewel Thief. Physicians and dentists have had much to do with spreading the fame of Anacin. Many have been giving their patients Anacin tablets in envelopes for years. These people know how incredibly fast Anacin acts to relieve the pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. Why not take this tip when you're suffering from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain? Take Anacin, the modern way to relieve pain. Anacin acts promptly. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Next time you suffer pain from a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, don't wait for relief. Try Anacin. You'll be delighted with its incredibly fast, effective action. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Ask for Anacin, spelled A-N-A-C-I-N, at your drug counter today. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the jewel thief. Our scene opens in the office which Mr. Keene, the great investigator, shares with his friend and partner, Mike Clancy. The telephone is ringing, and as Mike reaches for the receiver, he is unaware that he's about to raise the curtain on a startling drama.
Mr. Keene's office.
Is this Mr. Keene?
No, this is his partner, Mike Clancy, speaking.
May I talk to Mr. Keene? It's very important.
Well, who's calling, please?
Tell him it's Mr. Carl Rollins.
Well, just a second. Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike?
There's a fellow named Carl Rollins who wants a word with you. He says it's important.
Carl Rollins? All right, Mike, I'll take it. Hello?
Mr. Keene.
Yes?
This is Carl Rollins. I've got to see you right away.
In regard to what, Mr. Rollins?
Well, I can't talk about it now over the phone, but if it means anything to you, I'm also known as Kansas Carl.
Kansas Carl?
Saints preserve us, Mr. Keene. But isn't Kansas Carl the jewel thief the cops have been after for months?
Just a moment, Mike. Hello, Mr. Rollins.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Where are you calling from?
My room's on 10th Street, number 892, apartment 4D.
All right. You'll wait there for me?
Yes, I'll... What?
Mr. Rollins. Hello. Hello.
What happened, boss?
I'm sure I heard revolver shots, Mike. We've got to get over to Rollins' apartment right away.
This must be the flat, Mr. Keene. There's the name over the doorbell. Rollins.
I don't think there's any point in ringing, Mike. If the door isn't open, we'll have to break it down.
It's open, boss.
Well, let's go in and keep your gun handy, Mike.
Right, boss. The room is empty, Mr. Keene.
So it seems, Mike.
You want me to go down and see if I can find the landlady or the superintendent?
Just a minute, Mike. Do you smell anything?
Sure. I smell powder.
A gun was discharged in this room a little while ago. There's no doubt that those were pistol shots I heard over the telephone.
Yeah, but nothing's disturbed, boss. The place seems empty.
Mike, look at the floor.
What? There's blood running along the crack in the wood there.
It's coming from under that couch. Quickly, Mike. Pull the couch away from the wall.
Yes. Oh, saints preserve us. There he is. It must be Carl Rollins.
With 2 bullets in his head. He's dead, Mike.
I'll see if I can find an identification on him. He's got a wallet in his pocket, Mr. Keene, and a little notebook with some addresses in it.
Well, let me have the wallet, Mike. It identifies him as Carl Rollins, the man who phoned our office. He was shot down before he could say why he got in touch with me.
Well, it beats me, Mr. Keene. This fellow was wanted in half the states in the country for jewel robberies.
Yes, Kansas Carl was known as the society jewel thief. Well educated, with impeccable manners, he'd impress rich people and then rob them.
But why should he get in touch with you, Mr. Keene? Sure, and he'd have known you'd turn him into the police at the drop of a hat.
Exactly. Maybe that's just why.
There's someone at the door, boss.
Before you answered, Mike, pull that couch back and hide the body once more. I'll put a chair over the bloodstain on the floor.
Okay, sir. There.
All right, Mike. Now you can open the door.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I must have the wrong apartment.
Just a moment, madam. Whom did you want to see?
Oh, Mr. Rollins.
You have the right place. Please come in. Let me introduce myself. My name is Keene, and this is my partner, Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the famous investigator?
And who are you, may I ask?
Mrs. Andrea Mitchell. I'm a good friend of Mr. Rollins. But why are you here? Has something happened to Carl?
I'll explain in just a moment. First, I'd like you to tell me, how long have you known Carl Rollins?
We met 6 months ago. As a matter of fact, we're engaged to be married. I'm a widow, Mr. Keene.
And what business was Mr. Rollins in, Mrs. Mitchell?
He's a jewel importer.
I'll say he was.
I beg your pardon?
All right, Mike, we shouldn't wait any longer. You better notify the police.
The police? Mr. Keene, what's happened to Carl? Please tell me.
Carl Rollins has been murdered, Mrs. Mitchell.
Murdered? Oh, no. No, he could... Oh.
Well, she's fainted, Mr. Keene.
I'll take care of her, Mike. You call the police and report the murder of Carl Rollins, alias Kansas Carl. Are you feeling stronger, Mrs. Mitchell?
Mr. Keene, you said that Carl...
We found his body in his apartment here just a few minutes before you came in.
Well, Lieutenant Hale of the homicide squad said he'll be down right away, boss.
All right, Mike.
Where is Carl's body, Mr. Keene?
Perhaps you better not see him, Mrs. Mitchell. Remain where you are in that chair until you feel better.
Who killed him? Carl had no enemies. His life was above reproach.
Mr. Keene, either the lady never knew what was going on, or she's a pretty good actress.
Never knew what? Mr. Keene, what does Mr. Clancy mean?
Carl Rollins was a well-known jewel thief, Mrs. Mitchell. The police have been after him for months.
Oh, no. No, I don't believe it.
It happens to be true.
But Carl loved me. He was a respectable man, Mr. Keene. He couldn't...
His respectability was just a pose, Mrs. Mitchell. However, I have a feeling perhaps his life had changed some time before he died. But I'm afraid you'll have to answer a great many questions for the authorities.
You don't think
they'd connect me with it.
With Carl Rollins' past? Perhaps they might. However, if you confide in me, Mrs. Mitchell, I may be able to help you.
Well, there's so little I can tell you, Mr. Keene. I met Carl at a dinner dance 6 months ago, given by Mrs. Arthur Van Burton.
The wife of the banker?
Yes. I'm fairly well known in the city, Mr. Keene. My late husband was Elliot Mitchell, the art dealer. When I met Carl Rollins, he was introduced as a jewel importer. I had no idea.
He was actually a world-famous jewel thief. He was very clever about hiding his real identity.
We saw a great deal of each other for several months. And then Carl proposed to me. I accepted. And I told my daughter we were getting married in a month.
I see.
Jean, my daughter is only 17, Mr. Keene. She's at a finishing school in Vermont. I don't know what will happen when all this notoriety comes out. I'm not worried about myself. I'm only thinking of Jean.
I understand, Mrs. Mitchell.
Mr. Keene, if you could help me, I'd be very grateful. I swear I knew nothing about Carl's past.
Well, tell me, Mrs. Mitchell, did your husband leave you a great deal of money when he passed away?
Oh, no, he didn't. He left debts. Debts I had to pay off with most of his insurance.
Did Carl Rollins know about that?
Yes, I told him.
And he still wanted to go through with the wedding?
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. To tell you the truth, I had to borrow money from him in order to send my daughter back to school.
Kansas Carl giving money away? Sure, that takes the cake, Mr. Keene.
Mike, I have a hunch that something happened to Carl Rollins' character recently. I believe he changed from being a ruthless thief to a decent citizen. That may have been the reason he got in touch with me before he was murdered.
Mr. Keene, I swear to you that there was nothing but good in Carl when he died. You've got to believe that. Because if you don't, I know you won't believe my story. And I need your help desperately for my daughter Jean's sake as well as my own.
There's just one thing more I want to ask you, Mrs. Mitchell. Did you ever meet any of Carl Rollins' friends or acquaintances?
No, Mr. Keene. But there was one woman he spoke of. A woman named Grace Bentley. She was older than Carl, I believe. And when he spoke of her, he almost sounded as if he were talking of his mother, who has been dead for many years.
What did he tell you about her, Mrs. Mitchell?
Well, just that she was a good friend and he trusted her.
Do you know where Grace Bentley can be found?
I believe she's a seamstress, Mr. Keene, and lives alone. Oh, I think Carl had her address in a small notebook he always carried with him.
Well, that must be the book we found in his pocket, boss.
Well, let me see it, Mike. Yes, Grace Bentley's name is in this book, along with her address. Well, Mrs. Mitchell, the police will be here any moment now.
Oh, what shall I tell them, Mr. Keene?
Just what you told me.
But if my name is connected with this murder, my daughter Jean will know. Her friends at school will hear of it, and she'll be ostracized.
I don't think that'll happen. I'm going to ask the police to keep this case out of the newspapers as long as possible. It may make it easier for us to solve.
What about the addresses in that notebook, boss?
The police will want to check every one of them, I'm sure, Mike. But we can help them by seeing Grace Bentley ourselves. Perhaps she can shed a little light on one of the most puzzling cases we've had in months.
The number on Miss Bentley's letterbox outside was 12, Mr. Keene.
This apartment is number 12, Mike.
Remember, one peep out of you, you'll get a bullet through your head.
Boss, did you hear that?
Yes, Mike. Listen.
Now just sit there until I'm through.
Try the door, Mike. Softly.
It's locked, Mr. Keene.
Get your gun out. Can you smash the lock with one shot, Mike?
I think so, boss.
Right after you shoot, I'll push the door in. Someone's being held up at the point of a gun inside that room. We've got to take him by surprise. You ready, Mike?
Ready, boss. Mr. Keene, there's a woman tied up in that chair there.
In the bedroom. He's in the bedroom.
Well, after him, Mike. Are you Grace Bentley, madam?
Oh, yes, please. This wire is cutting my wrist.
Well, I'll have it off in a moment.
Oh, thank heaven you've come. Who are you, sir?
My name is Keene, Miss Bentley.
Why, the famous investigator. Oh, you don't know how glad I am to see you.
And he got away, Mr. Keene. The bedroom window was open, and there's a fire escape leading down to the street.
Do you know him, Miss Bentley?
Yes. His name is George Darcy. He came to my apartment a few minutes ago with a gun in his hand, and
tied me to this chair.
Do you know why?
I think it had something to do with a man I know. Carl Rollins.
Miss Bentley, Carl Rollins is dead.
Dead? Oh, no. Oh, then it's happened. All his hopes, his attempts to lead a new life came to nothing. I knew Carl very well, Mr. Keene.
Did you know that he was really Kansas Carl, a famous jewel thief wanted by the police?
Yes. And I might say that I was the cause of his turning over a new leaf and going straight.
Suppose you tell me the entire story, Miss Bentley. But before you start, I want to send out a police alarm for this man, George Darcy. Have you any idea where he lives?
No, Mr. Keene, I haven't.
What does he look like?
He's tall and dark, about 30 years of age. He doesn't look like a gunman at all.
Telephone that description into the police, Mike.
Right, boss.
Meanwhile, Miss Bentley can tell me what she knows about Carl Rollins. You know, the more this murder case progresses, the more convinced I am that the final picture may be an amazing one.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the jewel thief. Meanwhile, it's the big medical news wherever you go. It's Krypton, Kriptin, the antihistamine wonder drug that, taken at the start, can kill a cold. Kill it not in days, but in hours. In tests at the United States Naval Hospital, Great Lakes, Illinois, Krypton proved remarkably effective, was preferred by patients over all other formulas tested. For spectacular results, take Krypton at the first sign of a cold. Today at your druggist, get Krypton. Handy pocket size, only 29 cents for 10 tablets. Bottle of 50 tablets, only 98 cents. Less than 2 cents a tablet. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the jewel thief. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy are investigating the murder of Carl Rollins, alias Kansas Carl, a famous jewel thief who preyed mostly on those in the social register. During the investigation, Mr. Keene and Mike rescued a woman named Grace Bentley, a friend of Carl Rollins, who was being held up by a gunman in her modest apartment. The gunman, George Darcy, escaped. But the story Grace Bentley has to tell appears to Mr. Keene to be very important in regard to solving the murder. And as Mr. Keene listens closely...
I first met Carl Rollins about a year ago, Mr. Keene. I was taking in washing then and did sewing on the side. That's the way I've been supporting myself.
Did you do some work for Rollins, Miss Bentley?
Yes. And he was a charming man. Oh, much younger than I, of course. And I felt more like a mother to him than anything else.
You didn't know then that he was actually Kansas Carl, the notorious society jewel thief?
No, sir. I found that out a few months later. But after I'd gotten to know him well, I realized that there was something fine and decent in Carl that may have been twisted when he was young. So I decided to try to do something about it.
What did you do, Miss Bentley?
I reformed him. I gave him something more important to live for than money and jewels. In the last few months, Mr. Keene, Carl Rollins had changed completely. He was a different man, even a religious man. Oh, I was very proud of him.
What about George Darcy? What did he have to do with Rollins?
Darcy was one of Carl's old cronies. They'd often worked together in jewel robberies. When Darcy came here and held me up, maybe he wanted to get even. You see, I was the one who made Carl break off his partnership in crime with Darcy.
I just called the police, Mr. Keene, and gave them a description of Darcy. Tall, dark, and around 30.
That was the description you gave my partner, Mike Clancy, wasn't it, Miss Bentley?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Tell me, Miss Bentley, do you think George Darcy may have been involved in Carl Rollins' murder?
I don't know.
Have you ever met Carl's fiancée, Andrea Mitchell?
No, but Carl told me about her. I understand that she's a wonderful woman. And I was glad when he said he was going to marry her. I was glad that there'd be someone else who'd keep him on the right path.
You must have been very fond of Carl Rollins to worry about him that way.
He reminded me of my brother, John. He took up a life of crime and died while trying to resist the police. I thought I'd be doing John's memory a service by helping Carl.
I see. Is there anything else you can add that might help us in any way, Miss Bentley?
No, Mr. Keene. In spite of his past, Carl had turned out to be a very fine man. When he called you, I think he was giving himself up.
That's what I imagined myself.
Maybe he thought you'd be able to help him by acting as a go-between with the police.
Well, Mike, I guess Miss Bentley has told us everything. I'm going down to police headquarters now to see if I can identify George Darcy in the Rogues Gallery.
You want me to go with you, boss?
No, Mike. Darcy's still on the loose, and he's dangerous. I was thinking of Andrea Mitchell, Carl Rollins' fiancée. Darcy might try to strike at her in some way. Suppose you go over to her home, Mike, and I'll join you there in an hour or two.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
George Darcy undoubtedly holds the key to Carl Rollins' murder. When we finally get our hands on him, he'll have a great deal to answer for.
Will you have another cup of coffee, Mr. Clancy?
No, thanks, Mrs. Mitchell. Do you mind if I smoke, ma'am?
Please do. I'm very grateful to Mr. Keene for sending you over to my home. Even though I never met this man, George Darcy, he worries me, after what you've told me about him.
Well, Mr. Keene himself will be here any minute now. Sure, and is that a picture of your daughter, ma'am?
Yes, that's Jean. She's 17. That picture was taken just before her father died.
Aye, she's a fine-looking girl.
Mm. Oh, someone's at the door. It must be Mr. Keene.
Just a second, Mrs. Mitchell. Mr. Keene wouldn't try to come in without ringing first, unless it was an emergency.
There's the doorbell now.
Well, I'll go out, get out of sight behind them drapes there, just to be on the safe side.
Oh, Mr. Clancy, you think it
Now,
may be...
just answer the door, Mrs. Mitchell, like you were here alone. Let me do the rest.
One scream and I'll shoot, lady. Get inside. Okay. Where is it?
Where's what?
The loot. And don't fool with me. I want it all.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You and Kansas Carl were going to be married. He must have told you what he did with the stuff. Who did he give it to? Where is it?
Stand still, mister. Don't raise that gun or I'll pull this trigger. Drop it. Drop your artillery on the floor. Now just put your hands behind your back. I'll slip a nice pair of shiny handcuffs on them. There, I guess that'll hold you for a while, mister. That's probably the boss right now, Mrs. Mitchell. Will you let him in, ma'am?
Oh, yes, Mr. Clancy. Mr. Keene.
Mrs. Mitchell, I see you have a visitor.
Mr. Keene, this man just came in and held me up. If your partner, Mr. Clancy, hadn't been here...
I had to put the handcuffs on him, boss.
I saw this man going to the house ahead of me, Mike, with his gun drawn. I thought I'd cover him from behind, knowing you were here to protect Mrs. Mitchell. What's your name?
Darcy.
Sure, and this is George Darcy, the fellow we've been looking for, Mr. Keene.
So it appears, Mike. What are you doing here, Darcy?
Ask her.
Why, I don't know what he means.
No? Take a look at that pin she's wearing, Keene.
What about it?
It was stolen 8 months ago, along with $100,000 worth of jewels.
Why, I never knew this pin was stolen. It isn't very valuable.
Maybe not, but the rest of that stuff was worth a fortune. And you know where it is.
This pin was given to me by Carl Rollins. I never dreamed it was stolen.
I'm afraid it could make you an accessory, Mrs. Mitchell. However, by accusing you, George Darcy has opened himself to suspicion of murder.
What?
Darcy, you thought Mrs. Mitchell was hoarding some of your ex-partner Carl Rollins' stolen loot. But you wouldn't have dared to come here to get it if you weren't sure Rollins was dead.
Well,
I want the truth, Darcy. Remember, your own life hangs in the balance, too.
I didn't kill Carl. I knew he was dead because I found his body in his room.
You were in his apartment today.
Carl was going to turn himself into the police. He was giving up $500,000 worth of jewelry. A part of that haul was mine, and I wanted to get hold of it.
And you came here thinking Mrs. Mitchell knew where those stolen jewels were.
She was going to marry Carl, wasn't she?
Were you the man who also held up Grace Bentley a few hours ago and tied her to a chair?
She told you it was me?
Yes, she said you were angry at her because she broke up your criminal partnership with Carl Rollins.
I'm not sore at anyone, Keene. It was strictly a business proposition. I wanted my split of those jewels before Carl turned them in to the police.
All right, Mike. We'll take this man, Darcy, down to headquarters.
You're arresting me for murder?
No, Darcy. I'm turning you in for attempted robbery. But I'm fairly certain I'll also turn in Carl Rollins' murderer within an hour. Lock on that door is still broken, Mike. Open it without knocking.
Okay, Mr. Keene, sir. Wait, the place is pitch dark, boss.
There's a light under that door over there. Open the door. It's probably the bedroom.
Mr. Keene, why, what are you doing here?
Are you going somewhere, Miss Bentley? I see you're packing a bag.
I was going to Philadelphia to see my sister.
Your sister? Is she as much a figment of your clever imagination as your brother was?
What do you mean?
Mike, take a look in that suitcase.
Okay, boss.
Keep away from my things.
One side, lady.
So you reformed Carl Rollins, Miss Bentley. You also murdered him.
Why, you can't prove that.
Oh, no? Just take a look at this, Mr. Keene. There's a false bottom in this suitcase.
Why, you...
Saints preserve us. There must be a fortune in jewelry here.
Yes, Mike. Bracelets, rings, and necklaces that Carl Rollins had stolen over the years, which he was going to return to the police when Grace Bentley shot him down. Her reforming Rollins was only a device, an excuse to gain his confidence so she could get hold of those stolen gems herself.
I've got to hand it to you, Keene. I never thought you suspected me.
Would you like to know how you gave yourself away, Grace Bentley?
Yes. How?
You described George Darcy as being tall, dark, and about 30 years of age. He happens to be short, bald, and at least 40. You gave a false description because you didn't want me to catch him. You were afraid he'd confess that he suspected you of having Carl Rollins stolen jewels.
All right, it's your deal, Keene. But I'll make you a proposition. I can get rid of that jewelry and collect $500,000 in cash for it. I'll split with you 50-50 if you let me go free.
That's quite a proposition. You must have some very good connections in the underworld.
I ought to. I spent plenty of time up the river.
Then you're actually a professional jewel thief with a record, as I suspect.
Look, Keene, are you making a deal or aren't you?
I'm not, but you are with the district attorney.
I'll kill you.
You're not so fast.
Let me go. Let me go before
I think she's as strong as a man, boss. If she wants to do a little wrestling, she can wrestle with these handcuffs.
The handcuffs will hold her, Mike, until we replace them with iron bars. Miss Bentley did a good job of reforming Carl Rollins. But I think his love for Andrea Mitchell had more to do with his decision to turn over a new leaf. But as far as I can see, there's only one reform for you, Grace Bentley, and that's the death sentence.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the jewel thief. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Friends, you all know history proves that our American economic system has brought more material means for happiness for more people than any other in the world, and without loss of basic freedoms. To better understand your American economic system, write today for the free booklet entitled The Miracle of America. Box 10, Times Square Station, New York City. That's Box 10, Times Square Station, New York. You'll be proud to own The Miracle of America. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Klee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the case of the two-faced murderer. Now you can forget about piercing, shooting pains of neuritis, neuralgia, and muscular rheumatism. The quick, long-lasting action of heat liniment brings welcome relief to the painful areas, makes you feel like yourself again. Heat warms and soothes, yet does not burn. Heat starts to penetrate as soon as it is applied, keeps on working for hours to bring grand relief from pains of neuritis, muscle soreness, neuralgia, and muscular rheumatism. Get heat liniment. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at the same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thousands of women are finding that economical no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, Colinos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction and one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his file and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. For perfectly clean teeth and naturally brighter smile, start today with Colinos Toothpaste. Safely, speedily, it helps your brush take away dingy surface stains that cloud your smile. Colinos not only makes your teeth look their best, but it tastes as bright as it cleans. You're bound to like it. Ask your druggist for Colinos. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colinos Toothpaste. And now Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, who tonight brings us the case of the strange display. Our story opens in the shopping district of New York on Fifth Avenue during lunch hour. Two girls pick their way across the street through traffic. They're heading toward the show windows of the smart Morley department store, now celebrating its 100th anniversary.
You know, Sally, we really should be getting back to the office.
Oh, please, Rita, it'll only take a minute, and I'm dying to see them new windows.
Oh, you and your boyfriend. Hey, look out for that taxi.
Oh, I'm all right. You know, Jeff thought up this idea all by himself, though Mr. Barton stole the credit as usual.
You and your boyfriend.
Jeff was working on the display all night. This is sort of like an opening performance. Here we are.
Yeah, if we can get through that crowd.
I beg your pardon, sir. Would you mind letting us... Oh, thank you. Here, Rita, this window first.
Okay. Oh, what an old-fashioned looking family.
They're dressed in the style of 100 years ago, when the store began. Look at that. A whole family sitting in their 1844 parlor. That's Jeff's idea.
You and your... Sally.
Yes?
Look at the old gentleman sitting by the fireplace.
What about him?
His white whiskers are falling off, and it's not a dummy. It's alive.
It's not alive. It's dead.
Wanted for murder, Jefferson Jones, age 26, window dresser at Morley's department store. He is believed responsible for the fatal stabbing of his superior, Wendell Barton, last night while both were engaged in dressing the windows. Jones is 5 feet and 11 inches in height, physically slight. The body was found propped up in a display window this morning.
Here, my dear. Please sit down.
Thank you, Mr. Keene.
Now, your name, please.
Sally Wilson.
Oh, come, Sally. Maybe it isn't that bad.
It couldn't be worse.
Well, what's the trouble? Has someone in your family, someone you love, disappeared?
Mr. Keene, did you notice the article in the newspapers today about Morley's department store?
Oh, yes. The store window's designer was found dead in the window. I believe the police are looking for his assistant.
Yes, for Jeff Jones, the boy I'm engaged to.
Oh.
Mr. Keene, I'm told you can find anybody who's disappeared. Find Jeff. Bring him back, I beg you.
The police are hunting for him already.
He'll never give up to the police. But to you.
You want me to bring him back to face a charge of murder?
I know it looks bad for Jeff, but running away is no good either. It never settles anything. Help us, Mr. Keene.
Well, I'll have to know all the circumstances. I gather from the newspapers...
The newspapers don't know half of it. Jeff is so shy, never sure of himself. Yet he's so talented and fine. Maybe he has this inferiority complex. Maybe it's because he's nearsighted. Anyhow, he's the sort of person somebody's always trying to walk over. In this case, Mr. Barton.
The man who's been murdered?
Yes. Mr. Barton was a very high-priced window designer, conceited, and always picking on Jeff. For instance, Mr. Barton sarcastically called Jeff the great artist and Mr. Shy. And Jeff didn't like it. Well, when the war broke out, Jeff decided to enlist in the Marines, but was rejected because of his eyes.
Yes, my dear, go on.
So he had to go back to his job. And how Mr. Barton rubbed it in.
Hey, Mr. Shy, shot any Japs lately?
Stop it, Mr. Barton.
The great artist has landed. The situation is well in hand.
Mr. Barton?
From the halls of Montezuma to the shores of Tripoli.
Mr. Barton, there's nothing funny about wanting to fight for my country, do you hear?
All right, great artist. Get back into the window.
Not a very pleasant character, Mr. Barton.
Then Jeff took me to a dance of all the store employees last week.
And what?
Mr. Barton kept telling me how pretty I was. He asked why I wanted to be engaged to a fellow like Jeff.
A ladies' man.
Well, that night Jeff was ready to hit him, but I took Jeff aside and told him not to mind. He kept talking of quitting.
Oh, it's no use, Sally. I can't work with that guy.
But, Jeff, darling, they're giving you a raise next month. Everybody knows how good you are.
Me? I'm just a nobody.
Stop running yourself down, Jeff. Believe in yourself the way I do.
Sally, you're swell. You always make me feel so good. So important.
To me, you're the most important man in the whole world.
Sally, how soon can we get married?
Anytime, Jeff. Next week, if you want.
Okay, baby. Next week. And I'll try to forget about that guy.
So you were getting married this week, Sally?
Yes, Mr. Keene. But now this has happened. Mr. Barton has been murdered. The police are looking for Jeff, and I've got nobody to turn to but you. Oh, find him, Mr. Keene.
From all you tell me, Barton was a miserable man to work for. Jeff had very little reason to like him. Yet, if Jeff comes back, he faces a murder charge.
I know it. But bring him back to me, Mr. Keene. Then we'll face what comes after that together. I know he's innocent.
One moment, my dear. Hello, Mike? Get ready to leave the office with me in 5 minutes, please. Where to? The morgue.
To the morgue?
Yes, to look at the body. In working in a case like this, Sally, I'm taking nothing for granted.
want, Mr. Keene? Clancy?
Saints preserve us. I have.
Oh, thank you, Captain Thomas. Pull the sheet over him again.
Stabbed through the heart he was, as you can see, Mr. Keene.
And the weapon was...
We believe it was a long, sharp pair of shears, the kind that window dressers use for cutting out cardboard displays.
Have the shears been found?
Yeah, buried away in back of the show window.
Oh. Any fingerprints, Captain Thomas?
Not a one.
Wiped off, were they?
Or maybe they never got on in the first place, Mike. Window dressers sometimes wear cotton gloves so they won't make smudges.
Well, Captain Thomas, I noticed one other thing. There was a bruise on Barton's left temple.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Keene. He must have got that when he fell, after the stabbing. No fracture, though.
Then only the stabbing killed him.
That's right.
Well, thank you, Captain. Mike and I will be getting along now.
Glad to have seen you.
Well, boss, where to now?
To the Morley department store to ask more questions.
To the perfume counter, Mr. Keene?
Yes, Mike. Over this way. Right by the window where Barton met his death.
Well, what will you be wanting with perfume, Mr. Keene?
I want to talk to that young lady who sells it.
Oh, a blonde. And very razzle-dazzle.
Mike, keep your mind on business. Oh, miss.
Yes? Can I help you, gentlemen?
Perhaps. Here is my card.
Why, you're the famous Mr. Keene.
I've been engaged to work on the unfortunate accident that happened here 2 nights ago. I have the permission of your personnel manager to talk to all the employees.
Wasn't it dreadful? Who would ever think that shy, quiet Jeff Jones would...
May I ask your name?
Irene Harvey. But I don't know anything about it, really.
Well, Miss Harvey, how late are you usually on duty here?
Till 5:30, when the store closes, Mr. Keene.
I'm told that Mr. Barton and Jeff Jones started dressing the windows here at about 5:15 that night.
I suppose.
First, they went into that window nearest this counter. You must have noticed them starting.
Well, I don't want to say anything against Jeff. Poor thing, he's in enough trouble.
I've been engaged to get him out of it if I can. Tell me now, did you notice anything as the men arrived there last night?
Well, they were on the outs again.
What did they say?
Well, I heard Mr. Barton say...
Yes, my great artist. That was a very pretty girl you took to the dance last week.
I know she is.
What was her name? Sally?
I don't want to discuss her, Mr. Barton.
How did a dead fish like you ever get...
Stop it.
All right. Open that window now. Get inside.
That was the last you heard, Miss Harvey?
Yes. I went off duty a little later.
Oh, thank you. Mike.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Let's get back to the personnel office. I want them to call in the night watchman for me. There's still a lot I want to know. A lot, Mike. You're the night watchman?
Yes, sir. Bill Hankey's my name.
I gather that on the night of the murder, you were making your usual rounds of the building?
Oh, yes.
In the course of the night, you passed Mr. Barton and Jeff Jones several times. Did you see them fighting at any time?
No, sir.
Nor did you see the actual killing?
I was probably on one of the upper floors.
Well, after the killing, it must have taken 5 or 10 minutes to dress the dead body of Barton in the dummy's clothes and prop him up in that chair in the window display.
I suppose.
But you saw none of that?
This is a big building, Mr. Keene.
Well, you must have seen Jeff Jones leave the store.
Oh, yes. He couldn't get out unless I passed him out.
What time was that, please?
Oh, about 5:30 in the morning.
5:30 in the morning?
Uh-huh.
Isn't that hour unusual?
No, sir. Window dressers sometimes work all night.
Well, tell me, did Jeff Jones seem disturbed?
Sort of white and nervous.
Did he explain why Barton wasn't also leaving?
He said Barton had a few things more to clean up before the store opened.
I see. Well, there's nothing more you can tell me, I suppose.
Well, you know that model cottage on the main floor, Mr. Keene?
Yes, what about it?
A couple of times during the night, I noticed Mr. Barton ducking in and out, each time a little redder in the face.
You think he was drinking?
That's what it looked like.
Mike, suppose you take a good look inside the cottage later.
Yes, sir, I will.
And Hanky, one more thing.
Yes, Mr. Keene?
Naturally, everybody in the store has been very upset by the murder. But one person seems exceptionally disturbed.
Who?
A young lady who's very good looking. And I have a hunch her good looks did not escape Mr. Barton's eye.
Oh.
Am I making sense?
Barton liked any good-looking gal.
And Irene Harvey, too?
That was no secret. The whole store knew about those two.
And so Mr. Keene makes an interesting discovery in the case of the corpse found in a department store window. In a moment, his search goes on. Meanwhile, what would you say is the first and foremost function of a toothpaste? To help your brush clean your teeth, isn't that so? When selecting a toothpaste, please bear this one fact in mind. Colinos is a high-polishing toothpaste. It was especially created to clean and polish teeth with the greatest possible effectiveness, along with utmost safety. Isn't that the kind of toothpaste you want? You might compare the action of Colinos to a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but oh so gently, it helps your brush remove unsightly surface stains. When these clouding stains are gone, your teeth look their loveliest. Your smile its brightest. Run your tongue over your teeth and you'll feel the difference. Look in your mirror and you'll see the difference. So start today the Colinos way. Your reward will be a naturally brighter, more attractive smile. The kind of smile that helps you go places in social and business life. You can get Colinos at any drugstore tonight. That's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colinos Toothpaste. Now back to Mr. Keene as he looks in at another part of Morley's department store.
Mrs. Ross, you're in charge of the employees' time cards.
That's right, Mr. Keene.
I'm very much interested in the comings and goings of one particular employee.
Jeff Jones?
Irene Harvey.
Oh.
Would your record show what time she left the store the night of the murder?
Oh, yes. At 12 minutes after 6.
Hmm.
But right after punching the clock, she turned and went back into the store. She said she'd forgotten a package.
Oh? When did she come out again?
Well, that I don't quite remember. There was quite a crowd leaving at that time.
Oh, boss, Mr. Keene.
Hello, Mike. For one moment, please.
Boss, this is very important.
What is?
Well, come downstairs to that model cottage. There's something I want to show you.
All right. Here we are in the cottage, Mike.
Well, I searched around like you told me. First, in this potted plant over here, I found this.
A whiskey bottle. Oh, I expected that.
And something more. Look in this big upholstered chair between the cushions.
Oh, a woman's handkerchief.
Look at the initials.
I-H. Now we're getting somewhere.
Irene Harvey. Ah, boss, I got to hand it to you. We've got our hands on the murderer.
Will you ask Irene Harvey to step in here for a moment, Mike?
You stabbed him, Miss Harvey. 'Twas your work.
No, I had nothing to do with
But
it.
all the evidence shows...
One moment, Mike. Not so fast. Miss Harvey,
Yes, Mr. Keene.
all the facts show that after checking out the night of the murder, you came back and hid yourself in this cottage.
All right, I did.
Why? To talk over something with Wendell Barton?
We were engaged, you know.
Engaged?
Yes, in secret. With his idea to keep it secret. And then lately his eye began to roll. He stopped taking me out. Wouldn't even talk to me.
So you stayed here that night to talk to him?
Yes. At times he could be charming. But that night he was drinking. And all he would say was,
Sorry, Irene. Our time is just up.
Wendell, you used to say I meant the whole world to you.
I meant it then.
Wendell, you're interested in somebody else now, aren't you?
Not especially.
Jeff's girl. That girl, Sally.
Never heard of her.
You met her at the dance. You've had nobody on your mind since then but her.
Oh, no, darling.
You mean she doesn't mean anything to you?
I mean, she isn't the only one.
Wendell, you're horrible. I won't let you do this to me. I won't let you throw me away like an old coat. I won't.
And with that, you stabbed him.
I felt like it, but I didn't.
Well, what did happen?
Jeff called him back to the window display.
Huh.
It's true. A moment later, I heard the sound of scuffling. Wendell knocked Jeff down. When he got up again, he had a thick slat of wood in his hand. Wendell laughed and said,
Cut it out, you poor fool. Stop playing Marine.
I'm not going to let you make remarks about Sally.
Put down that slat.
No, I've had enough from you.
All right, I'm coming for it.
He's out cold. Barton. Barton. I guess I've killed him.
I didn't stop to watch anymore. I sneaked out of the cottage and went upstairs to the employees' lounge at Mr. Keene. I stayed there the rest of the night.
And that was all you saw, Miss Harvey?
That was all.
A likely story, boss. Sure she killed Barton?
No, Mike. She did not.
Mr. Keene, I don't want to seem to be bothering you, but have you found any trace of Jeff yet?
Well, frankly, Sally, I haven't begun to look for him yet.
No?
Finding him will take care of itself. If I can solve another problem first. If I can prove who really killed Wendell Barton.
You're sure Jeff didn't?
Well, I may have the answer in a couple of days. But first I'm going on a trip.
Where to?
I'll tell you when I come back. Meanwhile, if Jeff gets in touch with you, tell him to come back at once and give himself up on my advice.
If he'll listen.
He's got to. Running away was the greatest mistake of his life.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. I've been personnel manager here for 20 years.
And you remember Wendell Barton?
Of course. He did some very outstanding window designs for us.
And why did he leave, Mr. Riley?
Too much of a ladies' man. Oh, I could tell you a story, Mr. Keene. Barton left our store in a terrible hurry.
On account of that trouble, Mr. Riley?
That's right. Walked off a couple of weeks before Christmas. What a scandal.
And the other person involved in that incident?
Didn't stay very long either. Went just about a month later.
Well, thank you. Now I've got it. Hello, Sally.
Mr. Keene.
I just got back. I dropped in here on my way from the station.
Oh, come right in. Tell me, any news?
The case is pretty well solved, my dear, except for the testimony of one certain witness.
Who?
Jeff himself.
I haven't heard from him.
Well, if I'm forced to do it, I can present my evidence without him. But it means a long, slow, methodical search all over the country.
Oh, one moment while I answer it, Mr. Keene. Hello? Oh, dear God. Jeff, darling.
Jeff.
Oh, darling, why did you ever run away? You were afraid my name would be dragged into it. Oh, Jeff, that was wonderful of you. But now you've got to come back, and you've got to. Oh, Jeff, please listen to me.
Sally, give me that phone.
Jeff, hold on for a second.
Hello, Jeff? No, you don't know me. My name is Keene. No, this isn't a trap. In the name of heaven, don't hang up. Now listen to me. I want you back in New York tomorrow morning at police headquarters. Yes, in the office of the homicide squad. Don't argue. Do as I say.
Come in. Oh, it's you, Mr. Keene.
Good morning, Captain Thomas. Is he here?
Yeah, the next room. He gave himself up, just as you predicted.
And the girl?
With him. I'm sorry for the poor guy. Maybe the jury will let him off with 20 years.
Or maybe he'll never have to face a jury. Is the other person here, too, that witness I asked you to have here?
On the way over in a patrol car.
Well, we can start in the meantime.
Now, this way.
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Sally. That's Jeff, I presume.
Hello, Mr. Keene. I came back on your say-so. I hope I won't regret it.
Jeff, I'll only ask one question. Did you stab Barton with those scissors?
No. I hit him and left him lying on the floor. But I didn't.
All right. Now then, Captain Thomas.
Yes?
You know my theory. It was after Jeff left Barton lying on the floor unconscious that the real murderer came along and struck.
But this so-called real murderer...
A person who is not quite sane any longer. Not after 10 years of brooding. 10 years of looking for revenge and fearing always to take it.
I don't understand, Mr. Keene.
As we all know, Barton was a ladies' man. 10 years ago, in a department store in Buffalo, there was another incident. Barton ran away with the wife of one of the other employees.
He did?
Soon after, she killed herself.
Oh.
Well, for 10 years, the husband of that woman has haunted Barton like a ghost. For 10 years, he has followed Barton from city to city and store to store, waiting for revenge, physically afraid of Barton and hating himself for being a coward.
And he was in the store that night?
Very much so. Come right in.
They said you needed me for some evidence, Mr. Keene.
Yes, indeed. This is Bill Hankey, the night watchman at the department store.
Oh, sure. Hello, Bill.
Hello, Jeff.
Hankey, I'll come to the point. When I questioned you the other day, I was struck by one thing in your answers.
What do you mean?
The point was, at no time that anything was happening in the store that night were you around to see it happen.
It's a big store.
But there were a lot of things happening.
Well, I didn't want to get Jeff in trouble.
Or could it be, Hankey, that you were covering yourself up?
Covering myself up? What do you mean?
The fact that you yourself stabbed Barton to death.
Barton? You mean Barton, the big fellow?
Very big. And strong and sure of himself. You wanted to get back at him for years because he'd wronged you. But not until you found him lying there unconscious.
Yeah, unconscious. And this time...
This time you were stronger. This time there wasn't any chance of his beating you down. And so you picked up the scissors.
He had it coming to him. I waited 10 years. And then I got him. But you won't get me.
There he goes for the door.
He won't break out of police headquarters. They'll get him downstairs.
Captain.
Yes, Mr. Keene.
I have the feeling that a psychiatric hospital would be a better place for him than a cell, poor man.
Yep. You're right.
Mr. Keene.
Yes, Jeff?
I see now that I should never run away.
Sally could have told you that. She's a wise girl.
You proved it, Mr. Keene. I owe you my life.
And what you make of it in the future, you owe to yourself and Sally. You've got a great deal of talent, from all I understand. Well, don't hide your light under a bushel.
Well, sir.
I know you're not going to fail. And there's nothing like having a wife who believes in you fully to make you believe in yourself.
Listen next week as Mr. Keene brings us The Case of the Room That Vanished. Have wartime conditions made a difference in the taste of your dentifrice? If so, may we suggest you try Colonos, a toothpaste that really tastes well. You'll go for its delicious minty flavor. You'll love that fresh, clean taste it leaves in your mouth. And say, those problem children who balk at brushing their teeth, how you never have to coax them at all if they have their own special tube of keen-tasting Colonos. And wait until you see how clean Colonos makes your teeth. Leaves them spick and span, looking their best. Because Colonos was specifically designed to give your teeth the highest possible polish without overstepping the bounds of safety. It can help reveal the true beauty of your smile. You can get Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore. And nowadays, you don't have to turn in a tin tube. Be sure to ask for Colonos. K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old tracer turns to The Case of the Room That Vanished. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway, at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over this network tomorrow night.
Ladies, there's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbing. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Kalinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Telephone Book Murder Case. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anison. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anison contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anison through their own physicians or dentists. But today, it is in such widespread use that all drug counters have it, and anyone may enjoy its benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anison. You'll like the convenience of Anison tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anison's incredibly fast action. For most effective relief, use only as directed. ANACIN, Anison. Ask for it today at your druggist. Now for Mr. Keene and the Telephone Book Murder Case. Our scene opens in a fashionable New York mansion, the home of a wealthy bachelor. At the moment, he's standing before a mirror in the drawing room, putting the finishing touches to his evening clothes as his valet stands nearby, both unaware of the impending tragedy which threatens.
Well, how do I look, Edwards?
Perfect, sir. Your new dinner jacket is an excellent job of tailoring, Mr. Andrews.
Thank you, Edwards. Oh, you may take the evening off. These bachelor dinners usually go on for hours, and I won't be home until late.
Very good, sir. Good night, Mr. Andrews.
Good night. Now, where did he put that top hat? Oh, here it is. Something you want, Edwards? Oh. I thought it was my valet. What are you doing with that gun? You... I should have known. I should have known.
Mr. Andrews! Mr. Andrews!
Good evening, Edwards. Is Mr.
Mr. Temple, come quick.
Shot.
He's lying over here on the floor, sir.
No. A doctor won't help, Edwards. Better call the police. Brad Andrews is dead.
I beg your pardon, but which one of you gentlemen is Mr. Keene, the famous investigator?
Mr. Keene's over here, mister. I'm his partner, Mike Clancy.
What can I do for you?
My name is Edwards, Mr. Keene. Have you read this morning's paper, sir, about Mr. Andrews' murder?
Why, we were talking about that a minute ago.
We know some of the details, yes.
I was Mr. Andrews' valet, sir. I've come to ask you to enter the case, Mr. Keene. I don't have much money,
Sit down, Edwards, and try to calm yourself.
It's been like a nightmare, sir. I found Mr. Andrews' body only a minute or two after I left him in the drawing room of his home. I heard the shots, but when I ran into the room, he was already dead.
According to the newspapers, someone else was there when the police were called.
A friend of Mr. Andrews, sir, Mr. George Temple. He rang the doorbell just after I found Mr. Andrews lying there. He told me to call the police.
I see.
Both gentlemen were about to attend a bachelor dinner given in Mr. Andrews' honor.
Mr. Andrews was about to be married?
Yes, next week, sir. He was a fine man, Mr. Keene, and a generous one. I worked for him as his valet for over 2 years, and
You're very upset about the murder, aren't you, Edwards?
Mr. Keene, I told you that Mr. Andrews was a generous man.
So generous you even tremble at the thought of his death?
Why,
Oh, do you have another motive for coming here? Edwards, if you want my help, you must give me frankness and honesty in exchange.
I wouldn't hide anything from Mr. Keene, Edwards. He'll find it out anyway, sooner or later. Just as sure as a shamrock's green.
Perhaps I am a bit concerned for myself, Mr. Keene, sir.
Why, Edwards?
I was the only one present in Mr. Andrews' home when he was shot. The police didn't hold me after they questioned me, but I've noticed that someone has been following me around, and I'm sure it's a plainclothes detective.
Well, do the cops have a motive, Edwards? Any reason why you might want to murder Mr. Andrews?
No, Mr. Clancy, I haven't done anything. Mrs. Lawford can vouch for my honesty and loyalty to Mr. Andrews.
Who is Mrs. Lawford?
The woman Mr. Andrews was about to marry, Mr. Keene. She was recently divorced from Herbert Lawford, the industrialist.
Oh, yes, he is a very wealthy man.
Mr. Andrews was even wealthier, sir. He owned oil wells in Texas and Oklahoma. He was known as the Oil King.
Well, Edwards, my partner and I are going to do everything we can to break this case. All I want to know is, are you quite certain you've told me everything?
I have, Mr. Keene, sir. As I said before, Mrs. Lawford can vouch for me.
Well, I'd like to talk to her. You say Mr. Andrews was about to marry her?
Yes, sir. She has a suite in the Hotel de Glace. My wife, Lila, is her personal maid.
Oh?
Mr. Andrews was instrumental in getting Lila her position with Mrs. Lawford, sir.
I see.
I want to take the opportunity of thanking both you gentlemen for your help. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it. Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, and you'll hear from me shortly.
Goodbye, Mr. Clancy.
So long, Edwards. Well, I still think that gentleman's gentleman is holding out on us, Mr. Keene.
Yes, so do I, Mike. He knows something about that murder he's afraid to tell us. But it may be easier to find out what it is through his wife. Mike, when you were a patrolman on the force years ago, you had quite a reputation with several cooks on your beat.
Well, now, sir, I was no Don Juan, but sometimes I'd drop into Maggie Ryan's kitchen for a cup of coffee and a chat, but, well, that was quite a while ago.
Well, you're still very good at getting people to talk without using strong-arm methods. I'd like you to talk to Lila Edwards in a friendly way and see if you can get any information out of her while I'm interviewing her mistress, Mrs. Lawford.
Well, I'll do what I can, boss.
Mrs. Lawford's hotel suite will be our first stop. And then we'll go on to the scene of the crime.
Yes, sir?
Is Mrs. Lawford at home?
Why, who's calling, sir?
Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the investigator? Oh, please come in, sir. Mrs. Lawford will be back in a few minutes, sir. Please make yourselves comfortable.
Oh, thank you.
I was wondering if I could have a glass of water, miss.
Oh, why, of course, Mr. Clancy. I'll get it for you.
Oh, don't trouble yourself. I'll go along.
I'll wait here, Mike.
All right, Mr. Keene.
Here's the pantry. Just a moment, please.
Sure, and I see you're careful about how you run the water.
Well, it's precious right now.
Oh, it sure is. And by the looks of this pantry, I'd say that the cook was careful about the rest of the house as well.
Well, I'm not a very good cook, Mr. Clancy. As a matter of fact, my real vocation isn't being a lady's maid either.
Oh, no?
I'm studying shorthand now so I can get a position as someone's secretary.
Well, more power to you.
Of course, my husband...
Your husband what, miss?
Oh, he just doesn't seem to understand that a girl likes to go up in the world. Or sometimes he's so narrow-minded and jealous I could scream.
Oh, that's so.
But maybe I'm talking too much, Mr. Clancy.
Oh, sure, and I'm a man with a sympathetic ear, Mrs.
My name's Edwards, Lila Edwards.
Oh, and you're married to a jealous man, eh?
Why, he even thought I was flirting with his... Oh, that must be Mrs. Lawford. I'd better answer the door.
Okay, Lila.
Oh, someone's at the door.
Yes, Mr. Keene. Mrs. Lawford must have forgotten her key.
Any luck, Mike? Did you learn anything from Lila the maid?
Well, Lila's a talker, all right, boss. I found out that her husband, Edwards, that valet, is a jealous man.
That's interesting.
The gentlemen are in the living room, Mrs. Lawford.
Thank you, Lila. Mr. Keene?
Yes.
I'm Mrs. Lawford.
Oh, how do you do? This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
How do you do, Mr. Clancy?
Pleased to meet you, ma'am.
I imagine you're here in regard to Brad Andrews' murder.
Yes, we are.
It was a terrible shock, Mr. Keene. We would have been married next week.
So I understand.
You must forgive me if I find it difficult to talk about it.
I know what a trial this is for you, Mrs. Lawford, but if I'm to solve this case, I need all the information I can get.
I know. I'll do my best to help.
Now, can you tell me if Mr. Andrews had any enemies?
If he had, I didn't know about them. But he had hundreds of friends, Mr. Keene.
Did you notice anything unusual about him lately? Was he troubled by anything?
No. Wait, there was something that bothered him. I remember how moody he became one evening, which was unlike Brad. He was usually so gay.
Did you ask him why he was in that mood?
I did, Mr. Keene, but he changed the subject. I forgot about it until now.
It's too bad. Perhaps...
Oh, Lila, my maid, must be in her room. I'd better answer the door. Excuse me.
Well, it looks as though this visit didn't help us much, Mr. Keene.
I wouldn't say that, Mike. Your talk with Lila Edwards gave me an idea or two.
Mr. Keene, I want you to meet Mr. George Temple, a good friend of Brad's and mine. Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy George.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
You have no idea how pleased I am that you're investigating Brad Andrews' murder, Mr. Keene. I'm sure we'll have quick results now that you're on the case.
We hope to do our best, Mr. Temple.
Mrs. Lawford.
Yes, Lila.
Shall I serve tea, madam?
Please.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Keene, I hope you'll stay.
Eve, is that your maid?
Yes, George.
How long have you had her?
3 weeks.
Mr. Temple, why do you ask?
Mr. Keene, I saw that girl 3 nights ago in the Pelican Club. I was there with Brad Andrews at the time.
The Pelican Club? Saints preserve us, but that's one of the most expensive nightclubs in town.
Yes, Mike, a very expensive place for a girl who works as a lady's maid.
Lila couldn't afford to go to a place like that.
Eve, she was there. And she was dressed in the most beautiful gold evening gown I've ever seen.
Did you say a gold evening gown?
Yes, that's right.
Why, I lost a gold lame evening gown about a week ago.
You lost an evening gown, Mrs. Lawford?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Mr. Temple, can you describe the gown Lila was wearing in that nightclub?
Well, it had sequins on the shoulder and a long sash.
That's my gown, I'm sure of it. It was an exclusive design.
Perhaps your evening gown wasn't lost, Mrs. Lawford.
It may have been stolen.
By Lila? Mr. Clancy, you think my maid would steal?
We'll find out soon enough. Come into the pantry with me, Mike.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
I never would have believed that Lila was a...
Pantry door is closed, Mike.
Well, it was open just a minute ago, Mr. Keene. Here, There's no one here, boss.
Lila's gone, Mike. That door on the other side must lead to the hotel corridor.
You're right, boss. It does. She's run out on us.
She must have seen George Temple and recognized him, too. Ask the police to send out an alarm for her, Mike. No, wait a minute. I got a better idea. She may try to get in touch with her husband, Edwards. Our next move is Brad Andrews' home, the scene of the murder, and another talk with Edwards, his valet.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the telephone book murder case. Meanwhile,
You've read about it. Krypton. Kriptin. The antihistamine wonder drug that, taken at the start, can kill a cold. Kill it the way no previous cold tablet, no aspirin, quinine, or chest rub could do. In tests at the United States Naval Hospital, Great Lakes, Illinois, Krypton was preferred by patients over all other formulas tested. For spectacular results, take Krypton at the first sign of a cold. Today at your druggist, get Krypton. Handy pocket size, only 29 cents for 10 tablets. 50 Krypton tablets, 98 cents. Less than 2 cents a tablet. And now back to Mr. Keene and the telephone book murder case. Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the murder of Brad Andrews, a wealthy oil man who was about to marry a beautiful divorcee named Eve Lawford. In Mrs. Lawford's sumptuous hotel suite, Mr. Keene and Mike meet George Temple, a friend of the victims, who found the body along with Edwards, Brad Andrews' valet. Now it is discovered that Lila Edwards, the valet's wife, who works for Mrs. Lawford, is missing from the hotel suite. And as Mike and Mr. Keene return to the living room...
Mrs. Lawford, your maid Lila Edwards is gone.
Gone, Mr.
She
Keene?
ran away, ma'am. I guess she figured Mr. Temple here recognized her.
I agree with my partner, Mike Clancy. Since Mr. Temple said he saw Lila in an expensive nightclub wearing one of your dresses, Mrs. Lawford, she may be afraid of being arrested for stealing, or perhaps for murder.
Murder? But, Mr. Keene, what connection would Eve's maid have with the murder of Brad Andrews?
That's what I intend to find out, Mr. Temple.
Well, it beats me. Cigarette, Eve?
No, thank you, George.
Mr. Keene? Mr. Clancy, will you have a cigarette?
I'll have one of my own cigars, thank you, Mr. Temple. Well, Mike, we better be on our way.
Oh, you're going, Mr. Keene?
Yes, to Brad Andrews' home, the scene of the crime. We're going to question Edwards, Mr. Andrews' valet, a little further.
Mr. Keene, sir, and Mr. Clancy. I wasn't expecting you.
May we come in, Edwards?
Why, yes, sir.
My partner and I want to make a thorough search of Mr. Andrews' house.
I'll show you around, sir.
Well, that won't be necessary. Mike can find his way. I'd like to speak to you, if I may, Edwards.
Is that the bedroom?
Yes, Mr. Clancy.
Well, I'll start in there.
Mr. Keene, have you found any further clues to poor Mr. Andrews' murder?
Yes, several, Edwards.
Oh, that's fine, sir.
One of them concerns your wife.
Lila?
Where is she, Edwards?
Why, she's with Mrs. Lawford in her hotel suite. She's Mrs. Lawford's maid, sir.
Yes, I know. But she left there almost an hour ago.
She did?
And she came here.
Here? But why, how do you know, sir?
I saw a pair of woman's gloves on the foyer table as we came in.
Those belong to,
Edwards, you came to me for help, and I offered to give it to you. In return, all I'm getting is evasions.
But, Mr. Keene,
You're not being honest with me. I may have to take you to police headquarters for further questioning about Mr. Andrews' murder.
No, Mr. Keene, please. I'm not trying to interfere with your investigation.
And why don't you tell me the truth?
I will, sir. And I swear I'll never lie to you again.
Is your wife in this house, Edwards?
Yes, sir. She arrived 10 minutes before you did.
Where is she hiding?
In my room, downstairs, Mr. Keene.
Will you get her, please? I want a full explanation from both of you.
Very well, sir.
Mr. Keene, sir?
Yes, Mike?
I've just gone through Mr. Andrews' bedroom, and I come up with something odd. This telephone book.
Oh, what's odd about it, Mike?
Well, do you know where I found it, sir? In one of the bureau drawers, along with these papers.
Those papers look like stocks. All except this document. It's an insurance policy. The others are stock certificates issued by the Exeter Oil Company. Well, let's see that phone book. You notice how old this directory is, Mike? It was printed 7 years ago in 1943.
And why did Mr. Andrews keep it in a bureau drawer along with these valuable oil stocks?
Well, that's something we'll... Mike.
Yes, boss.
Someone placed a marker in this phone book. Let's find the page.
Here it is.
Boss, one of the phone numbers in that page is circled with a red pencil.
Yes. A.C. Elwood. Mike, call this phone number. If there's no answer...
It's been a long time, boss. Maybe Elwood don't have a phone anymore.
Then check with the latest telephone book for his name. If that doesn't help, get in touch with the police. Ask them to go through their criminal files for 1943 and check for an A.C. Elwood.
Okay, sir.
But don't do it here in the Andrews house, Mike. I don't want you to be overheard. Phone from the outside. And then wait for me in front of the door.
Right, boss.
Mr. Keene, here is Lila, my wife.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, please, sir. I didn't mean to steal that dress. I just wanted to borrow it.
Dress? What dress?
Edwards, your wife Lila was seen several nights ago in the Pelican Club, wearing one of Mrs. Lawford's evening gowns.
Who were you with, Lila?
I...
Was it Mr. Andrews?
No.
Edwards, do you suspect your wife of seeing Mr. Andrews behind your back?
Yes, Mr. Keene. That's why I was afraid to go to the police when he was murdered. I thought they'd blame it on me.
Because of jealousy?
I had reason to be jealous. I know that now.
No.
But apparently you picked the wrong man to be jealous of. When your wife was seen in that nightclub, she wasn't with Mr. Andrews.
Then it was someone else.
Yes. Yes, it was someone else, John. My cousin Frank.
Frank Nils?
Yes. You certainly couldn't be jealous of him.
Then why didn't you tell me about it, Lila?
Because you hated the idea of my going out and having a good time. You didn't want to spend money on me, so I decided to spend it on myself. It was fun to dance and see a show every once in a while. But you're too dingy and narrow-minded to realize that.
In case you're unaware of it, there's something more at stake here than a quarrel between a husband and wife. You, too, Lila, could be arrested on suspicion of murder.
No.
You might have killed Mr. Andrews to keep him from giving you away on 2 counts. One to your husband, and the other in regard to that stolen dress.
I swear I didn't kill him, Mr. Keene. I would never...
I'll stand by her, sir. If you say my wife is a killer, I say you've made a terrible mistake.
I didn't say she was, Edwards. I only told you how the police might look at it. However, I want you both to remain here until I get in touch with you again. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Then you're not going to turn me into the police, Mr. Keene.
Lila, you promised to return the dress you took from Mrs. Lawford. And I'll expect you to keep that promise. As for the murder, I believe I'll have the solution in a very short time.
Hope I didn't keep you waiting long in front of the house here, Mr. Keene.
What did you learn, Mike?
Well, sir, the phone company told me that A.C. Elwood hasn't been a subscriber for 7 years. And then I checked with the cops. A.C. Elwood's wanted for murder, boss. They've been looking for that character for years, and I've got a complete description.
With that description, Mike, I think we'll be able to put our hands on Brad Andrews' murderer within half an hour.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Good evening, Mrs. Lawford.
Oh, back again, Mr. Keene?
I'm glad you remained here, Mr. Temple. I have some news for both of you.
Well, I was just about to leave, but...
You can spare a few minutes, Mr. Temple, can't you?
Of course.
Mrs. Lawford, it occurred to me after I left that I'd heard something about you before. I believe I read an account of your recent divorce and why it occurred.
My husband and I were incompatible, that's all, Mr. Keene.
And in the late Brad Andrews, you found the perfect mate?
Yes.
Did his wealth have anything to do with it?
What do you mean?
If I recall correctly, your husband divorced you because of your extravagant habits. You spent over $1 million within a span of 3 years.
Mr. Keene, it wasn't entirely my fault. My husband didn't love me. I tried to find some escape in living luxuriously. But I swear I fell sincerely in love with Brad Andrews after I received my divorce.
But Brad Andrews was a rich man. This life insurance policy is proof of that. It carries an insurance of $1 million.
What? I didn't know Brad Andrews carried $1 million policy.
Yes, he did, Mr. Temple. Mrs. Lawford here is the beneficiary.
Brad took that insurance policy out just before he died. I know what you're getting at, Mr. Keene. You're trying to accuse me of killing the man I love for that insurance money. But I have nothing to be afraid of. Because I'm innocent.
You'd have a great deal to be afraid of, Mrs. Lawford. If I hadn't already solved this case.
Mr. Keene, you found the killer?
Yes. Mr. Temple, do you have a cigarette by any chance?
Why, of course.
Oh, thank you. May I see that cigarette case, Mr. Temple?
Here you are.
Why, it's very handsome.
I bought it years ago. But about this murder.
Oh, yes. Can either of you identify a firm named the Exeter Oil Company?
Why, yes, Mr. Keene. That's the company George here is interested in.
Yes, it is.
It's probably a fraudulent concern.
What?
Temple, I'm putting you under arrest for the murder of Brad Andrews.
Mr. Keene!
The initials in this cigarette case are ACE. ACE stands for A.C. Elwood, a man who's already wanted by the police for a murder that took place 7 years ago.
Don't move, either of you.
George, good heavens, Mr. Keene, he has a gun.
Yes, Miss Lawford. George Temple here is a very dangerous man. He had a date with Brad Andrews to attend that bachelor dinner. He entered Andrews' house, killed his alleged friend, and left. A few moments later, he rang the bell and pretended to have just arrived in order to provide an alibi for himself.
That's a very clever deduction, Keene.
And I know your motive, too, Temple. Brad Andrews found out in some way that you were A.C. Elwood, a man wanted for murder. He found your real name in an old phone book and connected it with your present alias. He was trying to investigate you more thoroughly when you put an end to his life.
Andrews thought he was putting something over on me, letting me go on thinking we were still chummy, when all the time he was trying to send me to the electric chair.
I should say he became suspicious of you because of that oil stock which you sold him and which is undoubtedly worthless.
You'd be surprised how much of it I've sold to half a dozen other chumps. And you've made one mistake yourself, Keene. You gave me a chance to pull this gun, and now I'm going to make you pay for that.
Oh, Mr. Keene!
Oh, I just managed to clip him before he pulled the trigger, boss.
Which was lucky for me, Mike. That was fast work.
He's dead, Mr. Keene.
Yes, Mrs. Lawford. He didn't know that Mike Clancy was hiding in the foyer on my orders. Call the police, Mike. It looks as though A.C. Elwood, alias George Temple, was the one who made a fatal mistake. And it was his last.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the telephone book murder case. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven, active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pain strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old Tracer turns to the Weeping Willow murder case. When knife-like pains are stabbing you in the back from unusual exercise, lifting, or other muscular strain, it's a good time to try Heat Liniment. Heat is strong, yet does not burn the skin. You just brush it on the sore place with the applicator, and right away heat starts to penetrate, to ease the pain and bring soothing relief. And it keeps on working for hours to bring grand comfort. Get Heat Liniment at your drugstore. It's H-E-E-T, Heat. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colinos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet, Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X, tomorrow.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colinos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, if your teeth are not every bit as bright and lustrous as they should be, resolve right now to bring out the natural sparkle of your smile with Colinos, a high-polishing toothpaste. You see, the new Colinos acts on your teeth as a jeweler's polish does on tarnished silver, safely, gently removing dingy surface stains, thereby uncovering the full natural sparkle of your smile. Ask your druggist for Colinos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colinos toothpaste. And now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Tonight he brings us the case of the missing witness, one of the strangest of his career. A case in which murder, 3 beautiful women, and a fashion show are all strangely mingled. But listen now. As our story opens, a man is seated in a chair. Across his head slants a bar of sunlight, and on his face is a completely incredulous smile. He rises slowly to say,
"Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say."
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you. Not you.
Now our scene shifts to the quiet office of Mr. Keene, as his spinster secretary, Miss Ellis, enters to ask a favor.
Mr. Keene, I wonder if I might get off early this afternoon.
You want to do some shopping, Miss Ellis?
Oh, no. I'm going to a fashion show.
Why, Miss Ellis, I didn't know you were interested in fashion shows.
Well, are you insinuating that I dress like a bag of potatoes?
No.
As a matter of fact, Mr. Keene, it's something very, very special. You see, when I was living in Queens about 15 years ago, there used to be a little widow next door. Pretty little creature. Oh, such a struggle to make a living for herself and her daughter. I'd give her a bit of sewing every now and then to help, and... well, you won't believe me when I tell you her name.
Try me.
Mary Blaine. Today, she's the most brilliant fashion designer in America.
Good heavens, that is interesting.
She helped originate the little black dress, the dinner suit, the short evening gown. She's enormously famous and wealthy now.
Yes, I read a piece about Mrs. Blaine in one of the magazines. It called her the epitome of the successful career woman.
Well, she's giving her mid-season fashion show today, and she asked me to come for Auld Lang Syne.
Brilliant woman.
Oh, Mary's there. Hey, look here, Mr. Keene. Why don't you come along and meet her?
Oh, me at a fashion show?
Oh, there'll be dozens of men there, and all in love with beautiful Mary Blaine. Oh, do come. Now, you've nothing special to do this afternoon?
Well, all right, Miss Ellis. I'll do it.
I told you there'd be lots of men. Oh, that's the general talking to her right now.
She is beautiful, all right. But she's paid a price for her success.
How do you mean?
There's an expression in her face of strain, anxiety.
Maybe. Oh, she's noticed me. Here she comes. Isn't she stunning in that little gray number?
Miss Ellis, I'm so glad you could come.
Well, thank you, Mary, dear. And I took the liberty of bringing my boss, Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Mr. Keene?
Delighted to know you.
I've been hearing about you for years from Miss Ellis. How wise you are. And how kind.
Now, don't give away any secrets. But it's very sweet of you to break away from all those generals and things to say hello to just me, Mary.
You were my friend when I was nobody.
Well, you've always deserved the best friends in the world, Mary. And, oh, look, somebody's waiting to you.
Oh, my manager. It's time for the show to begin. I'll have to get up to the microphone there to announce the new models as they come by. I'm so glad to have met you, Mr. Keene.
The pleasure was mine. Yes, she's lovely and famous, but not quite happy.
Oh, you with your X-ray eyes. Well, here starts the fashion parade, Mr. Keene.
Ladies and gentlemen, for my first offering, a long dinner dress with panel of pleated white chiffon, tied with a grosgrain ribbon at the back.
Isn't that stunning?
Yes, even an old bachelor can see that.
Especially an old bachelor. You know, it's funny. I don't see Eric Plummer here, Mr. Keene.
Eric Plummer? You mean the portrait painter?
Yes, and gay dog #1 of New York.
Oh, they're good friends, Miss Ellis?
He's been infatuated with Mary for some time.
You mean he and Mrs. Blaine are going to marry?
Well, Mary's a strange one, Mr. Keene. Never quite sure whether men love her for herself or her importance. But it seems that Eric Plummer has finally won her heart.
And now a black velour suit with lean plum-lined skirt, a double-breasted jacket with high scrolled lapels and a scrolled hip pocket.
Oh, look, Mr. Keene, over there by the door.
Yes, Miss Ellis?
That charming little blonde, that's Mary's daughter, Bunny.
Quite a young lady.
It's hard to believe that Mary would have a daughter 18 years old.
Yes, she's still so young herself.
Mary won't be too pleased about her coming here.
Why?
Well, Mary just likes to keep Bunny away from business and career and men of the world.
Oh.
Mary's learned to value everything old-fashioned. A little white house with chintz curtains.
In other words, one of America's greatest career women thinks that a woman's place is really in the home. And a simple home.
Miss Ellis.
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Miss Ellis, how long has the show been going on?
About 15 minutes.
I must talk to Mother. I must.
But, dear, she's up there at the microphone. You can see.
Something horrible has happened. I must talk to her.
But, Bunny, what do you mean?
And now is my last offering before the intermission. Another short dinner dress.
Mother.
She's seen you, Bunny. She's coming this way. Oh, now, dear, try to quiet yourself. And here, let me introduce you to Mr. Keene.
How do you do, Bunny?
Mr. Keene, you're the famous detective.
I am an investigator.
Well, maybe you can do something about this horrible thing.
What horrible thing, Bunny?
Hello, Bunny, dear.
Mother.
Darling, I thought you were going skating with your young soldier friend.
No, I didn't. Oh, Mother.
Oh, come, Bunny. What's happened?
I went to Eric Plummer's studio instead half an hour ago.
To Eric's studio? Why?
He asked me to tea. He wanted to talk about doing my portrait.
He might have asked me about that.
Oh, it was all to be a surprise, Mother. Eric said it would make me the toast of cafe society. I'd become glamour girl #1 of 1944.
Oh, my dear, you should have gone skating. Bob Martin is such a fine boy, and his furlough will be up soon.
Mother, I still haven't told you what happened.
If you'd rather we left you alone.
Oh, no, Mr. Keene, please stay. I beg you to.
Well, what has happened, Benny?
When I got to the studio and rang the doorbell, a policeman came out.
A policeman?
He asked me all sorts of questions because you see, Eric's been shot.
Shot?
Through the head. He's dead, Mother. He's dead.
Oh, how utterly horrible.
The police said there weren't any clues at all. Oh, imagine anybody killing a wonderful man like Eric Plummer. It's ghastly. Ghastly. I want to find the person who killed Eric. I want to make them pay. And that's why I thought maybe Mr. Keene
Yes, Mr. Keene. In a situation like this, you'd know exactly what to do.
But if the police are already on the case...
Well, one moment, please. Bunny, go over to Mr. LaRue and ask him to announce the rest of the show.
All right, Mother.
And you, Mr. Keene, would you please step into my office with me? Oh, forgive me, Miss Ellis.
Oh, it's quite all right, Mary.
Here, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Well, my dear?
Mr. Keene, Bunny's news did not altogether surprise me.
Really?
In fact, I know very well who killed Eric Plummer.
You do?
But first, Mr. Keene, I've heard you're the cleverest private investigator in this country.
Thank you.
Do something for me, please. Go to Eric's studio, examine all the evidence, and when you come back...
Yes?
I'll tell you who killed Eric Plummer.
Good afternoon, Captain Thomas.
Oh, well, if it isn't Mr. Keene, your assistant with you, the one and only Mike. I'm glad to see you both.
Good day to yourself, Captain.
You're handling the police investigation, Captain?
That's right, Mr. Keene. Come in.
Thank you.
Well, what brings you here, if I may ask?
I was with Eric Plummer's fiancée, Mrs. Mary Blaine, when she got word of the shooting. She's very upset, naturally. She asked me to look into it. Do you mind?
Not at all, Mr. Keene. It's murder, all right.
Has the medical examiner been here yet?
We're waiting for him now.
If I might look at the body.
Certainly. This way, sir. In this room here. Well, there he is. Just the way we found him.
He had been sitting by his easel in the center of the room.
But there's nothing on the easel, boss. Just an empty frame.
Quite right, Mike.
We figure there was once a painting there, Mr. Keene, and the person who shot him was being painted. Then ripped it off the frame to avoid identification.
Yes, very possible indeed, Captain. Now then, if I may look at the wound.
Right there in the head.
No powder marks.
No.
And the path of the bullet, it entered just above the right ear at a distance of... what would you say, Captain? Doesn't it seem to you that bullet was fired from 15 feet or more?
I leave that kind of guessing to the medical examiner. Oh, may I ask why you're staring at the walls now, Mr. Keene?
I was wondering about the proportions of this room.
I measured it already. 20 by 20.
Oh, thank you. No sign anywhere of the gun that killed him?
None.
May I ask how you learned about the shooting?
Through a neighbor. The shot resounded pretty loud in the air shaft back of that window there.
And the neighbor who heard it?
The gal who has the studio in the back. Portuguese gal. Rosa Avalar. She was taking a bath at the time she heard the shot. Quick as she could, she came and knocked on the door here. No answer, so she sent for us.
Well, thank you, Captain. I won't trouble you any further.
Rosa Avalar. This is her daughter.
All right, Mike. Wait for me on the landing below. I'd rather go in alone.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Miss Avalar?
Yes?
I'm taking a hand in the investigation of the murder next door.
Well, I have already talked with the police.
Just one or two questions more.
Why not? I want to help as much as I can. This Mr. Plummer was a very kind gentleman.
In what way?
Oh, he is a painter and I am a painter. But I am a little one, a poor one.
He made me many loans of materials. Very generous.
As one artist to another, eh?
Yes, of course.
Well, what I'd like to know is, did you see who entered his studio in the hours before he was shot?
No. I am busy painting a flower piece.
That one there?
Yes.
It's lovely.
You like it?
Very much. I presume you're working from that vase of roses on the windowsill.
Yes, that's right.
Well, now, after the shooting, did you hear anybody running from the studio?
Well, I am not sure. You see, I am taking a bath with the window closed. I hear a loud noise like a shot, but nothing else.
Thank you. Sorry to have troubled you.
No trouble at all.
Well, Mr. Keene?
Mike, I'd like you to check something for me right away.
Why, sure, sir.
While I go back to see Mrs. Blaine, I want you to dig up the landlord of this house and, just as routine, check on these points.
In just a few moments, the scene follows between Mr. Keene and Mary Blaine. Meanwhile, remember, first impressions are usually lasting impressions. People judge you by the way they see you. They decide almost at once whether they want to know you better or not. And one of the greatest factors that influence everyone you meet is your teeth. If your teeth are dull and discolored by surface stains, chances are 9 times out of 10 that others find you unattractive. That's why I want to tell you about the new Colonos toothpaste. It's a high-polishing toothpaste. Thousands more people every day are discovering it does wonders in helping to remove from the teeth those dingy-looking surface stains, so that the natural sparkle and brilliance is revealed. What's more, Colonos is delightfully pleasant to use because it leaves your mouth feeling tingling clean and refreshed. For its action is like a jeweler's polish removing tarnish from a piece of silver. So if you want a smile that makes a good impression, that adds to your charm and personality, try the new Colonos toothpaste, a high-polishing toothpaste. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at any drugstore tonight. And now Mr. Keene faces Mary Blaine, Eric Plummer's beautiful and famous fiancée.
Here, Mr. Keene, sit down.
Thank you, Mrs. Blaine.
You went there. You examined the evidence.
Yes, I fulfilled my part of the bargain.
And now I'll have to fulfill mine.
Well, my dear, you said you knew who killed Eric Plummer.
I did, Mr. Keene. I killed him.
You? I fancied you'd say that.
Oh, not because I'm shielding anybody else. Please don't get the conventional idea that my daughter, that Bunny, perhaps...
No. But if you did it, why did you send me back to look at the evidence?
Because I hoped and prayed that perhaps I didn't do it. Oh, I know all this sounds mad.
Tell me the whole story.
The whole story, Mr. Keene. I've given my best years to fight my way to the top. Now it's just one long nightmare of anxiety to stay there. Men flock around me. Why? For my money, my fame, or for myself? I can never be sure. When I met Eric Plummer, I knew he'd led a rather wild life, but he was a great artist in his own right. And when he told me he loved me, it sounded real for once. Or I hoped it was real.
Yes, my dear. Go on.
Lately, he's been painting my portrait. Once I took Bunny to watch. That was a mistake. Eric went to work on Bunny with all his charm. A man old enough to be her father. I want to keep Bunny wholesome and natural, Mr. Keene. I asked Eric again and again to stop turning her head. Today, this morning, I went to sit for him again, and to have it out with him once and for all. I was sitting on the dais, and he was painting. He looked up and laughed. He said,
Well, my dear, you wouldn't be jealous of Bunny now, would you?
"Don't be silly, Eric. I just want you to leave Bunny alone."
Such a hackneyed situation, isn't it? The poor man starts by falling in love with the mother, and then suddenly he sees that after all it's the daughter he loves.
Eric, you don't love anybody. It's all a game with you.
Ah, me. The eternal triangle.
He'd taken that tone with me before, Mr. Keene. Laughed at me. This time I was desperate. I wasn't going to let him ruin Bunny's life. I brought along a revolver. I took it from my bag. Eric looked up and said,
Mary, you're much too sophisticated for that kind of nonsense.
"You must promise me never to see Bunny again." Eric, I'm serious about this, believe me.
Don't be a fool, my dear. Put it down before you hurt yourself. Can't you hear me? Stop this ridiculous play acting. Put it down, I say.
You really did it. I didn't think you had it in you.
And there he lay dead before you, Mrs. Blaine.
Mr. Keene, will you believe me? I was horrified. I never really meant to pull that trigger. I only wanted to frighten him. And suddenly, he was dead. I suppose I should give myself up to the police.
One moment. Before you do anything like that, what has become of the gun?
Well, after I ran from the house, my first thought was to get rid of it. I threw it away.
Where?
There was a can of cinders standing in front of one of the houses. I pushed the gun inside and covered it over.
That, my dear, was a great mistake. You went and buried your own best witness.
Witness?
Yes. To the fact that you never shot Eric Plummer.
But I didn't shoot him.
No. It was a physical impossibility.
Why? Why do you say that?
Better answer.
Hello?
Begging your pardon. May I speak to Mr. Keene?
One moment, please, Mr. Keene.
Thank you. Hello?
Boss, Mr. Keene.
Oh, hello, Mike. What'd you find out?
Boss, you hit it on the nose.
Good, Mike. I'm glad. Now, something else for you to do.
Yes, sir.
Check with the sanitation department at once. Ask what they've done with the cinders they removed this morning from the 3000 block in East 58th Street.
Cinders?
What I'm really after is a gun. The caliber...
38.
38. Mike, we must have it.
Talk of a needle in a haystack.
I know you won't fail me, Mike.
Okay, sir.
So you think I did not kill Eric?
Strange, isn't it? That I have to get evidence to convince you of your own innocence.
But if I didn't, who did, Mr. Keene?
That, my dear, is another story, and a rather tragic one. Forgive me if I run along now.
Oh, so you are here again. The old gentleman.
Yes, I'm afraid I must trouble you again.
With more questions?
This is a matter of life or death.
For whom?
A woman, her daughter, other persons.
Well, what do you want now?
Permission to inspect your studio. I want to study the layout.
Sorry, I cannot talk to anyone.
Miss Avila! She slammed the door in my face. Come in.
Good morning, boss. It's me. Not fit to stand in anybody's office.
Why, Mike, you're all covered with ashes.
Like a spectre risen from the grave. I've been digging through a mountain of ashes all night.
Where?
Oh, over on the East Drive. They're taking it for landfill.
Did you find it, Mike?
Here you are, boss.
Good work.
Have a look inside.
Mike, I'm going back to Mary Blaine's place at once.
I beg your pardon, sir. Are you going in there by any chance to see Mrs. Blaine?
Yes, Corporal. You are a corporal, aren't you?
Yes, sir. Bob Martin's my name.
My name is Keene. I believe you're a friend of Bunny's.
Oh, I'm crazy about her. I came up on this furlough just to see Bunny. She locks herself away from me, won't come to the phone. I'm not sophisticated enough for her, I guess.
I rather fancy she may soon have her fill of sophistication.
Well, I just thought if you saw Bunny around inside
I'll be glad to tell her you're here.
Oh, thank you,
and
sir.
Too bashful to break in.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, Mr. Keene. Oh, I've been waiting so anxiously ever since you phoned that you were coming.
Can we speak somewhere privately?
Of course. This door.
Mr. Keene.
Hello, Bunny.
You have good news for us?
Bunny knows everything. I told her.
I don't see how I ever could have thought Eric was glamorous.
Well, we found a gun, Mrs. Blaine. Look at it.
It's mine. The one I tried to get rid of.
Not one of the cartridges has been fired.
You're sure?
My dear, you couldn't possibly have killed him, and for many reasons.
What do you mean?
You say Eric Plummer was facing you when you aimed the revolver?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
But the bullet actually entered from the side of his head.
The side?
In fact, judging from the lack of powder marks, from the distance at which the fatal bullet was obviously fired, nobody inside that room could have killed him.
Why, Mr. Keene?
The room is 20 by 20. With Plummer sitting in the center at his easel, a person aiming the pistol with arm outstretched would nowhere have been more than 10 feet from him. But the bullet traveled at least 15 feet.
15? Then where did it come from?
Outside the apartment. From a studio just across the narrow air shaft, and through the open window of Plummer's studio.
And the person who killed him?
A young lady, I'm afraid, also a painter. We learned from the landlord that it was Plummer who engaged the little back studio for her a year ago.
Eric did?
Yes.
And he was supposed to be so madly in love with Mother.
For the past 3 months, her rent hasn't been paid at all. Plummer finally lost interest. The young lady, Miss Avalar, seems quite hot-tempered.
Charm. Glamour. And in the end, murder.
Come in.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
Captain Thomas.
Your office said I'd find you here. I have a message for you.
For me?
It was addressed to the old gentleman. We figured out that means you.
From Rosa Avalar.
Yeah. Read it.
Old gentleman. You are very wise. You guessed the truth. And now I will save everybody's time by sentencing myself. Rosa Avalar.
Oh, she committed suicide?
Half hour ago, ma'am.
I'm sorry about this. Truly sorry.
Well, that closes the case. I'll have to get along now and write the police report.
Goodbye, Captain Thomas.
Mr. Keene, how can I ever thank you?
You were innocent, Mrs. Blaine. I was happy to be able to help you.
Eric. Everything about him was so mean, so heartless.
That reminds me, Bunny, I believe there's a boy, a very bashful one, who's hanging around outside.
Oh, not poor Bob.
Yes, poor Bob. A boy your own age, with 10 times the real glamour of a man like Eric Plummer.
Oh, poor dear, he must be furious with me.
No, just dying to see you. And my dear, whenever you're tempted to see glamour in a man like Eric Plummer, remember that all that glisters is not gold. Often you have heard that told. Gilded tombs do worms enfold.
How terribly true. I've realized it for a long time.
And now, so do I.
All right, Bunny. Run along with you and make that poor, bashful soldier happy.
And so Mr. Keene concludes the case of the missing witness. Listen next week at the same time as he brings us the baffling and colorful case of the girl who sang too well. Every girl and woman knows that in order to be popular today, one of the most important things she needs is an attractive smile. A smile that reveals clean and sparkling teeth. And to the man in business, teeth that make a good impression are just as important, too. If you're not certain that your own teeth are as attractive as they should be, here's something you will want to know. The new Colonos High Polishing Toothpaste does wonders in helping to remove those dingy surface stains. Helps reveal the natural brilliance of your teeth that adds so much to the charm and personality of your smile. I'll tell you why it does this. Its action on teeth is like that of a jeweler's polish on tarnished silver. So start using Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste, yourself, right away. You can get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos at any drugstore tonight. You have just been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time. Every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of the girl who sang too well. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
Ladies, there's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX, tomorrow.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anison and Colonos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at this same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Blood-Stained Necklace. Believe anything you like about what this or that way to relieve pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia will do for you. But there's one important fact you can't get away from. That is, thousands of users of Anison tablets have been introduced to this remarkable product through their own physicians or dentists. Anison is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. Next time you suffer from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain, try Anison. For most effective relief, use only as directed. I'll repeat the name, Anison, A-N-A-C-I-N. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the blood-stained necklace. Our scene opens in a corridor of a metropolitan hotel. A man with a briefcase in his hand has been knocking impatiently at one of the room doors. As a bellboy approaches with a pitcher of ice water and some glasses...
Excuse me, sir.
Was that ice water ordered for this room, boy?
Oh, yes, sir, for Mrs. Bradley.
Well, I don't think she's in. I've been knocking for over 5 minutes.
Well, it's funny, mister. She gave me the order herself over the telephone, told me to bring the ice water right up.
My name's Austin. I have an appointment with Mrs. Bradley. Have you got a key to this room?
Yes, sir.
Well, open the door, then.
You don't think there's anything wrong, mister?
Now, don't ask questions. Just open the door, please, and let's have a look inside.
There's nobody here, Mr. Austin. Mrs. Bradley must have gone out right after I talked to her on the phone.
Put that tray down and get hold of the police, quickly.
Why? What's the matter, Mr. Austin?
Look, behind that screen.
Holy smoke. It's Mrs. Bradley.
Yes, with a bullet through her throat.
She's been murdered.
And now, later, we find a friend of the murdered woman, a Mrs. Thornton, at the office of the great investigator, Mr. Keene, asking for his help. And she's saying...
And that's how they found her, Mr. Keene, lying on the floor of her hotel room. My friend Grace Bradley had been murdered in cold blood.
I read the details in the newspapers this morning, Mrs. Thornton. My partner, Mike Clancy here, thought the case most unusual.
It's a puzzler, all right, boss. That string of pearls they found in the victim's hand, for instance. That hasn't been explained yet.
Yes, I was just going to ask Mrs. Thornton about that myself, Mike. Tell me, what theory did the police have for the string of pearls your friend Mrs. Bradley was clutching in her fingers?
They had no explanation for it, Mr. Keene. And they were even more puzzled when they heard Mr. Austin's story. John Austin is a well-known jewel expert and appraiser.
I remember reading about him in the newspaper account of the murder.
He had an appointment with Grace Bradley to make an appraisal of some jewelry. But he said the string of pearls Grace had in her hand when he found her body were only cultured pearls and worth no more than $100.
Mrs. Bradley would have hardly called him in for an appraisal of something that cheap.
That's what the police thought.
Well, maybe the pearls were switched and the killer took the real ones.
I'm sure the police must have thought of that immediately, Mike.
They did, Mr. Keene. But when I appeared to identify the body and they questioned me, they decided that perhaps it wasn't the right answer.
Why, Mrs. Thornton?
Because I told them that, to my knowledge, Grace Bradley never owned any valuable jewelry. It's true her husband was wealthy. He died only a week ago. But Grace was a simple woman who hated ostentation. She often said she had no use for jewelry, and she never wore any.
Well, Mrs. Thornton, you say Mrs. Bradley's husband died a week ago?
Yes, of a heart attack. The Bradleys lived in Louisville. He was a paper pulp manufacturer and very successful. After his death, Grace decided to come to New York to live. And she left right after the funeral. They had no children.
When did you find out she was in New York, Mrs. Thornton?
The morning before she was murdered. She phoned me and told me she'd been in town for several days and was living at a hotel.
Did you see her after she phoned you?
No, Mr. Keene. When I arrived at her hotel room that afternoon, I found the police there and discovered that she'd been murdered.
I see.
Mr. Keene, I knew Grace Bradley for many years in Louisville before I married and moved to New York. A finer and more generous woman never lived. When times were hard for me, before my marriage, Grace came to my aid. She did everything she could for me. And if I could pay her back in some way, even in death, I'll do everything I can.
I can see you were very attached to her, Mrs. Thornton.
I thought of her almost as though she were a younger sister. Mr. Keene, I could offer you money for your services, but I know your reputation. I know that no amount of money could make you accept a case unless you felt you were helping someone in need or working on the side of justice.
In this instance, I feel that Mike and I would be doing both, Mrs. Thornton.
Then you'll do what you can to help solve the case, Mr. Keene.
You can depend on it. Mike?
Yes, boss.
Get hold of the car and meet me downstairs in 5 minutes. I think our starting point should be at the office of Mr. Austin, the jewel appraiser, the man who discovered Grace Bradley's body.
I'll give you his address, Mr. Keene.
Good. I'll also need information regarding Mrs. Bradley's friends and acquaintances in Louisville in complete detail. Mike, we got our work cut out for us. And it won't be easy, judging by the circumstances. But we won't rest until we've brought Grace Bradley's murderer to trial.
Well, here's the office, Mr. Keene.
John Austin, jewel importer and appraiser. Well, let's go in, Mike.
The ruby is genuine, Mr. Albright, but the ring isn't as expensive as you judged.
No?
I'd say it was worth no more than $500.
Oh.
Oh, excuse me for a moment, please.
Yes, of course.
Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?
Are you Mr. Austin?
At your service.
My name is Keene. This is my partner, Mike Clancy.
Mr. Keene, the great investigator? I'm very glad to know you, sir. And you, Mr. Clancy.
Likewise, Mr. Austin.
Perhaps you can guess why we're here, Mr. Austin.
I presume it's in regard to the murder of Mrs. Bradley.
Yes, I thought perhaps you might be able to supply us with some information, since you were the one who found her body.
I only wish I could help you, Mr. Keene. But I've told the police everything I know. I was called on the telephone by Mrs. Bradley and asked to come up to a hotel suite to appraise some jewelry.
Did she specify what the jewelry was?
No, she didn't. As you undoubtedly know, a string of cultured pearls was found clutched in her hand. But it doesn't seem possible that she'd called me up to appraise them, Mr. Keene.
They weren't very valuable, I take it.
For cultured pearls, they were good, but they weren't worth more than $100.
Would you say it was possible that Mrs. Bradley thought her pearls were real pearls?
I wouldn't know, Mr. Keene.
Isn't it true that cultured pearls do look like real ones? That is, to people who don't make a profession of handling them?
Yes, that's true, Mr. Keene. But if Mrs. Bradley originally bought those pearls herself, she certainly would have known their value.
There's no question about that.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
but I couldn't help overhearing your conversation. My name is Albright, Harlow Albright, and I knew the late Mrs. Bradley.
You did?
Oh, we weren't close friends, but I was stunned by the news of her death.
Have you been questioned by the police, Mr. Albright?
Yes, Mr. Keene, but I had very little to tell them. I only met Mrs. Bradley about a week ago, when she sold me this man's ring I just had appraised by Mr. Austin. Unfortunately, I was overcharged, but I'm certain Mrs. Bradley didn't do it deliberately.
Did she try to sell you anything else, Mr. Albright?
No, just the ring. She said it was her late husband's. Apparently, she needed some money very badly, or she would never have parted with it. The police have all those details, however. It was all perfectly above board, I assure you, and Mrs. Bradley's brother-in-law, Ralph Bradley, was a witness to the transaction.
Brother-in-law?
I never read anything about him being in the case, Mr. Keene.
Well, neither did I, Mike.
You mean he hasn't even spoken to the police yet?
Not as far as we know.
Well, that's very odd.
Do you know where this man can be located, Mr. Albright?
Oh, I believe he was living in the same hotel with his sister-in-law, Mrs. Bradley.
But that guest list has been checked 4 times by the boys downtown, boss. Sure, if they'd have found another Bradley, they'd have talked to him, sure.
There's no question about it, Mike.
It's a mystery to me why he didn't appear of his own free will after the murder, Mr. Keene. If I'd had any idea that he was deliberately keeping himself out of this, I certainly would have mentioned his name to the police.
Well, Mr. Albright, you say that as if you're quite certain Mrs. Bradley's brother-in-law had a hand in her murder.
Or perhaps you'll feel the same way when I tell you why, Mr. Keene. I don't know whether or not he was registered in the hotel under an assumed name, or whether the room was someone else's. But when I first met Grace Bradley's brother-in-law, Ralph, he was apparently occupying the hotel room next to the one in which she was murdered.
Here's the room Mrs. Bradley had, Mr. Keene and Mr. Clancy. I was the bellboy who found her body, with Mr. Austin.
It's a corner suite, I see, with no adjoining room on the left.
And according to the register, the room here on the right was rented by a Miss Lola Smith.
She's a good looker, too, Mr. Clancy. I've seen her lots of times. Looks like a showgirl.
Here, young man, we won't need you any longer.
Thanks a lot. Gee, wait till the guys hear I met Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, in person.
All right, Mike. Now let's introduce ourselves to Miss Lola Smith, the girl who occupies the room to the right.
Who's there?
Miss Smith certainly got a deep voice, boss.
Well?
I'm looking for Miss Lola Smith.
Who wants her?
Tell her...
Let me talk to him, Ralph.
I told you to keep quiet and stay inside.
You're acting like a fool. I have nothing to hide.
Who are you two? What do you want here?
My name is Keene. This is Mike Clancy.
Keene? The investigator?
Lowell, I knew you'd drag the cops into this sooner or later. Okay, do as you like. I'll have no part of it.
Just a second, mister. Not so fast.
Take your hand off me.
Are you Ralph Bradley by any chance?
No.
Ralph, for heaven's sake.
Shut up, Lola.
Now, just a moment.
Okay, you asked for it.
Saints preserve us. He's armed to the teeth. Look at the size of the gun he's toting around, Mr. Keene.
Big enough to blow your head off. You stand in my way.
Ralph, don't you see? You're only making things worse for yourself.
If it weren't for you, Lola, I wouldn't be in this fix. But you can shift for yourself now. I'm playing this my own way. And if anyone tries to follow me, I'll shoot to kill.
Quick, Mike. The phone.
Give me the front desk. This is an emergency. Desk, there's a man on his way down carrying a gun. Get hold of the house detective and alert the policeman on the beat. Make sure he's stopped. I'll be right behind him, boss. He won't get far.
Now, be careful, Mike. He's dangerous.
Well, I guess Ralph Bradley's in trouble.
He's not the only one, Miss Smith, if that happens to be your name, which I doubt very much. You're in this, too. Apparently, we found the first link in the chain surrounding Grace Bradley's murder. And in a very short time, I hope to weld the chain completely around the killer's wrists.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the blood-stained necklace. Meanwhile, beware of unpleasing breath that breathes between teeth. Get Colonos toothpaste with amazing dental floss action for a clean mouth and a pleasing breath. Most unpleasing breath breathes between the teeth, in the deep recesses where food particles can collect and decay. These are the places that must be reached to have a really clean mouth, a pleasant breath. Your dentist knows this to be true. Now, Colonos toothpaste gives you dental floss action. That is, sends thousands of active cleansing bubbles to penetrate hard-to-reach dental areas. Helps dislodge bits of food that can cause unpleasing breath and tooth decay. What's more, Colonos has high polishing action. Brightens dingy teeth by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. Colonos is gentle, safe for even children's teeth and tender gums. Enjoy its cool, clean, minty flavor. Most refreshing toothpaste ever. Test Colonos in your own way. Keeps your teeth bright, your breath right. Colonos toothpaste is dentist approved, dentist recommended. Get the Colonos with dental floss action today. Save 31 cents on the giant economy size. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the blood-stained necklace. Mr. Keene, the famous investigator, and his partner, Mike Clancy, are investigating the strange circumstances surrounding the murder of Grace Bradley, an attractive widow whose wealthy husband had recently died. In the hotel where Mrs. Bradley's body was found, with a string of inexpensive cultured pearls clutched in her lifeless hand, Mr. Keene has been questioning Ralph Bradley, the murdered woman's brother-in-law, who has just attempted to make his escape from the hotel room occupied by a girl named Lola Smith. Now, a few minutes later...
Inside, Bradley, and behave yourself. Well, he never even got as far as the hotel lobby, Mr. Keene. I cornered him on the third floor as he was trying to open a fire escape window in the back.
I see you put a pair of handcuffs on him, Mike.
Well, he asked for him, boss, when he tried to get away.
I'm not a criminal. I haven't done anything. Why don't you leave me alone?
Bradley, your actions certainly place you in a suspicious light.
Why did you try to get away, Ralph? Don't you see?
Never mind the lectures, Lola. You're in this as deeply as I am, and don't forget it.
I suggest you both tell the entire truth.
Well, there's nothing to say, Mr. Keene. I met Ralph Bradley a week ago when he came to New York.
And what about his sister-in-law, Grace Bradley? Did you meet her, too?
Only casually.
She was murdered in the room next to this, Miss Smith. And you checked in this one the same day Mrs. Bradley occupied hers.
That was just a coincidence, that's all.
And is this a coincidence, too?
How dare you open my purse?
What have you found, Mike?
Well, you were right about her name, boss. According to these cards in her pocketbook, her name isn't Smith any more than mine is. It's Cook.
That's not the first time she changed it either.
I wouldn't talk too much if I were you, Ralph.
That's what I said to you, Lola. But since you've decided to leave me holding the bag, I'm going in for a little self-protection of my own.
And what have you got to say, Bradley?
I
advise you to be honest. If I detect any trickery in your story, I'll have my partner, Mike Clancy, escort you to headquarters at once.
All right. I followed my sister-in-law, Grace Bradley, to New York after my brother died.
Why?
Because I thought she cheated me out of my rightful share in his estate.
Had his will been read yet?
No. For all I know, she destroyed my brother's will and claimed his money and property as his closest survivor.
What did you expect to gain by following her here?
Information, maybe. I met Lola here and introduced her to Grace. I thought Lola might be able to get her to talk.
But there was nothing criminal in what I did.
We'll decide that later, Lola Smith. Bradley, were you present when your sister-in-law, Grace Bradley, sold a small ruby ring to a man named Harlow Albright?
Yes. I was there, Mr. Keene. The ring was my brother's.
And you still believed your sister-in-law came into a fortune when she had to sell something like that to get a little money?
It was a trick. She only did it to put me off the track. She wanted to make me think my brother died broke.
I doubt if it was a trick. But we'll settle the question of your brother's estate in a very few minutes. Do you happen to know the name of his attorney?
Barton and Nesbitt in Louisville.
Mike, put through a phone call to that law firm and inquire about the will of Grace Bradley's husband.
Okay, boss.
In any case, Mr. Keene, you've got nothing on me. Ralph's story proves that.
On the contrary. It might make you an accessory to a murder, Lola.
What?
If Grace Bradley's husband did leave a large estate, her brother-in-law would probably inherit it after her death. And you were working with him in one way or another.
But that's ridiculous. You think I'd do anything as obvious as outright murder, Mr. Keene?
It's been done before, Bradley.
Let go of me.
What are you up to, young man?
Nothing. Let go, I tell you.
Why, it's Harlow Albright.
Inside, young fellow. Mr. Keene may be interested in talking to you. Mr. Keene, I found this bellboy with his eye to the keyhole as I came up to the door.
I just wanted to see what was going on, that's all.
The little spy. I caught him doing that once before.
Don't you talk, girlie. You're in enough hot water yourself.
Well, slap your face.
Stay where you are, Lola.
He's just trying to get back at me. He's been flirting with me for a week, and I haven't even looked at him.
Mr. Keene, I see you put a pair of handcuffs on Ralph Bradley.
Tell him I had nothing to do with Grace's murder, Mr. Albright. You know I'm innocent.
On the contrary, Bradley. Grace told me once that she was afraid of you. It's something I forgot to mention to Mr. Keene. That's why I'm here.
Did she say why she feared her brother-in-law, Mr. Albright?
He followed her here from Louisville. As I understand it, they never got along.
Incidentally, just how did you come to know Grace Bradley?
Why, we met here in the hotel. I have a suite of rooms upstairs. I recognized her as a woman of breeding almost immediately. A woman who was used to the finer things of life.
I see. Well, when did you see her last, Mr. Albright?
3 days before she was murdered. That was when I bought her ring. According to her husband's will, he died almost penniless. I offered to lend her money, but she refused. Instead, she asked me to buy a few trinkets from her.
You're sure that was all the jewelry she had?
As far as I know, Mr. Keene. She'd gotten a few pieces of costume jewelry from her brother-in-law, Ralph Bradley, here. But they had little value. I suppose he's told you that he sells costume jewelry.
I know. He didn't tell me, Mr. Albright. Bradley, were there any cultured pearls in your stock of costume jewelry?
You're trying to trap me, all of you. But I'm through answering questions, understand? I'm through. Boss.
Just a second, Mike. I'll be right with you. Mr. Albright, will you see these people remain where they are?
It'll be a pleasure, Mr. Keene.
Mike, keep your voice down. Did you phone the law firm in Louisville?
Yes, Mr. Keene. And the will of Grace Bradley's husband was read the day she was murdered, according to the lawyers. They wired her that her husband had died in debt. He even lost his money because of bad investments.
It's beginning to add up now, Mike. Come in here with me. Bradley, I'm placing you under arrest.
You can't hold me, Keene. The whole thing's a frame-up.
We'll let the police decide that.
What about me, Mr. Keene? Honest, I didn't do anything. Maybe I was snooping a little, but I'll lose my job as a bellhop.
Young man, I think you've learned a lesson on eavesdropping you won't forget too soon. You can leave and tell the house detective to get hold of a squad car for Bradley and his accomplice, Lola Smith.
Anything you say, Mr. Keene.
Well, then, I'm under arrest, too?
I'm afraid you'll have to be detained, Miss Smith, along with Ralph Bradley. Oh, Mr. Albright, would you accompany us to police headquarters, please? Not as a suspect, of course, but merely to give the police additional information.
I'm glad to be of help in any way, Mr. Keene.
Then I suggest we get started.
Okay, Bradley. You and the lady walk out ahead of us. And don't try to make another run for it, unless you think you can travel faster than a bullet.
Mike, 1 second. I just want to make sure they're all out of earshot. I've got some instructions for you.
What is it, Mr. Keene?
The case isn't finished yet, but will be shortly. I think we'll all be due for a little surprise. Now, when the police have taken over, meet me downstairs in the lobby. We're going to find the final link in that murder chain. Have you tried that bureau yet, Mike?
Yes, Mr. Keene, I went all through it.
We've practically gone through the entire suite. There couldn't be any secret drawers, not in a hotel room. And certainly the killer wouldn't carry what we're looking for around with him. Well, let's go back to the living room.
Oh, we've gone through everything in the place, Mr. Keene. Looks as though this time we're stymied.
Mike.
He's coming back, boss. He's opening the door.
Yes, I was expecting him. Come in, Mr. Albright.
You should have told me you planned to visit my hotel suite, Mr. Keene. I would have supplied you with a key.
The desk clerk obliges us, Mr. Albright.
I've spoken to the police. They're holding Ralph Bradley and his lady friend on suspicion of murder.
They won't be held for long.
Oh, no?
You see, I believe that both innocent.
Well, then, why did you have them sent to police headquarters?
I wanted to search your suite undisturbed. And it was a convenient way to get you out of here.
Did you find what you were after?
Yes.
That's very interesting.
Mike, cut the covers off that sofa in the corner and go through the ticking.
The sofa, boss?
Yes, and thank you for your help, Mr. Albright.
What do you mean?
When I said I'd found your loot, you couldn't help glancing at your hiding place. I don't think we have to search any further. Search the inside of the sofa carefully, Mike.
Leave it to me, boss.
I must say you put up a very good front, Albright. Was this suite furnished by some of your past victims?
Mr. Keene, look at this.
Bring it over, Mike.
It's a string of pearls, boss. And look at the size of them.
And they're genuine, too. Worth a king's ransom. They belonged to Mrs. Bradley, and Albright murdered her to get them.
Are you quite certain of that, Keene?
You first aroused my suspicions, Albright, at the jewel appraisers. I imagine you went there to find just how much Mr. Austin knew about these missing pearls.
This conversation's beginning to bore me.
But you made a mistake when you mentioned knowing Mrs. Bradley was penniless. She didn't learn the contents of her husband's will until the day she was murdered. And you couldn't have known about it unless you saw her at that time and not several days before, as you contended.
She knew she was a pauper even before the will was read. She sold me that ring to get some money, didn't she?
Yes. And you bought it as part of your plan. You learned she owned a string of fabulous pearls. You never had money enough to buy these pearls, so you decided to steal them. You asked to see them once more before Mr. Austin, the appraiser, came, then tried to switch them with a string of inexpensive cultured pearls. But Grace Bradley caught you, and you shot her. So you put the cultured pearls in her hand, hoping it would implicate her brother-in-law.
There's one thing you still haven't proven yet, Keene. How do you know these pearls were Grace Bradley's?
I may be able to prove that even faster than you think. There.
What are you doing?
Breaking the string that holds the pearls together. Mike, take a look at this.
Why, there's dried blood on parts of that string, boss.
Yes. Mrs. Bradley was wearing the pearls when she was shot in the throat. Harlow Albright wiped off the obvious bloodstains from the pearls, but he neglected the bit of string between each pearl. Is that proof enough, Albright?
I'll kill you.
No, you won't, mister. Not unless you want a taste of what your victim got.
Keene, listen to me. Those pearls are priceless. We can share them and both be rich. They were collected in the South Seas in a shark-infested lagoon.
Grace Bradley told you that?
It was all her husband left her. She never even knew he owned them until the day before he died. He told her he was dying broke, but he'd kept the pearls for just such a time. We can sell them for $1 million, and no one would be the wiser.
Where you're going, Albright, even $1 million wouldn't do you any good. Take him away, Mike. From here, Harlow Albright goes to trial for murder.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the blood-stained necklace. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Clee. Bennett Kilpack plays Mr. Keene. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the Yellow Talon murder case.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Ladies and gentlemen, Anacin and Kalinos present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday at the same time, the famous old investigator takes from his file and brings to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. Tonight's case is entitled The Case of Murder and the Star of Death. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, it contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. That's why Anacin gives such incredibly fast, effective relief from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia pain. Many people have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own physicians or dentists. If you haven't tried Anacin, then you may be surprised to see how incredibly fast it brings relief from neuralgic, neuritis, or headache pains. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Ask for Anacin at any drugstore. Now for Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the star of death. Our scene opens in a large and fashionable home in a New York suburb. A dinner party has been in progress. But now the three guests have gathered in the library, where the host, Mark Adams, observes with some amusement that they're all looking forward to a surprise he's been hinting about. A surprise he is soon to reveal to his regret.
Yes, indeed.
Mark!
Yes, Loretta.
What is this remarkable surprise you have for us?
Yes, what's the big secret? You've got something up your sleeve, old man.
Oh, no doubt about it, I have, Paul. As a matter of fact, that's why I invited you all to dinner this evening.
Then please don't keep us in suspense.
I shan't, Edith, my dear, but first, a prelude to my little exhibit. Loretta, you're a connoisseur of precious stones. Tell me, what's your favorite stone?
Well, Mark, I suppose most women would prefer a diamond, but I'm partial to sapphires.
Big ones?
What are you getting at, Mark?
Paul, you're as well known a collector of precious stones as I am. What would you say was the greatest sapphire in existence?
The Star of Death, of course.
Star of Death? What a dreadful name.
Would you like to see it?
You mean you have the Star of Death here?
In this box, on this table.
What?
I sold over 3/4 of my own collection of jewels to buy this sapphire from the Hancock estate, but it was worth it. See for yourself. There.
Oh, look. Oh.
Really, it's magnificent.
Oh, it's beautiful, Mark.
When I said I had a treat in store for you, I meant it. What happened to the lights?
I don't know. They just went
What
out.
could it have been? They
Put the lights on, somebody.
Well, wait, I'll find the switch. Here it is. There, that's better. Someone must have accidentally brushed against the wall switch and turned the lights off.
Mark, the sapphire.
It's gone. The Star of Death is gone. Very well, I can go along with the joke. Will the one who took the stone please replace it in the box on the table? Look here, a practical joke is one thing, but that sapphire's worth a fortune.
Mark,
Just a moment, Edith. Someone in this room is evidently a fool. Or a thief. But I'll give him or her a chance to save face. I'm going to put the lights out once again, and when I turn them back on, I'll expect to see that sapphire replaced inside this box, with no questions asked. Otherwise, I'm calling the police. You'll have just 5 seconds while I turn out the lights. Here goes. Remember, 5 seconds. Out!
Oh! Mark!
Let me at that light switch.
Mark! He's on the floor.
Don't touch him, Edith. He's dead.
My father had been stabbed to death with a letter opener, Mr. Keene, taken from the desk. He was murdered for that sapphire, the Star of Death.
I read about the case this morning, Kay, in the newspapers. My partner, Mike Clancy, brought it to my attention.
Sure, it was one of the strangest cases in years. All 3 suspects were arrested, boss. But the police don't know which one murdered Mr. Adams and stole that sapphire.
Where were you at the time of the tragedy, Kay?
Away for the weekend at a friend's house. Oh, Dad had only taken my advice. I begged him not to buy that sapphire.
Why were you against his buying it, Kay?
You've heard about the stone, I'm sure, Mr. Keene. Its history is horrible. That's how it got its name, the Star of Death. 3 people died while it was in their possession, all violently. Father was the 4th victim.
Tell me something about your father's guests. Who was present that night?
There was Edith Sims. Father was very fond of her. I even think there was a possibility he might have married her. He'd been very lonely since Mother died 2 years ago.
And the other guests?
Paul Dudley is a jewel importer like Father was. They were close friends. And Mrs. Loretta Waynard is a well-known socialite, a widow. She's very rich, Mr. Keene, and she'd never have any reason to steal.
And that was all?
Yes, Mr. Keene. The servants had all left for the night. No one else was there but Father and his 3 kids.
The jewel, apparently, was never found on any of them.
No, Mr. Keene. All 3 persons swear they're innocent. And, well, it's hard for me to believe that any one of them could have done a thing like that.
How does it strike you, Mike?
Well, it's a puzzler, Mr. Keene. Sure, what happened to the sapphire? It couldn't have just disappeared.
No, Mike, and yet I'm sure all 3 suspects were thoroughly searched by the police.
Mr. Keene, couldn't it have been someone else? A thief who sneaked into the house?
It's possible, Kay, but I doubt it. By the way, who described the details of the murder to the police?
All 3 of Father's guests.
And their stories were identical?
In every detail. Will you help me, Mr. Keene? I have faith in the police, naturally, but this case is so mysterious. You're the most famous investigator in the country. And if you could work with the police...
I'll try my best, Kay. And I'll also try to recover the stolen sapphire for which your father was murdered.
Oh, thank you.
I suggest you go home now and wait for my call. I'll want to look the house over. But before I do that, I think I've got an idea.
What is it, boss?
It's rather unusual, but if Lieutenant Hale of the homicide squad is willing to cooperate with me, maybe Mark Adams' killer will pay far more for that sapphire than he ever bargained for.
But what you're suggesting, Mr. Keene, is dangerous.
I know that, Lieutenant Hale. One of your 3 prisoners is a killer, but I doubt if you'll ever find out which one is guilty unless you release all 3.
But what good will that do?
That sapphire, the Star of Death, hasn't been found yet, has it?
No, Mr. Keene.
Then it must be hidden somewhere.
Obviously.
Very well. Your police officers were with the 3 suspects from the time they left the Adams house, isn't that right?
In other words, the sapphire is still inside the house.
Exactly.
But we've searched the place thoroughly, Mr. Keene.
The murderer wouldn't have been foolish enough to stab Mark Adams to death if he or she didn't have an excellent hiding place for the sapphire.
Then how will we get the stone?
We'll let the killer find it for us and expose himself at the same time.
Sounds like a good idea if it works.
You can have the 3 suspects trailed by your plainclothesmen, but I prefer you wouldn't. Any slip-up would make the killer suspicious and spoil my plan.
All right. I'll go along with you, Mr. Keene, on one condition.
What's that, Lieutenant?
I'm going to station a man at all the airports and railway terminals. I don't want my pigeon to fly the coop.
I'm sure your pigeon will stay right here, Lieutenant, until he has his hands on that sapphire, the Star of Death. And when he reaches for it again, we'll have our hands on him.
This is the library, Mr. Keene. It's the room my father was murdered.
All right, Kay. We'll examine it thoroughly for any trace of the missing sapphire.
Well, I'll go over it with a fine-tooth comb, Mr. Keene.
Good, Mike. I suppose that heavy desk has been gone through, Kay?
At least 1,000 times. The police looked under the carpets and opened up the upholstery and the chairs. There isn't a spot in this room that hasn't been searched.
Isn't that the doorbell?
Yes. Excuse me, Mr. Keene.
Mike.
Yes, boss.
Never mind the search. After what Kay has just told me, I'm sure we'll have to wait for some kind of a break. And we may be getting one right now.
How, sir?
I've been expecting the murderer to make some excuse to return to this house for the stone. Let's see who's at the door.
Mr. Keene, this is Paul Dudley.
How do you do, Mr. Dudley?
Mr. Keene, this is a great pleasure, sir. I'm very glad to know you.
My partner, Mike Clancy.
How do you do?
Pleased to meet you.
Mr. Keene, Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters told me you were responsible for my release. I thought you'd be here with Kay Adams, and I wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart for your confidence in me.
That's quite all right.
The murder was a shocking thing, and Mark Adams was my friend. But I trust the police now realize who the guilty woman is.
Oh, you believe they have the killer?
Naturally. That's the only reason they let me go, isn't it?
And who do you think she is, Mr. Dudley?
Why, Edith Sims, of course.
Oh, no. Edith Sims.
It's a horrible thing to say, I know, Kay, but I I know more about Edith and your father than you do.
And just what do you know, Mr. Dudley?
I know Edith was poor, Mr. Keene, and she wanted to marry Mark. I also know he'd made up his mind not to marry again because of his daughter, Kay.
I see.
Sounds like more company, boss.
Yes, you stay here with Mr. Dudley, Mike. I'll go to the door with Kay.
This way, Mr. Keene. Is it true, Mr. Keene, that Edith Sims is being held by the police for father's murder?
No, Kay. No one's being held at the moment.
Kay, darling.
Oh, Edith.
Are you all right? I know how you must feel, dear. When your father died, everything I lived for went out of the world.
This is Mr. Keene, Edith.
Mr. Keene?
He's investigating father's death.
May I ask what brought you here, Miss Sims?
I came to comfort Kay, Mr. Keene. And I want to stay a few days, darling, here with you. We can console each other, perhaps just a little.
Of course, Edith.
That woman isn't here, is she?
What woman, Miss Sims?
Loretta Waynard.
Oh, no. No, she isn't.
Oh, thank goodness.
Why are you so relieved, Miss Sims?
Oh, did I sound relieved? I didn't mean...
Please, Edith, tell Mr. Keene everything you know. He's here to help me.
Well, I have no right to say this, Mr. Keene. But then I have no right to hold it back. I overheard Loretta Waynard quarrel with Mark Adams.
On the night he was murdered?
Yes. They were in the study just before dinner. Loretta told him she'd learned that he wanted to marry me, and she said he was out of his mind.
They must have been closer friends than I thought.
Loretta despised me, I know it, but I didn't care. It was what she said to Mark that hurt.
And what was that?
She said a man would be better off dead than married to a fortune hunter like me. Mark became angry, and she apologized, Mr. Keene.
Miss Sims, would you wait inside for me, please? Here's my partner, Mike Clancy. I want to have a word with him in private.
Come with me, Edith, dear.
Very well.
Oh, boss, we... Saints preserve us, another customer.
Yes, Mike, and I believe this one will be the last. The third and last guest at the dinner party where Mark Adams was murdered and a fabulous sapphire stolen. I'll open the door. You're Mrs. Loretta Waynard?
Yes. Is Kay Adams here? I came to pay my respects in her bereavement.
Please come in. My name is Keene, Mrs. Waynard.
Mr. Keene? The famous investigator? Well, this is a lucky coincidence. I'd heard you were investigating Mark Adams' murder, and I was coming to see you.
Why?
Because I know who murdered Mark. I realized it after I left police headquarters. I remembered a remark at dinner the night Mark was murdered. Paul Dudley said it, Mr. Keene, and I remember his exact words.
What were they, Mrs. Waynard?
He said he'd give anything for possession of that sapphire, the Star of Death, and that it was a jewel any man would murder for.
Did Paul Dudley know Mr. Adams had it in his possession at the time?
Well, I couldn't say, Mr. Keene, but I'm telling you the truth, and Edith Sims is my witness.
Very well. We'll give you a chance to prove it now. Miss Sims is inside, along with Mr. Dudley. Will you join them, Mrs. Waynard?
Certainly. I'm quite willing to make that statement to Paul's face.
Well, Mike?
Yeah, soon we've got a fine jigsaw puzzle on our hands, boss.
Each one accuses another, and their stories are all equally strong. The thing to do now is to find out who's lying, Mike, and put our hands on that fabulous sapphire. And when we do, the Star of Death can claim another victim when the killer gets the electric chair for murder.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the Star of Death. Meanwhile, here's a marvelous new scientific discovery that actually helps prevent cavities in your teeth. Yes, actually helps prevent cavities. It's Colinos Anti-Decay Tooth Powder with ammonium ion. Greatest dental discovery since the invention of the toothbrush. Discovered by a great Midwestern university, this scientific ingredient reduces the lactobacilli bacteria in the mouth to help prevent harmful tooth decay. New Colinos is the first world-famous dentifrice to offer ammonium ion and retain its pleasant minty flavor and popular price. Neither this new Colinos powder nor any other ammonium ion dentifrice is a cure-all, but your dentist will tell you that in most cases, new Colinos, correctly used, reduces tooth decay, reduces the number of cavities. Think what that means to you and your children. Fewer fillings, less pain, less trouble. Above all, healthier teeth. And healthier teeth mean a cleaner mouth, more pleasing breath. Wonderful new Colonos is dentist recommended, dentist approved. So do as your dentist tells you. For brighter teeth, sweeter breath. Yes, and for fewer cavities, get new Colonos anti-decay tooth powder. Now back to Mr. Keene and the case of murder and the star of death. The murder of Mark Adams, the prominent jewel merchant, brings Mr. Keene, the great investigator, and his partner Mike Clancy on the trail of one of the cleverest jewel thieves in the country. For Mark Adams was murdered for the star of death, a fabulous sapphire that Mr. Keene believes has been hidden inside the Adams home by the killer. Now, the three people who were with the victim at the time of his death are in the house, along with Kay Adams, the victim's daughter. And as Mr. Keene and Mike gather them together in the room where Adams was murdered...
We seem to have reached an impasse in the mystery of Mark Adams' death, ladies and gentlemen. All three of you are under suspicion of murder. Just a moment, please. Mr. Dudley.
Well, Mr. Keene?
You told me a few moments ago that, in your opinion, Edith Sims committed the crime.
Paul, how could you say such a thing of me?
You loved him, Edith, and he refused to marry you.
That isn't true.
Mr. Dudley is also among the accused.
You mean someone says that I'm the murderer?
Loretta Waynard.
Why, I'll not...
Take it easy, Mr. Dudley. The boss wants me to keep this conversation on a friendly level, so to speak.
And lastly, Mrs. Waynard joins the lists of suspects.
What? Who could have blamed me for it, Mr. Keene?
I did, Mrs. Waynard.
Edith, you.
I overheard what you said to Mark. You told him he'd be better off dead than married to me. You loved him, too, and you were furious because he loved me.
How dare you say that? How dare... Mrs. Waynard.
She tripped over the rug, Mr. Keene.
She struck her head against the floor. Well, she's unconscious.
Would you carry her inside, Mr. Dudley? I'll call a doctor.
No. I'll be all right. I don't need a doctor.
She's coming around.
Better see that she rests for a few minutes anyway.
Here, let me help you, Mrs. Waynard. In spite of what you said about me, I'm not angry with you.
Help her in here, Paul.
All right, Kay.
There's a studio couch in this room.
Mike, I just noticed something.
What was it, boss?
Just before Mrs. Waynard tripped, I saw Paul Dudley bending over the desk looking at something.
Well, there's nothing on that desk but a blotter and a pen, Mr. Keene.
Wait. Don't examine it now. I think someone's coming.
Kay Adams said there was some water out here, and I thought Mrs. Waynard... Oh, here's the pitcher on the table.
How's she feeling, Mr. Dudley?
A little better. Oh, by the way, Mr. Keene, I'm remaining here in the Adams home for the night. I live upstate, and the next train is very late. Kay Adams has offered me a room.
I see.
Excuse me.
Well, that's two of them, boss. Miss Sims made an excuse to stay here, and so is Paul Dudley.
I'm also quite sure that Loretta Waynard will be too ill to go home this evening.
That makes three suspects, all trying to stay here in the house where that sapphire is hidden.
Come over to this desk again, Mike. I want to see what interested Mr. Dudley a moment ago.
Well, it's a very fancy desk, sir. Look at the leather covering.
It's kept in place by nail studs. And one of those studs seems to be loose. Yes, this is the one Paul Dudley was...
Mr. Keene, when you touch that nail head, a secret panel opened in the side of the desk. Look.
Yes. And look what it contains, Mike.
Saints preserve us. It's the sapphire, the star of death.
The most magnificent jewel I've ever seen. We'll take possession of it for the time being, Mike, and close this secret panel again. Don't say a word about this to any of them. As far as they're concerned, the sapphire is still missing.
Sure, and one of them's going to get a surprise, boss.
That's what I'm counting on. That secret panel in the desk is an ingenious contraption. It must have been specially made for someone.
Well, do you think Mark Adams had it made, Mr. Keene?
No. If he'd known about that secret panel, he'd have looked there the moment the jewel was missing.
Well, then who could have known?
The desk's original owner. Mr. Adams probably bought it from someone else.
Well, his daughter Kay'd know, sir.
Possibly, but I don't want to ask her in front of the others. I'll wait for an opportune time.
Are we staying here for the night?
Everyone else seems to be. We may as well join them.
Well, what's the next move, Mr. Keene?
We found the Star of Death, Mike, but we still have to find our killer. Frankly, I think I can almost do that now, but let's wait for overwhelming proof. And I wouldn't be surprised if we obtained that proof tonight.
Mr. Keene.
Shh, not so loud, Kay. I hope I didn't waken you.
No, I've been trying to read. Are the others asleep?
Apparently, all but Mike, Clancy, and myself. He's in the library waiting for me.
What is it you want, Mr. Keene?
I didn't get a chance to talk to you alone, otherwise I'd have asked you this before. Where did the furniture in this house come from? Did your father buy it himself?
No, it came with the house when we bought it.
How long ago was that?
2 years, Mr. Keene.
And who sold it to you?
Father never told me. I was in school in Switzerland at the time.
Where's the deed to the house? That would give the person's name.
Why, the deed must be in Father's safe.
And where's that?
In Father's study. Do you want the combination, Mr. Keene?
If you know it, Kay.
I do. Left 1, right 6, left 4, right 9.
I just jot that down. All right, Kay.
What are you going to do, Mr. Keene?
I'm going to put my hands on your father's murderer. Mr. Keene? Yes, Mike. Put the lights on here in the study.
Did you get what you were after, boss?
I have it right here. The deed to the house with the seller's name on it. Everything seems to have worked out according to my suspicions, Mike, but there's one more thing we have to do.
What's that?
It's going to throw a scare into a few innocent people, but it's the only way to get final proof. You go upstairs, Mike. Knock on every bedroom door and spread an alarm that the house is on fire.
Boss, are you joking?
No, Mike, I'm serious. Don't behave as if anyone's life is in danger at the moment. Just say the fire's in the cellar and they have plenty of time to leave. Then tell them that the fire has burned the telephone wires and that I've left to get the fire department.
And where will you really be, Mr. Keene?
I'll be in the library waiting for the killer to recover that sapphire, the Star of Death.
Now, take it easy, folks. There's nothing to get alarmed about. Mr. Keene's calling out the fire department. All right, now. Come on, this way out.
I'll put the lights on, Mrs. Waynard, so you can see that secret panel a little better.
Mr. Keene!
I was expecting you to drop by for the sapphire.
Don't move, Mr. Keene.
I see you've got a gun.
You planned this. There isn't any fire. You tricked me, Keene.
I began to suspect you this afternoon, Mrs. Waynard, when you tripped and fell at the psychological moment. While you were shouting at Edith Sims, you saw that Paul Dudley was interested in the desk. He noticed that loose nail head by accident, the one which opened the secret panel, and you distracted his attention and mine by falling suddenly and pretending to be hurt.
So I did, Mr. Keene.
Secondly, I found this deed. You were the one who sold this house and all the furniture in it to Mark Adams. So naturally, you must be the one who knew about the secret panel in that desk. When you murdered Adams, you knew you would be searched for the sapphire you stole, so you hid it there.
I sold Mark Adams this house because I lost my money, Mr. Keene. And I'm the kind of a woman who needs lots of it to live.
He paid you quite a sum for this house, according to the deed.
$150,000. But I'm used to having millions, Mr. Keene.
You must be quite a gambler to get rid of it so fast.
Yes, I love to gamble on anything. A roulette wheel, a race horse, or the turn of a card. I also like to live the way a woman of breeding is accustomed to live. That's why I wanted that sapphire.
No woman of breeding I ever knew was a cold-blooded murderer, Mrs. Waynard.
The Star of Death isn't inside that secret panel, Mr. Keene.
I know it isn't.
Which means you have it.
Perhaps.
Turn it over to me. I'm not playing games now, Keene. You'll either turn that sapphire over to me or you'll get a bullet in your head.
How would you get rid of the sapphire? A stone that size?
Stop stalling for time. I want that sapphire now.
Do you?
I'll count to 3. If you don't place it on top of that desk, I'll kill you. 1, 2...
Drop the gun. Drop it fast before I...
Oh, you put a bullet in my wrist.
Lucky you didn't get one in your heart.
For a moment, Mike, I thought you wouldn't return in time.
I wouldn't have missed you if I'd had the chance.
I know that.
Mike?
Yes, boss.
Put in a call to Lieutenant Hale at police headquarters.
Okay, Mr. Keene.
Tell him we've managed to repay his patience and cooperation by solving this case. Say we found the Star of Death and the woman who murdered for it, and he can have them both at his convenience.
And so Mr. Keene finds the solution to the case of murder and the Star of Death. The next time you're suffering from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, try Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve these pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way have discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pain of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So next time such pains strike, take Anacin. For most effective relief, use only as directed. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. The name is Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is based on the novel Mr. Keene. The radio sequel is originated and produced by Frank and Ann Hummert. Dialogue by Lawrence Klee. It is on the air every Thursday at this time. We thank William Podmore, who appeared tonight as Mr. Keene for Bennett Kilpack, who's taking a short vacation on doctor's orders. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday when the kindly old tracer turns to the African blowgun murder case.
Ever suffer heartburn from acid indigestion? New Bicidol mints, medically proven, quickly rid stomach of that blown-up feeling anywhere, anytime. Bicidol mints give longer-lasting relief than baking soda, help prevent immediate return of the trouble, soothe irritated stomach lining, let you sleep when indigestion strikes at night. Carry new Bicidol mints for fast relief. And always have Bicidol powder in your home.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, will be on the air next Thursday at this same time. This is Larry Elliott saying goodbye for Mr. Keene and the Whitehall Pharmaceutical Company, makers of Anacin and Colonos, and many other dependable high-quality drug products. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, Part 2 of 3 parts, October 28, 1948.
I'd only know why. I'd only seen them together on the street. But it's the same girl.
With testimony like that, Mr. Keene, I don't think Jane Colwell has a chance. Those are the cases that appeal to me most, Lieutenant. The ones that seem to be what they are.
What they are? But I don't
We'll get in touch with you when you're needed again, Miss Wilson. Thanks for coming in.
Very well, Lieutenant Parson. But you're wasting your time continuing this investigation. You've got Howard's murderer in your hands already, and I hope she goes to the electric chair for what she's done.
So Lois Wilson was in love with Latham. Looks that way to me, Mr. Keene. Are you really serious about investigating this case? Of course. Why do you ask, Lieutenant Martin? Well, I just hate to see you wasting your time. You're too good an investigator. You're pretty certain you've got the guilty party right now, aren't you, Lieutenant? In my opinion, Jane Colwell hasn't got a chance in a million. Well, that's the chance I'll take. But why? What makes you think there's some hope for her? I'm not sure, Lieutenant. But the worst thing that can happen to anyone is to be accused of a crime and convicted when they're innocent. As long as there's a shred of hope for the Colwell girl, I'll devote every minute of my time to unearthing it. Well, I certainly wish you luck, Mr. Keene. And I hope you win out. You know, if we didn't have such terrific evidence, I couldn't believe it about the girl. She's a impressed you that much? Well, she seems to be sweet and completely unspoiled. It's just hard to see her with a gun in her hand out for murder. Well, evidence is evidence, and my job is to base my case on facts, not sentiment.
I appreciate that, Lieutenant. Maybe I can supply you with a few additional facts myself. Excuse me.
Hello?
Lieutenant Martin?
Yes?
This is Mike Clancy speaking.
Oh, how are you, Mike?
I'm fine, Lieutenant. Is Mr. Keene there?
Yeah, just a minute. Thanks, Lieutenant. Hello?
Oh, Mr. Keene, I'm glad I was able to reach you. I've got something important to tell you.
What is it, Mike?
Well, you remember you asked Iris Caldwell to put her address and phone number on a slip of paper?
Well?
She took a piece of paper from her handbag and wrote on the back of it. Well, after you left the office, I happened to notice the other side of the slip.
Yeah?
It was a department store receipt with Iris Caldwell's name and address on it for something she bought over a week ago. And do you know what it was, Mr. Keene?
What, Mike?
A red beret.
Just a moment, we'll return to Mr. Keene and the identical twins murder case. Meanwhile, if you want to be certain your breath is sweeter and your teeth are brighter after brushing, listen. Colinos toothpaste contains a mouthwash action that instantly and unfailingly sweetens every case of unpleasing breath due to improper cleansing. Yes, Colinos mouthwash action actually helps remove food particles between teeth where your toothbrush may fail to reach. That's why Colinos sweetens breath so effectively. At the same time, Colinos brightens teeth beautifully by removing ordinary yellow surface stains. So for sweeter breath, brighter teeth, get Colinos Colinos toothpaste or tooth powder tonight. Remember, Colinos mouthwash action instantly and unfailingly sweetens every case of unpleasing breath due to improper cleansing. Remember also that no toothpaste brightens teeth more beautifully than Colinos. Now back to Mr. Keene and the identical twins murder case. Mr. Keene, the eminent private investigator, is in the midst of a baffling investigation involving the murder of Howard Latham, a handsome young man about town who was shot to death while dining in a downtown restaurant. Mike Clancy, Mr. Keene's friend and partner, has just discovered a new and startling clue. And as Mr. Keene returns hurriedly to his office...
This is the sales slip I told you about over the telephone, Mr. Keene. I've already called the department store, and they told me the red beret has been bought a little over a week ago.
That red beret was the only clue I had. Complicates things, I guess, Mike.
Oh, sure, I thought it'd make it clearer.
You mean you feel makes your theory even stronger?
Well, I said before, Mr. Keene, and I say it again. The girl who came here for help, Iris Caldwell, was putting on an act. She's the one who murdered Howard Latham, not her twin sister that they put in jail.
Mike, I've got a hunch. We know where Iris Caldwell bought her red beret. Now I'm going to find out where her sister Jane bought hers. And with luck, it may lead us to where the killer bought the one she was wearing when she murdered Howard Latham. Jane Caldwell is in the fourth cell down the corridor, Mr. Keene. Oh, thanks, Lieutenant Martin. Incidentally, we've already got an indictment against her. She goes to trial in a couple of days, and I'll have to work fast. Have you got anything yet that might help the poor kid? No, but I haven't given up. Well, see you later, Mr. Keene. Right, Lieutenant. Are you Jane Caldwell?
Yes.
My name is Keene.
Keene, investigator.
Has your sister Iris told you about me?
She said you were going to help me. I didn't think there was a soul left in the world who believed in my innocence outside of Iris.
You're sure you never saw Howard Latham in your life?
Oh, positive, Mr. Keene. Oh, I knew something about him, of course, because Iris had met him. She told me he was a charming man, but that she could never be serious about him. And that's all I knew about Howard Latham.
police discovered you owned a red beret, similar to the one the killer was wearing.
Yes, Mr. Keene, I have one.
Where did you buy it?
In a little shop on Madison Avenue in the 70s. It's called the Hat Mart. They specialize in inexpensive hats for women, like hundreds of other shops in the city.
Yes, that's the trouble, Jane. The city is full of hat shops for women. And I'll probably have to check every single one of them.
What? I know I'm causing you a great deal of trouble, Mr. Keene, but...
You're innocent. You're causing me no trouble at all, Jane. My business is looking for clues. I only want you to be patient and trust me. You see, I've got to check on virtually every woman who's bought a red beret in New York during the past 6 months. It won't be easy.
I realize that.
But remember this. You've got more than one person on your side. So keep your chin up and your fingers crossed. You take this list of hat shops, Mike, and I'll take this one. Check them all and get those names on paper. Okay, Mr. Keene. I know you think Iris Colville is guilty, and the police believe it's her sister Jane who is the murderess. But neither of them has been convicted yet. Until that happens, we've got to do everything in our power to discover the truth. Well, I'm on my way, boss. And so am I. I'm looking for a woman who resembles this photograph, who bought a red beret in your shop sometime during the past few months. This is a criminal investigation. And there's $500 in it if you find her.
Sorry, I don't recognize the face, but I'll check my files and see what I can find.
She was young and pretty, and she might have bought the beret sometime this summer. Can you help us in any way?
We don't even sell red berets, Mr. Clancy.
Oh, Mr. Keene, I've been waiting for you. That's right. Oh, I've checked every store on the list, and it seems to me I've talked with every woman who ever bought a red beret in New York, but I got nowhere, boss. Neither did I. Once I thought I'd found something, a girl who bought a red beret about 6 weeks ago, who might have fitted the description. When I checked, I found she'd gone to California long before the murder occurred. Oh, it looks hopeless to me, boss. It was the only clue we had to work on. Nothing develops, I'm afraid, that one of those Colville girls is going to suffer. I'll take it, Mike. Hello?
Is this Mr. Keene?
Yes.
This is Mr. Crawford. My wife and I run the hat shop on 60th Street. You visited day before yesterday?
Oh, yes, yes.
You offered $500 reward if we could lead you to a girl who bought a red beret, and we couldn't help you. But maybe I've got some information for you now.
What is it, Mr. Crawford?
An attractive young woman came in here this morning and asked to see a beret. She seemed to look something like that photograph you showed me.
Did you get her address?
No, Mr. Keene, but she's coming back. I told her we didn't have a beret in stock, but we could get one for her. She'll be in for it at 3 this afternoon.
Good. It's 1:30 now. I'll be down in half an hour to give you some instructions. Thanks for calling, Mr. Crawford.
Not at all, Mr. Keene.
Come on, Mike. You mean they found the girl, Mr. Keene? I'm not certain yet, but maybe the hunch I had is paying off at last. In any case, we'll know within 2 hours.
Yes. Now that I see the picture again, Mr. Keene, I'm almost sure. The girl who came in looked exactly like that.
Then it was Iris Colville, Mr. Keene. It had to be the Iris or her sister Jane, and Jane is in jail right now for murder. Oh, we'll see, Mike. Mr. Crawford, is there any place we can hide when this girl returns to the store? I want to see and hear her, but I don't want her to see us.
You can stand behind that curtain, Mr. Keene, that leads to the workroom. You won't be noticed. Fine.
Now, another thing. Tell her you haven't been able to get hold of the beret yet, but it's being shipped to you in the morning. Then say you'll deliver it to her home and get her address. That's important. You don't want to put her under arrest right now, boss? No, Mike. Once we have her address, we'll move fast. I want a chance to search her apartment first for conclusive proof.
I'll do exactly as you asked, Mr. King. Now, there's one more point, Mr. Crawford. Ask her to specify the color of the beret and suggest red. Red. I get it. Then let her leave the store. From that point on, I'll take over myself. It's 3:30, Mr. King. I hope she didn't decide to let it go, Mike. This is the last chance we've got. Mike. Someone's entering the shop. Can you see her? Mr. King, it's Iris Colwell. Let's hear what she has to say.
Good afternoon.
Did you pick up that beret for me, Mr. Crawford?
Not yet, but the factory's sending me a shipment in the morning.
Oh, I'm disappointed. I thought you'd have it for me now.
But you'll only have to wait one day.
Well, I can't. I'm leaving town tonight.
Let her talk, Mike.
I'll tell you what I can do. I'll make a special trip downtown to the factory myself and get your beret. What time were you going away?
I'm taking an 11 o'clock plane to Mexico City.
I'll be at your apartment by 7 tonight. What's the address, please?
Maybe I better let it go, Mr. Crawford.
But I put in a special order just for you.
Well, all right.
The address, please?
1119 Coley Avenue, apartment 1C.
And the name?
Bentley. Vivian Bentley.
She's using her name. I'm not so sure, Mike.
Then I'll expect you around 7.
You can count on it. By the way, what color beret do you prefer? Would you like something in red, perhaps?
I already have one in red. Bring me a blue one, Mr. Crawford.
Very good, Miss Bentley. And thank you.
Don't be late. I don't intend to wait.
She's gone, Mr. King. Nice work, Mr. Crawford. I think you won the $500 reward. Mike, call Lieutenant Martin. Ask him to meet me immediately at 1119 Corey Avenue. Say we found a brand new clue to the Colwell case. And he may be in for the surprise of his life. Hello, Lieutenant Martin. I came as soon as I got your message, Mr. Keene. What's up? I think I found the girl who murdered Lathrop. Come on. She lives on the ground floor in this house.
And it was Jane Colwell's twin sister, Iris?
Who told you that?
Mike Clancy, when he telephoned. He said the girl was using an alias.
Jane Colwell's sister Iris is in the hospital right now. She's been there for the past few days. She suffered a nervous breakdown worrying about Jane.
But then, Mr. Keene, who was the girl who came into the hat shop?
We'll find out very shortly. The apartment number is 1C. It's over here. Got your gun handy, Lieutenant Martin?
Sure.
Let's go.
Who is it?
Telegram.
Hello?
One side, Miss Police Department.
What do you want?
Looks as if she just finished packing this suitcase, Lieutenant Martin. Let's have a look inside.
Don't touch that suitcase.
Let's have no nonsense, Miss Bentley. Stand aside now.
There's nothing in there.
Nothing? Take a look at this, Lieutenant Martin.
Mr. Keene, it's a .45 caliber revolver.
Yes. There's a bullet from a .45 that killed Lathrop. And here's the red beret we were looking for.
We have all the evidence we need, Mr. Keene. And I can see how those witnesses made a mistake. Why, this girl looks enough like Jane Colwell to be her twin sister.
She is Jane Colwell's sister. And Iris is too. Perhaps I should say half-sister.
How do you know that?
When children are born this century, there are birth records.
Thousands of women are finding that economical, no-rubbing Aero Wax makes dingy old floors shine and sparkle, look like new. Just apply, and in 6 to 9 minutes it dries to a hard, lustrous, waxed finish that saves countless scrubbings and polishings. Yet Aero Wax costs only 25 cents a pint at grocery, hardware, drug, and chain stores. Get Aero Wax, AEROWAX.
Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, is on the air. Ladies and gentlemen, the makers of Colonos toothpaste present Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons, one of the most famous characters of American fiction in one of radio's most thrilling dramas. Tonight and every Thursday night from 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime, the famous old investigator will take from his files and bring to us one of his most celebrated missing persons cases. But first, is your smile everything you'd like it to be? Bright, sparkling, magnetic? If not, try the new Colonos toothpaste thousands are raving about. It's a high-polishing toothpaste that acts like a jeweler's polish in removing tarnish from silver. Quickly, but oh so gently, Colonos erases stubborn surface film from your teeth, revealing all their glorious natural brilliance. Get Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S, Colonos toothpaste at your drugstore tonight. Now, Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. This time, our story opens about 100 miles from New York, in a chemical plant in Connecticut. There's a hum of motors and a hiss of compressed air as Mr. Keene and his assistant, Mike Clancy, are guided across the floor amid great vats and retorts. Halfway across the floor, their guide, a thin, nearsighted man, pauses to answer a question.
Oh, yes, Mr. Keene. Our production right now is entirely for the war effort.
And I gather, Mr. Wallace, that this plant supplies chemicals for various types of explosives?
Oh, yes. For shells, bombs, mines.
My. Look at the size of them big vats over there. Hitler wouldn't like to think of all the shooting that's going to come out of them, I'll bet.
Quite right, Mr. Clancy, quite right. And that may have a lot to do with the reason that our manager, Mr. Morley, has sent for you two gentlemen.
Well, why did he, Mr. Wallace? All I know is that he phoned my office yesterday in New York and asked me to come here the first thing this morning. What's happened?
Well, I'm only in the personnel division. I'll have to let Mr. Morley talk for himself. If you'll come along to his office, over there on the right.
No, sir. Must be on the left.
The left?
Oh, yes, there's the sign. Manager.
Oh, yes. Forgive me for not knowing the way around my own plant. But I've broken my glasses, you see. I'm very nearsighted.
Never mind, Mr. Wallace. We'll guide you. In fact, here we are right now.
One moment while I knock.
Come in.
Good morning, Mr. Morley.
Oh, good morning. You must be Mr. Keene.
That's right. This is my assistant, Mike Clancy.
Glad to meet you.
How do you do, Mr. Clancy? Won't you come inside, please, gentlemen? You too, Wallace.
Yes.
Right now, if you'll just sit down and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you. Now then, Mr. Morley, what's it all about?
Well, I'll come right to the point, Mr. Keene. As you've probably noticed, this is a war plant, and a very busy one. And right now, we've just received a very serious threat to our production.
How?
By the disappearance of a member of our staff. In fact, our best chemical engineer.
That is serious.
There isn't another man in the plant who has his know-how. We must get him back as soon as possible.
What's this man's name?
Henry Trevor.
And how old?
42 or so.
Mm-hmm. When did he disappear?
3 days ago.
Under what circumstances?
Well, I'll let Wallace here tell you.
Well, sir, it was late Monday afternoon. I went to Mr. Trevor's office to check a personnel matter, but he didn't have time to talk to me. He already had his hat and coat on, was leaving the plant. Not that he was a clock watcher.
Oh, no, indeed.
Continue, please.
Well, Mr. Keene, there isn't much more to tell. Mr. Trevor left the plant and just never returned.
You've checked at his home?
Well, he has lodgings, but he never slept in his bed that night.
Mm-hmm. Was he in any sort of private difficulties?
No, none at all. Unless Wallace here has an idea.
Oh? What is it, Mr. Wallace?
You've heard how valuable Mr. Trevor is to us. Obviously, if anybody stands to profit from his disappearance...
Oh, are you hinting that his disappearance may be the work of enemy agents?
Yes, Mr. Keene.
Glory be.
I don't know whether I'm permitted to tell you, but perhaps Mr. Morley...
Oh, I think I can refer to it in a general way. Mr. Keene, this plant has been working on an important new device.
Really?
And Trevor was handling all the experiments.
Well, that is important.
And what's more, Mr. Keene,
Yes, Mr. Wallace.
when I went to his lodgings to make a check, I found that several strangers had taken rooms there recently.
Really? Oh, we'll have to look into that. But first, I'd like a few more facts on Trevor's professional background.
Well, Wallace can give you all that, Mr. Keene.
Yes, in fact, I've dug up his folder from my files.
Oh, if you don't mind reading it to me.
Oh, dear me, my glasses. I'm half blind until they finish making me a new pair.
I'll read it myself, then. Notice Mr. Trevor came here only 6 months ago.
Yes, that's correct.
And before that, why, all his previous experience was as a school teacher.
Yes, quite so.
6 months as chemistry instructor in the Tappingworth School for Boys. Before that, 6 months at the Jones Walton School. And then sick for a year in Nevada.
Lung trouble, he said. But he was completely cured.
And before his illness, 15 years at the Morton Latin School. This strikes me as very odd, Mr. Morley.
What does?
Here is a man who was content for 15 years to stay in one place, and then he becomes ill. When he recovers, he shows an extreme restlessness. He rushes from one job to another.
Well, he told me that after he recovered his health, he started looking for better jobs.
And here's another point. You say he was your best chemical engineer?
Absolutely.
But all his past experience was as a teacher. Something very much different.
Well, Mr. Keene, he had a college degree in chemistry, so we were mighty glad to have him. What with the shortage of technicians since the war.
I still think that the only explanation is enemy agents.
Well, possibly. Meanwhile, thanks for the information, Mr. Wallace. I'll pay a visit to his lodgings.
Whatever you wish, Mr. Keene, but just find Trevor. We need him.
I'll do my best. Come along, Mike.
Okay, boss.
If you'd like me to show you out.
It won't be necessary, thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Good. I have some other matters to discuss with Mr. Morley.
Good day.
Good day.
Good day.
I'll let you know just as soon as anything develops.
Well, thank you, Mr. Keene.
Well, boss, what do you think?
First, let's get some facts, Mike, and then we'll think.
Oh, you there, Mr. Keene?
Why, boss, somebody's calling you.
Mr. Keene?
Yes, that girl over there by the machine. Yes, young woman?
Mr. Keene, I heard Wallace mentioning your name when you came by before. You're the famous investigator, aren't you?
Yes.
Well, I guess you're up here to look for Mr. Trevor.
You know about his disappearance?
Why, sure, everybody knows.
Well, do you have some information that might help me?
Boss, I think she means,
What do I mean?
well, somebody stuffed him into one of them big vats.
No. What I wanted to say is, if you could get interested in women's hats,
Women's hats?
you might find out a whole lot more than you know right now.
What do you mean by that? Stop that machine for a moment.
Sorry, I got work to do.
Well, please, this is important.
I told you all I can.
Stubborn little devil.
Please, young woman, listen to me. No use, Mike. Let's get out into the hall.
Women's hats. What does she mean by that?
Mike, I have half an idea. On our way through the town, we stopped once to ask directions.
Sure, in a cigar store.
Did you notice what was next door?
Oh, yes. A hat store.
A very smart-looking little place. Unusual for a town like this.
You think that's what the chick meant?
Let's find out. Here we are, Mike. This is the place.
And there's the owner's name on the window.
Mrs. Lydia Groves. This is only a hunch, but I'm going to play it for all it's worth.
Okay. Nobody here.
There she comes now from the back room.
A brunette. And darn good looking.
Mrs. Groves?
Yes, that's my name. You haven't come to buy hats.
No, Mrs. Groves. To ask a question.
I don't understand.
When did you last see Henry Trevor?
Henry Trevor?
Yes, the engineer from the chemical plant.
I don't know him.
This is a small community. You must know him.
I mind my own business, which is to make and sell hats.
But Mrs.
And
Groves...
all my hats are for women. Good day, gentlemen.
Oh, but lady, this is important.
You've made a mistake. Good day.
Very well. Good day. Come along, Mike.
Boss, do you think she was telling the truth?
No, Mike, I don't.
Enemy agent?
Mike, in my long life, I found out that a beautiful woman can cause plenty of trouble without being anybody's agent.
But this fellow Wallace said
We still need more information. The only way to get it...
How, sir?
Let's circulate around town and dig up every bit of gossip that we can. You hang around the lunch wagons, the gas stations. As for me, I'm going to get a haircut.
Take more off the side, sir.
That's right, Barber.
Nice day.
Oh, it's a beautiful day.
I think it's going to be warm after all.
Definitely.
Yes, sir, definitely. Yes, sir. Don't think I ever saw you around here before.
I'm doing a job for the chemical plant.
Oh, chemical plant.
I believe our Mr. Trevor is one of your customers.
Oh, sure. Every 2 weeks.
Interesting about him and Mrs. Groves, isn't it?
Him and Mrs. You know.
The whole plant knows.
Funny thing, he took to her from the first day she come to this town and opened her shop. Thick as thieves, those two.
When did she first come to town?
Let me see. About the time my wisdom tooth was raising keen, last September. Take more off the side.
Yes, please. He hung around her shop all the time?
Yes, till folks started talking. So then they took to cover. You know, Thrush Lane. They've been meeting there every night.
Thrush Lane?
Mm-hmm. Oh, all the spooning and mooning that goes on there.
And just where is Thrush Lane?
Oh, half a mile south of town, right by the factory. Say, what are you doing? You can't get up from the chair yet.
Here's your money. I'll see you later.
But I only done one side of your head. Come back. Crazy fella. Running off with only half a haircut.
No, boss. There's nothing in the underbrush over here.
Well, come over to this side.
Oh, Mr. Keene, so sure we've been at it for 3 hours already.
I know, Mike. This is our only real lead. Remember what the barber said. They met here every night.
Oh, boss. Take off your hat just once more.
I will not.
The strangest haircut I ever did see. And you such a proper gentleman.
Here, help me put these branches aside.
There. And you're still hoping to find Trevor's body out here in Thrush Lane?
Not hoping. I'll be glad if I'm wrong.
Well, there's nothing here.
All right. Let's get back on the path. Mike, so far we can be sure of only one thing.
What's that?
Trevor and Mrs. Groves knew each other long before they ever came here. Of that I'm certain. You see, I found they arrived here actually within a week or two of each other.
Trevor to take the job at the plant.
And Mrs. Groves to open the shop. Then promptly they became friends. Then promptly...
Yes, Mr. Keene. Well, what are you staring at?
Something there on the ground, just a yard ahead of us.
I don't see it.
Well, look, Mike, from over here where the sun strikes it.
Oh, sure, but what of it? Just those few little chunks.
Come over here, Mike. Bend down. Help me pick them up.
Okay, sir. Okay. Here.
Mike, judging from the thickness of these fragments, I think we'd better have another talk with our friend, Mr. Wallace.
And now for a moment, while Mr. Keene and Mike examine their surprising find. Next time you meet the most successful man you know, or the most popular girl, take a good look at their teeth. Chances are they'll be sparkling and beautiful, with all the magnetism your own smile should have. Then examine your own teeth critically. If they're not every bit as brilliant and gleaming as they should be, if they show signs of being discolored by surface film, just do as thousands do. Try the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Safely, speedily, Colonos helps brush away masking surface film, revealing the natural luster and brightness of your teeth. Your druggist has an ample supply of Colonos on hand, so get a tube tonight and see what wonders it may do in helping you to add to the charm and appeal of your smile. Remember the name Colonos, K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. And now back to the chemical plant where Mr. Keene has a quiet talk with the helpful Mr. Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Keene? Is there something more you wanted to know?
One or two little details, Mr. Wallace.
Fire away, Mr. Keene, fire away.
Were you aware, Mr. Wallace, that Henry Trevor was very friendly with a Mrs. Groves?
I wouldn't know about that, sir.
Well, did you ever notice what route Trevor took when he left the factory at night?
Oh, back to his lodgings, I suppose.
By way of Thrush Lane? Didn't you ever notice whether he made a practice of going through Thrush Lane?
Did he? I never had any occasion for walking there myself.
No? Wallace, when did you break your glasses?
My glasses? Why, several days ago.
Where?
Right here, in my office.
Pretty thick lenses, I gather.
Oh, yes. Yes, sir. That's why I'm having trouble getting them replaced.
Wallace, take a look at these. I mean, these fragments in my hand.
Well, how can I, without my glasses?
Take them into your hand. Feel them.
Bits of broken glass.
Very thick bits. The kind of glass that might be used in the spectacle of a very nearsighted man.
I don't know what you're driving at, sir.
I found these 20 minutes ago in Thrush Lane.
Well, the world's full of nearsighted men.
Are you sure one of them didn't follow Henry Trevor into the woods last Monday night and overhear his conversation with Mrs. Groves?
I'm sure that this one did not. Are you quite finished, sir?
One thing more. Do you have any photographs of Henry Trevor in your files? You must have.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have one. At once.
Well, boss, what are you up to now?
I'm going on a little trip, Mike.
Where to?
Back into Henry Trevor's past. Dr. Grange, you are the headmaster of the Tappingworth School?
Oh, yes, for 20 years.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Why, yes, this is Henry Trevor. He taught chemistry here last year. Excellent grasp of his subject, too. I wish he'd stayed.
What can you tell me of his background?
Why, he came here from the Jones-Walton School with the usual references.
That's all you know?
Well, yes, Mr. Keene.
Thank you, Dr. Grange.
Oh, yes. Yes, Mr. Trevor taught here for one term at the Jones-Walton School.
He got along well, Miss Mott?
Yes, our girls simply adored him.
Where had he been before?
He'd been sick, I believe, for a year. Before that, the Morton Latin School.
Look at this photograph, please. Is that a good resemblance?
Perfect.
Well, Mr. Keene, we had Mr. Trevor with us here at the Morton School for 15 years, until he became ill.
And then he went to Nevada for his health, Dr. Hines?
Quite so.
You never heard from him again?
Only when other schools asked us about his references.
I wonder if you would have a photograph of him.
Well, we should. Any one of the yearbooks. Here, let me see on this shelf up here. Oh, yes, the yearbook of 1940.
That will do very well.
Ah, there we are, Mr. Keene.
You say that's Henry Trevor?
Of course.
Well, let me show you a photograph, Dr. Hines. This one. How good a resemblance is this one?
Mr. Keene, this is the strangest thing. Do you have time for a story?
All the time in the world. Go right ahead.
Well, Mr. Keene, I began to wonder what had happened to you.
I've been away, Mr. Morley, for 2 days.
Any luck? Any trace of Trevor?
Yes and no.
What do you mean by that?
He's alive, all right, and well. I'm sure of that.
Well, that's...
But where he is and whether he wants to be found, that's something else.
Mr. Keene, all I know is that I've got to have him back at the plant. He's done fine and important work here. We need him desperately.
All right, Mr. Morley. That makes it a whole lot easier.
Mr. Keene, it's you again.
Yes, Mrs. Groves?
Mr. Keene, if you've come to plague me with questions again.
No. No more questions. Because I know the answers.
I'm not feeling well. Please come back some other time.
Now is the best time. You see, Mrs. Groves, I've just finished tracing back the history of Henry Trevor. Or rather, the man who called himself Henry Trevor.
I don't understand.
The real Henry Trevor died 2 years ago in Nevada.
But I told you that I know nothing about it.
And the moment he died, his identity was borrowed by someone else. In fact, by his brother, John Trevor.
Oh.
Yes, there were 2 Trevors, John and Henry. Both were trained in chemistry. Henry became a teacher. John became an engineer. John, the engineer, was very successful, made heaps of money. But his wife spent it even faster than he made it.
I know nothing about it.
In the end, this led John to embezzle $5,000 from his company. He and his wife ran away, wandered all over the country, used up every cent they had, because there was no job that John could apply for without giving himself away.
Interesting, but I don't see how
Finally, 2 years ago, the real Henry Trevor, the quiet schoolmaster, died. Immediately, John saw a chance to borrow his brother's identity and make a new start. And so John became Henry.
How did you find all this out?
By going back to the Morton School. The headmaster remembered the scandal about the embezzlement very well, and how much sorrow it caused Henry at the time. All that I had to do was to show him the photograph of the man who claimed to be Henry. Quite simple, really, Mrs. John Trevor.
What did you call me?
You are the wife of John Trevor, the man I've been asked to find.
Oh, I don't suppose there's any use now to deny it.
None.
Yes. It was my extravagance that caused the trouble. I wanted things John couldn't afford. Believe me, I regret the whole thing. We've struggled so hard to live it down.
But Wallace found out, the man at the chemical plant.
Yes, by following us to Thrush Lane several times and overhearing our conversation.
And then he tried to blackmail your husband?
Yes. And last Monday night, after John left me, Wallace came along again to ask for money. $500. Otherwise, he would expose John.
But your husband refused.
Yes, he began to scuffle with Wallace. But then he became frightened and decided it was no use. He decided he'd have to run away once again.
Where is he now?
Don't ask me. Please don't.
But you must tell me.
No. He's my husband. And this was all my fault in the first place, Mr. Keene. It was my foolishness and vanity that caused John to embezzle the money. Oh, please go now.
But, Mrs. Trevor...
I beg you, please
go. The
go.
telephone. Mrs. Trevor, the reason that you want me out of here, would it be because your husband is right now calling you on the telephone?
I have nothing more to say.
Pick up the phone, Mrs. Trevor. Answer it.
But, Mr. Keene...
And tell your husband that I want to see him in my office in New York. Any time tomorrow, if he can make it.
I don't know.
Please do as I say. You won't regret it.
Well, boss, do you think he'll come?
I have every hope, Mike.
But it's almost 5 in the afternoon already. No, he won't come. Not a guy who embezzled $5,000 and stole his brother's name.
There's one thing you've overlooked.
What's that, sir?
Come in. Good afternoon, Mrs. Trevor.
Good afternoon.
You came alone?
No, not alone.
Oh, you're John Trevor?
Yes.
Come right in, both of you. This is Mike Clancy, my assistant.
How do you do?
How are you?
Sit down now.
Mr. Keene, my wife says you insisted on my coming to see you. I wouldn't have done it except I was sick of hiding.
Trevor, I want to ask a question. If you had the chance to make restitution for that $5,000, would you do it?
Mr. Keene, why do you think we've been slaving for the past 2 years? I had any job I could get, and Lydia in one hat shop after another, to save enough money to pay back.
Well, why didn't you get in touch with your old firm?
Because we've only got $2,000 so far. Because I was afraid of what attitude they might take.
Well, Trevor, there are two things that impress me about this case. First, that you and your wife have worked so hard ever since you made that mistake. Second, that you've proved yourself so valuable to the war effort.
Oh, it's nice of you to say that, Mr. Keene, but...
No buts. I'll be glad to accept the $2,000 you've saved so far. And let you pay off the rest in installments.
What did you say?
I got a telegram this morning from your old firm.
What?
Let me read it. In view of circumstances as explained by you, we are delighted to accept your check and drop all charges against John Trevor.
Why, Mr. Keene, you mean you went ahead and...
I took a chance on you, too. I paid off the $5,000 with my personal check.
Oh, how wonderful of you, Mr. Keene.
Certainly is, but there's still Mr. Morley.
I've already made your excuses to him.
What did you tell him?
The truth. The best excuse of all.
And he still wants me back?
He'd be very much obliged if you'll take the next train out of here for Connecticut.
Oh, Mr. Keene.
You'll find one little change, though, at the factory.
What do you mean?
Mr. Wallace has suddenly resigned.
Mr. Keene, how can we ever thank you? What kindness. What understanding.
Never mind the speeches, or you'll miss your train. Along with you. There's a war on, you know.
Listen next week at the same time as Mr. Keene brings us the case of murder in the air. Few tragedies strike deeper than the loneliness of a girl or woman who is unpopular. A girl who dresses smartly, looks pretty, is gay and charming, but whose teeth, when seen at close range, rob her of the very charm she strives for. And the same thing is true of the man who must sell himself socially and in business, and whose teeth create an unpleasant effect on others. If you have the slightest suspicion that your teeth are holding you back from social or business success, do as hundreds of thousands have recently done, and that is start cleaning your teeth with the new Colonos, a high-polishing toothpaste. Its action is like that of a jeweler's polish, removing tarnish from a piece of silver. Try it, just once, and then you'll know why people everywhere are changing to this new high-polishing toothpaste, Colonos, and learning the meaning of teeth that can gleam and shine, that give your smile new personality and charm. You can get the new Colonos in any drugstore tonight. It's spelled K-O-L-Y-N-O-S. Colonos toothpaste. You've been listening to Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. Now on the air at a new time, every Thursday night, 7:30 to 8 Eastern Wartime over this network. Don't miss Mr. Keene next Thursday night when the kindly old Tracer turns to the case of murder in the air. This is Larry Elliott saying good night for the makers of Colonos toothpaste and inviting you to listen to Friday on Broadway at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime over most of these stations tomorrow night.
There's a wonderful new way to make floors sparkle like new in 6 to 9 minutes flat. Use Aero Wax, the self-polishing wax that goes on in a jiffy, dries without rubbing. Its marvelous high luster adds beauty to your rooms, saves countless scrubbings. Yet it costs only 25 cents a full pint. Get Aero Wax, A-E-R-O-W-A-X.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
It's time now for Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons.
common cold symptoms as you would a serious illness. Go after those aches and pains, headache and fever if present. Take Hill's cold tablets. They're specially prepared from a proven formula famous for more than 50 years. Take only as directed. Remember, Hill's cold tablets.
Ladies and gentlemen, Colonos Toothpaste presents Mr. Keene, Tracer of Lost Persons. One of the most famous characters of American fiction